them. The Bears are better than people are giving them credit for.
Oh, they definitely are. They definitely are.
They're going to beat Houston.
You think so?
Yes.
We'll see.
I think at San Francisco, I think to say they're playing Houston and San Francisco. If they win both, obviously.
Yes.
If they lose both, it's going to take a lot of steam.
Right.
My gut feeling is they will split the two games, and I think this is the one.
You think they'll win this one and lose the next one?
Yes.
Well, they're winning a lot because of their defense. How about this? The Bears' defense has more interceptions returned for touchdowns than the Dolphins, Panthers, and Chiefs have offensive passing touchdowns.
That's incredible.
So those three teams I just mentioned have 6 passing touchdowns. The Bears' defense has 7 interception returns for touchdowns. I mean, that's just incredible. But I look to the other defense. The coordinator there, Wade Phillips, and this Houston defense is a great defense. Wade Phillips flat out said, Jay Cutler throws the ball to Brandon Marshall. We're going to have Jay Cutler on in 20 minutes. And if you look at the stats, and we'll give them to you, that bears it out. Wade Phillips says, listen, what do you think we're going to do? We're going to double up on Brandon Marshall. We're going to make them, and that's the smart move. You can say it all you want, but you have to have the defensive talent to back that up. And I would say the Houston defense has a whole lot of talent. So that's what they're going to try and do. Jay Cutler and Brandon Marshall have a phenomenal pass-and-catch relationship from Denver until now, and Wade Phillips is going to really try and disrupt that.
We're Mike and Mike. We're brought to you by the American Egg Board. The incredible edible egg jingle is back. Show off your singing voice by uploading your own version of the iconic jingle for a chance to win excellent prizes. Visit the Incredible Edible Egg on Facebook for details. All right, coming up, we are going to do Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks a little early. We'll do it coming up next here. So at about 7:23 or 24, because we have Jay Cutler at 7:30, followed by Joe Flacco at 7:45. So we've got Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks coming up next, and I'm going to explain to you, Mike, why the Atlanta Falcons should be your favorite NFL team. The Atlanta Falcons should be your favorite NFL team. And I'll explain why after this word from Sport Clips. Listen, Sport Clips is America's haircut place for boys and men, and it has been and it will be. It's wonderful. TV's tuned to sports at all times. And going there at any time of the year is a great way to get a haircut and to pass the time pleasantly while you are there. But never more so than right now, because Sport Clips right now is helping by offering and donating money to their Help a Hero program, which is benefiting the VFW's Operation Uplink free call days, helping military personnel overseas and hospitalized veterans stay in touch with their families and their loved ones.
Yeah, $1 from every haircut service will be donated to Operation Uplink. That's been going on since the middle of October, and it goes through really a couple of more days. So
this Sunday, which is Veterans Day.
So you want to jump on this right now, because Sport Clip's goal is to raise $500,000 this year through this system. And their fundraiser will support call days monthly, including major holidays such as Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, Memorial Day. It's a great program.
To date, Sport Clips and its clients have provided almost 2 million calls to our heroes overseas. Sport Clips, it's good to be a guy, especially when you're helping a hero call home. The National Cut-a-thon is this Sunday, which is Veterans Day. Why Golick should have a favorite NFL team next? Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
Looking to rebound after the bye week, the Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light.
It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles. Glances up. Sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails. Parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs. You in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps. Launches ESPN NBA. Opens video. Pulls in email. Replies to wife. Working late. IMs Derek. I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds. Don't worry. I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
Hey, this is Tom Brady. I want to thank all the veterans and all the troops serving us right now overseas. Get home soon.
Nice thoughts from those all around the sports world as all of us at ESPN taking time this week to salute America's heroes. Again, we had such nice reaction to our show yesterday at the Coast Guard Academy, and it really was a pleasure.
Really, really. I know you were still befuddled by the Lucky Charms for breakfast, but they really were fantastic.
You know, it's funny because they're a bunch of kids. I mean, when you see them.
I have 2 kids that age. I mean, that I was doing a show in front of my kids, basically. It was really amazing, and when we just loved their enthusiasm.
And we would ask all of you at Mike and Mike and at ESPN, we're joining up with the USO to give to the USO Wish Book. And so it's a terrific program. They're sending gifts that will lift the spirits of our troops and their families. You can go to uso.org/ESPN, and you can select a gift you'd like to send. So like a family fun day of some kind, free phone cards, which, you know, when you have family members who are stationed overseas are incredibly valuable. The USO Wish Book is a way to let our heroes and their families know that we support them. So a terrific week, and I'm proud to work here all the time. Rarely more than I am during this week. All right, again, Jay Cutler coming up this hour, Joe Flacco coming up. We'll do Stone Cold Lead Pipe Blocks in a minute. But I got to tell you, the Atlanta Falcons should be your favorite football team.
Mine. You're talking specifically to me
specifically, and I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
Because they remind me a lot of Notre Dame.
Yep.
Here's why. If you ask me the following two questions, well, I'll ask you the following two questions. Do you think the Atlanta Falcons are the best team in the NFC right now? Do you think they're the best team?
It's tough for me to sit there and say just yes. Do
you think they're the best team?
If I had to pick one, I probably would not pick them.
Okay. But if the season ended right now and you had to pick a team to represent the NFC from the Super Bowl, who would you put in?
You have to put them in.
Why? Because they're accomplished the most.
Yes.
Because their record is the best.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think Notre Dame is the best team of all these unbeaten teams in college football? No, I don't. I don't think they're the best team. I've watched them play. The eye test doesn't say so. But it would be ludicrous to look at the bodies of work. If you look at the numbers, Notre Dame has accomplished more than the others. They just have. I'm not making that up. Whatever data it is they put into a computer and it spits out who's done the most, they've done the most. So if you right now were to say, you know, even though they're 6-2 and the Falcons are 8-0, I think the 49ers are better than them. So I'm going to put them in the Super Bowl because I just think they're better. Wouldn't that be the dumbest thing? No one would do that. Well, you would laugh at a person's logic in doing that. But that's what people are doing by jumping Notre Dame.
But the difference here is that San Francisco's not undefeated. You have to put that into play. You're talking about taking a 2-loss team over an undefeated team.
Well, any other team.
Here you're talking about 4 undefeated teams. You're talking about all undefeated teams.
Right. So you take the data and you say which team has accomplished the most, and that's who you reward with a chance to play for the title. There's no other way to do it.
Listen, I'm agreeing with you. I get it, but unfortunately it doesn't work that way. We keep going round and round with this. I love your thought because I've yelled at it too. We look at the computers. If Alabama's now number 1 on them, Notre Dame's number 1 on them.
And
so
you're going to stop loving my thought, and so is at ND Mom and everybody else, if that changes. If Oregon wins and these games they're playing against good teams, they've still got Oregon State to play and whoever else they have, Stanford, yeah. If they win those games and the computers now say they're ahead of Notre Dame, done.
I know.
I wash my hands.
Listen, I get it.
But you can only base logical decisions on logic and data. When did we all of a sudden decide computers were bad? Computers are good. Computers work. Computers aren't making stupid mistakes.
There's something to seeing a team as well. There's something to that.
What is there to that? That's objective. That's your objective opinion. Or excuse me, that's subjective.
Yeah. So you think everything should be based upon a computer? Everything?
When you have a system where there is no fair way to compare the teams to each other, you can only do it through some sort of data.
And there is part of it is that.
Well, but it's almost none of it. That part of it is so insignificant that everyone tells me they have no chance.
It's not completely insignificant, but there has to be some eye test as well. So I would disagree with you on that. It can't all just come spitting out of the computer.
No, we'll see. Somehow you managed to keep arguing against your team.
No, I'm not.
You are Benedict Golick. He doesn't want any part of it.
That's what I am. I hate Notre Dame.
I'm fighting the good fight, and I'm doing it all by myself. All right, Mike and Mike. Jay Cutler on the way, Joe Flacco on the way, but right now we got to pick some games. Here we go. The Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks in 3, 2, 1.
These are the Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks, an ESPN radio exclusive.
All right, Golick, here we go for week 10. And my motto this week is, you need to stick it.
Why did you say that? Why? You come out with stink like that? Poop. Poop mouth.
You have been a Bears poo-pooer. You've been a Bears hater. Everybody in Chicago, including my wife, is sick to death of it, and they finally are going to stick it in your face and shut you up.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
You said they haven't beaten anybody? Well, you won't be saying that anymore on Monday morning after the Bears beat the Houston Texans.
There's worse teams than that down the road! There's worse!
at home on Sunday night. The Bears giving 1.5 points. That's a slap in the face. They should be giving more points than that at home. A lot of them. Their defense is as good as any we've seen in years. Give me the Bears -1.5. They win, and they finally silence their critics like the fat one sitting next to me.
Come here. I'm going to eat you. I'm bigger than you. I'm higher in the food chain.
Oh, congratulations. One pick and you're 0-1. Good job out of you. I'm going to go to Cincinnati where the Giants are coming to town. Giants on the road giving 4. Giants not going to be happy.
Are you mad?
Yes, I am mad.
With what went on last week. Eli Manning not happy with the way he played last week.
Ah, no.
And they're going to take it out on the Cincinnati Bengals. I like the Bengals, but I love the Giants, especially after that tough loss. They are going to come to Cincinnati and be ready to go.
Get on with it. Yes, get on with it.
They're giving 4. You can probably give a touchdown on this one. Giants win it big on the road.
How dare you fill my head with such loathsome propaganda.
And then finally, we'll go head-to-head on the game we already discussed on the air, and I remain stunned by the position you're taking. The Cowboys going to the Eagles and getting points. The Eagles shouldn't be giving anybody points. The Eagles are in free fall. They're bad, and the Cowboys are actually pretty good.
What?
What an idiot.
The Cowboys just find little ways to lose games. The Eagles find big ways to lose games. I'll take the little ways. I'll take the Cowboys. Getting 2.5 on the road. I like the boys in a big way to get the win.
Your wussiness better come in handy.
All right, there you go. 2 picks and 0-2. Good job out of you. In Philly, this one, cheesesteaks all over the place. I'm loving it. Go ahead and get the 2.5. The Eagles are going to put one together here.
I don't want to give. I blame this person. I blame Garrett. I blame Romo. I blame the defense. I don't hear nobody getting blamed.
Yeah, the Cowboys, they're looking fantastic. What's their record?
That was some of the worst stuff I've seen in a long time.
Oh, that's right. It's the exact same as the Philadelphia Eagles. Eagles at home, they're going to put one together. This is Eagles-Cowboys week. It is fantastic week, and it's in Philly. Eagles win this one by more than 2.5.
Don't blame me. I thought it was the stupidest idea I've heard of.
And those are your week times. Don't go. Live blocks.
This was pathetic. It was embarrassing. It was one of the worst performances I've seen in my life.
That's very good.
Yeah,
Mike and Mike in the morning and the Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks brought to you by Peak Antifreeze. When you peak, you win. A great job, as always, by Joaquin and Mike Uranaga, who work real hard on those. And Paul Contador Ryan. Paul Contador Ryan, who I think at this point is the only cyclist not using any sort of performance-enhancing drugs.
Though he will be tested.
Absolutely, especially after a fine performance there on the Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks. For the season, Golick is 8-8-2. I'm 6-11-1.
We're bad.
6-11-1.
We're bad.
6-11-1.
You stink.
I stink.
I mean, literally.
Jay Cutler next. What do you mean literally?
You smell.
I showered.
All right.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
The young people always make the same mistake in sports. You judge everything on wins and losses. It's not just that. It's called discernment. Tebow can win individual games. You can't build franchises around guys who are mechanically flawed and who can't make basic NFL throws. You're going to have to be so good everywhere else to win games, and no general manager, owner, or head coach wants to have to build a team that's so great everywhere else that a mechanically flawed quarterback can win. A lot of you young people just don't get this. Go ask your more successful older brother. It's not about talent. It's, am I willing to build a company around you? Cam Newton can win games. Do you want to build an organization around his persona and maturity? So when you're building an organization, a National Football League team, you're asking a lot of big questions that go beyond talent.
Colin Cowherd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio. This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor, so everyone knows what side you're on. But also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
Are you ready for kids who eat healthy? Good nutrition can lead to great things. To find out how a healthy lifestyle can help your child succeed, go to mypyramid.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council and USDA.
Hi, this is Eric Darnell.
This is David Reagan. Jamie McMurray. This is Carl Edwards here for RED,
the entertainment industry's voice for road safety.
Want to make a difference? It's simple. Be responsible.
Plan ahead. Designate before you celebrate.
Friends don't let friends drive drunk.
Drive my car. Yes, I'm gonna be a star.
A public service message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
I'm Jared Max with Mike and Mike, ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Adelphi University. Knowledge is at the heart of an Adelphi University education. Just ask the 5,000 undergraduate students who debate critical issues in class. Aim high. Visit adelphi.edu/success. The Knicks continue to aim high. Right now, looking at a 4-0 record if they win tonight. They'll host the Dallas Mavericks. The difference for the Knicks has been the defense.
Well, I like to think that the fact that we're defending the basketball, and I tell these guys all the time, there's going to be nights you're not going to make shots, but your defense has got to be consistent.
Mike Woodson yesterday, Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco here on ESPN New York. Knicks giving up league low 85.3 points per game. Hosting the Mavericks tonight on ESPN New York. The Nets are in Orlando. Colts last night clobbered the Jaguars 27-10. Indianapolis has won 4 straight. They're 6-3. 2 touchdown runs last night for Andrew Luck. Soccer, Red Bulls eliminated from the playoffs by DC United. I'm Jared Max.
Mike and Mike in our Sports Center, brought to you by Subway. Looking to spice things up? Head to Subway for the featured $5 footlong of November, the Spicy Italian. Loaded with spicy pepperoni and Golic Genoa salami.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
On fresh toasted Italian.
I don't care if it's Genoa or Genoa. I like it.
Golic had a little trouble pronouncing that word. On fresh toasted Italian urban cheese breads, $5 footlong, November only, Subway. Eat fresh. Okay, I have one quarrel with the young Andrew Luck.
Okay.
Who was another very good game last night. They're 6-3. They're amazing.
Right.
It stems from our next guest, Jay Cutler, the quarterback of the Bears.
You're not going there,
Yes,
are
I
you?
am.
Are you?
Andrew Luck throws a pick last night.
Right.
Did you see him come flying in there?
Yes.
Hurling his body at the guy to try and make the tackle.
He's a football player trying to make a play.
He's a franchise quarterback. He needs to get out of the way. And evidence number one is Jay Cutler. I said this last year at the time. You yelled at me.
He's a football player. Jay Cutler wants to make a play.
Jay Cutler, quarterback, Chicago Bears, with us here on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Now, I know, Jay, that you're not going to agree with me, but it was actually your injury last year that made me say, when a quarterback, a franchise quarterback like yourself or like Luck throws an interception, you know what? Get out of the way. Don't throw your body into the middle of all of this and get yourself knocked out for the season. All kidding aside, Jay, first off, welcome. Give me the mentality there. What do your coaches tell you about a situation like that?
I mean, what do you want them to do? Just let them run in for a pick six?
Yes.
No.
Yes, I do, because you have a whole season.
But then you guys are going to crush them for not competing and not making a tackle and just giving up on the play.
I'm not.
Jay, you did the right thing. You're a football player. You go make a football play.
But here's the.
I mean, we're out there. I mean, we're a lot of the plays we make are just reactions. So I mean, it's just a reactionary play for him to his competitive juices are running, and he's going to make a play, and I do the same thing.
Yeah, well, you did. You did the same thing. And I had you in the Super Bowl last year, and I still think it would have happened. All right, Mike and Jay Cutler. The whole thing then went kind of sideways on us, Jay. Is with us here on Mike and Mike. Let's start by talking about your relationship with Brandon Marshall. You guys were so productive together in Denver, and now here he comes, and you are so productive again. Can you explain to our audience in terms that they'll understand what that kind of relationship is like when a quarterback and a receiver are as on the same page as the two of you are? What is that actually like?
Easy. You know, at the end of the day, that you've got to play to do.
You know, I'll put that on hold. I'm sorry, we're obviously having a little trouble with the cell. Jay's probably at 6:30 in the morning in Chicago, so he's probably
heading over to the facility,
on his way to the facility or something like that. So we'll try and get that settled, because I just think, you know, you see that sometimes with guys,
right?
And I want to get sort of a feel for that, you know, especially in an NFL.
What they were in Denver, I mean, just an incredible, you know, battery there as quarterback and wide receiver, and it's picking up right where they left off in Chicago. So, I mean, it's got to be a heck of a relationship.
Try that again. Jay, back with us here on the cell phone. And again, if you would, just what that is like when you have that kind of relationship between a quarterback and a receiver.
Makes things easy. It just takes a lot of burden off me. I know at the end of the day, I've got a guy that's always going to be in the right place. He's going to make plays for me. I think people don't realize how smart of a football player he is. His football IQ is off the charts.
So then you look at a game like this, and I'll come in as a former defensive player from the defensive side. You look at Brandon Marshall, targeted 90 times. The next closest on the team is 28. He has 59 receptions. Next closest on the team is a running back, Matt Forte, at 20. So naturally, Wade Phillips, the D coordinator for Houston, who has a great defense, says, oh, we're going to try and double him and take him out of the game. So X's and O's on the field. How do you deal with that?
I mean, we've seen it every first quarter. I mean, every team has come out and said, hey, we're going to double team B. We're going to put a safety over them. They're going to bracket them. They're going to do whatever they got to do. I think we've been lucky enough to offensively score a few touchdowns. Defensively and special teams, they score at will, it seems like. And we've been playing from a lead a lot. So teams have had to play single safety. They've had to come down and stop the run, which opens up B.
Mike and Jay Cutler. So then let's get to that defense. They've been legendarily productive thus far. Not just one thing to have a good defense, it's another to have one that actually puts the ball in the end zone. How has that affected the numbers your offense has put up this year and what you have gone out there needing to do? How much has what your defense has done impacted what you've done offensively?
I think it makes our lives a lot easier. We don't have to press out there. If we're struggling a little bit, our defense is going to pick us up. First-year coordinator, first-year offense for a lot of these guys. So it takes some time for everyone to get on the same page and everyone to click. But we're making kind of plays when we have to in the fourth quarter, and we've been playing from the lead a lot. So our defense scores, our special teams scores. We punch a couple in there, and, you know, the way our defense is playing, teams have to go 80 yards on them. It's not easy, and we're putting them in kind of a throwing situation when we're playing from a lead. And on the offensive side, we're seeing a lot of single safety because they got to stop the run because they need the ball back. So it's been nice. We're playing some tough teams coming up here soon, so offensively we've got to get it together.
And in this game specific, again, you and Matt Schaub are 11-1 over your last 12 starts, best winning percentage in that time frame of any other quarterbacks. So what's the key for you in the offense that has to happen for you guys to get this win?
I mean, I think we've got it. They're really good on third down. You know, one of the top 5 defenses in the NFL we're going against. So we've got to stay on the field. We've got to put some drives together early in the game, get some points when we're able to get some points, and just take care of the football. No silly turnovers. We can't give them a short field. So I think those are two of the most important things, third down and turnovers.
Mike and Mike, Jay Cutler of the Bears, your team was the subject of a lot of conversation yesterday, including here with your teammate Charles Tillman, who's playing so well. Started a conversation about if his wife were to go into labor on Sunday, that he would be there with her. And he then actually wound up tweeting us yesterday that he will be there Sunday and plans to have the baby on Monday. That aside, you recently became a dad. Have you thought about how you would handle that situation if it were to have come up with you during a season?
You know, it's tough. I think being Christian after this last one said no more babies during football, so hopefully we'll avoid that at all costs. But, you know, before we had our child, I would probably say, hey, I'd miss it. I'd be there at the game. Afterwards, I think it's tough to miss anyone that has a kid, to miss your child being born. It's a special time, and it'd be tough. I mean, hopefully it'd be a home game, and I'd be able to do both if it was away. I don't know. I try to pull all the strings I could to be there for the birth and for the game.
Hey, I would imagine, though, in that locker room when it was being discussed with Peanut, that there was, would it be fair to say 100% support for him in whatever decision he made?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I mean, I think that most of the guys there are veteran guys and have kids that have been down this road before and say, hey, go take care of your business, do what you got to do. If you can get back, you can get back. It's one of the best locker rooms I've been in. And, you know, it starts with Brian Urlacher. He's the he's a head statesman. He's been there a long time, and he kind of sets the tempo for everybody.
Talking Jay Cutler, quarterback, Chicago Bears. Huge game against the Houston Texans this weekend. Jay, you're in the fourth year of a 5-year contract, the extension that you signed in 2009. How about, talk and you talk about waiting to want to extend that contract? Does that come up in your mind at all? Where is that?
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it a few times. I don't want to do it in the middle of the season, but I also want to end my career as a Bear. So we've got a lot of good guys on this offense, and I'd like to see where this offense could go and grow together and hopefully become one of the lead offenses in the NFL. But we got to get to this season first and finish the business we already started.
And then a final thought for you, Jay. I mean, it's obvious that your name comes up more than any others among people start talking about you more than anyone else I can ever think of, things like body language and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
From your side, why do you think that is? Why do you think people make such a big deal of that with you?
I think it all started in the NFC Championship game a couple of years ago, and it's a big stage, and I think it just kind of grew from there. It's the networks and putting things on TV. It's tough business these days. There's a lot of competition out there, and they've got to find stories to run. A lot of it's out of my control. I can't get involved in that stuff. I've got to just worry about the game and the guys in my locker room and try to stay focused. I think the good teams are able to lock out some of those things and just concentrate on what's important in front of them.
Does it make you think about it at all when you see a camera around you, or is it just, hey, listen, I don't care, this is how I am?
A little bit of both. I'm becoming more and more aware of it. But parts of me just say, hey, forget it, just play your game. So the PR people are always in here, camera here, watch this, watch that. So it's a mixed bag.
All right, Jay. Now listen, my wife is a crazy Bears fan, so I'm speaking for her. If you throw a pick this weekend, get out of the way. All right?
Be a ball
get
player.
out of the way.
Just fall down is what you're saying.
Yes,
don't do it.
Run to the sideline. Actually, you realize
the sideline. You got my back in the backlash. What happened?
Yes, I promise you I will. I'll say it was the right thing to do.
That's just what you want, Jay, is Greeny to have your back.
Yeah. By the way,
exactly.
Let the record show that Golick had 3 interceptions in his career and was tackled by the quarterback all 3 times.
Quarterbacks can be good athletes
so
occasionally.
I guess
there you go.
It's 6 and 1/2 dozen. All right, Jay. Thank you very much for the time. Good luck Sunday.
All right, thanks, guys.
That's Jay Cutler with us on the Subway Fresh Steak Hotline. Get your hands on a Subway steak melt today, like the tender, juicy steak and bacon melt. And don't miss the Jay Cutler Show every week at noon, the day after the Bears play on ESPN 1000 and ESPNChicago.com. Listen, I know you think I'm kidding, and it is kind of funny.
Yeah.
But the reality is you can make kind of a half-hearted effort, but it's not worth losing your quarterback for the year. The Bears lost him for the year. They were done.
It's instinctual. You go make a play.
Joe Flacco will be on my sside. He'll join us next. No chance. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
Contractors score points online with Ferguson. Visit Ferguson.com/Pro Plus.
Looking to rebound after the bye week. The Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. I got a busy schedule. Prepping for the show, interviews, working on the book, spending time with my family. So saving time more than ever is really crucial for my life. That's why I love Stamps.com. It saves me the time and hassle of going to the post office. No more driving, fighting for a parking space. With Stamps.com, you buy and print official U.S. postage for any letter, any package, using your own computer and printer. Folks, it's just so easy to get started. Get postage whenever you need it, right from your desk. Right now, Stamps.com has a special offer for my listeners. It's a no-risk trial. Plus, you get $110 bonus offer, including a digital scale and $55 of free postage. Only if you use my first name, Colin. With a busy schedule, mine's busy, and so is yours. Saving time, more important than ever. Don't wait. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio mic, upper right side, type in Colin. That's Stamps.com, enter Colin. Stamps.com. Use it once, you'll never give it up.
Are you making frequent bathroom trips during the night? Do you have a strong urge to urinate? If ignored, these symptoms may result in complicated kidney and bladder infections, kidney failure, or loss of bladder function. Additionally, if you are a male of 50 years or older and experiencing sexual dysfunction, you may be at risk of a stroke or heart attack. The same disease process that affects blood vessels which lead to the heart and brain affect the delicate vessels that supply blood to the genital organs. Careful evaluation of erectile dysfunction can uncover these problems years before critical damage occurs. Compassionate urologists at the New York Urologic Institute specialize in improving urologic and sexual function. Latest technological advances allow the patient to get answers to diagnostic tests immediately, reducing anxiety. Call the New York Urologic Institute at 347-508-3991. Offices are conveniently located in Queens and Brooklyn. For timely, effective treatment, call 347-508-3991. That's 347-508-3991.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Watching sports on Xfinity from Comcast is like having a front row seat to the biggest moments. With NFL Red Zone, you get every touchdown from every game Sunday afternoons. ESPN Goal Line brings you the best of college football. And the Watch ESPN app lets you take the action wherever you go. This is Sports on Xfinity. This is awesome. Call 1-800-XFINITY for a great offer. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Programming varies depending on level of service. Visit Comcast.com for details.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Now is the perfect time to upgrade during the first ever Rally Motors Luxury Sales Event, where upgrading to luxury has never been easier. Take advantage of attractive lease offers, special financing, and receive above book value for your trade-in. Whether you're thinking of buying or leasing a Mercedes-Benz, Smart Car, or Sprinter van, Rally Motors features one of the area's largest selections of competitively priced vehicles. Experience the difference during the Luxury Sales Event and see why customers choose Rally Motors. To learn more, stop by or visit them online at rallymotors.com.
Coming up at 8 o'clock Eastern, Pro Football Hall of Famer Dick Butkus.
The ultimate football nightmare is attempting to block Dick Butkus in our era.
Who better to talk about that Bears defense as they prepare to take on the Texans?
Butkus will hunt you down and beat you silly if you miss this interview.
That's today with Mike and Mike in the morning.
He'll be on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline in 15 minutes. Golick used to get ready for his high school games by watching those videos.
The videos, they were Dick Butkus highlight reels of all of his big hits. As soon as I'd go out, before I'd go out the door to my high school game, I'd watch that, and it would just get me going.
All right, I got no help whatsoever from Cutler. Now I'm going to go to Flacco.
And you're going to get no help here
A man of tremendous intelligence and insight.
That's right.
He will understand this. Joe Flacco, quarterback, Baltimore Ravens, with us on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. All right, Joe, if you throw an interception and the guy is running it back, I want you to get out of the way.
No.
I want you to live to fight another day. Cutler jumps in there last year, gets himself knocked out for the season.
Yeah. My trick's the horse collar. I might get fined afterwards, but you go after that, and you can usually drag them down.
There you go. But you're going to go. You're going to be a football player.
What do the coaches say about a situation like that?
They say everybody go get them. As soon as you see the thing going the other way, everybody should transition and head the opposite way. I mean, my job is usually to try to take the best angle to cut them off at the end.
I think it's crazy. I'm
crazy for a football player to be a football player.
Absolutely. It's crazy for a quarterback to be making a tackle.
No,
That's
it's not.
Whatever. Mike and Joe Flacco. Let's speak about a guy who's made a lot of tackles, and that is Ray Lewis, who obviously has been one of the great leaders that we've ever seen in sports on your team for so many years. How different is it not having him there day to day, and who has it been who has stepped into that leadership void?
You know what? Ray's so animated on Sunday that you kind of just assume he's like that during the week, but he's really not. He's really not. He's very kind of to himself, and not to himself, but just goes about his business, and doesn't really make a big deal around the locker room. So while it has been a miss, and it is weird not having him around, I don't know if anybody's necessarily had to step up in that role throughout the week. And then on game day, we got a bunch of guys that like to go out there and have a lot of fun and step into that role. So when they're called on, it kind of comes very natural to them.
Joe, early in the season, we saw a whole lot of vertical passing. We talked about this offense, how it seems to be a pedal to the metal type of an offense. Last few games, the yardage or stats haven't been there as much. Certainly, still a winning record this season. But where is the offense right now as far as that vertical part of it?
Hey, you know what, Mike? I've been a little disappointed because at times I feel like, we may have been a little bit better in the beginning of the season, and I feel like we should be making improvements. And, we're at the halfway point now, and we've had the bye week and, had a chance to look at where we are. And I think this is really the point in the season where, you either start to get, you start to hit your stride and improve and get really good, or, you start to go the other way. And I think we're really, emphasizing getting to the point where, we're very precise on everything. All the little details of the route running and, throwing the ball and all those things, they're really going to come into play at this point, and they're the things that are going to propel us to the next level. And we are in a transition to trying to become a really good offense around here. And, we have to be patient, but at the same time, I think it's going to, I think you're going to see over the next 8 weeks where we're headed.
Has that been, Joe Flacco is with us, it's interesting, has that been that philosophical shift? I think that's an outside perception of the Ravens, that for years you've been a defense-dominated team, and now with guys like Ray and Suggs out and Reed and all of them getting older, that it is shifting to becoming more of an offense-led team. That's the outside perception. Is that a fair perception on the inside?
Yeah, you know what? I think if you are here, you understand that while that has been the perception, it's not necessarily the reality. I think we have had offenses here that have won games and, played very well. But at the same time, we do want to become a good offense. And, we hope that the outside perception does start to shift towards, us being a good offense. And I don't think it has to be shifting away from the defense on us. I think in order to win, what we want to win, we have to be just looked at as a really good team, not necessarily a one-sided.
And while the people like us will look ahead at the schedule and say, wow, in the next 4 weeks you have Pittsburgh twice, you have Oakland coming to town this week. Most people are checking that off as a win. They're 3-5, but obviously you guys don't do that. What's the Oakland defense? What kind of problems do they pose to your offense?
Yeah, these guys are good, and their front four, that they can put a lot of pressure on you, and they can play really, really well at times. So it's gonna pose a problem for us. Just like every week, we have to look at those guys and see how we want to attack them. And these guys are a good physical team, and they know how to win football games. The record might not reflect that, but We've played these guys a few times since I've been here, and I'm sure it'll be, a typical Raiders team, a big physical team, and, we'll have to go in there and we'll have to play a full 60 minutes.
As far as you personally, you're a free agent after this season. Does that come into your mind at all, as far as where that may go with an extension and such?
Honestly not. When the season's over and, that actually is the only thing that you have to worry about. Maybe at some point it will, but right now we're just focused on, becoming a good team, and I'm focused on running this offense and having us, go to the next level. So that really doesn't come across my mind on a daily basis.
And then a final thought. I feel like we live in a world now where the buzzword for quarterbacks is elite. We always want to try and debate what an elite quarterback is and isn't. When you're asked that question about yourself and about elite quarterbacks, what is that like, having to answer questions like, Joe Flacco, are you an elite quarterback?
You kind of go, oh, no, here we go. It's an awkward question to answer, but, obviously, like you said, we kind of live in a society where everything's right now and what you're doing right now. And, for us, we just have to realize that, it's all about going out there and winning games, and, all that other stuff will come by itself, and you guys will talk about it, in whatever way you want to, so.
All right. Again, if you throw an interception this week against the Raiders, get out of the way.
We'll
Run
make the
to
play.
the sideline and hide.
Well, don't jinx me. Come on.
Thank you, Joe. Good luck on Sunday.
Thanks, Joe. See you.
You got it. Appreciate
That's Joe Flacco with us. Jay Cutler and Joe Flacco in this hour. Good stuff here.
Real nice you're telling Joe and Jay, hey, if you throw an interception.
Well, look, the reality is they throw interceptions. Sometimes it happens. I'm not wishing it upon them.
Well, you're kiss-a-deathing them.
Are you telling me between now and the end of the season he's not going to throw an interception? He's going to throw an interception.
Probably.
He should get out of the way.
No, he shouldn't.
He and I should watch that run back together. Mike and Mike presented by Progressive Insurance. Just plug Snapshot into your car, and your good driving could save you up to 30% with Progressive. Visit progressive.com/snapshot. Well, how about this? Can we agree on this? Mm-hmm. If our next guest made the interception, no one should try to tackle him.
Let him score.
The most frightening word in the history of football. Live next on Mike and Mike.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. AuctionTime charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
The college basketball season begins tonight on ESPN with 2 big-time matchups. First, the Sears Armed Forces Classic celebrates Veterans Day from Ramstein Air Base in Germany as number 14 Michigan State takes on Connecticut in the first regular season game overseas. Then in Brooklyn, in the Barclays Center Classic, Maryland goes up against John Calipari's national champion Kentucky Wildcats. It all starts tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern with live SportsCenter reports from Germany on ESPN.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
To me, there's 8 organizations in the NFL, I counted them this morning, that feel like it's 100% about winning Super Bowls. 8. There may be more, but I get a very strong feeling from ownership down. It is all about winning Super Bowls. New York Giants, Green Bay Packers, San Francisco 49ers with Harbaugh, New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, and Denver. That's all that matters. It's about winning Super Bowls. Tennessee drafted Vince Young. They didn't think Vince Young was great. They thought he could sell tickets. From a source close to that organization, part of getting the Vince Young deal done, people here will love him. That's not about winning Super Bowls. The New York Jets getting Tebow. Disruptive. It's not about winning Super Bowls. 8 teams in the league. That's all that matters.
Monday, behind Big Ben.
We got out hard.
The Steelers took down the reigning Super Bowl champs.
Let's go.
Now, one of the hottest teams in the game.
Touchdown Steelers.
Returns home in search of a 4th straight win against the Chiefs. Countdown sets the stage at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Chiefs, Steelers, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night. This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
I think Sham Newton, bust. It's happening. Not there yet. I'm calling it. Not going to work.
I'm not buying it, man, and I don't know what it is.
If you're a quarterback, you are the eyes and the voice and the head, the CEO of your football team.
The only thing I control, sweetheart, is myself.
Superman poses down by 28. Just how bad is your judgment?
Colin Cowherd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series is at full throttle. And when drivers will do anything to take the checkered flag, cages get rattled. Engines roar louder. Tempers run hotter. And victory donuts taste even sweeter. Some people say there's more to life than winning. Those people are losers. The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ESPN. Nothing beats first place.
10-12. Staples. That was easy.
The Jets. The Seahawks. Coverage begins Sunday at 2. WEPN FM. WEPN HD1. New York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
With us, Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio. Every hour starts with Sports Center. Golick, we just talked to a couple of real good quarterbacks in Jay Cutler and Joe Flacco. There was another one last night on the field in the Thursday night weekend opener.
That would be one Andrew Luck. Colts beat the Jacksonville Jaguars 27-10. And Luck goes for 2 touchdowns with his leg.
Quarterback sneaks.
Push him over.
Did he get in?
Oh,
Did he get in? He did. Touchdown. Touchdown. Andrew's 5th. It's a new record. 2 touchdowns for the 2nd time this year. And the Colts lead at 16-0.
Calling 1070 the Fan. Again, 27-10 win. Colts have won 4 straight. Luck 5 rushing touchdowns. That's a team record. And he still has more than a few games to go, and this is rookie year. He does a nice job while Blaine Gabbert. He gets sacked 3 times. He ends up getting a little bit injured at the end of this game. Chad Henne comes in and throws a touchdown pass. Jacksonville is 0-5 at home this year. Another one of the players polls out there, this one with the Sporting News, and they're voting for dirtiest player, and Ndamukong Suh wins it again. 2nd place, Richie Incognito, the old lineman from Miami. And in 3rd place, Cortland Finnegan, who has said publicly he would like to be voted number 1 in this. Sorry, Cortland, you're number 3. College football, number 10, Florida State gets a late touchdown to beat Virginia Tech 28-22. Florida State can now clinch an ACC Atlantic Division title there with a Clemson loss to Maryland, while Virginia Tech needs to win its next 2 games to become bowl eligible for what would be their 20th consecutive season.
Thunder beat the Bulls in Chicago last night in a good game, 97-91. Kevin Durant quiet much of the night but took over late. Clippers beat the Trailblazers 103-90. And Kobe Brown says he...
Kobe Bryant?
Kobe Bryant?
Yeah.
Kobe Brown.
Kobe Brown? Who could that even be?
Well, he's talking about Mike Brown.
Oh, okay.
So Kobe Bryant says he is Mike Brown's biggest supporter.
Gotcha.
This after video of a disturbed Kobe sitting on the bench late in the Laker loss the other night has gone viral as the, quote, Kobe death stare.
You have a death stare?
Yes, I do.
Do you?
No one fears it. And that is Sports Center, brought to you by Lowe's.
Hurry into Lowe's and save big. Get a Bosch 18-volt half-inch cordless lithium-ion compact drill driver set. Now for just $99. That's a savings of $70. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid through November 12th. Includes a couple of batteries and a charger while supplies last. See store for details.
of quarterbacks on the show today. So we need to bring in someone, Mike.
Can I just really say that you just, while that was playing, tried to give me a death stare?
A death stare.
And you know what it reminded me of?
Yeah.
When my oldest boy, Mike, when he was potty training, that's the look he had on his face.
Let me work on that. Give me, which is was it camera 3 or 4? 3. Okay. I'm going to look into it right now. Go, look, you do a little play-by-play.
Go ahead.
For the audience on the radio. Here, this is my death stare. You ready? I'm mad at you.
Go ahead, do it.
That's my death stare.
Go ahead.
How about this one?
You did it?
How about this one?
All right, that's blue steel. Move on.
How about this one? I don't really have a death stare. It's like Bobby Knight used to say, I don't know what a game face is, but I do know how to inspire awe and fear into hearts of others.
Yes.
Just mention the name of our next guest. Mm-hmm. He may be the greatest defensive player ever to play in the history of professional football. Hall of Famer Dick Butkus is with us on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. How you been, Dick?
I've been doing pretty good.
It's a pleasure to talk to you, and I think the place we have to begin is the following. If you played in the National Football League today, the way the game is officiated and the way the league hands out fines, do you think there's any chance that you would break even as a football player?
I probably doubt. I doubt it. I just, I understand they're trying to make the game safe and everything else, but you got to realize realize it's a pretty violent game, and the size of these players today and the speed and all that business. The rules. I do some things in public, and I meet a lot of people, and that's the number one question and one comment that they make is that the game is getting too soft. And, sometimes the way I explain it, let's say you're a receiver and the ball is being thrown to you, and you make the catch, but you don't have time to really turn and see the tackler coming at you, and the defender comes and takes a crack at your head or, forearms you in the head. Okay, throw the flag. But in the same situation, if I catch the ball and I turn and I see you coming to hit me, so I get ready to take the blow and you get ready to make the blow and our heads meet, I don't think you should be throwing a flag on that. And they do. And I think that's where they're cutting these rules a little thin in my estimation.
Yep, I completely agree. Unfortunately, they're changing the game a little bit with that. And while you were talking there, and for those listening on the radio, unfortunately, you weren't able to see it on ESPN2. They were showing some of your highlights. And I watched your highlight reel before I would leave for my high school game as motivation. And I don't know if you can put it in words, but try if you can and take us there. When you're running and getting ready to knock somebody's head off, which you did just about every time you hit someone, what's going through your mind, if anything?
Well, the thing of it is, Mike, in high school, I was a fullback, a running back, and I always remembered what bothered me when being tackled. And I was always bothered by someone hitting me high in the chest area and wrapping his arms around mine. And therefore, I had nothing to break the fall. And if I wanted to use one of my arms to break the fall, hopefully the ball wasn't in that arm because sooner or later it's going to pop out. And I decided back then that this is what I'm going to do. This is the best way, I think, by hitting people high and hard, they're going to start thinking about their own physical well-being, and they're going to start giving up the ball. And after all, that's what you're trying to do on defense. And throughout my career, that's what I tried to do. I tried to hit them hard, that's for sure. But the reason was that no matter what level you reach, there's always some guys who are going to, have that little yellow streak down their back. And they start looking, and then they start worrying about their health instead of the ball. And after all, that's the whole deal, is get those turnovers. And basically that's what I thought.
Dick Butkus is with us on Mike and Mike in the Morning, the legendary Hall of Famer. And so I guess I'd wonder, when you watch the game today, who do you enjoy watching? What defensive player or players in the league do you most enjoy watching play today?
I like Ray Lewis. I think he's a little throwback area, except for, before the whistle blows, I don't go for the cartwheels coming out of the chute with all the smoke and fireworks. But once that whistle blows, Ray's a great guy to watch and see how this game was meant to be played. I like Patrick Willis, Vaughn Miller, and of course Urlacher and Briggs. Urlacher's getting up there in years, but he's got the ability and of course the experience to be where he has to be. Maybe not as quick as before, but he still gets there.
You know, and you look at that defense right now and how opportunistic they are. 7 interception returns for touchdown, causing turnovers like crazy. How much can you coach that, or how much is it maybe that just happens to be the particular year you're able to do it?
Well, I think a lot has to do with coaching. You got to be constantly reminded because as a defensive player, you know, you're going to practice every day. You're looking at tapes of the opposing team, and where if someone doesn't keep reminding you of, oh yeah, besides making a tackle, let's try to strip the ball out. And so I think it's a constant thing that you got to be thinking, and the more you think about it, how lucky you seem to be. It starts happening, and once it starts happening, with that defense, I've been asked already, is this the same as the 85 Bear defense? And at the time, in 85, when I was doing some broadcasting for the Bears, I never saw a defense that, really scared an offense. I mean, quarterbacks were starting to duck before the snap. And I don't think this year the Bears defense have gotten to that stage yet, although it's a very subtle way to get you nervous on offense, thinking, darn, these guys, don't fumble because they take it the other way for a score. So there's a little bit of intimidation there, and I'll bet you that Houston is concentrating on make sure they hold the ball because their defense, of course, is leading, it seems like, to all the victories.
Mike and the great Dick Butkus. And again, he may be the toughest player that ever played in the NFL, but there are certain things that everyone needs to be aware of. And with Dick Butkus, he is proud to announce the new Dick Butkus Heart and Vascular Screening Center and the Women's Heart Center at St. Joseph Hospital. And Dick, we know that you've had problems with your heart in the past and the work that was done there and just what this means to you right now in your life.
Well, it does, Mike. It seems like, like ex-football players, they, when they were on the teams from high school that all went through pros, they're always taken care of by medical staff and everything. It just seems when you retire and you feel all right, or you think you feel all right, you kind of shun that aside, or you even forget about, I don't need to go to a doctor. And that was my case. I felt perfectly fine. I did a EBCT screening for a favor, actually, and a day later I had a 5-way bypass. So I'm proud to say that the NFL Players Care Foundation is behind us, and we've opened up our facility to all retired or ex-football players, pro players, and to get a screening. It doesn't cost you anything, and it may save your life like it did mine.
It's great stuff. Dick Butkus, it's always fun, if nothing else, because we get to watch the highlights while we're talking to you. Wow. Thank you so much, and best of luck with the hospital.
Well, thank you very much.
That's the great Dick Butkus with us on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. The Subway featured $5 footlong of November is the spicy Italian Subway Eat Fresh.
All I can say is if you haven't seen it, if you're one of the younger people in our audience, just Google it. Just find it. Find the highlights of Dick Butkus and the way the game was played.
Well, the one, again, there's a reel that they were showing over and over again on ESPN2, and there were several hits on there that are unbelievable. But look at the one where the running back's legs keep going.
He actually lifts the running back in the end. The running back's legs continue to act like he's running, yet he's going nowhere because Dick Butkus is holding him in the air.
Envision picking up a turtle. If you lift the turtle, the legs keep going, but they're not going anywhere. He does that. This is the one right now I'm watching it. I think that's the Atlanta Falcons. I'm not sure. It's the old uniforms. But he basically picks a running back up off of his feet, and as the running back is getting pile drive down on his back, his legs are still going.
It's just amazing.
It is so much fun to watch.
Yeah,
now, you're right. Yeah. That's the football.
That is.
And Butkus predates us.
Yeah, he does.
As fans. But that's kind of what football looked like.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, and you can see why that was dangerous. You need to change
You mean the people that continued to lay on the ground after he hit them?
Boy, is that fun to watch.
Holy smokes.
Oh, my goodness. Dick Butkus. God bless you, Dick Butkus.
Wow,
That's all I have to say. Ron Jaworski is coming up next. Around the league we go. Still to come today, Lomas Brown, Roger Staubach, Mel Kiper, Stone Cold, Lead Pipe Locks of Football Friday with Mike and Mike. After a word from Regis, listen, in this business climate, flexibility equals profitability. And flexibility is just one more reason to move your business to a Regis office. Business changes, plans change, the economy changes, and your Regis office changes to fit your needs. That's why thousands of businesses have moved to Regis.
And you're always going to change. You're going to upsize. You're going to downsize. How about if you want to change your office location? Well, if it's anywhere within the Regis network, you can do it with no penalty. You know you're getting a great location. You know you're going to get conference rooms you need, video conferencing rooms, a private office, the secretary, the person and the receptionist to answer your phones and greet your clients. Remember, there's no long-term lease here either, so you're not locked in over time. And they're going to stay with you and work through the changes you need to go through to make your business successful.
Regis is the new way to work. Go to regis.com/Mike and Mike to get 2 months free. That's regus.com/Mike and Mike, or on the phone at 1-800-OFFICES. And make sure you mention Mike and Mike for your 2 free months. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
I could watch his reel forever.
Ron Jaworski next. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
Legendary head coach and 2-time Super Bowl champion Bill Parcells on the Michael Kay Show.
Do you look at this Jet team and say playoff team, or do you look at it and does it not pass the smell test?
You know, they're definitely running out of time. There's not many spots left unless they put 4 or 5 wins together here, starting very quickly. They're going to be in trouble.
Bill Parcells, Thursdays at 4 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls in email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Ba, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
Of the Chicago Bears. Just want to say thank you to our veterans for allowing us to be free.
Mike, with a special week that we have going here, and a pleasure to hear from all these great athletes from across the world of sports conveying their messages of thanks. Again, we had a great day yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
At the Coast Guard Academy, and we bring Ron Jaworski into the conversation, our quarterback, for his regular Friday visit on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. And before we go to the League of Today, Jaws, you were listening and watching some of the videotape of Dick Butkus. Did you ever play against Butkus?
Yes, I did, and I got to tell you a story. But first of all, the highlights were absolutely phenomenal. Yeah. To watch Dick Butkus play the game the way he played it was very exciting. Now I'll give you my story. I'm a rookie with the Los Angeles Rams in 1973. Now, this is one of the few times I was really glad to be the third-string quarterback, playing behind John Hadle and James Harris. We're playing at Soldier Field in Chicago against the Bears. I'm standing next to Chuck Knox, our head coach, on the sideline. And our running back, Les Josen, carries the ball around the corner, and he's about 3 yards from the sideline. He is hit by Dick Butkus. Now, in Soldier Field at that time, they didn't have benches. They had this little trench about 10 yards from the sideline where players would step down and basically sit on the field. Well, Josie got hit. He went flying about 10 yards after Butkus stroked him, and he disappeared into the trench. I'm like, oh, my God, this is the National Football League. That was my indoctrination as a rookie, and I was watching those highlights this morning starting to shake.
It disappeared into the trench.
I mean, it's just incredible watching that man play. It's something else. All right, let's collect ourselves and go to the game of today and the game last night. And Colts get a win. They're 6-3 now. Andrew Luck, we talk about how good he is with his smarts and his arm. But, his 5 rushing touchdowns now, Jaws. I mean, he's a guy who has that added dimension as well, no?
No question about it. I mean, he's barn strong. He's big. He can throw. And it's funny. I was doing PTI with Tony Kornheiser and Michael Wilbon yesterday, and they asked me, what does Andrew Luck have to improve upon? And I said nothing. And they both looked at me like I was some dummy, I said the guy has every attribute you could want as a quarterback in this league. Obviously he needs more experience. He has to play more, all those things to reach, a higher level. But when you look at his physical attributes, he has them all. And I think the one thing we saw last night, we've been seeing all season long, his ability to extend the play and run the football. Roethlisberger is probably the best in the business right now, extending the play to throw the ball. you can clearly see when Andrew gets outside the pocket, he looks for running opportunities. He is big and strong, and actually I thought some of those secondary players for Jacksonville kind of shied away when he came around the corner.
Mike and Ron Jaworski is with us here. We've had a couple of quarterbacks on our show this morning. Jay Cutler, Joe Flacco, always in the center of a lot of conversation. Michael Vick is probably discussed more than any other player in the league right now. They play really a make-or-break game against the Cowboys if they're going to have any hope of their season continuing. You've seen the offensive line struggles in Philly. Is there anything they can do that they haven't tried to do so far to get that thing working?
Well, they're clearly going to have to go to a more protection-oriented system. They're going to probably have to slow the game down. They're going to have to keep Brent Selleck and Clay Harbor on the edge, chip and release, keep their backs in, maybe go to more split-back formations, because Michael Vick has just been getting pummeled. And you're probably going to have 4 new starters in the offensive line, different than the Eagles had a year ago when they ended the season. So it's difficult to maintain consistency when you're constantly changing your offensive line. And here in Philly, I have my radio show, and I have my Michael Vick hit chart. And people love it every week because I make the announcement after I go through the tape and watch every play of how many times Michael Vick has been knocked to the ground and how many times he's been contacted. He's been knocked to the ground. Now, against the Saints, it was 18 times. So he's been knocked on the ground so far through 8 games 134 times. I mean, that's an amazing number, guys, for a quarterback. So then you look at the additional hits. 55 times, not knocked to the ground, but he's been contacted. So through 8 games, there's been contact with Michael Vick 189 times. You can't survive that many hits.
Well, for people who don't understand, well, what would that be as comparison to others? No running back gets 300 carries. That would be an enormous number. That's like a huge season for a running back.
Not even close. Right. The other quarterbacks aren't even close to this number. It's remarkable.
Right, and I'm saying even the running backs don't get the ball 300
times. The running backs, you're looking at knocked to the ground almost 17 times a game as a quarterback. Quarterbacks can't play with bruised arms, bruised shoulders, bruised wrist, that sort of thing. So the cumulative effect of all those hits is just going to wear Michael down.
Jaws, big game this week is going to be Houston going to Chicago. 2 quarterbacks that are 11-1 in their last 12 starts. We talked to Jay Cutler earlier, and I asked him about this. It's all going well now. You're going against a great defense. How long can you get away with one main target? Brandon Marshall targeted more than 3 times more than anybody else. 59 catches to the next person having 20. Does that catch up with you, especially against better defenses?
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. It does. You've got to be able to spread the football around, and you got to have complementary receivers to Brandon Marshall. He is a fantastic player. Years ago on Monday Night Football, I nicknamed him the Beast, and he certainly lived up to that reputation. He is a great football player. But I really like this Houston defense. They've got 6 players in that secondary. They're safeties, they're former cornerbacks. So they have guys that can cover. They have guys that have lateral agility. They will try to take Brandon Marshall away. I'm not sure they can, but that will be the focus, of this game plan. The other thing they do, they play with great discipline. Wade Phillips, whoever he's been as a defensive coordinator, he has been Mr. Fix-It. They play with great discipline. They disguise their looks, and they have tremendous talent, particularly up front. J.J. Watt, Antonio Smith will get quick pressure on Jay Cutler. When you look at this game, the Bears are going to have to run the football to keep their balance.
It's Mike and Mike, Ron Jaworski, every Friday, every Monday, any other time we need him here on the Subway Fresh Steak Hotline. Thank you, Jaws.
Thanks, guys. See you Monday.
Ron Jaworski again. I think it's important to put that number in perspective. He gives you a huge number of hits that Vick is taking. He'll be on pace, if he's played 8 games, you do the math, he'd be on pace to take like 370 hits in a season. Well, again, by comparison, running backs don't take that kind of, number of hits. And as he said, running backs don't have to keep their wrist, their hand, their fingers.
Right now, he's basically getting knocked on the ground about 17 times a game. I mean, it's amazing.
It'll never work. I mean, the bottom line of it is you can't play like that.
You're going to break at some point. You're going to break, yes.
And I think they're in big trouble right now if they were to find a way to win this game. Let's put it this way. I think the Cowboys have some chance, just watching them play, of salvaging their season. I don't feel like the Eagles do. Just watching them play, they're not going to get on a run and win 4 or 5 straight games.
We'll see. We disagree in our Stone Cold Lead Pipe locks. We
do. We went head-to-head on that game. We'll talk O-line with Lomas Brown. Roger Staubach still to come today. Mel Kiper today. We got to get to Stone Cold Lead Pipe locks and the Encyclopedia Brown mystery, the case of deflated balls. We got to figure that out, too. Coming up on Mike and Mike.
There are holidays, and then there's Football-a-Day, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Football-a-Day sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Football-a-Day. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families stationed around the world. Grant a wish for our servicemen and women, or donate a special gift to their families to show your support. Give a special gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN and give your gift today.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Everybody loves Alex Smith. Everybody hates Mark Sanchez, but they're essentially the same quarterback. The truth is their careers are inverted. Sanchez got to AFC championships early, has struggled late. Alex struggled early, success late. And what it proves is we're in a now society. Whatever's happening now is the truth.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Good morning, I'm Jared Max with Mike and Mike. It is 8:30. ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by the Empire State Building. See breathtaking views of the city from their famous observatories after dark, taking the night lights with less wait time. See the real magic of New York. Buy tickets at ESPNYC.com. Yesterday, Charles Barkley, a guest of Mike Lupikas here on ESPN New York, spoke highly of Carmelo Anthony.
Carmelo Anthony is the best scorer in the NBA. A lot of people like Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's a terrific player. But the thing about Carmelo I like, he's able to post guys up. When Kevin Durant learned how to post guys up, he can surpass Carmelo, but not right now. He's just a jump shooter.
Knicks look for a 4-0 start. They host the Mavericks 7:30 tonight. Marcus Camby plays for the first time this season. The Nets are in Orlando. Colts 27, the Jaguars 10. Soccer, DC United eliminated the Red Bulls from the playoffs, winning 1-0. I'm Jared Max.
Sports Center brought to you by AT&T. Will and Ravi are on a mission to get into the biggest college football game each week, but to get into the game, they have to tackle a crazy challenge. Watch the videos of where they've been and where they're headed next at waytosaturday.com. On the Way to Saturday, presented by AT&T. Rethink Possible.
I tell you, 2 things I want to mention before we bring Lomas into the conversation. The first, if we seem ill-prepared, it's because we spent the entirety of that commercial break. I found just one of the millions of Dick Butkus highlight reels you can watch on YouTube, and we just sat and watched it. And like every 10 seconds, our little group would yell, "Oh, wow, some of the hits are ridiculous. They're ridiculous." And the next one, Golick, this one's for you. Liam has received a text from his mother.
Yes.
The legendary Liam's mom.
Uh-huh.
And I read it verbatim. Golik's hair looks very posh.
Oh.
Tell him I think he looks very handsome.
Oh.
Golik got a haircut.
Thanks, Charles.
And to his left is the always very handsome Lomas Brown, who joins us in our studio. Good to talk a little football with you. How are you, Lomas?
I'm great today. You're right. That Dick Buckus, he was an animal,
Here's
man.
the first thing I'll ask you. Listen, we all know when you're, Greeny, all kidding aside, when you're on the field against greatness, and I played against the Mike Munchaks of the world, the Dwight Stevenson, Anthony Munoz, and even an average player like me, when you line up against them, you think for that play, I can beat, I'm going to beat him on this play. Now, it didn't work out a whole lot, but you had that confidence. So what would I know your confidence level would have been there. How would you try to have blocked Dick Buckus?
Man, you know what? I always use the chopping the tree analogy. You don't start up high. You start low. So I just started cutting the fella and worked my way up because that guy there, man, a monster, man. Oh, my God. And the size of him, Golik, that's what tripped me out is how big that guy was to be a middle linebacker.
The words I remember from my dad the most in playing defense was run on your tackle, run through him like he's not even there. I don't know if anybody epitomizes that more than Dick Buckus. When you watch him, he doesn't slow down. The speed he's at when he hits you is the speed he is at when he's driving you into the ground.
And Lomas, you played mostly in the 80s and the 90s. Who was the toughest guy? Who was that guy for you?
LT. Yeah. And I'm telling you, with LT, you were beat mentally. Like the week of preparation, he had me so flustered and so mentally drained. By the time we got to Sunday, I was just a shell of myself. I mean, the dude, man, just thinking about like wild dogs and just all the sound clips of LT. He was probably the most intimidating guy next to Richard Dent that I probably played against.
Was I in the top 5?
You were an inside guy, and I didn't mess with you guys on the inside that much. I kind of kept my attention to the outside.
That's a very nice answer.
We're big fellas, man. Even though you're a medium-sized fella now, you used to be a big guy.
Lomas Brown is in our studio. Okay, a couple of things I want to get to with you today. Let's start with when the offensive line isn't any good.
Yes.
I mean, in Philadelphia, they are just struggling like crazy. As Brian Billick said, there are guys rushing the passer who are getting to the spot before Vic is getting to. They're waiting for him when he gets there. We understand there have been injuries. We understand that these aren't regulars out there. As an O-lineman, what can you do?
The only thing they could do, Greeny, is to go back to basics. What they need to do is take a training camp approach. Look at that playbook. Take the plays that they think these guys can run good. Maybe basic plays, basic runs. But get those. Get your basic passes. Shorten that playbook down. Make it as vanilla as you can for those guys up front because what's happening now, the game of the speed is too much for these guys. They're out there thinking a lot, so you're not aggressive coming off the ball, and you can see it. Like you say, some of these guys, before they get out of their stance good, the defender is already on them or past them. So I think what the Andy Reid, Marty Morningwig need to do, look at that playbook, condense it back down, find some basic plays, and stick with that for the rest of the year, and hopefully they can add on to it. But right now, they just can't continue.
Is part of that actually changing what you do offensively to just have to leave more guys in and send fewer out?
They're going to have to, Golik. I mean, this guy, Michael Vick, I feel bad for him. And after a while, the guy's going to get gunshot.
He's going to get hurt, too.
And he's going to get hurt. So, you bring in 2 tight ends. You have a fullback in sometime. Maybe you got a slot receiver that you leave in there to try to chip on that defensive end. Maybe you go to more screens, more draw plays, more dump offs, but they have to do something. They can't continue the way they're going.
Mike and Lomas Brown, whose specialty, of course, is the offensive line. So there's another team whose offensive line is oft questioned. They're not as bad as Philadelphia's, of course. But the Chicago Bears are 7-1. Their defense is ridiculous. We all know that Cutler is very talented. He's got a weapon in Marshall. He's got a weapon behind him in Forte. They play a good stretch here. Houston and San Francisco are really going to learn things. Just how concerned are you about the offensive line in Chicago?
I'm very concerned. I'm not as concerned right now as I will be a few weeks from now. And the reason why I say that is because, and Golik, this is a game of matchups. And what those coaches do, they sit down, they look at that film, and they say, my guy, A, can beat their guy, B. So I'm going to try to put A over B as much as I can. I don't care how I have to do it, but I'm going to try to get my matchup to where I have my best player on their worst player, and we could beat that. It's all about taking advantage of matchups. And like I say, right now, they're getting away with it. But when you get later on in the season, when you start preparing for postseason, them coaches zoom in, and they really start taking advantage of those matchups. That's when I want to see how this offensive line comes along.
Take it even farther than that, because you got the coaches doing the game plan, and you have your offensive meeting. We would have our defensive meeting, and then you break up into your O-line, D-line, linebackers, whatever. So now you're in the O-line meeting room, and you're looking at a Houston defense, and you're seeing a J.J. Watt. So now, forgetting scheme and, okay, they may try this. Talk about what you as individual offensive linemen, when you look at and say, okay, this is how we need to block him.
Great question. With a J.J. Watt, say if it was a J.J. Watt we would face. Okay, my guard, who he'll be over most of the time. What we would do then is, if I had a guy that wasn't that good out there, or say he was in a wide technique, what I would do instead of kicking out to my wide technique, I would drop straight back, keep my inside arm up to try to help the guy over J.J. Watt.
Just with a stab.
That's right, with a stab. Keeping my eye on my outside guy, but keeping a presence on the inside. I think the same thing will happen with the center. I think the center will snap the ball. He may not slide to J.J. Watt, but he may get his hands up just to have a presence there, just so this guy couldn't beat him right off the bat, give him a chance to recover, get on his guy. Those are things that you talk about in the offensive line meeting room. If you know that a guy needs help, like I say, if you got a guy that's not as good over you, or he's way out there, then I would just kind of hang to the inside a little bit just to help this guy till he gets him, then bounce out to my responsibility. So it'll be little things like that go on.
Lomas Brown with us. One last question, and I know everyone thinks I'm joking about this, and obviously I have taken it to a level now where I've turned it into a little bit of a joke. But when you're on offense and the quarterback throws an interception, I had Cutler on earlier this morning, I had Flacco on earlier this morning. We saw it last night, Andrew Luck, who was like the franchise to end all franchise players, go flying like a torpedo.
Love it.
To make a tackle. You love it. Yeah, I hate it.
You know why I love it, Greeny?
Why?
Because I blocked for a guy named Scott Mitchell, who was 6'5", 250 pounds behind me. This guy would throw an interception, and I would watch him. He would throw an interception, and he would either curl in the fetal position or start heading to the sideline. Now, I'm thinking to myself as an offensive lineman, wait a minute, I didn't throw the ball. I didn't get the ball intercepted. Why is this guy in the fetal position or running off to the side of the field? You better get out here and help me get this guy. You know, and that's why I love Andrew Luck. He was one of the first guys there, man. And linemen, we love that. We love that mentality when you know this guy back here. And Scott Mitchell, another thing, 4th and 1. 4th and 1 goal. Guess what? He would slide. You 6'5", 250 pounds. You better drop that head and get me 1 yard. I'm out here busting my tail for you. It's 4th and 1. We need this drive to keep going. Give me a yard. Can I get a yard out of you?
I understand that I've now touched a sore spot with you.
Yes, you did.
And we know Scott Mitchell and Lomas don't exchange Christmas cards either.
I didn't mean to bring up a bad Scott Mitchell memory for you. And I understand what you're saying. But the other side of it is this. Last year, the Chicago Bears looked like a Super Bowl team, and then Jay Cutler went in there and tried to throw his hand in, and he broke, I forget, his thumb. He did something, and he was out for the year, and they're done.
And it's going to be hard, though, Greeny, because I could see with this guy, Andrew Luck, it's just his mentality. That I heard that the coach has been talking to him about sliding and getting out of bounds, and he's still taking hits. It's just his mentality, and I love it. It seems like he has a little linebacker in him. Now, again, they're going to keep reiterating to him, don't do that. Slide. Don't do that. But me, as a lineman, I love it.
All right, we obviously have touched.
I'm sorry. You did strike a nerve. I'm sorry.
He's jacked up about that.
Yeah, Lomas will not be sending any banana pudding to Scott Mitchell. I think that's for sure. All right, coming up next, what did he know and when did he know it? One coach needs to answer those questions. Thank you, Lomas. We're right back. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
New challenges every week. It's on the way to Saturday, presented by AT&T. Rethink possible.
Looking to rebound after the bye week. The Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDrecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Nike, the biggest supporter of cyclist Lance Armstrong, has left his side. The world's largest shoe and apparel company announced this morning it has terminated its endorsement deal with Armstrong. Nike already made their money off him, and Lance made his money too. This is a PR move. It's the way it works. Pat the protesters on the head, appease the masses. Lance, by the way, will still be involved, just not in the public eye. This is paper shuffling to appease the public. Lance will still have an office at Livestrong. This is not a guy being fired, thrown out onto the street. You are out of here, Mr. PD cyclist user. You rare cheater in a sport where everybody cheated. You're out of here forever. The back door's open. Sneak around at like 4:30. The employees all leave.
Colin Cowherd, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor, so everyone knows what side you're on, but also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
The traditional light bulb, a groundbreaking invention in 1879. It's time we switch to longer-lasting Energy Star light bulbs. They're more efficient than the old bulbs, like a text message is more efficient than a carrier pigeon. And they cut down on our energy costs. Because in our own groundbreaking age, we deserve a light bulb that saves us some cash. Saving energy saves you money. Learn more at EnergySavers.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
You remember that ball game we went to a couple years ago?
Sure.
And how you didn't have enough cash for 2 hot dogs, so you walked with me on your shoulders until we found an ATM? And then when we got back to our seats, we never saw the hot dog guy again.
Well, I don't remember all that.
Yeah, that was an awesome game.
You never know which moments will be the ones they'll remember forever. So take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 1-877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Good morning, I'm Jared Max with Mike and Mike. It's 8:45, ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by the New York State Lottery. Tomorrow's Powerball jackpot is now $168 million. $168 million. Play today, New York's Lottery Powerball. Yeah, that kind of rich. The New York Knicks, the richest in the NBA, the only team undefeated to this point, 3-0, try to get that mark to 4-0 tonight as they take on the Dallas Mavericks at Madison Square Garden. Our coverage on ESPN New York gets underway at 7 o'clock. Now this afternoon, Jeff Van Gundy will join the Michael Kay Show at 3:30. 2 hours after that, Walt Clyde Frazier. The Nets try to snap a 2-game losing streak. They play in Orlando. NFL, Colts beat the Jaguars 27-10. Soccer last night, the Red Bulls eliminated from the playoffs, beaten by DC United 1-0. I'm Jared Max.
9 o'clock Eastern, the quarterbacks continue. This time it's Pro Football Hall of Famer Roger Staubach. Can the Cowboys be successful with Jerry as GM? And how much blame should the Cowboys quarterback be getting? We discuss at 9 o'clock Eastern today with Mike and Mike in the morning.
Here on ESPN Radio and live on your TV on ESPN2. Really good morning. We have a little football morning working with you here. And before we get to the coach who needs to answer the two basic questions, what did you know and when did you know it? I want to first mention, Golick, because I've gotten more into this year's college football season than I've been in any year that I can remember in a long time. And obviously a lot of that has to do with Notre Dame and all of that. But right now, your favorite football team should be the Atlanta Falcons. That should be the team you root for. You should say, I love the Atlanta Falcons because you should relate to them. If I ask you the following two questions, I don't want you to hem and haw, just answer fast. Right. What's the best team in the NFC?
I probably would not say the Atlanta Falcons.
So, okay, you would say someone else. Give me a team.
I still might lean to the 49ers.
49ers. But if right now the season ended, and based upon what all the teams in the NFC have accomplished, you had to pick one team and say they deserve to be in the Super Bowl, which would it be? It
would be Atlanta.
Exactly. Why? Because they've done the most. Because they're 8-0. And at the end of the day, you can't argue with that. In college football, they should do the same thing. The logic of saying, well, I think that the 49ers, to me, look better than the Falcons. I think if they played each other, the 49ers would win. So I'm going to put the 49ers in the championship game instead of the Falcons. Makes exactly as much sense as saying, well, I see all the data that goes into the computers determining the success or lack thereof of each team's season. I see which teams the computers say has done the most. But because I think another team is better, I'm going to put that team in the championship game instead of Notre Dame. Now, bear in mind, in case you think that I'm just making this as a Notre Dame argument, nothing could be further from the truth. The minute the computer changes its mind, and after a win against Stanford and a win against Oregon State, for Oregon, maybe they will. Maybe the computers will then say Oregon deserves to go ahead of Notre Dame. If they do, you lose me. I'm going with the computer. Well, and it's as simple as that.
The only difference is you're talking about a 2-loss San Francisco team and an undefeated Atlanta team. You're talking about 4 undefeated teams here. And while I get what you're saying, and I would want Notre Dame in the national championship game, and I think because of their schedule, and a lot has to do with that they should be. But there has to be some eye test to it. I'm not saying just get blinded by – I said a good eye test. I think humans should take schedule. I think humans should look at the computers and say, okay, that goes into my play. But what also has to go into play is when teams have common opponents. How do they look against common opponents? I do think you can have some of that human element in there as well.
But the point is, why is it – I keep hearing all of this about this, that, and the other. Why is it that they decided not to put margin of victory into the computers? The computer doesn't take into account
margin of victory. Well, they don't want teams running up the score. That's what they don't want colleges to run up the score on lesser teams.
Okay.
That's why.
Let me throw in another reason. The reason is because they've decided that shouldn't be one of the criteria that determines how good you are.
No, I think it's more they don't want blowouts. I think they don't want.
So we don't want this, but the voters are going to reward the teams for the blowouts.
They want
because we don't want.
No. You're missing the point. They don't want the blowouts of the bad teams. What they want the human pollsters to do is look at the good on good matchups and use an eye test there. It doesn't matter if Alabama beats or Oregon State or Notre Dame or anybody beats a school, a directional school by 50. They don't want to see those teams getting blown out. The computer doesn't want to compute that. But humans do want to see. Wait a minute. Oregon plays Stanford. Notre Dame played Stanford. Let's kind of see how it compares. They both played USC. Let's see how it compares. Kansas State, Notre Dame had 2 common opponents. Oklahoma and Miami. There's nothing wrong with looking at that.
Okay, nothing wrong with it. The 49ers went there and beat the Packers while the Falcons looked very bad beating Carolina. Let's put the 49ers in the Super Bowl. Giants went into San Francisco and beat them. Right. They looked awful good in that game. Let's put them in there because Atlanta looked bad beating Oakland. The objective is to win. Every team starts every game looking to win.
And the simple as that. And the difference here of your argument and this one is all the teams we're talking about have won all their games.
So you still have a series of criteria, whatever they are, that go into these computers.
That's right. You're right.
The computers are spitting out a winner, and it shouldn't be any more complicated than that.
Well,
We're Mike and Mike in the morning. All right, as far as that's concerned, now we get ourselves to USC.
Okay.
And I love the Encyclopedia Brown mysteries. I grew up reading them. My kids read them now, and they all have these little names. The case of the this, the case of the disappearing hat, the case of the mysterious phone call. And now we have at USC the case of the deflated balls. USC coach Lane Kiffin insists a student manager, a rogue manager, who intentionally deflated 5 footballs before the team's loss Saturday to Oregon, acted completely on his own. Basically, the story is this. The USC football team provided to Oregon with a bunch of balls on their sideline, some of which had been deflated. They weren't as inflated as usual. This was discovered. The school has been fined $25,000 and has also given itself some self-imposed penalties. Pat Hayden, the above-reproach athletic director, says, we regret this incident occurred. It was unacceptable. We apologize for it. I can assure you this will not happen again. Lane Kiffin denies knowing anything about it whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I ask you, do we think that a rogue student manager just decided on his own, I think it'll help my team? After these balls have been inflated to regulation size.
Checked by the officials before the game.
They were given to this manager and then delivered to the Oregon sideline. This manager on his own said, I think to try and help us win, I alone, I'm going to take a little air out of some of these balls.
Now, again, that was on the Oregon sideline, but they're the USC game balls. They just go on the opposite sideline. And no, there's not a chance anybody in any commonsensical way could think that this guy acted on his own. It says, oh, yes, I think I'm going to do this because it will give my team an advantage. To have us think that is somewhat laughable.
This is the same USC program that once this season switched players' numbers on special teams to confuse opponents, refused to disclose injuries during game weeks, and Lane Kiffin motivated his players this preseason by telling the media he had not voted his team number 1, although anyone can see those votes. They're public, and it turns out he had.
Yeah.
Those things have all happened during Kiffin's 3-year tenure with the Trojans, a program that, fairly or not, is under an unusual microscope.
They are. I mean, yeah, because all these things you're talking about, are they the death penalty? No, they're absolutely not.
But
these are all minor
little
things.
Embarrassing incidents, and you add to them 3 losses already this year when you started the season ranked number 1, and the potential for 2 more losses sitting out there on the horizon.
I agree.
These are not good times.
The big thing, it's embarrassing. It is embarrassing. And then to compound the embarrassment by saying, yes, a manager did it, and we didn't know anything about it. I mean, that's a little ridiculous.
Well, it is. But the alternative is to say, you know what? Yeah, we tried to gain a competitive advantage by illegally deflating the football.
Yeah, let's throw the manager under the bus.
You can't do that. The manager has just been rolled over by the bus, which backed up and hit him again. Roger Staubach, another Hall of Famer on the way. Mel Kiper and Locks, too, in the next hour.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. I got a busy schedule. Prepping for the show, interviews, working on the book, spending time with my family. So saving time more than ever is really crucial for my life. That's why I love Stamps.com. It saves me the time and hassle of going to the post office. No more driving, fighting for a parking space. With Stamps.com, you buy and print official U.S. postage for any letter, any package, using your own computer and printer. Folks, it's just so easy to get started. Get postage whenever you need it, right from your desk. Right now, Stamps.com is a special offer for my listeners. It's a no-risk trial. Plus, you get $110 bonus offer, including a digital scale and $55 of free postage. Only if you use my first name, Colin. With a busy schedule, mine's busy, and so is yours. Saving time, more important than ever. Don't wait. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio mic, upper right side, type in Colin. That's Stamps.com, enter Colin. Stamps.com. Use it once. You'll never give it up.
Are you making frequent bathroom trips during the night? Do you have a strong urge to urinate? If ignored, these symptoms may result in complicated kidney and bladder infections, kidney failure, or loss of bladder function. Additionally, if you are a male of 50 years or older and experiencing sexual dysfunction, you may be at risk of a stroke or heart attack. The same disease process that affects blood vessels, which lead to the heart and brain, affect the delicate vessels that supply blood to the genital organs. Careful evaluation of erectile dysfunction can uncover these problems years before critical damage occurs. Compassionate urologists at the New York Urologic Institute specialize in improving urologic and sexual function. Latest technological advances allow the patient to get answers to diagnostic tests immediately, reducing anxiety. Call the New York Urologic Institute at 347-508-3991 Offices are conveniently located in Queens and Brooklyn. For timely, effective treatment, call 347-508-3991. That's 347-508-3991.
Mike Rowe here at a Ford dealer with a little Q&A for Fiona. According to the signs, Ford is having some sort of big tire event. How would you describe the event?
It's big.
The savings one might enjoy at the event.
They're big.
What about the selection?
Big.
Get a $60 mail-in rebate on Ford Select tires. Use the Ford Service credit card for an additional $60. Click on the banner ad.
So I think we can agree then that Ford's tire event is good sized.
No, Michael. It's big.
Subject to credit approval. Rebate by check. Offer cannot be combined. See participating Ford dealer for rebate details by 11/30/12.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side. Enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com. Enter Colin or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
The college basketball season begins tonight on ESPN with 2 big-time matchups. First, the Sears Armed Forces Classic celebrates Veterans Day from Ramstein Air Base in Germany as number 14 Michigan State takes on Connecticut in the first regular season game overseas. Then in Brooklyn, in the Barclays Center Classic, Maryland goes up against John Calipari's national champion Kentucky Wildcats. It all starts tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern with live SportsCenter reports from Germany on ESPN.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
To me, there's 8 organizations in the NFL, I counted them this morning, that feel like it's 100% about winning Super Bowls. 8. There may be more, but I get a very strong feeling from ownership down. It is all about Super Bowls. New York Giants, Green Bay Packers, San Francisco 49ers with Harbaugh, New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, and Denver. That's all that matters. It's about winning Super Bowls. Tennessee drafted Vince Young. They didn't think Vince Young was great. They thought he could sell tickets. From a source close to that organization, part of getting the Vince Young deal done, people here will love him. That's not about winning Super Bowls. The New York Jets getting Tebow. Disruptive. It's not about winning Super Bowls. 8 teams in the league. That's all that matters.
Radio Sports Center.
With us, Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio. Every hour starts with Sports Center. Go look, the NFL weekend is underway, and Andrew Luck has done it again.
Colts beat the Jags 27-10. We know Andrew Luck can pass the ball, but you know what? He runs it pretty well.
Quarterback sneaks. Push him over. Did he get in? Did he get in? He did. Touchdown. Touchdown. Andrew's 5th. It's a new record. 2 touchdowns for the 2nd time this year, and the Colts lead at 16-0.
5 rushing touchdowns. A call on 1070 The Fan. 5 rushing touchdowns. That's a new record for the Colts. And also, he's only 1 rushing touchdown behind RG3 for quarterback rushing touchdowns in the NFL. Again, Colts win at 27-10, have won 4 straight, while Jacksonville has lost 6 straight. Another player vote in sporting news. They did a player poll on the league's dirtiest player, and Ndamukong Suh wins that one again. Richie Incognito, the old lineman for Miami, is second, and Cortland Finnegan, cornerback for the Rams, wanted to be first, but he ended up third. He actually says he wanted to be voted number one in that. College football, number 10, Florida State gets a late touchdown. They were trying to set up for a game-winning field goal. They get a touchdown, beat Virginia Tech 28-22. So Florida State can now clinch the ACC Atlantic Division with a Clemson loss to Maryland on Saturday, and Virginia Tech is in a position where they have to win their next 2 games to become bowl eligible. To do that, they would have done it for the 20th consecutive season.
NBA last night, Thunder beat the Bulls in Chicago 97-91. Clippers over the Trailblazers 103-90. And Kobe Bryant says he remains Mike Brown's biggest supporter. This despite video of a clearly disturbed Kobe sitting on the bench in the Lakers' loss to the Jazz the other night has gone viral, called, quote, Kobe death stare. And that is SportsCenter, brought to you by Discover.
Now through December, Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online and at department stores on up to $1,500 in purchases. Sign up for 5% now at Discover.com or give them a call at 1-800-DISCOVER. It pays to switch. It pays to Discover.
Now this is a Football Friday, people. It's Friday. Earlier today on Mike and Mike, we heard from Bears quarterback Jay Cutler. Yeah, baby!
Ravens quarterback Joe Flacco.
And Hall of Famer Dick Butkus. Friday! Yeah, and we ain't done yet. And now, here's Mike and Mike.
And it's our pleasure to welcome another Hall of Famer to Mike and Mike in the morning. The legendary Roger Staubach is with us on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Roger, it's always our pleasure. And before we get into any of the other issues of the day, we did have Butkus on earlier this morning, and then we had a lot of fun sitting and watching his highlights. You were out there, we weren't. Can you just give us a quick sense of what it was like playing against Dick Butkus?
Well, Dick Butkus and I go back to 1965. We played in the college all-star game together, and he was and Gale Sayers was in that game also. So I was an ensign in the Navy and took leave, and we back then the college all-stars played the NFL champ, which was the Cleveland Browns, and Dick was, I mean, he was a different dude, boy. On defense, he was in practice. He's just mean, and he's big, and he's everybody was afraid of him. And today, you know, he's been in the movies. He's really a lot of fun. But back then he didn't say anything. So we were both elected. We were elected captains of the team the day before the game, and Otto Graham was our coach, and he told us. And that's the first time I didn't say a word to Dick. I didn't the whole time. I'm in practice for 3 weeks, and you know, he just this guy grunting over there, mean as can be. And so Otto Graham said, "Well, you make sure you get the team back and have a little team meeting." And I said, "You know, fine." And he said, "Your game's tomorrow." And so he walked away. And the first time I ever talked to Buck, I said, "Hey, Dick, what did you want to meet over there in the hotel? Get a room over there?" He said, "Hey, those meetings are a bunch of BS." Say BS. We don't need a meeting. So I said, "Okay, Dick." The next day, Otto Graham said to me, he said, "Hey, did you guys have that meeting?" I said, "Yeah, Coach, it went great." So, Dick was he was a legend back then, and he was a great football player. And I watched him when I was in the service for 4 years. He and Gale Sayers did a great job for the Bears, and then I played against him in the last few years of his career. So he was just a great football player.
Roger is with us here on behalf of USA Today, which is USAA Today, which is ESPN's Veterans Week partner. We spent the morning yesterday at the Coast Guard Academy. Such a special time, and we'll get to some of that quickly, Roger, with you with Veterans Day coming up. But we do need to get your thoughts on what's going on with the Dallas Cowboys. They've been the topic of so much conversation, and yesterday it was really focused on their ownership structure and whether, quite frankly, the owner gets in the way of the football sometimes through his passion, through his insistence on being involved, and others. I guess I would have to ask you directly, do you think that Jerry Jones right now is more part of the problem with the football than part of the solution in Dallas?
Well, that's what's going on right now, and it seems like Jimmy Johnson and he aren't. That was all over our news. So Jerry is definitely part of the issues. I mean, Des Bryant has 2 fingers on the out of bounds line there, and they were losing 23-0. They come back, will be one of the greatest comebacks. So it's one of those what-if seasons, too. Dallas has got the defense has improved. Their offensive line needs a lot of, needs help. The running game is affected, and I think Tony Romo, who is a fine quarterback, is having to scramble for his life at times. So Jerry's trying real hard. He goes back to the old days when they won 3 Super Bowls, and I think the formula is he's got to find a medium ground there and delegate more authority. And the other big thing is Jason Garrett is going to be a heck of an NFL coach, but right now he's getting a brunt of it. And if you go back to the Belichicks and even Coach Landry or anybody at the beginning of their careers, it wasn't always hunky dory. And so right now Dallas is definitely it's a very disappointing season so far, but it's not over. And as you know, with the league today, with the parity, and to get into the playoffs, you can get in there at 10-6 and even maybe 9-7. So I don't think Dallas is out of it. But if they're out of it this year, he'll continue to get more criticism as far as how he's handling the team. But it's his team. He owns the team, and he's passionate about it. And I don't have. I can't tell him what to do, so I'm just a big Cowboy fan and hoping for the best.
It's one of those situations where even if the season goes bad, he's still going to be there. He's going to own it, and he's going to be the GM. Tony Romo is getting in a position where, are they going to extend the contract? Is he going to be the quarterback now and into the future for the Dallas Cowboys? And if so, it could cost a lot of money. In your mind, should Tony Romo be the future quarterback of this team for years to come?
Well, for years to come, I think these are important this year, and how Tony continues to. This is probably the roughest start he's had. Last year they were 8-8, and he played some great football. I mean, so he's a heck of a quarterback, and but this year and next year for sure he'll be the guy. And I think with some of the, especially with their defense getting and adding some strength to the team, it'll determine his future. I think this year and next year, and for the future for the Cowboys. So I think he can do it. I think Tony Romo isn't the problem.
And during this special week, again, Roger is with us today on behalf of USAA. And this whole week, all of us at ESPN are helping pay a salute to our heroes, a salute to the veterans and the active duty men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces. I mentioned that we yesterday broadcast our show from the Coast Guard Academy, which was a great thrill. Everyone knows that Roger was in the Navy and all of that. And so as you see all these events surrounding us right now, Roger, what thoughts go through your mind?
Well, right, there's a lot of good things going on. The salute to service, and as you know, Mike, there's owners in the NFL, coaches and players that are really involved with helping veterans, and that's it's a volunteer service, and so that's great. And the salute to service is a USAA and the NFL doing some great things for veterans, and a lot of it is you can get some of the activities are on a website. It's www.millionfansalute.com. So they're I was involved with it last year, and we also do a big event at the Army-Navy game. This year, the Dallas plays Cleveland in 2 weeks, and we have last year we had 400 veterans come to the game, and I was part of talking to them and having a good time with them. So it's the NFL and USA are very involved in the salute it's basically salute to service for veterans.
It's called the Million Fan Salute. Roger Staubach, always so good with his time and there with that. Thank you very much, Roger.
Thanks,
we appreciate
Roger.
Be well.
Thanks, Mike, for not talking about the Navy-Notre Dame game.
I was going to let that. I have too much respect for you, Roger.
Well, you got a couple kids on Notre Dame now, right?
Yes, I do. It's been very, very exciting, forgetting from a former player, but from a father standpoint, very exciting. Yeah,
well,
thanks.
Since Notre Dame, we've started to make a comeback at Navy, so keep an eye on us.
I certainly will.
Thank you, Roger.
Thanks, Roger.
Be well. There's Roger Staubach, who's doing a lot of promotion today on behalf of USAA. And again, USAA is our partner at ESPN during this week with our own little version of Salute to Service, and it's really been great. I know I saw SportsCenter is in Germany, I believe, with the college basketball
they
game
got Michigan
there.
State and Connecticut and UConn.
The game's tonight, 5:30 Eastern on ESPN. We were at the Coast Guard Academy yesterday, and I got to tell you, that was unlike anything else we've ever done. Those shows are always a treat. We've been on board a Coast Guard cutter, the Mohawk in Key West a few years ago. We were on board the USS New York, which in its own way was incredible because that ship, for those who don't know, several tons of steel in the hull of that ship came directly from the World Trade Center. So that was very emotional. But yesterday, in its own way, was sort of the most exciting and the most fun because these were cadets. These were kids. We were at the academy. It's one of the 5 service academies. These are college students.
They're learning their craft to then go defend our country. I mean, the other place we've been, these are people already in the military. They're on their way.
But they're like 18 years old.
Yeah, 18
so
to
it was
22
a lot
is
of
amazing.
fun.
It really was.
That was the energy in that room was really maybe unlike anything that we've ever done. There'll be a lot of energy at a lot of college games this weekend. Huge weekend for many, including, of course, the big fella. Mel Kiper has his look ahead right in a moment after this word from Discover. Listen, Discover is announcing that from now through December, you're going to get 5% cash back everywhere you shop, online and at department stores, on up to $1,500 in purchases. All you have to do is go to discover.com and then sign up for 5%.
I mean, you can't beat this, gang. I mean, this deal goes through December, which means it goes through Christmas shopping, Hanukkah shopping, or just... You like to shopping.
I like to shop.
I know you do. And anything you buy, anything, you can get money back for it. As Greeny mentioned, online or at department stores. What a win-win for you. You like buying things for yourself.
Correct.
And then you'll get money back. I mean, what's better than that for you?
It's the ultimate win. I like to buy myself a gift and then save 5% on it. 5% cash back. Let's recap. Now through December, you get 5% cash back everywhere you shop, online and in department stores, on up to $1,500 in purchases. That's significant money. To sign up for 5% now, go to discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. As always, it pays to discover. Mel Kiper is next. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
Legendary head coach and 2-time Super Bowl champion Bill Parcells on the Michael Kay Show.
Do you look at this Jet team and say playoff team, or do you look at it and does it not pass the smell test?
You know, they're definitely running out of time. There's not many spots left unless they put 4 or 5 wins together here, starting very quickly. They're going to be in trouble.
Bill Parcells, Thursdays at 4 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cashback grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
Thank you so much for everything that you have done for us. And let you know that we're thinking about you. We love you. You're always in our prayers. And God bless.
Kobe Bryant with his salute to the troops, which we have been trying to pass along all week long. And as you said earlier, Mike, it's kind of like Mother's Day. You should appreciate Mom every day, and we should appreciate the men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces and those who have served our countries, the veterans, every day and every week here, not just during this special week. But I'm proud that we at ESPN are doing what we can this week to get that message out there, and that's the most important thing I think we can do.
And if those young men and women we saw yesterday are the ones in the future that are going to be helping to defend this country, we're going to be in pretty good hands. It was a great. It's not often we go on site somewhere and open up the microphone to people because it could be scary. You know, some of the places we go and the conditions some of the people are in. We had no reservations at all about letting these young men and women ask the questions they wanted to.
Mike and Mike were brought to you by Sport Clips. Help Sport Clips help a hero call home by donating to VFW's Operation Uplink and at participating Sport Clips location. All right, Mel Kiper Jr. with us on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. We look ahead to a big weekend in college football. And, Mel, there continue to be the Big Four unbeatens with a chance to play for the national championship after Notre Dame just barely hung on last week against Pittsburgh. I have been railing all week long saying I don't think the eye test has any place in this process. It seems to me you should, if everybody winds up unbeaten, you should just look at what the data tells you, who actually played the best teams, who had the best season based upon actual empirical data, and choose the two that way, not on the fact that, well, I think Oregon is better than Notre Dame. Am I crazy?
No, Mike, and really it's hard to separate four teams. How are you going to do it? Are you going to connect the dots, which I hate doing, but you're basically reduced to with this way college football has allowed it to move through year after year. Now they're trying to address it, in a couple of seasons, but right now you're stuck with this. And all you can do, and it's unfortunate that and Mike Golick's going to sit there and probably scream at me, but the one that's going to get eliminated in this is Notre Dame. And if you do what you're talking about, Greeny, you're saying, okay, look at the competition, look at how the games went. If you go by that, and Todd McShay and I debated this yesterday, he was saying, well, he looked at the resume, and he would go Notre Dame over Kansas State. Well, I disagree. And I'm a Notre Dame fan, as you guys know, but I look at the game against Pitt, the game against BYU, the Stanford game, all at home, all struggles to win. And Stanford's a good football team. Let's see what Oregon does at home next week against Stanford. Okay, if that's what we're going to do, try to figure out, okay, you did this against that team, we're doing this against them, and try to figure out who did the best job against those those teams. If that's what we're reduced to, it's unfortunate. And that's unfortunately what we're talking about. In the NFL, if you did that last year, would the Giants have been in the mix at 7-7 after 14 games, maybe the 15th best team, 16th best team in the league at that point if you ranked them? That's why college football has issues. They didn't want to address it. They thought this was perfect every year. We kept screaming it wasn't. And right now, I guess, to say, okay, we got to get a playoff at some point down the road. We know we are going to have 4. I think we need 8. But right now, those 4 teams, what's your opinion? I would say right now, if you say what Notre Dame has to hope for, guys, is that 2 of those 3 teams lose 1 game, and they go on to win the games they're supposed to win coming up and beat USC.
I mean, I look at Greeny's point, too, of the computer and then of the fact that Kansas State and Notre Dame have had 2 common opponents. And Kansas State beat them, so did Notre Dame. Right. Oregon's going to have the common opponents as well. Let me ask you this. So everybody gets blind. I say blinded, and I don't mean it in a bad way. The Oregon offense is unbelievable. It's putting up 62 on USC, but giving up 51. So now this is all assuming that everybody stays undefeated. What if Notre Dame beats USC in the way Notre Dame has kind of been winning this year? What if they beat them 20-17? Are we still going to be blinded by the 62 they put up, Oregon, or the 51 they gave up and Notre Dame only giving up 17 if that were to be the score? What should be more impressive?
Mike, should be more impressive is let these teams play it out, and instead of worrying about trying to figure.
But they won't. I mean, that's where we are, Mel. They won't.
Well, I agree with you, Mike. But Notre Dame, in my opinion, has to lose out there. And you say, well, they beat. I mean, people say, well, they beat Pitt. Well, they were extended into overtime. They could have lost that game. They were a 17-point favorite. They could have lost to BYU. Had a nice comeback. They win the game, and they do it in great fashion. Yet you're criticizing these teams. That's the problem, guys. You win games, but you're criticized. And college football has to be up every week, and you got young kids out there playing. It's unfortunate. That's the only word I can use. But at the end of the day, Oregon's going to get that edge. If Oregon goes out and beats Stanford, okay, and puts 45-55 on the board in that game, and you look at Notre Dame extended at home, overtime games and all that, they're going to go Oregon. Now, I bring up the fact that for Oregon's greatness, they played LSU first game last year. They were a 3.5-point favorite. They lost 40-27. Because that doesn't matter. That was last year. It was still the same perception of a team that nobody can stop them, nobody can beat them, and that team did. So I agree with you on Oregon, but Nick Aliotti is a great defensive coordinator. Kelly and that offense, great to watch, which you always want after all this is broken down. And a lot of people missed this last year and said they wanted it and didn't get it, was Andrew Luck in Stanford or Brandon Weeden in Oklahoma State playing the LSU-Alabama scenario. Not LSU playing Alabama again, but one of those great offenses playing the great defense. Here you have the great defense at the top, or I say a good defense, not a great one. We saw that last week. Alabama, I said last week, was overhyped, and it proved out they were overhyped. They can't beat an NFL team. They can barely beat LSU. They're not 14 points better than everybody. It's not Alabama and everybody else. So at the end of the day, you still want to see a great offense against a great defense. And the great offense right now in college football is Oregon. And Kansas State's not that far behind, guys. Colin Klein, if he's healthy, and we don't know what his status is going to be tomorrow at Fort Worth against a TCU team that's well coached and knows how to win football games. That's one of those under-the-radar upset alert type games that you have to look at and say, okay, if Kansas State can win that, they deserve a lot of credit. I don't care if they win by 7 like the experts think, or they win by 3, or they win by 23. Winning that game at Fort Worth for TCU with a banged-up quarterback is going to be impressive.
Mike and Mel, I agree with you. The great offense against the great defense. Give me Oregon, Notre Dame, and we got a championship game right there. No problem. So all kidding aside, Mel, because I heard you say this on SportsCenter yesterday, and I agree with you. Alabama looked vulnerable last week, and now they go against this kid, Johnny Football. Is there a chance here for an upset?
This is a great matchup for this reason, guys. You think Nick Saban, what do you think he did this week? He knew that defense was at their worst, okay? He knows he made Zach Mettenberger, who looked like an undrafted free agent, look like a first-round pick. He knows all that. How do you think that week of practice went? And now you got Johnny Football coming in with a 66% completion percentage, almost 1,000 yards rushing, ton of touchdowns, and you have other pieces around him that are very good. You got 2 of the best offensive tackles, best tandem in all of college football, probably better than Alabama's, and Matthews and Jokel. Jokel could maybe be the number 1, number 2 pick overall come April. So, and you got DeMontre Moore on the defensive end, who's arguably the best defensive player right now in college football. That is a fun matchup. It's in Tuscaloosa. Expect a bounce-back effort from Alabama. they're a 14-point favorite, guys. And so they're expected to win this game. And you would expect them to play a lot better than last week. A&M gave up a ton of points to Louisiana Tech. A&M was almost shut out in the second half against teams like Florida and also LSU when they made those halftime adjustments. How does Alabama deal with the team they should be able to score points on and they should be able to handle? We'll see. That's why they play the games.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch this weekend. Thank you, Mel. Enjoy it.
You got it, guys. Take care.
Every Friday with us with his college game day preview brought to you by AT&T. Be sure to check out On the Way to Saturday, presented by AT&T. Rethink Possible. And you should start your day tomorrow morning, Dari and Mel live right here on ESPN Radio, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern Time.
And you say Johnny Football. Let's give the kid his name and his due. Texas A&M, Johnny Manziel. He's thrown 16 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, rushed for 922 yards and 15 more touchdowns. This kid has been incredible. Youngster as well. I mean, what he's doing for Texas A&M. And you got Alabama with coming back for the big win at LSU. Is there any letdown at all? You know, we saw Notre Dame have a letdown against Pitt after the big win against Oklahoma. Does Alabama have one at all against this team that's been playing very well this year?
All right, it's going to be another terrific college football weekend, and we'll get into that. But we have to turn our attention to the NFL weekend. We got Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks coming up next, as we will pick some of the big games on this weekend schedule against the spread. We'll look at some of the other big games. And if you missed two of our quarterbacks this morning, Jay Cutler and Joe Flacco, you'll hear what they had to say as well. As we continue live next, back in 3 minutes, Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio.
SNY and ESPN New York 98.7 FM have a Jets prize package for you. Tune into SNY, the TV home of the Jets, for Jets postgame live immediately following every Jets game.
Catch the Jets quote of the game inside Jets postgame live for your chance to win a pair of Jets tickets with a parking pass courtesy of SNY and ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Join hosts Brian Custer, Joe Klecko, Ray Lucas, and Adam Shine for detailed analysis and reaction from Gang Green.
As soon as the clock hits 0, Jets postgame live is only on SNY. Get to New York sports here.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Now is the perfect time to upgrade during the first ever Rally Motors Luxury Sales Event, where upgrading to luxury has never been easier. Take advantage of attractive lease offers, special financing, and receive above book value for your trade-in. Whether you're thinking of buying or leasing a Mercedes-Benz, Smart Car, or Sprinter van, Rally Motors features one of the area's largest selections of competitively priced vehicles. Experience the difference during the Luxury Sales Event and see why customers choose Rally Motors. To learn more, stop by or visit them online at rallymotors.com.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDrecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Nike, the biggest supporter of cyclist Lance Armstrong, has left his side. The world's largest shoe and apparel company announced this morning it has terminated its endorsement deal with Armstrong. Nike already made their money off him, and Lance made his money too. This is a PR move. It's the way it works. Pat the protesters on the head, appease the masses. Lance, by the way, will still be involved, just not in the public eye. This is paper shuffling to appease the public. Lance will still have an office at Livestrong. This is not a guy being fired, thrown out onto the street. You are out of here, Mr. PD cyclist user. You rare cheater in a sport where everybody cheated. You're out of here forever.
The back door's open. Sneak around at like 4:30. The employees all leave. Colin Cowherd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Good morning. I'm Jared Max with Mike and Mike. It's 9:30. Mike Woodson, head coach of the Knicks. Yesterday, a guest with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco here on ESPN New York, talking about the Knicks' hot start, 3-0. Tonight, they look to go 4-0 as they host the Mavericks.
Well, I like to think that the fact that we're defending the basketball, and I tell these guys all the time, there's going to be nights you're not going to make shots, but your defense has got to be consistent.
and a constant effort every time you step out on that floor. And they really have been given effort in that area.
Yeah, Knicks averaging, allowing just 85.3 points per game, scoring more than 100. As the Knicks host the Mavericks tonight, coverage on ESPN New York gets underway at 7. Jeff Van Gundy will be talking Knicks basketball 3:30 today with the Michael Kay Show. Clyde Frazier joins at 5:30. The Nets visit the Magic in Orlando tonight, wrapping up a road trip. Football Week 10 got underway with the Colts clobbering the Jaguars 27-10 last night. Indianapolis forced 3 turnovers. They had forced 3 in their first 8 games combined. They're now 6-3. I'm Jared Max.
Mike and Mike in our Sports Center brought to you by Lowe's. Hurry into Lowe's. Save big. Get a Bosch 18-volt, half-inch cordless lithium-ion compact drill driver set. Now just $99. It's a savings of $70. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid November 7th through the 12th. Includes 2 batteries and a charger while supplies last. See store for details. Mike and Mike back in better than ever. ESPN Radio, ESPN2. Golick had to take off. Golick has quite the weekend ahead of him. He is on his way to South Bend. His daughter Sydney has a swim meet this weekend, so they'll be watching Sydney swim today and tomorrow morning. Then he and Chris at ND Mom will be on their way to Boston for Notre Dame BC tomorrow night, which is the ABC game. And I say this over and over again, and I'll say it even now in Golick's absence, so people don't think I'm getting accused by people of kissing up to Notre Dame or kissing up to Golick or doing this on his behalf. This has nothing to do. My feelings about Notre Dame have nothing to do with it. Look at a blind test. Remember the way they used to do it, like the old, like put 3 colas in front of you and not know which ones they were and take like a sip of each one and see if you could name them. Just put the resumes of the 4, or if you choose to include Louisville, you can, 5 unbeaten teams in college football in front of you. Look at the winning percentage of the teams they've played. Look at how many top 20 teams they've beaten. Look at how many top 40 teams they've beaten. What else can you look at? Look at who they've played. They're all unbeaten. Margin of victory should not mean anything, or at minimum, it shouldn't mean much. Look at who they've beaten. And if you do it blind, then tell me that Notre Dame right now wouldn't deserve to be one of the 2 teams standing if they play for the championship, if they were doing it this week. Now, look, if Oregon beats Oregon State and Stanford, and then I guess it'll be USC in the championship game of the conference if it goes that way, whatever it is, and the computers say that their schedule now with those good wins is more impressive, done. I'll turn my back on Notre Dame because this isn't about them. This is about making sure the team that accomplished the most is rewarded with the opportunity to play for the championship. I say this every single year in March for the NCAA tournament. I say the same thing with the college football. All right, Mike and Mike, we'll get Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks in here in a second. But first, we had Jay Cutler and Joe Flacco this morning. I'd like you to hear a little bit of each of those guys because they're both really good. Flacco, of course, with the Texans coming into Chicago to play Sunday night. That's a great game. Both teams 7-1. Schaub and Cutler, the 2 starting quarterbacks, both of whom got hurt last year and knocked out for the season, are 11-1. Each of them are 11-1 in their last 12 starts. So in games started by Schaub and Cutler, these 2 teams are 22-2 in their last 24 games going back to last year. So we had Cutler on talking in particular about his defense and what it means to be a quarterback and how it changes your approach when your defense is this good.
We don't have to press out there. If we're struggling a little bit, our defense is going to pick us up. First-year coordinator, first-year offense for a lot of these guys. So it takes some time for everyone to get on the same page and everyone to click. But we're making kind of plays when we have to in the fourth quarter, and we've been playing from the lead a lot. So our defense scores, our special teams scores. We punch a couple in there, and the way our defense is playing, teams have to go 80 yards on them. It's not easy, and we're putting them in kind of a throwing situation when we're playing from a lead. And on the offensive side, we're seeing a lot of single safety because they got to stop the run because they need the ball back.
That was Jay Cutler live with us this morning talking about the impact that a great defense and an opportunistic defense like this has on his offensive production. And the question with the Bears remains, and I remain confident in it. We may get a chance to find out this week and next because they're playing back-to-back games against teams you wouldn't expect them to blow out. Houston this week, San Francisco next. If they need that offense, if they need Cutler to come up with a big play, to come up with a big fourth quarter, to find a way to win the game offensively if the defense can't do it, I have confidence he will. Many other people have questions. But this stat on the Bears defense is ridiculous. The Bears' defense this year has returned 7 passes for touchdowns. Their defense, if you want to just look at it this way, their defense has 7 passing touchdowns. They're interceptions, but they're plays upon which a pass was thrown and a touchdown was scored. The Bears have 7 of those on defense. The Dolphins' offense has 6. The Panthers' offense has 6. The Chiefs' offense has 6. The Bears' defense has more passing touchdowns this year than Kansas City, Miami, or Carolina have on offense. It's one of the most remarkable stats you'll ever see connected to an NFL team. I guess telling on both sides. One more thing from Cutler. Talking about Cutler with the big subject around the NFL and the Bears in particular yesterday was his teammate Charles Peanut Tillman and the debate over whether he should be there with his teammates if his wife has a baby on Sunday. Jay Cutler weighed in.
Before we had our child, I would probably say, hey, I'd miss it. I'd be there at the game. Afterwards, I think it's tough to miss anyone that has a kid, to miss your child being born. It's a special time, and it'd be tough. I mean, hopefully it'd be a home game, and I'd be able to do both. If it was away, I don't know. I try to pull all the strings I could to be there for the birth and for the game.
Jay Cutler, who again his baby, his wife had. It's not, I don't think they're married. Is he and Kristen Cavallari actually married? Whatever it is, they had a baby in August, and they didn't have to face this decision. But he actually went on to say, "We've talked about it. He and Kristen Cavallari have talked about it. No more babies during the area of the season, just so this problem doesn't come up." Quickly, so you can hear from Flacco as well. Ravens, who have not been as good the last few weeks offensively. They started out very good. Flacco was like an early MVP candidate. Their offense has slowed considerably. They'll play Oakland this week, and we had Flacco on this morning here on Mike and Mike talking about the performance of his offense.
Yeah, I've been a little disappointed because at times I feel like we may have been a little bit better in the beginning of the season, and I feel like we should be making improvements. And, we're at the halfway point now, and we've had the bye week and, had a chance to look at where we are. And I think this is really the point in the season where, you either start to get, you start to hit your stride and improve and get really good, or you start to go the other way. And I think we're really, emphasizing getting to the point where, we're very precise on everything. All the little details of the route running and, throwing the ball and all those things, they're really going to come into play at this point.
We'll see what winds up happening, because when you look at the Ravens right now, they have, after this, they got the Steelers twice in the next 4 weeks. To my eye right now, the Steelers look like the better team. I think the Steelers wind up winning that division. Now, it's a league that could turn around in the blink of an eye. But I think when push comes to shove, the Steelers are going to win that division, and the Ravens are going to wind up a wild card. It's still the same 5 teams that we're looking at: Denver out west, New England in the east, Houston in the south, Ravens and Steelers. Right now, the Colts are the team to beat to get in for that other wild card spot, and we'll see where it goes. But obviously, being 1, 2, 3, or 4, it's a big difference from being a wild card. I do like the Steelers in that spot better. You know what? I'll hold off on locks for a minute. Let me play you one more cut from Joe Flacco, because I thought this was interesting. And then we'll take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll do Stone Cold Lead Pipe locks on the other side. We asked Flacco about the leadership void. Ray Lewis is not only the leader of that team, but he's considered to be one of the great leaders in the history of that sport or any sport. With Ray now hurt, knocked out for the season early this year, we asked about missing Ray Lewis and that leadership. It's an interesting response.
Ray's so animated on Sunday that you kind of just assume he's like that during the week, but he's really not. He's really not. He's very kind of to himself, and not to himself, but just goes about his business and doesn't really make a big deal around the locker room. So while it has been a miss and it is weird not having him around, I don't know if anybody's necessarily had to step up in that role throughout the week.
Flacco's such an interesting guy. For whatever reason, he's one of these lightning rod guys. He has been since he came in, maybe because he walked right in as a rookie into the middle of one of the really great rivalries in the NFL with Baltimore-Pittsburgh. For whatever reason, there seems to be a referendum on Joe Flacco every week when he goes out there to play, and he's a good player. That's what he is right now. He's a very good NFL quarterback. There are some, elite is a complicated word. I don't know whether he deserves that moniker or not. If there are only 5 elite quarterbacks, then he's not one of them. If elite means good enough that you absolutely can win a championship with him as your quarterback, then he absolutely is. We're Mike and Mike, all those quarterbacks and more today on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. And up next, I promise, we present the Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks right after this. Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit uso.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Are you making frequent bathroom trips during the night? Do you have a strong urge to urinate? If ignored, these symptoms may result in complicated kidney and bladder infections, kidney failure, or loss of bladder function. Additionally, if you are a male of 50 years or older and experiencing sexual dysfunction, you may be at risk of a stroke or heart attack. The same disease process that affects blood vessels which lead to the heart and brain affect the delicate vessels that supply blood to the genital organs. Careful evaluation of erectile dysfunction can uncover these problems years before critical damage occurs. Compassionate urologists at the New York Urologic Institute specialize in improving urologic and sexual function. Latest technological advances allow the patient to get answers to diagnostic tests immediately, reducing anxiety. Call the New York Urologic Institute at 347-508-3991. Offices are conveniently located in Queens and Brooklyn. For timely, effective treatment, call 347-508-3991. That's 347-508-3991.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Good morning. I'm Jared Max with Mike and Mike. It's 9:45. Tonight we have the Knicks and the Mavericks for you here on ESPN New York. We're going to get you ready for that game with Jeff Van Gundy joining the Michael Kay Show 3:30 this afternoon. Then at 5:30, Walt Clyde Frazier. The Knicks sitting 3-0, the last unbeaten team in the NBA. Haven't been able to say that since the 1958-59 season. Knicks try to get to 4-0, which would be the third time in team history. They host the Mavericks tonight, and Marcus Camby, who's been out with a left calf strain, will be playing tonight. He's expected to serve as a backup center for Tyson Chandler. The Nets, not so luxurious of late. Bad loss the other night in Miami after falling to Minnesota late. Nets visit the Magic tonight in Orlando at 7 o'clock. The Colts clobber the Jaguars 27-10. Indianapolis now 6-3. I'm Jared Max.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit uso.org/ESPN.
Rex Ryan here. When I'm shopping for a car, I go right to Route 1 in Woodbridge to Sansone Auto Mall. With 10 brands, over 4,000 vehicles, and guaranteed financing. You name it, they've got it. Sansone Auto Mall, or visit SansoneAuto.com to find the car for you.
Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks. An ESPN radio exclusive.
All right, Golic, here we go for week 10. And my motto this week is, you need to stick it.
Why did you say that? Why? You come out with stink like that? Poop. Poop mouth.
You have been a Bears poo-pooer. You've been a Bears hater. Everybody in Chicago, including my wife, is sick to death of it, and they finally are going to stick it in your face and shut you up.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
You said they haven't beaten anybody? Well, you won't be saying that anymore on Monday morning after the Bears beat the Houston Texans.
There's worse teams than that down the road! There's worse!
At home on Sunday night. The Bears giving a 1.5. That's a slap in the face. They should be giving more points than that at home.
A lot of them.
Their defense is as good as any we've seen in years. Give me the Bears -1.5. They win, and they finally silence their critics like the fat one sitting next to me.
Come here. I'm going to eat you. I'm bigger than you. I'm higher in the food chain.
Oh, congratulations. One pick and you're 0-1. Good job out of you. I'm going to go to Cincinnati where the Giants are coming to town. Giants on the road giving 4. Giants not going to be happy.
Are you mad? Yes, I am mad.
With what went on last week. Eli Manning not happy with the way he played last week.
Ah, no.
And they're going to take it out on the Cincinnati Bengals. I like the Bengals, but I love the Giants, especially after that tough loss. They are going to come to Cincinnati and be ready to go.
Get on with it. Yes, get on with it.
They're giving 4. You can probably give a touchdown on this one. Giants win it big on the road.
How dare you fill my head with such loathsome propaganda.
And then finally, we'll go head-to-head on the game we already discussed on the air, and I remain stunned by the position you're taking. The Cowboys going to the Eagles and getting points. The Eagles shouldn't be giving anybody points. The Eagles are in free fall. They're bad, and the Cowboys are actually pretty good.
What? What an idiot.
The Cowboys just find little ways to lose games. The Eagles find big ways to lose games. I'll take the little ways. I'll take the Cowboys. Getting 2.5 on the road. I like the boys in a big way to get the win.
Your wussiness better come in handy.
All right, there you go. 2 picks and 0-2. Good job out of you. In Philly, this one, cheesesteaks all over the place. I'm loving it. Go ahead and get the 2.5. The Eagles are going to put one together here.
I don't want to I blame this person. I blame Garrett. I blame Romo. I blame the defense. I don't want to hear nobody getting blamed.
Yeah, the Cowboys, they're looking fantastic. What's their record?
That was some of the worst stuff I've seen in a long time.
Oh, that's right. It's the exact same as the Philadelphia Eagles. Eagles at home, they're going to put one together. This is Eagles-Cowboys week. It is fantastic week, and it's in Philly. Eagles win this one by more than 2.5.
Don't blame me. I thought it was the stupidest idea I've heard of.
And those are your week 10s. Don't go. Live blocks.
This was pathetic. It was embarrassing. It was one of the worst performances I've seen in my life.
Mike and Mike and the Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks, a terrific job this weekend. Every week, Joaquin and Mike Uranaga put them together for us on the radio. Paul Contador Ryan, the world's only clean cyclist, putting it together for TV. For the season, Golic is 8-8-2. And after I had made a little run and almost caught him, I'm now 6-11-1, which is, well, it's sad by almost any standard of measure. Again, I've got the Bears giving a 1.5 against the Texans. Golic is giving 4 with the Giants at Cincinnati, and we go head-to-head. I'm getting 2.5 with the Cowboys in Philly. Golic is taking the Eagles. We take the lines. For those of you who always keep asking where these lines come from, because they change, obviously, as the week goes on, we record these earlier in the week, so they are actually from Tuesday's USA Today. That's where we get the lines that we use for point spreads for Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks. Mike and Mike want to remind you, and again, yesterday was such a special morning for all of us connected to the show. I can't remember the last time we all emerged from anything feeling as good as we all felt yesterday after our special at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy yesterday as part of ESPN's continuing week-long salute to the troops and salute to those who have served our country with Veterans Day on Sunday. They did a terrific video, which is up on ESPNradio.com right now, of Mike and I in the simulator, where it was as though Golic was steering a ship and it was as though I was getting seasick on it. And I actually managed, despite the fact that the room wasn't moving, I did manage to get a little seasick. But the video came out really well. It's very funny. It's up there on ESPNradio.com. And there's other ways to try and find a way to help. We at Mike and Mike and at ESPN have joined with the USO to give to the USO Wish Book to send gifts that lift the spirits of our troops and their families. So you can go to uso.org/ESPN and you can select a gift. And the things are there like a family fun day, a free phone card, things that mean so much to our troops and their families. The USO Wish Book is a way to let our heroes and their families know that we support them. So again, uso.org/ESPN to select a gift. All right, Mike and Mike, if you're just joining us, Golic has left. He had to race to the airport. He's on his way to Notre Dame a little early. Sydney's got a swim meet today and tomorrow morning. Then he'll be in Boston for Notre Dame and Boston College tomorrow night. That's one of several big events this weekend. We do Forward Thinking, brought to you by Discover Card. It pays to switch. It pays to Discover. Huge college weekend. All four of those unbeatens are in action. Notre Dame probably needs to try and run up the score against Boston College, get some of those style points everyone's always excited about. Kansas State has a tough game with TCU. Alabama's got a tough game with Texas A&M. Is that losable against Johnny Football? Sure it is. So we could see some upheaval in all of that. And then, of course, the NASCAR, they are up to the penultimate race this weekend. The Sprint Cup Series goes to Phoenix International Raceway this Sunday. Coverage starts 2 Eastern. The race starts 3 Eastern on ESPN. And joining us with his regular weekly look ahead is Dale Jarrett on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. And so, Dale, you look at where we stand right now. Last 2 weeks for Jimmy Johnson. 2 poles, 2 wins, now a 7-point lead. Just how much in control of all of this with 2 races to go is Jimmy?
Well, this is just what Jimmy Johnson likes to do, get himself in control, really put a lot of pressure on his pursuers and competition. And he's done exactly that. And I think this is vintage 48 team. This is why they won 5 championships in a row. So he does have that. But on the other side of that, don't count Brad Keselowski and his Paul Wolf-led team out of this yet. Brad made a comment on the radio last week, right before one of the last restarts, that he is just not going to lose this championship. What a great show the two put on at Texas to get us to this position. So this battle is far from over, even though Jimmy Johnson has shown he's in control right now.
You know, Dale, we had Rusty Wallace in the studio a little earlier this week, and I was asking him, and I'll ask you as well, as a longtime veteran of this circuit, I can't even imagine how fried these guys have got to be by now. They've been racing basically nonstop with maybe 2 or 3 weeks off total since February. The acute focus that has to go into it, traveling city to city. They're going to go from Phoenix to Florida between the last 2 races of the year. So the amount of travel, the acute focus, again, that takes place in the car. Can you give a sense of just how mentally exhausted these guys have got to be right now?
You know, Mike, that's the key, is mentally exhausted. These drivers keep themselves in great physical condition, and that certainly helps them in the mental aspect of it. But it becomes a grind now, and so you just really have to dig down, and you're relying on adrenaline and that opportunity to win a championship is what's getting you through. This will be the 16th straight week that they will have been in a race car for a race. So to end the season, they go 17 straight weeks. That is a grind. I don't care what you're doing and how difficult this becomes. It's just a testament to just how good these guys really are and how focused they can stay. You know, it's not like a lot of other sports, especially as you get into the competition. You don't have a chance to call timeout and regroup. You have to be ready once you strap in on Sunday afternoon for a 3-hour and 15 to 3-hour and 30-minute drive around here at intense level of competition. So it becomes difficult, but that's what makes them champions.
Yeah, well, the consequences for losing focus for even a second are obviously much more significant than they would be in any other sport. Again, Phoenix International Raceway this Sunday. Coverage 2 Eastern. Race gets going 3 Eastern on ESPN. We'll see you there. Dale, thank you so much, as always.
Absolutely, Mike. Thank you.
All right, Dale Jarrett with us on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. And so that's a wrap for this day and this week here as we look ahead to the NASCAR this weekend, a huge college football weekend starting tomorrow, and, of course, all the NFL action on Sunday, mix in the NBA, and it's a terrific time on the sports calendar. The big fella, I'm sure, is listening, so good luck to Golic and his Irish tomorrow night. They'll be on ABC against Boston College. It should be a lot of fun to watch. And, again, everybody, as you watch the basketball game tonight in Germany and take a moment this weekend to find someone who has served our country in the armed forces, a veteran, and let them know how much you appreciate the sacrifice they've made for you and for me. I'm glad we had a chance to do it this week. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you Monday. Mike and Mike in the morning, ESPN Radio.
looking to rebound after the bye week. The Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
You're listening to Mike and Mike in the Morning. Coming up next, The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Not this Celtic for life stuff. Miami showed him major love.
Listen on your radio, online, and on your phone. ESPN Radio.
The college basketball season begins tonight on ESPN with two big-time matchups. First, the Sears Armed Forces Classic celebrates Veterans Day from Ramstein Air Base in Germany as number 14 Michigan State takes on Connecticut in the first regular season game overseas. Then in Brooklyn, in the Barclays Center Classic, Maryland goes up against John Calipari's national champion Kentucky Wildcats. It all starts tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern with live SportsCenter reports from Germany on ESPN.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
To me, there's 8 organizations in the NFL, I counted them this morning, that feel like it's 100% about winning Super Bowls. 8. There may be more, but I get a very strong feeling from ownership down. It is all about winning Super Bowls. New York Giants, Green Bay Packers, San Francisco 49ers with Harbaugh, New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, and Denver. That's all that matters. It's about winning Super Bowls. Tennessee drafted Vince Young. They didn't think Vince Young was great. They thought he could sell tickets. From a source close to that organization, part of getting the Vince Young deal done, people here will love him. That's not about winning Super Bowls. The New York Jets getting Tebow. Disruptive. It's not about winning Super Bowls. 8 teams in the league. That's all that matters.
Monday, behind Big Ben.
We got him hurt!
The Steelers took down the reigning Super Bowl champs.
Let's go!
Now, one of the hottest teams in the game.
Touchdown Steelers!
Returns home in search of a 4th straight win against the Chiefs. Countdown sets the stage at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Chiefs, Steelers, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families stationed around the world. Grant a wish for our servicemen and women, or donate a special gift to their families to show your support. Give a special gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN and give your gift today.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Halloween tonight, giving kids perky jerky. I think kids would like jerky. Gabby, you're on our radio show. How old are you, honey?
I'm 10.
Okay, Gabby, what do you think of jerky and a protein shake for Halloween? Why not?
No. You have to hand out candy.
Gabby, candy gives you rotten teeth.
What's the point of brushing teeth?
What, I get a smart aleck? I wanted a kid.
Colin Cowherd.
I'll deliver the funny lines, Gabby.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio. This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor. So everyone knows what side you're on. But also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's. Every Saturday, ESPNU College Game Day hits the road.
College Game Day rolls on to East Alabama. Boise is berserk.
Chris,
Bruce, Lee, Kirk, Desmond, and Sam Steele are live at the best matchups in the land.
This offense continues to develop.
How can you pick against LSU?
Not so fast, my friend. ESPN College Game Day, built by the Home Depot. Saturdays at 9 a.m. Eastern on ESPNU and 10 a.m. on ESPN. Also live on Watch ESPN.
To your city.
Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by 7-Eleven. Well, the 7 election is over, but the real winner is you. Grab a fresh coffee and a red or blue cup as a memento. Well, supplies last. 7-Eleven. Oh, thank heaven. Knicks look to improve to 4-0 tonight to start a season for the first time since the 93-94 season when the Knicks went to the finals. Knicks are hosting the Mavericks, 7 o'clock pregame, 7:30 play-by-play right here on ESPN New York. Mike Woodson on with Stephen A. Smith and me yesterday. Expects to have Marcus Camby back on the floor.
Well, he had a great practice today. He's had 2 days of contact where he's been able to bang around. And so tomorrow when we step out on the floor to play Dallas, I'm looking to try to throw him in there when I can to see what he has and see what he can do to help us win.
Nets are in Orlando, again without Gerald Wallace. Hakeem Nicks says he will play Sunday, returned to the practice field on a limited basis yesterday. Mets GM Sandy Alderson says the team wants to retain R.A. Dickey, but wouldn't rule out trading him. USA Today reports the Rangers won't go past 3 years to re-sign Josh Hamilton.
Dr. Pepper is changing lives with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper Tuition Giveaway. Tell us your story by uploading your video to drpepper.com, and you could win up to $100,000 in tuition. No purchase necessary, so head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
Now, The Herd with Colin Cowherd on ESPN Radio.
And ESPNradio.com.
It's The Herd on ESPN Radio, wherever you may be, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day. Presented by Progressive. All of our guests via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Simulcast on ESPNU. Blazing 5 picks in 90 minutes from now. 32-13. Blazing 5 picks on Fridays. Save all our best for Fridays at 11:30 Eastern, 8:30 Pacific. Blazing 5 picks. Turning Vegas on its ear. They're deathly afraid of us. 5 NFL picks. 90 minutes from now. I don't ask my board op John to do much, but this morning I did ask him to find a gigantic bird sound effect. And in 5 minutes, I will tell you exactly why I asked John to find a gigantic bird sound effect. John, do you have it yet, by the way, or are you searching? You're searching for it. Okay, I'm going to give you about 5 minutes. I don't ask for much. Couple jingles here. Give me my live reads. But I need to find sort of a pterodactyl, dinosaur-ish sound effect this morning. And when I read you this story in 5 minutes, you'll see why. It is unbelievable. Let me start with this, though. A great quarterback is sort of like a great boss. And I'm like you. I've been in the workforce, 20-some years. I've had some really good bosses. I've had one awful boss. And I've had a couple of floaters, a couple of average dudes. They float around, nothing special. Now, there's obviously a big difference between a great boss and a horrible boss. But there's also a really, really big difference between a great boss and an average boss, and not just because he's smarter and makes better decisions. But I would theorize what really makes a great boss isn't just what he does. It's what he does for his employees to make them better. Let's be honest here, not to be a smart aleck, but most people are average. They are. Average income, little overweight, haven't achieved as much as they probably could have. We get married, in a relationship, sacrifice stuff, standards dip. A lot of people are average. Just the way it is. Doesn't mean they're not great human beings. Just kind of average. And if you have a workforce of mostly average people, the boss, the great ones, inspire the average to be better than average. And they take slightly better than average guy, gal, and make them really good. That is what Andrew Luck does. And you saw it on display last night. He's not good, he's great. Not just numbers and wins. But what he is doing to the Colts defense is incredible. This defense is awful. It was arguably the worst in the league last year. They got Vontae Davis from Miami at corner. I have news for you. He's not the difference. Do you remember how bad this defense was last year? Gave up 62 to New Orleans. Even gave up 28 to Kansas City, 27 to Cleveland, 27 to Carolina, 27 to Tennessee, 30s for Houston, 31 to Atlanta. This year, same Colts defense, gave up 13 to Tennessee, 13 to Cleveland, 10 to Jacksonville. How? Because a great quarterback changes guys he doesn't even practice with, the defense. First of all, a great quarterback keeps the offense on the field longer, so the defense gets more rest. Secondly, the Colts defense now is often playing with a lead or in a close game. That allows the defensive coaches and coordinators to make different calls. And number three, the longer a defense can be on the bench, especially a young one, the more it can be coached up. The death of a defense is 3 and out. I've been saying this. That's why I've taken the Steelers 3 weeks in a row. As their offense gets better, as their running backs get healthier, as Big Ben is better on third down, it allows an older Steeler defense to get rest. Indianapolis last year was atrocious defensively. Why? Third down conversions, 23rd. This year, 8th. Conversely, Jacksonville actually has better defensive talent than Indianapolis. Ask any GM in the league. Indianapolis does not have Jacksonville's defensive talent. The problem, Jacksonville is 32nd in third down conversions, dead last. 48% of their drives in Jacksonville, 3 and out. That defense is tired. That defense can't be coached up. And that team always plays trailing. It is amazing to watch what Andrew Luck is doing to a Colts defense that was atrocious last year. They have players on that defense. I talked to Bill Polian before the season. He said they still need a couple of linebackers, a corner, and a pass rusher. They could use a safety, too. He goes, offensively, Luck will carry him. But, boy, they need some people, and they'll do it, and they'll go out and get them. Andrew Luck is just like Ben Roethlisberger. He is so good on third down. At Stanford, with no deep threats, of 120 college teams, Stanford was 4th in the country in third downs. Same players except no Luck, they're 82nd. Go watch Stanford the next 3 weeks against Oregon, Oregon State, UCLA. Look how tired that defense will get late because they'll be 3 and out. Listen, the Colts are 6-3 with the same lousy defensive personnel as 1 year ago. Same defensive personnel. But those defensive ends against Miami, Tennessee, and Jacksonville, no, Miami, Tennessee, and Jacksonville have to pass. Pin their ears back, different schemes, different pass rushes. Just amazing. It is just amazing what that guy's doing. By the way, Adam Vinatieri was on our show earlier this week. He played with Brady and Peyton Manning, and he said he saw it in camp. He saw it in the OTAs. This kid is just different.
To see him lead the huddle and see him lead even in the locker room and in meetings, he impressed me right day one when I saw him out there, calling checkdowns on day one, and people are going, hold on a second, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be able to do that. But sure enough, he was already leading that way, and that's the impressive thing. He's well above his age.
He is separating from Tannehill, Cam, RG3, Russell Wilson, Ponder, Andy Dalton. There is no dink and dunk in that offense. He's throwing that baby down the field. They've given him the playbook. I mean, how much fun are they to watch? This Rant and the Herd brought to you by Regis. As the economy changes, furnish Regis office changes to fit your needs. They know flexibility. Call them now, 2 months free, 1-800-OFFICES. John, do you have that sound effect ready? I've got to read you this story. It's called a pterosaur. Fossils of a creature called a pterosaur have been found in Big Bend National Park. If you lived 67 million years ago, the fossils are the size of an F-16 fighter jet. So if you'd have lived 67 million years ago, there was a, dinosaur called a pterosaur. It was the biggest animal ever to fly in the history of the world. It had a 34 10-meter wingspan. Here was the thing, though. A lot of people have been wondering, how did it actually fly out of that region? Because that region lacked the cliffs that make flight for such a large bird easy to conceive. Here's how it flew, John. According to a Texas Tech University scientist, he told LiveScience.com that the pterosaur, give our audience sound effects, used downward sloping areas at the edges of the lakes and river valleys in the Big Bend National Park as prehistoric runways, gathering speed, taking off, hop, taking into the air, and apparently you can go. They've created a video stimulation of the pterosaur flying, the size of an F-16 fighter jet, that he used the state park as a runway to take off. I don't know why I find that fascinating. Holy crap, I'm glad I didn't live 67 million years ago. I can't imagine if I did the shape my teeth would be in. I went to the dentist yesterday. It's like road construction, like 45 minutes on my back left molar. It was rough, baby. It was a 3-cocktail night. By the way, that was the time I was making my picks. Coming up next, how much can we expect from the Colts this point forward? We span the globe next in the Herd on ESPN Radio.
Looking to rebound after the bye week, the Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. I got a busy schedule. Prepping for the show, interviews, working on the book, spending time with my family. So saving time more than ever is really crucial for my life. That's why I love Stamps.com. It saves me the time and hassle of going to the post office. No more driving, fighting for a parking space. With Stamps.com, you buy and print official U.S. postage for any letter, any package, using your own computer and printer. Folks, it's just so easy to get started. Get postage whenever you need it, right from your desk. Right now, Stamps.com is a special offer for my listeners. It's a no-risk trial. Plus, you get $110 bonus offer, including a digital scale and $55 of free postage. Only if you use my first name, Colin. With a busy schedule, mine's busy, and so is yours. Saving time, more important than ever. Don't wait. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio mic, upper right side, type in Colin. That's Stamps.com, enter Colin. Stamps.com. Use it once. You'll never give it up. Hi, football fans. I think you'll agree that you've got to have great seats. And now it's even easier to pick the seats you want wherever you are thanks to StubHub's new mobile seat maps. They're the only interactive seat maps that let you search for NFL tickets by section and actually see the view from your seat, all from your mobile phone. How cool is that? So whether you're searching StubHub on your computer or your phone, it's easy to find the seat you want. Yet another reason thousands of fans use StubHub for their NFL tickets every Sunday. StubHub!
As a small business owner, you've probably heard how Constant Contact helps small businesses grow with email marketing. And you may be asking, could it really work for me? Well, consider this. Every dollar small business owners spend on email marketing puts $40 back in their pockets. So it's no surprise that 2 out of 3 of them plan to invest more in email this year. Now you may be asking, how can I get a piece of that action? Simple. Just visit ConstantContact.com to start your free email marketing trial today.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money. Which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click Bam Boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click Bam Boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
It's fun to debate your favorite teams and players, but the debate is over when it comes to where you go for your next set of tires. See the experts at your local Ford dealer for big savings on name brand tires during the Big Tire event, going on now.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Plug Snapshot into your car, and your good driving can save you up to 30% with Progressive. Progressive.com/snapshot. What I love what they're doing with Andrew Luck is stats can be deceiving. They're asking him to throw the ball down the field. They're not asking RG3 to throw the ball down the field much. Last year, they didn't ask Andy Dalton to throw the ball down the field. I mean, they've given Luck the playbook, and they're like, carry us. With a shaky offensive line, carry us. Just take us big shots down the field. He's not dinking and dunking whatsoever. I mean, he's not throwing balls behind the line of scrimmage. He is throwing down the field. Big veteran, 9 years in the league shots. He throws it like Brady down the field. Down the seam. Like Aaron Rodgers down the seam. Big throws down the sideline. You can pad stats with stuff, screens, bubble screens, throws behind the line, dink and dunk. Christian Ponder did that. First couple starts for RG3, a lot of dink and dunk behind the line, play it safe. Luck, it's like, dude, throw downfield with a shaky O-line. Guy is good. Let's span the globe.
We do it every day at this time. We call it our daily sports page.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sports.
Spanning the globe. Jacksonville.
Colts beat the Jags. Paul Kaharski, AFC North blogger. All right, now they get into that territory with a Miami and a San Diego. Could they be a wild card team? Paul, are we getting ahead of ourselves for a team last year, same guys mostly on defense, that were dreadful?
I don't think so at all. They've got 6 wins, and look at the rest of their schedule. I mean, they're going to New England next, but after that, they host Buffalo, Detroit, they host Tennessee.
They're at Houston. They're at Kansas City. They host Houston. Buffalo, Detroit, Tennessee, Kansas City, all beatable teams. And Houston, maybe it's the most favorable situation for the Colts if the Texans go ahead and finish running away with this thing and don't have particular concern for their season finale, which could be a huge game for the Colts, not only in terms of getting in, but maybe in terms of getting in with decent position.
Reggie Wayne and Luck have clearly connected. Are you surprised by that? I mean, it's one of the best tandems now in the league. Are you surprised by it?
Reggie Wayne, I visited with him briefly at the Super Bowl week in Indianapolis, and talked to him about the potential as a free agent to go out and hook himself up with a contender. And he said, you know what? If this team wants me to be a veteran head, that's what they used, a veteran head amongst the rebuild, I'd be honored to take on that role. I was really kind of surprised and impressed with that thinking, and that's the way it seems to me he's approached this. I mean, what an incredible resource for Andrew Luck, an incredible combo deal. And like you said, they're not messing around throwing dinks and dunks to running backs, partly because they don't have running backs like that, and partly because Wayne and the guys they drafted are downfield guys.
Great stuff, Paul Kaharski, AFC South blogger. Colts win again. What a story. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
College football.
Alabama coming off a huge dramatic win at LSU. Letdown against Texas A&M. Pete Futek, College Football News. Do you see a letdown coming?
No, because everyone's kind of predicting a slight letdown. It's a little bit to put it in their face to Alabama and say, yeah, you have a problem with LSU, and now watch out for Johnny Manziel. But, the Aggies do have the makeup. They've got the offensive line. The problem I think they're going to have is that I think Manziel's going to turn the ball over. He's become Johnny Football because he's been fun and a little bit reckless, and he makes plays. He's a backyard kind of baller, and that doesn't really fly against an Alabama defense that you cannot take any chances against.
Houston Nutt said today that Notre Dame could compete in the SEC. Now, I know SEC fan doesn't want to hear that, Pete, but when I look at the SEC, I find 7-8 very beatable teams. Nobody says that. I mean, why couldn't Notre Dame compete in the SEC?
Oh, compete. I don't think it can win it, but it can absolutely compete. It's Florida. It's Florida and Notre Dame are basically doing the same thing. They're pounding the ball. They're playing great defense, getting great special teams, not screwing up, controlling third downs, and you can do that and win in the SEC. And Notre Dame's got the defensive front where they could absolutely hang with them in a crazy sort of way. While Oregon, I think, is a better team, I think Notre Dame would give Alabama almost a better shot, almost because they could just be physical with the Tide, as opposed to Oregon, who I don't think could slug Alabama in the mouth at all in a national championship.
Pete Futek, College Football News. Big weekend for that. Thanks, bud.
Absolutely.
NFL injuries.
Let's go to Adam Kaplan. Bears, Texans. So Texans at the Bears. Let's start with the Bears. Alshon Jeffrey, receiver. Jay Cutler's going to need all the weapons he can have. Is Jeffrey healthy?
He's not. He's got the broken hand, and that hurts their ability to get the ball downfield. But I think with the Lions, you've got a lot of players injured, a bunch of defensive backs injured. I reported earlier that the Lions will have Stanford Routt, the former Chiefs and Raiders cornerback, in for a visit today. Again, lots of injuries for the Lions. Now, the one that they're probably most concerned about is with Calvin Johnson with his knee problem. He also has a nerve problem in his hand, which should not be listed on the injury report. But the knee problem is lingering. And, Colin, he probably will not practice very much the rest of the season.
All right, so you talk Lions at Vikings. Will Percy Harvin play for the Vikings?
Yeah, and I also think with Harvin, he's got this ankle injury. He's not going to be able to play, most likely.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see it. Peterson will play with his ankle. He's got an illness. He didn't practice yesterday. But Harvin is the one. I don't know how in the world the Vikings are going to be able to score against the Lions.
Okay, Houston Texans at Bears. Let's go back to that. Will Owen Daniels, tight end, play for the Texans?
Yeah, here's the deal with Owen Daniels. He came up with a back injury a couple days ago, and his back tightened up. He saw a specialist. If he doesn't practice today, the chances of him playing, I think, would probably put him down to doubtful. Sean Cody with a bad ribs, their nose tackle, probably not going to play. Ben Tate, their number 2 running back, not going to play. And again, Alshon Jeffrey with the broken hand, their rookie second-round pick out of South Carolina, not expected to play.
Good stuff. Appreciate it, Adam.
Thank you.
That was Spanning the Globe.
To bring you the constant variety of sports.
The Herd on ESPN Radio.
The Subway featured $5 footlong of November. Spicy Italian Subway. Eat fresh. All sorts of stuff here today. Look at this. I love what the Texas Rangers did. They're not going to pay Josh Hamilton what he wants. Good for them. That's a good organization. More on the deflate gate. Antonio Cromartie saying the Jets will make the playoffs. I told you before, I think they're going to. I think they have a real shot to. I really do. Even though it looks doubtful now, I'll lay it out for you. But I heard this. Listen, there are excuses that I will accept if you're a bad football team. Okay? There's some excuses I'm going to accept. There are other excuses I'm absolutely not going to accept. And Jets made a few of these. Few teams have made a few of these. Well, we've got this problem. Because the football culture in America has changed, when I come back, what you are no longer allowed to say as an NFL team. It's no longer an excuse. Next.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit uso.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles. Glances up. Sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails. Parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs. You in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps. Launches ESPN NBA. Opens video. Pulls an email. Replies to wife. Working late. IMs Derek. I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds. Don't worry. I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series is at full throttle. And when drivers will do anything to take the checkered flag, cages get rattled. Engines roar louder. Tempers run hotter. And victory donuts taste even sweeter. Some people say there's more to life than winning. Those people are losers. The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ESPN. Nothing beats first place.
Sports news happens fast.
The Marlins firing manager Ozzie Guillen after just one season. Marlins president of baseball.
NASCAR's most popular driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr., has been medically cleared to get back in the 88 car for Sunday's race in Martinsville.
When you need the latest scores, updates, or breaking news, turn to Sports Center on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
I'm Jason. I'm 32, and my risk for stroke is increased by 5 times because of an irregular heartbeat called atrial fibrillation, or AFib. Because of my young age, I'm not a typical AFib patient.
And I'm Pat. I'm 62, and I'm a 2-time stroke survivor with AFib, which is most common in older people.
Together, we are faces of AFib and stroke.
Telling our stories might help save a life.
Take action today by talking with a healthcare professional about your risk, and visit stroke.org to learn more.
The Knicks looking to improve to 4-0 to start a season for the first time since the 93-94 season. Knicks hosting the Mavericks tonight. 7 o'clock pregame right here on ESPN New York. Play-by-play at 7:30. Knicks head coach Mike Woodson on with Stephen A. Smith and me yesterday. Asked if Amari Stoudemire will definitely start once he returns for an injury.
Well, I mean, I can't make that decision right now. You know, my thing is you don't lose your starting job based on injuries. And, you know, he's been a big piece to our puzzle. So, you know, he will come back into our lineup if that may be the case. Again, only time will tell. We got to see where he is when he gets back, and we got to make sure that he's healthy enough to do the things that we've asked him to do on and off the floor.
Nets are in Orlando tonight. Brooklyn again without Gerald Wallace. Hakeem Nicks says he will play Sunday. He returned to the practice field yesterday on a limited basis. Antonio Cromartie said on NFL Network the Jets are going to the playoffs. Rex Ryan says,
I know Crow had some comments about, you know, we're going to make the playoffs and all that. And I feel as an entire, you know, football team that we should all feel like that. I think we do feel like that.
USA Today reports that the Rangers will not go past 3 years in a deal to re-sign Josh Hamilton. The Herd rolls on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Sports Center is brought to you by USAA, serving the financial needs of current and former military members and their families. USAA, we know what it means to serve. Let us serve you. Call 800-531-USAA or go online at USAA.com.
Coming up in the Herd. In 1 hour, Colin improved last week to 32-13 with his Blazing 5 picks.
It's incredible.
Hear this week's picks in 1 hour in the Herd.
ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Test drive Snapshot to see how much you could save before switching to Progressive. Visit progressive.com/snapshot. Don't forget, next hour, about an hour from now, Blazing 5 picks, 32-13 against the spread. On Friday, we give you our 5 best NFL picks of the weekend. I almost thought of a college pick this week, but I thought, don't screw with it. John, you're shaking your head. You don't like me thinking about college picks?
The way you've been picking NFL games? No.
Okay, all right.
One of the few games you've gotten wrong all year was a college game.
Yeah, you're right. It's, you know, last night I liked Jacksonville +4, but, yeah, come on. That was just a hundy and a cocktail and watch a game on a Thursday night. I was bored out of my mind. My wife got sick. It doesn't count. I just threw it out there. What do I care? It's all about the records, baby. It's about protecting the shield. Blazing 5 shield. So, listen, there are some things I will excuse your team for being bad at. Like, there's 2 excuses for a bad football team that aren't really excuses. They're reasons. Number 1 is injuries. Last year, New York Giants, first 7 weeks of the season, were all beat up, especially in the secondary. You can't control that. Then the Giants got healthy about week 10, 12, 13. Down the stretch playoffs, they're the healthiest team in the league. So if your team has a lot of injuries, Green Bay struggled with injuries last couple of years, that's not really your fault. The second thing is, you know, a lot of people have failed drafting quarterbacks. And it's such a quarterback league. If you draft the wrong quarterback, you know, listen, there's nothing you can do when you're bad at quarterback. Never forget the San Francisco 49ers years ago drafted Giovanni Carmazzi over Tom Brady. Giovanni Carmazzi is now a goat farmer in rural California. He doesn't own a television set or a radio. He is a goat farmer. Okay, so, and everybody in the league had him rated higher than Tom Brady. So injuries and you just picked the wrong quarterback. I get it. I mean, look how many quarterbacks today. Kurt Warner was bagging groceries. Brett Favre. Did you watch him in college? Terry Bradshaw. You know, a lot of these college quarterbacks who you've never heard of go on to be really good. But here's the one thing, and Joe Namath talked about this yesterday. Here's the one thing Cleveland, Jacksonville Jets, there's no excuse for. This is on your scouting department. This is on your general manager. You are not allowed to be a team that lacks playmakers on offense. At wide receiver specifically. The fullbacks disappeared. You have to be able to have receivers. If you don't, that is completely on you. And here's why. The culture in football in America has changed. One of the reasons, the Democrats have more younger voters generally than Republicans who tend to skew older. Young people are on trends much more than tradition. If you go on Twitter, it is dominated by young people and liberals. Dominated. Young people are into trends more than old people. Now, some of that is tragic. Some of that helps you. Young people often see sports trends because it connects to them. Let me tell you a trend that young people are seeing before old people is that 16, 15, 14-year-old kids in high school, freshman, sophomore, 8th grade, 9th grade, they know all the money in football is now at wide receiver. It's not at running back. They picked up on this years ago. I follow recruiting. I noticed something about 5 years ago that is shocking. It used to be if you went on Rivals.com or Scouts.com, all these recruiting sites, and you looked up best running backs in the country, there were hundreds of them. Now there's about 6. Now it's all about wide receivers. Kids see the violence of the game. Receivers don't get hit. They play on the outside. They get better shoe deals. They're the stars. It's a passing league. Young people, young athletes see this. Everybody wants to be a wide receiver. 20 years ago, everybody wanted to be a running back. And what's happened now, there are so many wide receivers out there, there is no excuse if you can't find them. Go look at the Pittsburgh Steelers. Antonio Brown, Central Michigan. Mike Wallace, Ole Miss. Emmanuel Sanders, SMU. There's no excuse. I'm not mentioning Bama, Oklahoma, Ohio State. I'm not mentioning the big schools. New England's got a receiver from Texas Tech, Illinois, Chadron State, Kent State, Gronk's from the University of Arizona. The Saints have a star receiver from Hofstra. They don't even have a football program anymore. Toledo. They have a tight end who didn't play college football. He was a basketball player. The truth is the culture has changed, and if you haven't seen it for the last 7 or 8 years, you can find 30 outstanding receivers in the state of California high school right now. Used to be able to find 10 years ago running backs. Kids picked up on it. Running backs get hurt more. The game is more passing. They're playing their Xbox, they're watching their TV, and they see the receivers and quarterbacks get all the fame. So Joe Namath talked about this on 98.7 FM in New York. He was banging on the Jets. He goes, I don't want to hear you can't find the talent.
If you use that can't in your vocabulary when it comes to football, you won't. I don't want to hear about can't find the talent. How do the other teams around the league that are so consistent continually find the talent?
There is just receiving talent everywhere. Go look at the Saints, Steelers, Packers, Patriots, Houston Texans. Look at where the players went to school. I mean, you're getting guys, Bowie State, Chadron State. If you can't find skill people like Jacksonville, Cleveland, or the Jets, that is an institutional issue with you. It is everywhere. And for the record, I mean, go look at Detroit. They went and found Boise State is now their number 2 receiver. Boise State, Idaho? You give me Idaho? Danny Woodhead, Chadron State. Miles Austin was undrafted. Victor Cruz was undrafted. How come the Giants can find him and the Jets can't? Because the Giants institutionally have been a better organization. That's all it is. Coming up next, I know it's unpopular to say, and I'm not delusional, but I think Notre Dame could compete in the SEC. I'm not saying they're going to win it, But one of the great myths about Southern college football and Deflategate. Somebody knew about that football, right? We'll ask a former college and NFL quarterback. Would he ever let a student manager make that call without asking him? We got to get to the bottom of this. Brian Greasy on that next. Both topics. Do you have the legal protection you need? Think about it. You'd like to incorporate a business? Maybe it's an S Corp, C Corp, an LLC. How about a family matter? A will or a living trust? What's right for you? Maybe you just need to find an attorney to guide you along. Family matter, business matter. Where do you turn? How about LegalZoom.com? It's got an A rating from the Better Business Bureau. LegalZoom has been helping families and businesses get affordable and personalized legal protection for over a decade. In most states, through their legal plan, an attorney can answer questions about your documents. Go to LegalZoom.com. Now, it's not a law firm, but it can get you self-help services at your direction. Or speak with a legal plan attorney to personalize your documents and get ongoing advice. For more savings, though, you got to enter Colin in the referral box at checkout, LegalZoom.com. Enter Colin, C-O-L-I-N, in the referral box for an LLC, an S Corp, or a will or a living trust for your family. LegalZoom.com. It's the Herd.
Stifling defense.
Anthony swats him out of bounds and it saves it as he leaps over the Sixers bench.
Pinpoint shooting accuracy.
Fires a three at the horn and he swishes it in.
The will to win.
Prigioni double kicks back to Smith right down the paint and a vicious right-handed stub.
Nick's team.
They just continue to work hard and play hard, stay away from injuries. That's the name of the game.
Knicks Mavericks tonight at 7 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Sunday, April 7th at MetLife Stadium.
Welcome to WrestleMania!
The most spectacular event in live entertainment. WrestleMania 29. You'll see The Rock, Brock Lesnar, John Cena, and all the WWE superstars. The biggest matches, the grandest stage of them all. WrestleMania 29. Sunday, April 7th at MetLife Stadium. Tickets available 10 a.m. this Saturday at Ticketmaster.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Watching sports on Xfinity from Comcast is like having a front row seat to the biggest moments. With NFL Red Zone, you get every touchdown from every game Sunday afternoons. ESPN Goal Line brings you the best of college football. And the Watch ESPN app lets you take the action wherever you go. This is Sports on Xfinity. This is awesome. Call 1-800-XFINITY for a great offer. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Programming varies depending on level of service. Visit Comcast.com for details.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. Now that the presidential election has been decided, investors are worried about the looming showdown over fiscal policy that threatens to trigger another recession. President Obama today will ask Republicans and Democrats to work together to address the nation's fiscal problems sooner rather than later. The president to urge Congress to pass a bill that would prevent Bush-era tax cuts from expiring for all but the wealthiest Americans. The Dow opens at 12,811 after losing 121 points yesterday, bringing its two-day loss to 434 points. Worries about Europe's faltering economy also a factor. Most Asian stock markets sank today. Crude oil rose, staying above $85 a barrel. Priceline.com plans to buy online travel research company Kayak for cash and stock worth $1.8 billion. A research firm says U.S. retail sales of new video game hardware, software, and accessories fell 25% in October. Joan Bennett, ABC News.
You gotta wake them up.
Every weekday morning.
Wake up to Mike and Mike in the morning.
On ESPN Radio.
The reality is, if Notre Dame played Oregon in football next Saturday on a neutral site, I don't know who would win, and neither do you. It's as simple as that. Now, I got inundated with people yesterday, oh, Greeny, Oregon would beat them by 20 points. Oh, would they? Are you the same people who told me that Notre Dame was going to get smoked when they went to Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. In sports, we tell you what we expect to happen, and then guess what happens? They play a game.
We don't know.
They play a game. If we knew what was going to happen ahead of time, we would all be living in castles in Las Vegas.
I get it, but what we do is we make our picks.
So here's what drives me nuts.
Okay.
So Notre Dame, your Notre Dame, which always gets the benefit of everything. They've gotten into BCS bowl games in the years we've been together when they had no business being there, solely because they are Notre Dame, is now getting left out solely because they're Notre Dame. People are just using their anti-Notre Dame feelings to say, well, they clearly don't belong with the other guys. I'm going to give credit where it's due. CBSSports.com. Tom Fornelli is their college football blogger. He put the blind resumes of 5 unbeaten teams: Alabama, Oregon, Notre Dame, Louisville, and Kansas State.
Right.
Put them up there, teams A, B, C, D, and E. Showed you just what they've done.
Right.
And then you get a chance, you go on and you pick of those 5, which 2 should play each other in the national championship. Go ahead and do it. Go do it. I'm not going to do it. This wasn't my idea. I'm going to give credit where it's due. Go do it, and then you tell me who you came back and voted for. Which 2 teams you said deserve to play for the national championship right now. Go ahead and do it, and let me know what happens. And I'll tell you right now, it's going to surprise a lot of people. And all of you people who are emailing me, Notre Dame has no business on the field with these other teams, your point is completely irrelevant. What you think, I think, or anyone else thinks would happen in a game has no bearing on who should play for the title. You should reward the teams who have had the best seasons, who have accomplished the most. And right now, I'll give away part of it, Notre Dame is one of those 2 teams. End of discussion.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were going to be. They have the most, the wins as far as ranked teams, and the schedule has been the toughest. So by a computer, which a couple of the computers are number 1 on, I get what you're saying. But you keep wanting to make irrelevant the eye test, and as much as you think it should be irrelevant, it's not. And I mean, I know you want to pound your fist on the table and yell and scream and say that shouldn't be part of it. It should be just how they play this year. I get it. I get what you're saying, but that's not reality. Reality is how people look at it, especially people with a vote.
You really disappoint me.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Coming up in the herd. Does Jerry Jones create too much of a relaxed culture in Dallas? We'll ask 3-time Super Bowl champion Moose Johnston via the Subway Fresh Take hotline at 11:15 Eastern, 8:15 Pacific. In the herd.
What everybody's talking about brought to you by Lowe's. Veterans Day at Lowe's. Get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer, $800. Savings of $430. Lowe's never stop improving. See store for details, including Maytag offer. I'm going to talk to Brian Greasy in a second. Yeah, I don't think the whole deflated ball thing on its own is I mean, obviously, Pat Hayden came out with a Twitter response last night, and he sounded like an angry parent. He said, it was unacceptable. We apologize. I can assure you it will not happen again. He sounds like a pretty angry parent. And Lane Kiffin's not hired by Hayden. He's 37. So, there's a lot of people saying, oh, this is the end. I don't think it's the end. But I do think, I do think when I look at this situation is that it's the initial story when it's the drip, 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 Kiffin stuff. And then when the story comes out, you don't get a pass based on all the drip, 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 drip stuff on your resume. And so when I hear that a student manager on his own volition did something, I think, really? That kid's got a pair. I cannot imagine. When I was in college at 18, 19, 20 years old, if you think I'm screwing around with a star quarterback on campus, his footballs, maybe this kid's different, And so my thing is, I'm not blaming anybody. I mean, I know all the USC people, and they're like, we got nothing to do with it. Just a goofy kid. So Brian Greasy, who does college football for ESPN, I'm not blaming Lane or Matt Barkley. I'm not. But what was your first interpretation of the whole story, Brian? It is hard to buy a student manager would make the call.
Well, I think you're right. I think there's no way that just a student manager is going to arbitrarily change the way the footballs are being prepared for the game. And to me, when I was playing, I used to actually take the bag of footballs from the trainer the night before the game, and I would actually keep the bag in my room while I slept the night before the game because I didn't want anybody messing with the footballs. I checked every ball. I made sure it wasn't too slick. I made sure it was prepared right, inflated correctly. And I think if you talk to any quarterback, Colin, that's played the game, each of them will tell you that they are very particular about the football and the way that it feels in your hand. And so I don't think there's any way that Matt Barkley or anybody on that team didn't know that a manager was doing something to the ball.
I said this yesterday. The deflated football by itself is not Watergate. But Pat Hayden had a tweet last night, "This will not happen again." It almost sounded like an angry parent. Do you believe Pat Hayden, with the missteps with the media, with the jersey thing, do you think Pat Hayden, after this recent deflated football situation, do you think he's running out of patience?
I don't think that the deflate gate or whatever you want to call it is going to be the straw that breaks Lane Kiffin's back. I think the accumulation, though, Colin, certainly has the attention of Pat Hayden. And it starts with the losses. It starts with the disappointment of the season. It starts with the fact that Matt Barkley coming back and Marquise Lee and Robert Woods and all these players, this was supposed to be the year, and it hasn't. It's been very disappointing for a number of reasons. And then you pile these things on top of that, and all of a sudden you start not only to question Lane Kiffin's ability to produce on the field, but then you start to question his antics off the field. And that's been kind of his Achilles heel from Tennessee back to Oakland, now it's USC. And I certainly think that it has Pat Hayden's attention, and the margin for error for Lane Kiffin is razor thin.
If I said to you, Kiffin or Barkley had something to do with the football, who would you guess?
Well, I think it's such a, when I look at the facts, for a quarterback, it's such a particular thing to the quarterback. The coach is not the one out there throwing the ball, okay? That Lane Kiffin doesn't have to be comfortable with the grip of the football. Matt Barkley does. And the quarterback controls how the footballs are prepared. At least he should be. And so in that vein, if a student manager was going to do something, I think it would be as a result of a conversation with the quarterback and not the head coach.
I saw where an SEC coach, Houston Nutt, said this week that he does think Notre Dame could compete in the SEC. And I know, Southern college football fan goes crazy on this, but I looked at the SEC this morning, from Tennessee to Ole Miss to Auburn and Arkansas, Kentucky and Vandy. Why can't Notre Dame compete in the SEC? Is the SEC middle and below that great?
I don't think so. I think Ole Miss is a team that's on the rise. Obviously, Auburn is struggling. Vanderbilt's had a disappointing year. Tennessee, we know about their struggles. Obviously, Notre Dame can compete and probably beat all of those teams. But when you say to the Southern fan that Notre Dame can compete in the SEC, we're not talking about competing in the bottom half of the league. We're talking about the top half of the league. And I agree that Notre Dame is not the caliber of team that an Alabama or even a Georgia or at this point LSU. Any of those teams, I don't think Notre Dame can beat.
Brian Greasy working the Michigan Northwestern game this weekend. Good talking to you, Brian. Always appreciate you stopping by.
My pleasure, Colin.
By the way, on the whole Deflategate thing, again, in itself, it's more of a drip thing. Here's the thing. I just got an email from Eric. Hayden, magna cum laude, Phi Beta Kappa, a BA in economics from Oxford, Rhodes Scholar. Pat Hayden's a smart dude. And, he's one of those things. It's like in New England, in Belichick, we trust. My thing with USC is in Pat Hayden, we trust. Whatever that guy decides, whatever he believes is right, is right. I find the whole story it's a weird story. A student manager. Holy mackerel, student manager. Do you know this, by the way? John, you should have looked into this. Student managers get, scholarships. If you're a student manager, yeah. It's incredible. Now, my kid's obviously going to be a D1 athlete, But if he's not, he can be a volleyball student manager. You get college paid for. I'm not joking.
Would that be weird when your kid's a D1 athlete and you're criticizing him on the air?
Not really. No, it won't be. I'd have no problem ripping my son. Hey, let's do it right now. Let's do some children music, and I'll do it right now. I have no problem. If my son was a quarterback at a D1 school, I'd hang him out to dry. That coward kid, that'd be a dilemma. What if he played for USC and then became a Patriot? That'd be tough. That's a lot of loyalty there. Listen, I can tell you, my kid may be 6'6" and left-handed, and he's 6 years old. You should see his kindergarten picture. Everybody comes up to here on him. My sister's 6'2". I live among a family of giants. I'm the shortest guy in my family. And my sister's taller. My dad was taller. And my son's going to be 6'6". You know when kids come out, they tell you how big they're going to be? Because they're 3 times how tall they are at like 2 years old. They'll be 3 times that. He's supposed to be 6'6" and a half, and he's a left-hander. Holy God. And I got news for you. You don't want to coach him. I'm his dad. I can't coach him. That kid is looking for an electrical socket every waking hour. Seriously. If there's a turnover on the field, he'll find it. I love what the Texas Rangers did. It sounds harsh, but if you got into drugs and you're asking for $175 million, I don't trust you. Texas Rangers showed real backbone. That and Antonio Cromartie, often wrong, could be right. Next.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Getting back to normal after Hurricane Sandy is going to take time, and Lowe's is here to help. We're working to support recovery efforts with a donation of $1 million to disaster relief and rebuilding efforts in communities affected by Hurricane Sandy. At our stores, you'll also find great low everyday values on the supplies you need to repair and remodel your home. While you're waiting on insurance, we can also help you make urgent repairs now with special financing options on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. See store for special financing details. Lowe's, never stop improving.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3.
The Steve Young Report. Steve, do you believe in quarterback slumps, and do you think that Eli Manning is in one of them?
Yeah, you have been slow during the year, no question about it. Eli, he's done it so much now. He's on the other side of it. It's not like he's going to regress.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Are you making frequent bathroom trips during the night? Do you have a strong urge to urinate? If ignored, these symptoms may result in complicated kidney and bladder infections, kidney failure, or loss of bladder function. Additionally, if you are a male of 50 years or older and experiencing sexual dysfunction, you may be at risk of a stroke or heart attack. The same disease process that affects blood vessels which lead to the heart and brain affect the delicate vessels that supply blood to the genital organs. Careful evaluation of erectile dysfunction can uncover these problems years before critical damage occurs. Compassionate urologists at the New York Urologic Institute specialize in improving urologic and sexual function. Latest technological advances allow the patient to get answers to diagnostic tests immediately, reducing anxiety. Call the New York Urologic Institute at 347-508-3991. Offices are conveniently located in Queens and Brooklyn. For timely, effective treatment, call 347-508-3991. That's 347-508-3991.
There are holidays, and then there's Football-a-Day, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments. Every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Football-a-Day sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Football-a-Day. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Brian Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by 7-Eleven. Well, the 7 election is over, but the real winner is you. Grab a fresh coffee in a red or blue cup as a memento while supplies last. 7-Eleven. Oh, thank heaven. Knicks looking to improve to 4-0 to start a season for the first time since the 93-94 season, the year in which they went to the NBA Finals. Knicks are hosting the Mavericks tonight, 7 o'clock. Pre-game play-by-play at 7:30 right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Knicks expected to get Marcus Camby back for the first time this year. Nets are in Orlando tonight. Brooklyn again will be playing without Gerald Wallace. Rex Ryan yesterday responding to the assertion from Antonio Cromartie that his team will be going to the playoffs.
I know Crow had some comments about, we're going to make the playoffs and all that. And I feel as an entire, football team that we should all feel like that. And I think we do feel like that.
Hakeem Nicks returned to practice on a limited basis yesterday, says he will play for the Giants against Cincinnati this weekend. USA Today reports that the Rangers will not exceed 3 years in a deal to re-sign Josh Hamilton.
Experience a Sears Veterans Day appliance event and get up to 25% off appliances. Plus, save even more with super buys. Only Sears has all 10 of the top appliance brands. This is the Top 10 Advantage. This is Sears.
Now, The Herd with Colin Cowherd on ESPN Radio.
And ESPNradio.com.
It's The Herd on ESPN Radio, wherever you may be, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day, presented by Progressive. All of our guests via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. 30 minutes from now, our Blazing 5 picks, 32-13 on the year. We save our 5 best bets of the week, all NFL, 30 minutes from now, that being the bottom of the hour. And I love the picks this week. I do believe Vegas did a very good job this week on the lines. It was much tougher to find the games I liked this week. I had 2 I really liked, and 3 I went back and forth on and really had to do some homework. And usually I can find 4 very quickly. So I thought Vegas, as somebody once told me in Las Vegas, a couple times a year, just half your bets. This is one of those weeks, half your bets. There's not a lot of easy ones out there. I almost included a college game, but I didn't want to screw with stuff. By the way, the Bills at the Patriots has the most buzz, over 2 million page views. Tickets averaging $273, brought to you by StubHub. More fans go to find the seats they want, sports, concerts, and more, changing the ticketing game one fan at a time. StubHub, fast and easy. I got to give, even though it's a Football Friday, I got to give the Texas Rangers credit. This is a good organization. I've said this before. Everybody in life deserves a second chance. I'm not a moralist. If you become a drug addict, you deserve another chance. You deserve, in our society, the right to make mistakes. Now, I'm not going to give it to you, but somebody else can, but I'm not going to be a moralist. I have friends who have had issues with drugs. I have had a boss who's had an issue with drugs who I really liked. I'm not being a moralist. I'm just not ever marrying somebody who was a drug addict. Or I'm never going into business with somebody who was a drug addict, giving them a lot of money. If I found out today my financial guy was a former drug addict, no thanks. I think a lot of it is compulsive personality, OCD. I think some people are more prone to it. Probably a DNA thing, can't control it. I'm not a moralist. I think you deserve a second chance. I'm just not going to give it to you, me personally. And Texas Rangers, when considering everything with Josh Hamilton, have said, we're not going to offer you anything more than a 3-year deal. Good for them. Josh Hamilton wants 8 years. That's what you're getting now in sports. Albert Pujols, Joey Votto, 6, 7, 8 years. I have to consider Josh Hamilton's past. I have to consider what Texas Rangers reliever Mike Adams said this week. Quote, Hamilton's a special talent. Sometimes, though, you have to let Josh figure it out himself. He's a different guy. Every day you hope the good Josh comes to the ballpark. This is not a cheap shot at Josh Hamilton. This is not, he's not a good guy at Josh Hamilton. This is, you have shown a history of making poor choices, bad judgment. You've shown a history of mood swings. We saw you at the end of the year against Oakland pop up to center. Petulant, moody, history, injury history. I'm not giving you more than 3 years. Finally, an organization doesn't look desperate. Nobody's saying you're a bad guy or a bad person. If you do drugs and get addicted. I watched Dr. Drew's Celebrity Rehab. I don't think they're terribly immature. I think they're all wounded children. See a lot of guys that are mama's boys. Can't make strong, definitive decisions. They're wounded children. That's a psychology term. That's what it is. Don't think they're bad. But I applaud the Texas Rangers for putting a line in the sand. We're going to consider everything, and now we're going to consider not only your RBIs, your personality traits. That's being responsible to you, the fans. You want to pay $11 for a Heineken? Just keep signing those RBI guys. By the way, 11 of the top 20 RBI guys in baseball didn't make the playoffs. To me, there's 2 or 3 people in sports who deserve huge money. Top quarterbacks, NBA stars, and NHL goalies. RBI guy, he matters, but I wouldn't pay him $175 million. Angels have Mike Trout, Pujols, can't make the playoffs. In a division with low-budget payroll, Seattle and Oakland. So it was like, you know what, Texas Rangers, good for you. Nobody's saying Josh Hamilton's a bad guy. But for the safety of our organization, the fans, advertisers, everybody, 3 years, that's it. That's what your history deserves, 3 years. And I guarantee I'll get hate mail. You are judgmental. Yeah, I'm paying you $175 million. I'm judgmental. Yeah, I'm paying you $175 million. I am judgmental. Yes. I'm not saying I can't be your friend. I'm not saying you're not a good person or a dad. I don't pay my friends $175 million. Maybe if I was buying dinner for $175, that's fine. I guarantee I'll get nothing today, but you're a judgmental moralist. I'm not. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody gets a second chance. By the way, Antonio Cromartie, speaking of bad judgment, says the Jets will make the playoffs. Here's Antonio Cromartie.
Jets will make a playoff this year. We believe in each other. We believe in what Coach Ryan and his staff is putting us the schemes and stuff. So we're definitely going to make a playoff this year.
Now, John, you have laughed at me with this because your Cowboys are basically same record, same team. I'll tell you right now, John, if they're every single team on Blazing 5 this year, what is the one team I have nailed? I'm 5-0 with their picks this year, John. Who is it?
It's the Jets.
I have nailed the Jets. I'm going to tell you right now, they're going to lose to Seattle maybe. It'll be close. They're going to beat St. Louis, lose to New England. They're going to be 4-7. They're going to win their last 5 games. Arizona, Jayville, Tennessee, San Diego, Buffalo. They're going to finish either 8-8 or 9-7. You start Tebow, you blow it up. Stay with Sanchez. Cross your fingers on your health of your defensive players. But down the stretch, you are going to be facing John Skelton, Blaine Gabbert, maybe Jake Locker, a San Diego team probably reeling, and Ryan Fitzpatrick. Be patient. Now, Rex Ryan thinks they can right the ship, but Rex Ryan always thinks they can right the ship.
I know Crow had some comments about, we're going to make the playoffs and all that. And I feel as an entire, football team that we should all feel like that. And I think we do feel like that. Nobody wants to hear it, but who cares? That's really how we feel. Whether you like it or not, that's our mentality.
By the way, John, you're a younger generation Twitter guy. You don't think I'm being too judgmental? Or do you think I'm being too judgmental? $175 million. I'm looking at your history, drugs, judgment, moods. Not giving it to you.
I think that's too much for any player. Many years and that much money for any player, but then you add off-field issues, and he has had relapses. Like, it's not like this is way in his past.
Yeah.
I think you're being okay on this one, which is rare. I usually don't agree with you.
Blazing 5 picks, bottom of the hour, coming up next. Daryl Moose Johnson, NFL on Fox, former Cowboy. That's a huge game this weekend, Cowboys and Eagles. It's part of my Blazing 5 picks, and it may be my strongest pick of the week. Moose, loose, next.
The hysteria surrounding the Knicks has reached a surreal level. Starting at 1, Stephen A. and Rucco decided the Knicks can push their mark to 4-0 tonight on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit Geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Hi, football fans. I think you'll agree that you've got to have great seats. And now it's even easier to pick the seats you want wherever you are thanks to StubHub's new mobile seat maps. They're the only interactive seat maps that let you search for NFL tickets by section and actually see the view from your seat, all from your mobile phone. How cool is that? So whether you're searching StubHub on your computer or your phone, it's easy to find the seat you want. Yet another reason thousands of fans use StubHub for their NFL tickets every Sunday.
StubHub! The college basketball season begins tonight on ESPN with two big-time matchups. First, the Sears Armed Forces Classic celebrates Veterans Day from Ramstein Air Base in Germany as number 14 Michigan State takes on Connecticut in the first regular season game overseas. Then in Brooklyn, in the Barclays Center Classic, Maryland goes up against John Calipari's national champion Kentucky Wildcats. It all starts tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern with live SportsCenter reports from Germany on ESPN.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
Dishing and swishing with Walt Clyde Frazier today at 5:30 on the Michael K. Show on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Coming up in the herd, Colin is now 32-13 against the spread with his blazing 5. The guy just doesn't miss. Hear this week's picks at 11:30 Eastern, 8:30 Pacific. In the herd.
By the way, I don't know if we realize how big of a story this is. Mark Stein of ESPN.com says despite the Lakers publicly expressing support for Mike Brown, that they have grown sufficiently concerned about the state of the Lakers. And if they have a bad homestand, Mike Brown could be fired. Mark Stein, ESPN.com. That's a major story. Now, the homestand begins, I think it's tonight. They face the Warriors. Warriors are all beat up, so they'll win that game. Andrew Bogut's hurt. Brandon Rush is hurt. They're a mess. But also, San Antonio, Houston, and Brooklyn are on that homestand. Think about this. Last year, they lost their last two games. Preseason, they went 0-8. They're 1-4 this year. In the Lakers' last 15 games, they are 1-14. 1-14. Here's Kobe Bryant, by the way. There was a report, we talked about it yesterday, that he gave Mike Brown in Utah the death stare, and that Kobe was ticked off on Mike Brown. He talked about it yesterday.
Like, I was upset at Mike Brown. I gave him, like, the death stare. How it's been interpreted? I don't give a shit how it's interpreted. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. I'm too old to deal with that stuff. I really am. I mean, I've been his biggest supporter. So I'm really too old to be dealing with childish things.
But were you the circumstances and what was going on?
Yeah, I mean, everybody here would be frustrated to lose a game. You're upset. You're angry. I mean, so it has nothing to do with one particular person. I mean, it's just, God, people are bored.
God, people are bored. He did look like he gave Mike Brown the death stare. Okay, there it is. Mark Stein reporting it. Laker homestand, that's Mike Brown's job. That's interesting. They play Brooklyn, Houston, and San Antonio. Those are teams that can score points. All right, Moose Johnson, former Dallas Cowboy, he's got rings. He's got Atlanta at New Orleans. By the way, that's the Saints Super Bowl. You know New Orleans is playing well in that game. Let me start with this. You know, we were just talking about job security, and Mark Stein reports that despite what the Laker people are saying, Mike Brown's in trouble. All we hear in Dallas is Jerry loves Jason Garrett. Moose, do you believe that as a former Cowboy to be true?
I do. I don't think that he's in jeopardy. I think a lot of it kind of came to a head this week with the discussion about Sean Payton's contract and him becoming a free agent, and the fact that he has family back in the Dallas area, his connection to Jerry from his last time on the staff, their relationship not only professionally but personally. So that all of a sudden sparked a lot of talk. I don't think it's true. I think Jason I think Jason's doing a great job. I really do. Obviously, the success is not there yet. Jason's not the one that's making bad decisions and turning the ball over. There's a lot of reasons why the Cowboys are not winning games right now. And as usual, which is the nature of the business, the quarterback and head coach get the majority of the blame when things go bad and the majority of the credit when things go well. But Tony Romo was outstanding last year, outstanding, and he is not playing at that level this year. And if he was, Dallas would be a very, very good football team because their defense is so much improved.
Yes.
So they just got to learn how to get that dynamic going again between offense and defense and trust each other and have each other's backs. And if you got to throw a death stare at somebody, you got to throw a death stare at somebody.
By the way, Jason Garrett's lost 11 of these touchdown or fewer games. And in New York, they have what I call A-Rod fatigue. We know he's great, but people are getting tired of him struggling when it matters. Do you sense a Romo fatigue in Dallas? I guess the ratings are down like 18%, the TV local ratings. Do you sense people are tiring of Romo losing the same way? And with a potential contract extension sitting there, that there's a chance Romo wouldn't be back?
There was a big article in the Dallas Morning News last week that talked specifically about that, and it kind of weighed all the different options and scenarios, and basically what it said was that he would get the long-term contract. It's such a critical position to have success as a football team in the NFL, and I know that Tony has been maligned throughout his entire career. He hasn't been embraced. He's got a tough act to follow with Roger Staubach and Troy Aikman and all the great things that they did, winning championships. And it's been hard for him. And I blame a lot of the local media. They put him on a pedestal right away in the beginning of his career because he was doing incredible things statistically. And the game had changed. And you can't compare Tony Romo to Roger Staubach or Troy Aikman because it was a different era back then. And, yes, his numbers are going to be much better. But this game is based on winning and winning championships. And I think a lot of people brought Tony Romo into the mix of the discussion between Roger and Troy, and he hadn't earned that right yet. And until he wins a championship, that will always be his challenge. He's got to win the big game.
We have some interesting NFL games this week, Moose. 3 rings, NFL on Fox doing the Atlanta-New Orleans game. For New Orleans, this is their season. For Atlanta, you've been in locker rooms. Even those great Cowboy teams had letdowns. I feel like New Orleans, they have circled this. It is a playoff game. Your gut feeling on the game you'll do this weekend?
I agree with you. I think it's a critical game for New Orleans. They've really put themselves in a hole with their 0-4 start. You've got a lot of ground to make up in your division. You're going to keep an eye on some of these other teams out there that are potential wild card teams. The good news for them is nobody's really moving away when you're talking about the wild card scenario. You've got some good teams at the tops of the divisions from a record standpoint, but they're in the hunt. And, to me, it kind of goes back to what happened a couple of years ago when Chicago played Green Bay in the last game of the season, and Chicago had solidified their playoff spot. They couldn't improve their position, and Lovie Smith left all his starters in, and Green Bay had to win to get in. And Lovie Smith wanted Green Bay out of the playoffs because he knew how well they were playing at that time. I think that people are going to have that same approach with New Orleans as we move down the stretch. You've got, if you can knock these guys out of the playoff hunt, do it, because we know how explosive they are. Eventually, they're going to figure out Steve Spagnuolo's defense, and they're going to start playing better there. And we saw a little bit of that last Monday night against Philadelphia. So this is a dangerous team, and I think they will. I think every game becomes very, very critical for them down the stretch. They have no margin for error anymore.
I watched some of these young quarterbacks like Andy Dalton last year, RG3 this year, and you can tell Russell Wilson that the coaching staff, not that they hide them, but they throw a lot of bubble screens. I watch Andrew Luck, and they are asking him to throw the ball down the field. What did you make of his performance last night? I think he has separated himself pre-snap, post-snap from a lot of these other guys. Your thoughts?
I completely agree with you. I think he's playing at a very, very high level, and I agree. He's running a complete offense. I thought that Mike Shanahan and the other coaches out there have done a good job. Pete Carroll, they've done a good job protecting the young guys, letting them grow. But I think in Indianapolis they really just said, okay, let's just start learning on the curve. Learn on the fly. Let's see what you got. And the thing that I've been impressed with Andrew Luck, I didn't realize he was athletic as he was. I mean, I knew he was a great pocket passer, he's been in a pro-style system, and the transition there will probably, happen a little bit quicker for him. But I had no idea he was as athletic as he is when things break down and he's moving. So I really, we had Robert Griffin III last week. He's had a phenomenal year. He's done some great things in Washington. He's really there by himself. He's got no defense to cover his back. Thank God they found Alfred Morris. He's got nobody on the outside to get the football to. So a lot of the things he's doing on his own. But when you look at Andrew Luck and what he's done, I really think that he's got to be your offensive rookie of the year at this point right now. And if they continue to play at the same level through the rest of the year, he would get my vote.
NFL on Fox. He's got a great game this week. Atlanta at New Orleans. Daryl Moose Johnson, 3 rings. Moose, great having you on the show. Thanks, man.
Yeah, you got it. Always a pleasure, Colin.
You bet. By the way, the story again, Mark Stein, ESPN.com. If the Lakers have a lousy homestand, Laker management has grown sufficiently concerned about the state of the team that management is prepared to look seriously at a coaching change at this early juncture if L.A. can't take advantage of what looks like to be multiple winnable games in the upcoming stretch. Here's what's interesting. If the team bails, that tells you what they think of Mike Brown. What will the effort be from the team? They're going to read this. How hard will players play for Mike Brown? Wow. Homestand starts tonight against the banged-up Warriors. You got Houston, Brooklyn, and San Antonio. Even Sacramento can score. Wow. Out in L.A., they are impatient. Coming up next, blazing 5 picks. Uncle Colin, windows down, throwing out 20 to his beautiful children. Next.
Coming up today on the Michael K. Show, Jeff Van Gundy joins Michael and Don at 3:30 with his thoughts on the Knicks' hot start. Plus a big football Friday, literally, with Damian Woody at 4:30 and Antonio Pierce at 5 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. I got a busy schedule. Prepping for the show, interviews, working on the book, spending time with my family. So saving time more than ever is really crucial for my life. That's why I love Stamps.com. It saves me the time and hassle of going to the post office. No more driving, fighting for a parking space. With Stamps.com, you buy and print official U.S. postage for any letter, any package, using your own computer and printer. Folks, it's just so easy to get started. Get postage whenever you need it right from your desk. Right now, Stamps.com is a special offer for my listeners. It's a no-risk trial. Plus, you get $110 bonus offer, including a digital scale and $55 of free postage. Only if you use my first name, Colin. With a busy schedule, mine's busy, and so is yours. Saving time, more important than ever. Don't wait. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio mic, upper right side, type in Colin. That's Stamps.com, enter Colin. Stamps.com. Use it once. You'll never give it up.
Mike Rowe here at a Ford dealer with a little Q&A for Fiona. According to the signs, Ford is having some sort of big tire event. How would you describe the event?
It's big.
The savings one might enjoy at the event.
They're big.
What about the selection?
Big.
Get a $60 mail-in rebate on 4 select tires. Use the Ford Service credit card for an additional $60. Click on the banner ad.
So I think we can agree then that Ford's tire event is good sized.
No, Michael. It's big.
Subject to credit approval. Rebate by check. Offer cannot be combined. See participating Ford dealer for rebate details by 11/30/12.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
It's time to get winter ready.
Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. Auction Time charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
Monday, behind Big Ben.
We got out hard.
The Steelers took down the reigning Super Bowl champs.
Let's go!
Now, one of the hottest teams in the game.
Touchdown Steelers.
Returns home in search of a fourth straight win against the Chiefs. Countdown sets the stage at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Chiefs, Steelers, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families stationed around the world. Grant a wish for our servicemen and women, or donate a special gift to their families to show your support. Give a special gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN and give your gift today.
Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by the New York Lottery. For the world's largest starting jackpot, play Powerball from the New York Lottery and experience what it's like to be that kind of rich. Knicks looking to improve to 4-0 to start a season for the first time since the 93-94 year, a year in which they went to the finals. Knicks hosting the Mavericks tonight, 7 o'clock pregame, 7:30 play-by-play here on ESPN New York. Mike Woodson, head coach of the Knicks, joined Stephen A. Smith and me yesterday, said when Amari Stoudemire does come back, no guarantee he'll start.
Well, I mean, I can't make that decision right now. You know, my thing is you don't lose your starting job based on injuries. And, you know, he's been a big piece to our puzzle, so, you know, he will come back into our lineup if that may be the case. Again, only time will tell. We got to see where he is when he gets back, and we got to make sure that he's healthy enough to do the things that we've asked him to do on and off the floor.
Nets are in Orlando tonight. Brooklyn again playing without Gerald Wallace. Sources tell ESPN.com that if the Lakers don't have a good homestand, it would put Mike Brown's job in immediate jeopardy. Hakeem Nicks says he will play Sunday when the Giants take on the Bengals. Nicks was back at practice yesterday on a limited basis, and USA Today reports the Rangers will not go past 3 years in a deal to re-sign Josh Hamilton.
At Lowe's, get a Bosch 18-volt half-inch cordless lithium-ion compact drill driver set, now just $99, a savings of $70. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer valid 11/7 through 11/12. Includes 2 batteries and charger while supplies last. See store for details. The Herd on ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance.
The Knicks are trying to go 4-0 tonight against the Mavs, and the Lakers may fire their coach, according to Mark Stein, in a week and a half. It's early in the NBA season, but there's all sorts of stuff. How about that? Get your hands on a Subway steak melt today, like the tender, juicy steak and bacon melt. That's an amazing story. Mark Stein, we're going to try to get him on the last hour of our show. We are packed in the last hour of our show. We have our college football predictions, Trey and Mark, R.J. Bell, and the latest with the Lakers situation. I think it's a huge story. Basically, Mark Stein reports Mike Brown wins lots of games during this homestand, or he's out, according to his sources. Wow. He's 1-14 if you count preseason. Last 15 games, he's coached the Lakers. And we all remember how bad that L.A. offense was with LeBron. ISO, one guy left, 4 Cavs staring at it. It was terrible. All right, here we go. Every week at this time, number 1 rule, don't bet what you don't have to lose. Just ask your more successful brother for tips. I don't know your bankroll. Not my fault. Don't bet what you can't lose. Here's our Blazing 5.
Some people like it hot. It's getting hot. Others like it red hot. It's Colin's Blazing 5. It's Colin's Blazing 5. Somebody call 911. In the Herd. New York Jets at Seattle.
All right, the game's in Seattle, and we know they're good at home. But the Jets are getting 6 points. Don't worry about flying cross-country. That's mitigated because the Jets are coming off a bye. New York is a team. There are jobs on the line. And this is a very, very good defensive-minded head coach who will quarterback Russell Wilson all sorts of issues. The Jets aren't as bad as everybody thinks. They should have beaten New England in New England. And the Seahawks, they're 5-4, but let's be honest about that. Lots of close games. That Carolina game could have lost it. Cam Newton had a wide-open receiver, end zone, seconds left, skip the pass. That game against Green Bay, bad call. They could easily have lost 2 to 3 more football games. Seattle is one-dimensional. Fewest pass attempts in the NFL. And if you look at special teams, always a Seahawk advantage, not necessarily in this game. I'm going to go with a more experienced quarterback. Both the Jets and the Seahawks have issues moving the ball consistently, but I like the Rex Ryan matchup against Russell Wilson. I think it's a 24-23 football game. I'll say Seattle wins it with a field goal, but 6 points is way too much. I'll take the Jets plus 6.
Detroit at Minnesota.
I feel very strongly about this. The Vikings are falling apart. Now they're at home, and Detroit has to swallow 2 points. But Detroit right now is playing good football because they finally have a semblance of a running game with Mikel LeSure. And that's giving the Lions something they haven't had in a couple of years. Pick up short yards. Don't rely on Matt Stafford. And by the way, Matt Stafford has now found a second and third wide receiver to go along with Calvin Johnson. Keep your eye on Titus Young. Minnesota's offense has regressed. In fact, in the last month, they've been clobbered 3 times by the Bucs, the Redskins, and Seattle. And with that offensive line regressing and Percy Harvin not at 100%, the book is out on Christian Ponder. He doesn't look down the field. He has 8 picks in 5 games. I have a team in Detroit playing their best football of the year. I have a team in Minnesota playing their worst football of the year, and I only have to give up 2 points. I'll take Detroit, swallow the points. Lions win 27-17.
Houston at Chicago.
I love both of these teams. I may even love Chicago more, but this is a bad matchup for Chicago. So I get Houston plus 1.5. Now remember, the Bears have not. Some of the Bears, and I like them, but let's not be crazy here. They have really beaten up on bad teams. And the one thing the Bears struggle with, offensive line. They are giving up 4.5 sacks a game in their last 3 games. Guess who's coming to town? J.J. Watt, best sack guy in the NFL, and a tremendous front 7 for the Houston Texans. Now, the Texans and the Bears both beat up on weak quarterbacks. But unlike the team Chicago has played, the Texans don't turn it over. They're plus 7 in turnover ratio. The last 11 times Houston's Matt Schaub has started, he's won 10 of 11. Houston physically matches up very well with Chicago. They do not turn the ball over like many of the Bears' victims. And they have a tremendous advantage in the trenches, defensive line to the Bears' offensive line. I think it's a very good football game. But in this instance, I've got to take a great team getting points. Houston wins 21-13.
Atlanta at New Orleans.
This is the Saints Super Bowl. They're at home getting 2.5. Now listen, Atlanta has won, and we know this, by 2 over Carolina, by 3 over Oakland, both at home, by 7 over the Redskins. And if Dallas cornerback Orlando Scandrick could tackle, who knows? New Orleans is at home, and this is their Super Bowl. Now, the Saints offense is number 2 in the league in passing. It is potent. They're 3-1 in their last 4. But here's what I like. Drew Brees has been very consistently good against Atlanta. Over 300 yards passing in his last 4 against the Falcons. And the Falcons' defense is not Chicago or Houston. It's not intimidating. And I don't love the Saints' offensive line, but they'll move the ball here. Atlanta's defense is 25th against the rush, 13th against the pass, only 14th with sacks. They've mostly feasted on turnover-prone teams. That's not the Saints. Drew Brees in New Orleans, at least offensively, have found their groove. Last 5 weeks, 15 TDs, 3 picks. Got to take the points. The game simply is more urgent for New Orleans, an offense that has found its way, and the O-line weakness of the Saints will not be exploited by Atlanta's defensive front. I'm calling for an upset, 28-26 Saints.
Dallas at Philadelphia.
I know what you're saying, Colin. You're crazy. You're crazy, Uncle Colin. You keep liking the Cowboys. Well, I like them here. Dallas is -2, and it's at Philadelphia. Folks, the Eagles are 4 points away from being 0-8. Last week's a great example of Philadelphia. Red zone, 5 trips, no touchdowns. I really like Dallas here. Not just because they're one of the few teams ranked in the top 10 with defense and offense. I know they're 3-5, but they faced a tougher schedule. Here's the matchup I love. Dallas's defense should control Philadelphia's anemic offensive line. Do you know who's allowed the lowest quarterback rating in the NFL? Dallas's defense. Do you know who is allowed the lowest completion percentage in the NFL? Dallas's defense. They had 3 sacks against Atlanta. Here's another number. They get a sack, does Dallas. 1 out of 9 passes when they blitz. That's number 2 in the NFL. And their passing game against good teams is starting to click. Tony Romo has had 760 yards passing. Last 2 weeks, Giants and Atlanta were the opponent. Hell of a lot better than Philadelphia. I got to tell you right here, the Eagles are a bad football team. They're a bad football team. They're 4 points away from being 0-8. Dallas, I could argue, is 6 points away from being one of the top teams in the league. They're a finger by Des Bryant from beating the Giants twice. Take the points, swallow them here. Dallas wins 24-20. So there you go. I'm taking dogs, and I'm taking favorites. I'm taking the Cowboys and Detroit as favorites, and I'm taking New Orleans as a dog, Houston as a dog, and the Jets as a dog. Blazing 5 is 32-13, 74% on the year. We'll update you on the Lakers story. And coming up next, former Bronco quarterback Jake Plummer. He had the unenviable task of trying to be the next Elway. And he was darn good, but he wasn't the next Elway. Is he shocked by how good Peyton Manning is? And what does he make of Andrew Luck? Here at The Herd, we've got pros that listen to the show. Pro contractors. Folks that keep the country running. Remodelers and plumbers. Waterwork pros and HVAC tech. Let's say you run your own business and you work around the clock. Job sites, writing estimates, billing. When do you have time to order products and materials you need? That's where Ferguson comes in. You've heard me talk about Ferguson, you know them. The country's largest distributor of plumbing products and supplies. Been around for nearly 60 years. They have an all-new program called Ferguson Pro Plus. Lets pros order products online from Ferguson 24/7. Not just that, now when pros order online from Ferguson, they get Pro Plus rewards points. And they can use those to get tickets, gear, games. Ferguson is the pro contractor's best resource in person or online. Check out Pro Plus at Ferguson.com. That is Ferguson.com. They can even deliver your needs to your job site. Jake Plummer next.
Wrangler jeans give you comfort where you want it. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans. Antrell Roll issued a warning to Bengals wide receiver A.J. Green. But is it the Giants that should be wary heading into this matchup? The Michael K. Show today at 3 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Are you making frequent bathroom trips during the night? Do you have a strong urge to urinate? If ignored, these symptoms may result in complicated kidney and bladder infections, kidney failure, or loss of bladder function. Additionally, if you are a male of 50 years or older and experiencing sexual dysfunction, you may be at risk of a stroke or heart attack. The same disease process that affects blood vessels which lead to the heart and brain affect the delicate vessels that supply blood to the genital organs. Careful evaluation of erectile dysfunction can uncover these problems years before critical damage occurs. Compassionate urologists at the New York Urologic Institute specialize in improving urologic and sexual function. Latest technological advances allow the patient to get answers to diagnostic tests immediately, reducing anxiety. Call the New York Urologic Institute at 347-508-3991. Offices are conveniently located in Queens and Brooklyn. For timely, effective treatment, call 347-508-3991. That's 347-508-3991.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Mike and Mike talk about KG's snub of Ray Allen during their first meeting in Miami.
Ray Allen, now on the Heat, goes over, sort of shakes hands and pats guys on the back on that Celtic bench. And Kevin Garnett notably snubbed him. I loved it. Loved it. And to me, that's what sports is supposed to be about. As a fan, I am emotionally invested in this stuff. I've said it before and I'll say it again. When a game ends, a tough game ends, and I see those guys out on the field shaking hands, and their losing guys are laughing, I understand at one level shaking hands and offering congratulations. Sure, yes. But when the guys on the losing team are laughing, I guess I understand it, but it eats at me. A little bit of me dies every time I see that, because that's not what this is supposed to be about. Just using my team, for example, when the Jets lose, I'm not laughing after that game, no matter what the circumstances are, and I can't stand it when I see the losing players laughing.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series is at full throttle. And when drivers will do anything to take the checkered flag, cages get rattled. Engines roar louder. Tempers run hotter. And victory donuts taste even sweeter. Some people say there's more to life than winning. Those people are losers. The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ESPN. Nothing beats first place.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Every Saturday, ESPNU College Game Day hits the road.
College Game Day rolls on to East Alabama. Boise is berserk.
Chris, Lee, Kirk, Desmond, and Sam Steele are live at the best matchups in the land.
This offense continues to develop.
How can you pick against LSU? Not so fast, my friend. ESPN College Game Day, built by the Home Depot. Saturdays at 9 a.m. Eastern on ESPNU and 10 a.m. on ESPN. Also live on Watch ESPN.
To your city.
This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor. So everyone knows what side you're on. But also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's. Coming up in the herd, Trey Wingo and Mark Schlereth pick every NFL game this weekend when they play the simultaneous game.
And I'm saying this right now, bring it.
At 12:15 Eastern, 9:15 Pacific. in the Herd.
By the way, in about 40 minutes, we're going to bring on Mark Stein, who broke the story that the Laker bosses are considering, if there's a bad homestand, of firing Mike Brown. I think that's just an unbelievable story. That is harsh. Man, everybody wants to fire everybody these days. I've said it before. I never call for anybody's job on the radio. It's not my position. And I know the Lakers are struggling, but good Lord, folks, it's the first big homestand. Mike Brown could be out of work. Wow. They don't have much patience in Lakerland. Wow, is all I'm going to say. We'll bring Mark Stein on. Jake Plummer, former Arizona Cardinal quarterback and Bronco quarterback, coming on. NFL salute to service for Veterans Day weekend. He was a teammate of the late, great Pat Tillman. And Jake Plummer joining us in the Herd on ESPN Radio. Jake, how are you today?
I'm doing good, Colin. Thanks for having me on the show.
You bet. You know, you had the unenviable, unfair, and ridiculous assignment of trying to kind of, you go into Denver post-Elway, and it's just brutal. But I watched some of these young quarterbacks now, Jake, and I watched Luck and RG3. I know they're really talented, but how much of it is the rules are now so pro-offense in this league?
You know, it's hard because watching from a distance now, not playing, you like some of those rules. I remember many times letting go of the ball, and there was such the ref's discrepancy whether the guy took 2 steps or 3 and then blasted you, And I think, not to say these players aren't as tough, but they're really not put to the test like, back in the days.
That's right.
Even before I played, they played even rougher than they are now. So it's opened the game up. It's, there's a lot more scoring, a lot more, yardage in the air, which people like to see. And, I can't complain because it's fun to watch.
You were an unbelievable scrambling quarterback, and it's funny because I've always kind of been anti-scrambling, but at Arizona State and in the NFL, you moved very well. Guys are getting bigger, Jake.
Yeah.
What was your decision on running? Because I think RG3 is going to be great if he doesn't get. What was always your decision on when I should run and when I shouldn't?
Survival, man. It was all about trying to just survive a play. I mean, there were. So many times I had a great offensive coordinator in Arizona, Mark Trestman, and he said, "Hey, we'll call all the plays this year. 80% of them will be good plays that will go on, and you'll run them just how they are. And 20%, that was his numbers, but 20% will become total improvs by not just me, but receivers and linemen having to adapt to a quarterback that moves. And so." They're game changers if you have a guy that can do that. It's just you got to find a balance where you're staying in the pocket, but when it does break down, I think having that ability to move and to run is what puts a lot of these young kids that are coming out now and having success as rookies. I think it really helps them. I watch Luck, who can throw and is just so smart and knows the game in and out, but he really can move well too, and he creates that extra. Even if it's just 1 second or. Just that extra little bit of time you need to get a ball gone, or even just to throw an incompletion and save a play and keep you in a decent distance. So, it's fun to watch. There's definitely a evolution happening with the quarterbacks with Cam Newton and RG3, and it is fun. I would love to go back and stand and shotgun and have some of the freedom these guys have now because I could throw on the run really well, and I think. That's an art that, some kids don't know how to do, and I think it's beneficial to these young kids when they come into the league.
Jake, I was at the Oregon-USC game last week, Jake, and I had a real epiphany. And I sat there and I watched Matt Barkley. And USC uses a fullback. Barkley doesn't run. And I thought to myself, so counting the offensive line, that's 7 offensive guys you don't have to be worried about. And I wonder, are Tom Brady and Peyton the last pure pocket passers, Jake? Are we changing? In 10 years, are we going to look at Brady like a dinosaur?
Who knows, man? It's all cyclical. It's going to go. It's going to go into getting these athletes back there at QB, and then eventually, like Matt Barkley's going to come in, and he'll have success in the NFL. The guy he can throw the ball anywhere you need him to. He's smart. He knows the game. He's a leader. I think there always will be a place for a guy with a big arm that can sit back there and throw. But I still believe you got to be mobile a little bit in this league. There's few that can do it as well as Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. That I shouldn't say they're not mobile. They're just very methodical, very smart at how they move, to create that little extra time to get the ball gone. But, getting out of the pocket, these guys are so fast these days. They're bigger, they're faster. You really have to know how far to take it and when to, take that little bit of maybe an extra hit or get down quick, because it's really not worth it to lose your starting quarterback. It can really change the outlook for a season.
You're saluting the NFL Salute to Service for Veterans Day weekend. You were a teammate of the late great Pat Tillman, and how often do you think of Pat?
Quite a bit, especially during football season. It's he's not a hard guy to forget about. I mean, the things he did, not only to become a national hero when he gave up the game and went to fight in the war, but prior to that, even before he made that decision, most everybody that knew him thought he was a pretty bad dude. Just very, very genuine, very good friend to have, a guy who made you, sometimes feel uncomfortable because he wouldn't let you get off with, how you doing? You'd say, I'm doing good. That wasn't good enough for him. He always wanted to really know how you were doing, and he could sense it when there was something going on, and just a great guy. He was a fun teammate, a guy kind of like myself, an undersized guy, overlooked through high school and not good enough to play in college, yet he was the Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year. Not good enough to make it in the pros, yet he led the Arizona Cardinals with tackles, and just a guy who got it done, man. He'd never tell him no, because he was going to find a way to make it happen.
Well, I'm glad we can hear from you. I remember those great Arizona State teams. I remember that Rose Bowl. I think it was you and Ohio State.
Yep.
And Jake, I'm glad you're doing well. And I'm not going to tell people where you live because you're a private guy, but you live in one of the most beautiful places in the world, and continued success for you, buddy.
Hey, thank you. And I think this thing the NFL's doing is really a neat deal. And, donating, each team gets to donate $100 to the 3 core military nonprofit partners, which are the Pat Tillman Foundation, the USO, and the Wounded Warrior Project. And they're doing that for all 32 teams, get to pick a home game. So they're going to raise a lot of good money for some very needy foundations. And so it's a pretty neat deal they're doing.
Jake Plummer. Thanks, man.
Hey, thank you, Colin. Have a good day.
You too. Jake Plummer. He was a hell of a college quarterback. Went to the NFL and was a good NFL quarterback. But, he got into those situations where he was on one team that wasn't overly talented, and then he got on another team where he was supposed to be the next you-know-who. Yeah. You got to an AFC championship. No, Jake could play. Jake could play. He was fantastic. And I asked him about running because he was Steve Young. I mean, he was RG3. Dude could run. All right, we have a great last hour. Trey and Mark Stein, RJ Bell, my college football picks for the weekend. Show is flying by. The Herd on ESPN Radio.
Man, I'll never forget the day this cat came through the park. He sure didn't look like a player. We were all wrong. He was dishing and swishing till sundown. Who was this guy? He just said,
"They call me the head."
I found out years later who the head really was. Yes, indeed. The head was Michael Kay. Michael Kay knows his basketball. The Michael Kay Show. Weekdays at 3 on the home of the Knicks, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. Now that the presidential election has been decided, investors are worried about the looming showdown over fiscal policy that threatens to trigger another recession. President Obama today will ask Republicans and Democrats to work together to address the nation's fiscal problems sooner rather than later. The president to urge Congress to pass a bill that would prevent Bush-era tax cuts from expiring for all but the wealthiest Americans. The Dow opens at 12,811 after losing 121 points yesterday, bringing its two-day loss to 434 points. Worries about Europe's faltering economy also a factor. Most Asian stock markets sank today. Crude oil rose, staying above $85 a barrel. Priceline.com plans to buy online travel research company Kayak for cash and stock worth $1.8 billion. A research firm says U.S. retail sales of new video game hardware, software, and accessories fell 25% in October. Joan Bennett, ABC News.
Steve Spurrier suggested Alabama could beat an NFL team.
Think Golick agrees?
You played in the college level, you played in the NFL level. You watch the college game closely, you watch the pro level closely. Is Steve Spurrier on base?
Nuts. Crazy. Out of his mind. To say that a college team, I don't care how great you are, could compete with an NFL team is a joke, is laughable, is an insult to even the worst NFL team out there.
Mike and Mike in the morning. ESPN Radio.
Sports news happens fast.
The Marlins firing manager Ozzie Guillen after just one season. Marlins president of baseball.
NASCAR's most popular driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr., has been medically cleared to get back in the 88 car for Sunday's race in Martinsville.
When you need the latest scores, updates, or breaking news, turn to Sports Center on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
As a small business owner, you've probably heard how Constant Contact helps small businesses grow with email marketing. And you may be asking, could it really work for me? Well, consider this. Every dollar small business owners spend on email marketing puts $40 back in their pockets. So it's no surprise that 2 out of 3 of them plan to invest more in email this year. Now you may be asking, how can I get a piece of that action? Simple. Just visit ConstantContact.com to start your free email marketing trial today.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
Are you ready for kids who eat healthy? Good nutrition can lead to great things. To find out how a healthy lifestyle can help your child succeed, go to mypyramid.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council and USDA.
Watching sports on Xfinity from Comcast is like having a front row seat to the biggest moments. With NFL Red Zone, you get every touchdown from every game Sunday afternoons. ESPN Goal Line brings you the best of college football. And the Watch ESPN app lets you take the action wherever you go. This is Sports on Xfinity. This is awesome. Call 1-800-XFINITY for a great offer. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Programming varies depending on level of service. Visit Comcast.com for details.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
You remember that ball game we went to a couple years ago?
Sure.
And how you didn't have enough cash for 2 hot dogs, so you walked with me on your shoulders until we found an ATM? And then when we got back to our seats, we never saw the hot dog guy again.
Well, I don't remember all that.
Yeah, that was an awesome game.
You never know which moments will be the ones they'll remember forever. So take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 1-877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Bob Picozzi. The investigation lasted almost an entire year, and it ended this morning with U.S. Attorney Richard Hartunian announcing that federal authorities have dropped their probe into sexual abuse claims which cost longtime Syracuse assistant basketball coach Bernie Fine his job. Hartunian said there was no evidence to support the allegation made by accuser Zach Tomaselli, who says that Fine abused him when he was 13 in 2002. College basketball season opens tonight with 125 games. Kevin Ollie makes his coaching debut when UConn meets 14th-ranked Michigan State in the Armed Forces Classic at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. Spartans coach Tom Izzo says his players will have to adjust to the midnight local time start.
What we're trying to do is keep our guys a little bit on Eastern time because we go back and we got a game on Tuesday night. I think Kevin's right. It's about the moment, and it's about no excuses because it's the same for both teams.
Live coverage begins 5:30 Eastern on ESPN. Coach Mike Brown has received public support from the Lakers, but sources close to the situation tell ESPN's Mark Stein that an unsuccessful homestand would put Brown's job in immediate jeopardy. 6 straight home games beginning tonight.
Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans are made with a unique U-shaped construction. They don't cut into you like jeans with a V pattern. Room where you need it. Comfort where it counts. Wrangler. Real comfortable jeans.
You know, an old Italian grandmother I once knew once said to me that if you're born round, you don't die square. And if you think about it, That's Rex Ryan in a nutshell. Great big nutshell, but a nutshell. Now he's back in Antonio Cromartie's play and Cromartie's prediction that the 3-5 and maybe about to be 3-6 Jets are going to make the playoff. That's what I'm talking about. Because I'll say it again, if Rex isn't going to run his mouth and isn't going to make these dopey predictions, seriously, what's the point in even having him around?
Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Mike Lupica Show. I am joined, as always, by my pal, Don LaGreca. And, Don, this is a great day. This is a great day in New York sports because, Donnie, I was missing Rex Ryan the way the Twilight guy was missing his girlfriend after she was cheating on him, and she's on the cheating side of town with the director, Pattinson and Kristen, whatever she is. I miss Coach, but now he's back. He's back in the prediction business, and even if it turns out to be a boneheaded prediction, he's at least back to being himself.
Well, that's what everybody wanted, right? They loved him the first 2 years when he was boisterous and making his predictions. Yeah. But whether he was talked to by the organization or whether he truly believed it was putting undue pressure on his team, he dialed it back. But now sometimes desperate times call for desperate measures. And if he's going to go down, he may as well go down swinging as himself, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get fired. I would think that he'd have to do something stupid. Or there'd have to be some off-the-field issue. I think Woody is still enamored of him. And you know, and Woody Johnson, Donnie, as I've said to you before, he's from the Hal Steinbrenner Be Happy School of Sports Ownership. And so I think he still loves the coach. But Don and I have talked about this all football season. Rex talks about himself like, right, Don? Like he's a Supreme Court justice. Like he has tenure for the rest of his life. And, right. And it's delusional. It's delusional when he talks about, hopefully over the next 10 or 15 years, Coach, you got to win some games, starting with Seattle on Sunday, because nobody has a job for life. Larry Brown once said to me, at the end of the day, we could talk and talk and talk about how we're all doing something different from everybody else. It's a results business. Rex is in a results business, and Don, he needs a result in Seattle on Sunday.
Right. Well, don't misunderstand when I say go down, meaning getting fired. But if this is going to be a 6-10 season, well, that's back-to-back years of what he perceives to be failure, and boy, will the pressure be on him in year 5, because I think we both agree somebody's head will be on the platter if they have a 6-10, 7-9 season, and it could be the general manager. So if a new GM comes in here, then year 5 he certainly will be on notice. So he's got to start swinging now, and it begins on Sunday. Because even though they can afford to lose a non-conference game, and they could still get to 9 wins if they lose on Sunday, the perception of this team will be based on the result of what they do in Seattle after a bye.
And the thing about the Jets is, and we talked about this a little bit. Oh, by the way, we got Sal Paolantonio. Our buddy Sal Paolantonio coming up today in a few minutes, and we're going to be joined. I'm throwing Mr. Ryan Hurley, an outstanding radio producer. Ryan, I know that you can react on the fly. Could you call Coach Calipari and see if he's ready to talk to us now? Because we got John Calipari playing at the Barclays Center with the Kentucky Wildcats tonight, and of course I threatened him, Donnie. You know how we book the guests sometimes, right?
Right.
A heavy-handed.
Come on the show today, or else, I believe.
Or else anyway, what? Or else what?
Well, see, that's a very good question. But the thing is, there's enough people in sports who don't want to have that question answered, LaGreca. And as long as that... What?
But is Calipari one of them?
Well, you know what? That's a very good question. But I think we should call him now because since we are interrupting his schedule with his shoot-around today, I think we should take Coach whenever we get it. Anyway, we're gonna move stuff around. We got Sal Paolantonio on to talk about Giants and Jets. We got a big football Friday to talk about that stuff. 1-800-919-3776. And we got Cal in town. And when we got Cal in town, we have to talk to him because, Donnie, he's pretty much our guy in college basketball, wouldn't you say?
Oh, he's been on, at least a half a dozen times in the last 18 months, right?
Yeah, and what we can do, Don, since we're going to have him on today, what we'll do is we'll talk about how great his player's grade point average has been over the last couple of years.
No, he'll bring that up himself.
Then he doesn't have to yammer on and on and on and on. But until Cal comes on, the Jets, 3-6, yes, there is a pathway. But here's the question that we have been asking all week. And I want to know what Jets fans think about this today. Is scraping for the 5th or 6th playoff spot in Rex's 4th year, is that enough? Because Don says yesterday, and he correctly pointed out, the Giants did go from 7-7 to the Super Bowl. So there's always that chance. There's always the chance that the Jets can get on the kind of postseason roll that they did in year 1 or year 2. But the thing is, it's year 4 now. And if you're scraping around, and Don, you look at the Colts last night, and you know that this kid is not only the real deal, he may be on his way to the greatest year any rookie quarterback has ever had. Is that fair enough to say? As great as Cam was
Marino, but it's going to be close.
It's going to be close. And Marino had the big year in his second year when he went to the Super Bowl, right? That's when he threw the 48 touchdown passes.
Right.
This kid is going to be around. So now you see where the Jets are with their 4th-year quarterback against a first-year quarterback with the Indianapolis Colts. So is it enough, Don, in year 4 for us to be already doing the math and some kind of path where the Jets get to the 5th or 6th playoff spot in the AFC?
Well, what do they do once they get to the playoffs? Because if it's one and done, it may not be. But if it's enough to sneak them in and they win a couple of playoff games, go to another championship game, it could. But I think if they, let's say I was doing the math, if they're the 6th seed and go to Houston, or
that's not a good thing.
That's not good. If they were going to go to New England and get blown out, whoever they end up matching up with in that first-round match, it probably wouldn't be Houston. Houston would probably get the bye. But you know what I'm saying? If they get blown out in that first playoff game, then I think you could say, was this really what we bargained for in year 4?
And that's the question. That's the question as you look at this team. In year 4, is this enough? And the Giants, obviously, they go to Cincinnati on Sunday and play, which by any measure is a mediocre Bengals team. Of course, they do have the same record as our Jets, do they not, Don?
They do.
And I said that I'm worried about this game, and Don pressed me, put me up against the wall, shined a white light into my face yesterday, and said, why are you worried? And I said, I don't know. I'm just worried. But you know, in the past, when I get these feelings, when I get these urges about sports events, often my concerns prove out, don't they?
They do. Because that's what's so weird about the Giants. Part of the reason you're concerned.
Me, too. What's so weird about me, too.
Right. Is the level of the opponent. Like, it's how they're playing. That's part of it. But the other part is it's not a great team they're playing, and sometimes they have that tendency to go to the level of the team they're playing. Sometimes you feel more confident if they were playing the Packers than you would that they're playing Cincinnati. So that's at least how I look at it.
Donnie, at least they got smacked in the face last week. Usually they respond after they get smacked. My name is Mike Lubicki. He is Don LaGreca. We got Santiago. We got Gunling. We got Hurley. And we're keeping our fingers crossed. We may have Coach Calipari in about 5 minutes on the Mike Lubicki Show.
Charles Barkley implored Knicks fans to ease up on the parade talk. Is Sir Charles speaking the truth or hating on New York? The Michael K. Show today at 3 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Think we're making small talk when you come into a Red Wing shoe store? Think again. We're taking the time to get to know you and the work you do. It's the best way to find exactly the right boot for your job. We back that up with a broad selection of styles that are purpose-built and then custom-fit for the work you do. So, we hope you'll put up with a little small talk. It's all for the purpose of helping you do your very big job. Red Wing Shoes. Work is our work.
Progressive presents Flo's newest smash hit. The Name Your Price tool gives you lots of coverage options.
The Name Your Price tool. You give us a budget and we'll show you a range of coverage options. But we can't go over all the dessert options. Your server will be back in just a second and he'll explain.
The Name Your Price tool, only from Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Who's your high school MVP? Melrose Credit Union and ESPN New York want to honor and reward senior athletes that excel on and off the field. We want to know who you think is the best, the brightest, and most giving high school senior athlete from your community. Between now and December, nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. Each month, one MVP finalist is selected and featured on the Stephen A. Smith Show and Ryan Rucco Show. The top MVP wins a $5,000 college scholarship, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP.
Did you know that 40% of sports and concerts go unsold each year? It's true. In fact, thousands of tickets are given away to make events seem sold out. ScoreBig.com provides you a new way to access these tickets. At ScoreBig, you can score great tickets to baseball, NFL, NBA, and more at way below box office price, often over half off. Go to ScoreBig.com today, and you'll get an additional $15 off your first purchase. Just go to ScoreBig.com and enter the promo code ESPN2 at checkout. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN, the number 2.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday.
Only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca, the Mike Lupica Show. You know what I hate? I hate when I call, like, the coach of the defending champions in college basketball. And what are they interested in? What are they interested in? Actually coaching their team. Don, could you explain that to me?
Job. I mean, we wouldn't have him on unless he was a good coach. How do you think he get to be a good coach?
And he's now a reality. Now he's a reality television star with this Inside or Backstage with Cal. The coach of the defending national champions in town tonight at the Barclays Center to play Maryland. My friend of 20 years, John Calipari. Hello, Coach.
What was the over-under before I would say our 3.2 grade point average with 9 players over a B average? What was the over-under?
No, you can ask LaGreca. We already talked about it, so now you don't have to yammer on about it like you usually do. All right, so tell me.
By the way, our midterm grades came back. Guys are getting all A's and B's. I'm jacked up about it.
Stop. Here's the greatest moment on this Backstage with Cal series that ESPN. What's it called again?
Kentucky. All Access Kentucky.
Okay. The best moment so far is when the coach looks into the camera and said, "They all need me in different ways." That was the bad. That's the money quote so far.
I thought you would have said "Ugas" as an Italian. You would have liked that quote.
Okay, tell me this. What was the thinking? Because I'm sure you thought, because usually you consult me on this stuff, and this time, no. You went right ahead and did it. What was the thinking? How does this help the program?
Wow. You know what? I said no for about a month and a half. Don't need it. They came back and said, "Do you understand the publicity?" I'm like, "What? Like, we need more of that?" Then they said, think about it could help you in recruiting. What? We go 1 and 1A? I mean, what are you talking about? Help us in recruiting. But what I felt it would do, it would show how hard our kids work, that they're college students, that they go to class, that they get coached, that they get challenged, and we don't just roll out balls and then here's a kid. He was a one and done before he got him. These kids work. And that's what I thought it would show. Did it show that?
It absolutely no. Here's what Cal. I've been pretty consistent, and I'm prejudiced with you because I like you and I know how good a coach you are. But I've always said this: anybody who thinks that you're just rolling the balls out, which is the great old line of Louis Carnesegas, that they don't watch the way your team competes, and they don't watch the way you take a bunch of high school stars and get them to play the kind of defense that your team played last year on the way to the national championship. And I'll tell you something, the best coaching job you ever did wasn't last year. It was the year before when you nearly won the national championship with Josh Harrelson as your center.
Hey, he's going to win a national championship in the NBA now. He's in Miami. How about that? But let me say this. If you watch my team tonight, we play at 8:30 against Maryland.
Yep.
You're truly going to think that I just roll out the balls. We are so bad right now. We are a bunch of 18-year-olds. I'm going to start 3 or 4 freshmen again. We have no idea. I have no zone in, no zone out of bounds. We have no baseline. I mean, we don't. If they press us, my guys are going to look. What do we do? I'll dribble through it. I don't know. I mean, we don't have, because we've had 24 practices and we're all brand new, you can't go 2 steps ahead of where they are. So everything we're doing is step at a time, step at a time, step at a time. And all I'm telling them is you're going to be wrong. You ready? 70% of the time you're going to be wrong. So don't worry about it. I'm telling you beforehand, whether it's on offense or defense, you're going to be wrong. You'll be right 30% of the time. So just scramble and play harder than they play. And my hope is that Maryland isn't ready either, because I know we're not.
But Coach, you look at the schedule that you got, but 3 top 25 teams in the first 7. So what are your expectations through December 1st with the young team and a tough schedule early on?
Well, we could lose these first 2, and someone would say, why wouldn't you play a couple games before you play these 2 teams? Well, we need to learn as quickly as possible what we are and what we're not. We have no choice. So these 2 games, either we're going to be a little better than I thought or a little worse than I thought, and it's going to be a wake-up call for these players. Maryland is very physical inside. I have 2 7-footers who are good players, but now they're going to get beat on by another 7-footer. Maryland, with Des Wells being eligible to play, he will be their best player. Now they got a breakdown guy that can play a guard, a big guy. He can do whatever. He's the scrap. He'll be the heart of their team. We now have guys who better learn how to compete and play hard on every possession, because he will. You do this when you're learning about your team, and that's what I'm trying to do. It's kind of like Mike 2 years ago. I had to learn about my team, and by the end of the year, that team, you're right, we almost won the national title, which would have been nuts. Would have been crazy. But we had Brandon Knight and Terrence Jones as a freshman, Deron Lamb as a freshman, Josh Harrelson, DeAndre Liggins, and even Darius Miller. We had those six pretty good players.
Coach, we're talking to John Calipari, coach of the defending champion Kentucky Wildcats. Talk about your two big hits. Talk about the two 7-footers.
Well, you know, it's funny. Nerlens had all the press coming in, but he didn't get to spend the summer with us because when he reclassified, he had to finish 2 courses. So he fell behind, but now that the games are starting, you see his talent. Now, what I'm saying to him is, you know, everybody says shot blocker, shot blocker, shot blocker. I'm saying, I don't want you known as that. I want you known as a basketball player who happens to block shots. So he is working. He's probably our hardest worker in practice, and it shows when we play games. The other kid, Willie Cauley-Stein, Willie Cauley, I saw him play an AAU game and liked him, was intrigued with him. 7 foot, could run the floor, but really had no definition to his game. Like, what was he? What would you do with him? How would you play him? I went back and watched him play 3 football games. If you want to get a chuckle, you go to Willie Cauley, Olathe, Kansas on YouTube, and they have highlights of a
I have. I've seen him.
7-foot wide receiver. Now, he led the state in receptions. I did not see him play a high school basketball game. I saw him play football. One day I walked into school to go see him. He has a tennis racket. And I said, Willie, do you ever play basketball? I mean, what are we doing here? So he now has focused on this game. He's comfortable in his own skin, a fun-loving kid, and it'll be interesting tonight. I think, again, I'm going to play them both together. And Mike, you know me, I've never played 2 big guys like that at one time. So I'm learning. I'm trying to figure stuff out, too.
You were always excited about coming in and playing early at the Barclays Center. That's a very cool thing, Cal.
Well, you know I am. I mean, Brett Yormark and I have been friends. He and I worked together when I was with the Nets. Did the Nets fire me, by the way?
Yes, they did. But I think you bounced back.
What did we not talk about that? Now that I'm thinking about it, we're out of here. Just get the balls. Let's go. No, I'm just kidding. But Brett and I have been friends for a long time, and he asked me, would you help me with this? And I said yes. And you know, it'll be fun. It's going to be a hard game. I mean, they tell me a lot of, you know, it's if it's not a sellout, it's right there. And Dickie B's doing the game. It's national television. And here's the issue for me as a coach when you're coaching all 18-year-olds. You have no idea what they're going to do. How many guys will revert back to high school because they see Dickie B looking at them, and they're going absolutely bonkers. Forget about the team. Forget about what we're running. Watch this. That's your fear as a coach. And you know what? There's a good chance it could happen.
We have John Calipari for a couple more minutes because I have, of course, selfishly interrupted his workday. Hey, tonight, Marcus Camby is expected to make his debut, re-debut with the Knicks. And Cal, first of all, it's great that we're still talking about Marcus all this time after you coached him at UMass. I quote you all the time on Marcus Camby, and you said his position is basketball player.
Right. He has no position. But I know this. He'll block shots and rebound. So wherever you play him, I know he's going to do that. And I'll also tell you he's a great teammate. The players on the team love him. When he got the next contract, I called him and said, hey, am I going to retire before you retire? What's going on here? And he laughed and he says, I'm going to come work for you after I'm done. I said, shoot, you may be done before me? What? I don't know. But he's going to do well, and it gives him one more guy. Mike, Woody's doing a great job, by the way. And what he's done, you know, we could talk about all the fluff and hype and all this. What he's done is said to win, we got to have Carmelo, and he's got to be engaged, and he's got to be my guy. And he was right. You're seeing it.
Hey, Cal, let me ask you one.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you one question about the Knicks, and you have coached a long time. Can a guy like Jason Kidd, can one guy like that elevate not just the level of play, even at his age, but can he elevate the basketball IQ of a whole team?
Yeah, because he will never put guys in bad positions. See, what he does is he will run what's going on. And he'll also create a good relationship with Carmelo to let him know, look, you're going to get yours, believe me when I tell you. And I'm going to get you the ball where you can make plays, and you're going to be thought of as one of the best players in this league. But he will never put a guy in a position to make him do something he can't do. You know, some guys will play and then they'll just I can't make a play, so I'm going to give it to you now. Great. Now the guy shoots a shot he can't make. He would never do that.
Coach John Calipari, the Kentucky Wildcats at the Barclays Center tonight. I believe the tip is at 8:30. Coach of the defending champs, All Access Kentucky. I'm glad you're getting some pub.
It's done. We have no more of those. It's over. We did 3 shows.
I'm glad you got some pub because I'm just worried sometimes that you're hiding your light under a barrel. You know what I'm saying? Good talking to you, Coach. We'll talk to you soon. See, Donnie, I think we headed him off on the grade point average. Did we not today?
He still got a few in.
He got the midterms in, didn't he?
Yeah.
Don LaGreca, Mike Lupica, 1-800-919-3776. We got Sal Powell coming up at 12:30. We got lots of football. We're going to leave time for your phone calls. It's fun to do this show every single day, the Mike Lupica Show.
Dishing and swishing with Walt Clyde Frazier. Today at 5:30 on the Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Get a GE washer and dryer for just $349 each right now at the Home Depot. Not only is that an incredible $350 savings on the pair, it's holiday savings you can enjoy today. So get a jump on holiday shopping and saving with the GE washer and dryer for just $349 each, but only while they last. So hurry. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. While supplies last, valid through November 26, U.S. only. See store for details.
Are you making frequent bathroom trips during the night? Do you have a strong urge to urinate? If ignored, these symptoms may result in complicated kidney and bladder infections, kidney failure, or loss of bladder function. Additionally, if you are a male of 50 years or older and experiencing sexual dysfunction, you may be at risk of a stroke or heart attack. The same disease process that affects blood vessels which lead to the heart and brain affect the delicate vessels that supply blood to the genital organs. Careful evaluation of erectile dysfunction can uncover these problems years before critical damage occurs. Compassionate urologists at the New York Urologic Institute specialize in improving urologic and sexual function. Latest technological advances allow the patient to get answers to diagnostic tests immediately, reducing anxiety. Call the New York Urologic Institute at 347-508-3991. Offices are conveniently located in Queens and Brooklyn. For timely, effective treatment, call 347-508-3991. That's 347-508-3991.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. We start with the NBA. The Knicks back in action. They'll be downstairs at Madison Square Garden playing host to the Dallas Mavericks. Marcus Camby expected to be back in the lineup for the New York Knicks. And coverage right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. We'll get underway after the Michael K. Show at 7 o'clock. Tip-off is set for 7:30. You can see the game on MSG Television. Brooklyn has dropped 2 of their first 3, getting blown out by 30 points back on Wednesday in Miami. They now move on to Orlando to take on the Magic for a 7 o'clock tip. Tons of college basketball locally today as Seton Hall will be home for UMKC. Syracuse is going to be at number 20, SDSU, and then St. Peter's will be at Rutgers. Fordham travels to Texas State. Monmouth of New Jersey home for Hofstra. Denver will be at Iona. St. Francis of New York at Lafayette. LIU Brooklyn will play host to Morehead State. FDU is at Xavier. Marist is home for Stony Brook. The New York Giants, they will be in Cincinnati to take on the Bengals. And despite swelling on his knee, Hakeem Nicks says he will play in the game on Sunday. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca back with you on the Mike Lupica Show. That's the funniest update of all time. You think there were enough initials in that update?
I know.
No, I was waiting for you to say, and later on, LOL will be playing JK in the feature game at the Barclays Center.
Or I'm going to recite the alphabet to the police officer that pulled me over.
SDSU playing JKL. By the way, before we get to Sal Paolantonio, Donnie, I saw one of the great musicals I've ever seen on Broadway last night. And it won all the awards, and I am late getting to it. If you haven't seen Once, anybody listen to the show, if you have not seen Once yet, it is one of the great nights in the theater I've ever had. And the star, I think it's pronounced Casey, it's just one of the star performances you will see on Broadway for a long time. We are joined right now by my friend Sal Paolantonio, who is generous enough to push back his appearance on this show 15 minutes for the coach of the defending national champions, because let's face it, Sal hasn't won any national championships lately. Good afternoon, Mr. Sal Paolantonio.
Michael, how are you? Love Calipari, and I would move any time for him. And
hey,
you,
Sal.
and you. Just saying.
Hey, Sal, I said ESPN doing All Access Kentucky, that 3-episode little arc there on him. I said, thank God you got some pub, Cal, because we've been worrying that you're hiding your light under a bell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's a real shrinking violet, too, on that program.
All right. Let's start with the Jets, a team that you liked a lot coming into the season, and I know because you are one of the best football reporters in the business, you're not going to blame the season they've had on either Holmes or Revis, because you'd have to tell me then which games the two of them have influenced. Sal, can they make the playoffs if they go out to Seattle and lose on Sunday?
No, definitely not. They have to beat Seattle or it's over. And I think they're going to have a ridiculously hard time beating Seattle. Seattle is 4-0 at home, straight up and against the spread. That's the best record in the NFL, and for a reason. He has set up that defense, Mike, to play in that building.
Yep.
And that's a problem. They got 5 guys in their secondary: Sherman, Chancellor, Thomas, Browner, and Trufant, who've got great speed and ball hawking skills. They're not big, but they got good speed, and that sets up a really good pass rush. We've got this piece on the NFL matchup show. Jaws and Merrill Hodge do it together, where they show where they line up Chris Clemens, the right defensive end, and Bruce Irvin, who's the rookie, who's just a straight speed rusher. Skinny guy, skinny legs, skinny in the butt, but can rush the passer, has great inside moves. And they put him on the left side outside the tackle. And they do a great job of stunting and blitzing from the left side with those 2 guys. And I think that is going to be a huge, huge problem for the Jets in this football game.
We're talking to Sal Paolantonio via ESPN. Hey, Sal, let's take a moment here to talk about Sanchez, because Donnie and I like him. We want him to do well. I understand all the handicaps under which he's operating. But, Sal, when you look at a quarterback league, and then you see what this kid has come in and done in Indianapolis, is the rest of this season going to be a referendum on whether the Jets can actually go forward with Mark Sanchez as their quarterback?
It should not be. You talked about the handicaps. Let's list them. You ready?
Okay.
And they're real obvious, but it just indulge me here for a second. You got no explosive running back.
Right.
You got no firepower at wide receiver. Luck has both of those things. I mean, the thing is with Luck, you look at, he's got Reggie Wayne. And Reggie Wayne, to me, was always better than Marvin Harrison because of his, he's not as mercurial a personality. He's much more reliable, blah, blah, blah. But he also is a great leader, where Marvin Harrison was in and out of that place like a ghost in Indy. Reggie Wayne stays there. He's been a teacher and a leader for that quarterback. And then you put that, combined with that, is you don't have anybody looking over your shoulder where the coaches are yanking somebody in and out from the sidelines with Tim Tebow.
But that hasn't happened, Sal. That actually hasn't happened.
Well, it has happened to a little bit of a degree, 1, and 2, they're practicing his plays in practice.
Right.
That's the other issue. But so, And they've invested a whole lot of emotion and psychological capital on Tim Tebow. I was there. I saw it happen. I watched it take place in training camp. That's when you're supposed to bond and create chemistry, and they weren't doing that. They were running the Tebow experiment up the flagpole. You know, it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like trying to convince yourself that your candidate for president was going to win even though the evidence was overwhelming to the contrary. But who would do that?
No.
Oh, plenty of people for the last couple of days. But, Sal, if their number one problem is talent, how does Mike Tannenbaum survive if this goes south for them this year?
Well, that's a good question. I think the answer lies in two things. I think he has a terrific relationship both ways, up the chain of command with the owner, Woody Johnson, and down the chain of command with the head coach, Rex Ryan. That goes a long way. I think they all want to survive together, and I think that Woody Johnson, based on that alone, would not do that to Mike Tannenbaum. And then, two, Tannenbaum, up to this year, has been pretty good. Not great, but pretty good. And then, third of all right, you're going to fire Tannenbaum. Who's taking over? Who are you bringing in? Are you bringing in Bill Polian, who's on ESPN and I'm sure wants to get back into the game? Is that who you're bringing in? If you're bringing in Bill Polian, guess what Polian's going to do? He's going to dynamite the place. Right? I mean, he's going to bring his own people in, scouts, everybody, coaches. Rex Ryan will be on, and I don't think Woody Johnson wants to do that. So the answer to your question for those three reasons, Don, is no. I don't think Tannenbaum will get fired.
We got Sal, our very own Sal Paolantonio, and I always end up with like 5 things that I didn't get to ask him. So I'm going to try to make this like the lightning round. Who's the MVP so far in the National Football League?
Has to be Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck, come on. The team stunk last year. Stunk up the league. Couldn't get out of their own way. Had the first pick in the draft, and they're knocking on the door of the playoffs. He's Rookie of the Year and MVP. Peyton Manning is Comeback Player of the Year. Luck gets both in my mind. If they make the playoffs, and somehow, if they finish the season, let's say, and their schedule is not that bad, but let's say they beat Houston, 1 out of the 2, and they are, in position for getting the division title on the last day of the year against the Houston Texans, he's MVP and Rookie of the Year. Absolutely.
Sean Payton next year will be coaching
New Orleans Saints. That's a lock. Stone cold. Write it down in ink. That's happening.
All right. Here's my next question. What do you make of the way Eli and the Giants have played the last few weeks?
Again, I hate to do this. I'm going to give some free publicity to our matchup show. God knows we need it, right,
That's
Michael?
Fine. I like it.
Thank you. But Jaws has a really good breakdown of what's exactly wrong with the Giants' passing game. And when the piece was done, they come back to the set, and I look at him because I hadn't seen the piece, and I said, so you're saying Eli is the victim and not the cause? And Jaws says, yes. So that, to me, is very telling. And everybody's blaming Eli, but I think when you look at the piece, you'll see, 1, the design of their passing game is out of whack. 2, they're relying way too much on Victor Cruz. And 3, teams have caught up with that, and they're not helping Eli out. Because Eli all of a sudden didn't get bad. He had 28 straight games of over 200 yards passing. 3 out of the last 4, he's had under 200 yards. All of a sudden he got bad? Come on.
How much do they miss Manningham, Sal?
A lot. A lot. Now, that's the point. You hit the nail right on the head. They miss Manningham a lot. And Nix is not practicing enough. He's been hurt. That's a problem. So, without a doubt, that's the key.
All right. Last question. Not just because of the rip that Aaron Rodgers is in, can the Packers be a force to be reckoned with in the second half of the season?
The secondary is very young. Their pass defense is not very good. They rely too much now on blitzing to get to the quarterback. I think they are still a major question mark, just like the Atlanta Falcons. I think the 2 teams in the NFC, without a doubt, are Chicago and San Francisco because you cannot screw around with their defenses. They're going to hit you ferociously. They're going to take the ball away violently. And that, in this NFL, is not being duplicated anywhere else. You have a ferocious, violent defense in San Francisco and Chicago that is a great equalizer, especially in the postseason. I think Chicago and San Francisco are 1 and 1A in the NFC.
Okay.
And that's the reason why I think Houston right now in the AFC is the team. But watch out for the Colts. I'm telling you, that's for real.
All right, I said it was last question, and guess what? I lied. All right, this is the last question. We're under a minute. When you look at the season that is being played so far, and I just listened to your analysis of the 49ers, how do you account for the whooping the Giants put on them at Candlestick Park?
Yeah, the Giants were really well coached in that game, and San Francisco did not have a good game. I mean, Alex Smith just did not have a good game. But, you know, you look at it and you say, all right, well, the Giants came back home and they played Pittsburgh and they couldn't close out the deal. Why? Real simple. You got a quarterback in Pittsburgh who knows how to extend the play.
Yep.
They ran that little blitz off the left corner. Roethlisberger sniffed out and with his eyes closed, hit Wallace, and he went around the corner, bang, touchdown. That was the play of the game. That's what Roethlisberger does. That's what Alex Smith can't do, probably never can do.
Sal Palantonio, one of the best of the best. Would you care to tell us when people can watch your matchup show on Sunday?
Every Sunday morning, 8:30 a.m. on ESPN2. We kick off the Deuces ESPN coverage of the National Football League, my friend.
Talk to you soon, baby. Thanks for taking some time today. How good is he? Mike Lupick at Don LaGreca, 1-800-919-3776.
Antonio Cromartie says the Jets are going to the playoffs. Does that make Sunday's game in Seattle the always dreaded must-win? Stephen A. and Rucco debate starting at 1 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Mike Rowe here to Ford dealer with a little Q&A for Fiona. According to the signs, Ford is having some sort of big tire event. How would you describe the event?
It's big.
The savings one might enjoy at the event.
They're big.
What about the selection?
Big.
Get a $60 mail-in rebate on Ford Select tires. Use the Ford Service credit card for an additional $60. Click on the banner ad.
So I think we can agree then that Ford's tire event is good sized.
No, Michael. It's big.
Subject to credit approval. Rebate by check. Offer cannot be combined. See participating Ford dealer for rebate details by 11/30/12.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Ba, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny, Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls in email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear. Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote. The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike Lupica, John LaGreca, the Mike Lupica Show, 1-800-919-3776. You know, LaGreca,
yes.
You asked a very interesting question before. When I say to the coach of the defending national champions, come on the show today or else, what did you say?
Or else what?
See, that's a very interesting question, but I think that what you have to focus on, just in your own situation,
right.
Why ever find out?
I think I deserve that answer. I'm with you every day.
But
I
what
want
if
to know
the
what
answer,
it's going to cost the coach.
What if I said to you, LaGreca, or else? You don't want to know what the or else is, do you?
No, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't want to know. But I want to know when it's Coach Calipari because you can do whatever you want to me. That's easy.
But have I ever done anything mean to you other than put words in your mouth, which I think is just part of our deal here.
Well, that's part of the deal. But we're talking about John Calipari, coach of Kentucky. A little bit bigger than Don LaGreca.
But
Mike Lupica's sidekick.
But here's the thing. Did he come on today?
He did.
Yeah. So question
asked and answered. Whatever or else is pretty big.
He doesn't want to know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He doesn't even want to entertain the prospect of finding out what or else means.
That shows you the power that you wield. The wave of the hand works for a lot of people.
The wave of the hand. By the way, did you hear that commercial that Clyde does about Michael Kay? Do you really want to go through life being known as the head? Where are you going? I'm going to the head. That's what I think of when I hear the head. That's what I think of.
Well, that's Michael.
What does that even mean? Is that because
guy's got a big egg? That he was able to play basketball on the streets of New York despite the handicap of a big head.
But he wasn't any good.
No, they beg to differ.
No, but seriously, he couldn't possibly have been any good.
That's not what Clyde said.
Why not?
Well, but I mean, Clyde. I mean, come on.
I think Clyde would know.
I think it's just. I think it's. I just can't imagine. Don, dude, just be realistic for a second, okay? How good could Kay have been?
Well, he's tall. Why couldn't he be good?
I can't imagine he.
You're a good flag football player, right? The two-hand touch.
No, I played high school. I played high school basketball. I still hold the New Hampshire State high school record. By the way, I broke my glasses 14 times my senior year.
And you also are an outstanding softball player.
I am, but I'm a good athlete. I just can't imagine.
Why can't Kay? Why are you great and Kay's not?
This is just my sense of things. That's all. You know, I love him. I saw him yesterday. I love him. Stephen Hoboken, you're on ESPN New York. Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. Before I get to my point, Michael, big fan. I remember growing up in the late 70s reading your articles. Ever since then, I've been a huge fan.
Steve, do you think Kay was a good basketball player?
Kay?
Yeah.
No, I know you. I heard you could play. I heard you could play, Michael.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. So what's on your mind? I know what you're going to say, Steve. I know what you're going to say, but you go ahead.
He's a great talent, and he's going places, but come on, Sal, get off the soapbox. He's Rookie of the Year. He's not MVP. That means Peyton Manning should have been MVP last year.
But, Steve, that's why I love Sal Pound. Donnie, right? Wasn't that a great – did you in a million years think he was going to say – Donnie, did you think he was going to say Andrew Luck for MVP?
No, and I was taken aback by it too, but he had identical numbers going into last night with Peyton Manning. This was a team that was one of the worst teams in football last year, and now they're sitting 6-3. Now, I don't – they have a very difficult schedule the rest of the way, and there's still a lot of football left to be played, but – when you look at the stats and you look at the fact that they're 6-3, it's not an outlandish thought.
Steve, thank you for the phone call. Jacques in Rockland, you're on ESPN New York.
How you doing, Luca? How you doing, Don? Thanks for taking my call.
How you doing, Jacques? I love when you call.
Oh, thank you. I enjoy your show. And don't listen to anybody that says that you are not cool. Because you're one of the coolest radio personalities out there now. So
thank you, Jacques.
Give us
what do you think of that, LaGreca? Huh?
Well, 1 to 10.
And not to cut you guys off, but Don, you got one of the best voices on radio. You need to stop being Scottie Pippen and get your own show, bro. For real.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Oh, God. Jacques, are you having some sort of allergic reaction to medication today? Or are you okay?
That's disrespectful.
That's not nice. I just bigged you up, Mike.
I am cool. I really, after you said that I was cool, all I heard after that was blah, 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 blah.
Well, let's get down to business, because I know you guys are bona fide Giants fans, and I have to step up and defend my Jets. So, you guys are making a big deal about Seattle. You know, the Jets have won 8 out of the last 10 meetings against them. Yeah. We practically own Seattle for the most part. Chad Pennington got big wins. Vinny Testaverde got the classic, goal line cover. Even Neil O'Donnell, as a Jet, beat up on the Seahawks back in the day. So I wouldn't make such a big deal out of it. Russell Wilson, rookie quarterback. You guys are just talking about Andrew Luck being MVP talks, courtesy of Sal. We saw Andrew Luck, what the Jets did to Andrew Luck. So Russell Wilson, he's on the platter right now, as far as I'm concerned. And the Jets schedule favors them down the line. Every game is winnable down the line. So,
Jacques, I want you to call on Monday, though. Win or lose, you're going to call on Monday, right?
Listen, put me on hold. You guys can take my number on my email, my Twitter. You guys can call me back so we can have this, give me a 5-minute segment instead of Sal,
Thanks for the phone call. Daniel in the Bronx, you're on ESPN New York with Mike Lupica and Don.
Hi, guys. I just want to say one thing on Jet fans. I just want to say I played in the ESPN Celebrity Golf Outing. I want to say that Lupica is a fantastic golfer. I saw it firsthand, and I actually saw Don LaGreca swing the golf for the first time ever, and he could use some work.
Oh, yeah. Not a golfer, that's for sure.
You're also not a harness race rider.
But Lupica, you can play golf.
Yeah. Oh, hello. I know. I'm a good athlete. I am. I'm a good athlete. That's all there is to it. I'm not doing any chirp here. It's just the fact of things.
Enjoy the Jets. My Jets losing by 25.
Oh, you think they're going to get their doors blown off in Seattle?
Absolutely. West Coast, and they can't score. Score 0 points, maybe 3.
Well, that's the thing. If you're going into this game optimistically, right?
Right.
You got to give me something that you saw in the run-up. And unfortunately for the Jets, the last thing we saw out of them before the bye was the way they played against the Dolphins.
Right. And I love Jacques' call and all that, but you can't tell me about something Vinny Testaverde did against Seattle 15 years ago, and it's relevant for Sunday. This is a real good Seattle team in a building that's very difficult to win in, and a team that couldn't play in their own building against Miami a couple of weeks ago. So that's part of the equation. Forget about that they won 8 of their last 9, whatever the stat is, against Seattle. A different world going into Sunday.
All right. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for the phone call. Donnie, when you're doing the postgame with Mr. Krabby Pants Buttle on Sunday, what are you going to be talking about, a Jets victory or a Jets defeat?
I think they're going to lose, but I think it's going to be very close. I think they'll play well, and I just think, quite frankly, they'll just lose to a better football team.
By the way, we were talking with John Calipari. We talked to, obviously, Sal Paolantonio had such interesting things to say about Andrew Luck. We were talking to Coach John Calipari of Kentucky, who is at the Barclays Center tonight. His Kentucky Wildcats will play Maryland. And if you want to listen to this game, Ryan Rucco, who does a terrific job as a play-by-play guy, listen to the ESPN radio app or the TuneIn radio app at about, what is it, Donnie, about 8:30 tonight, right?
Yes.
Ryan's a very good play-by-play guy. Listen, we getting to him late. One of our favorite callers, Danny from Long Island, under a minute on the Mike Lupica Show.
Well, first of all, if I only have a minute, I want to remind everybody that Sunday is Veterans Day. I'll be coaching my flag football game, and afterwards, when I go home to sit on my couch, one of my little boys' dads will be shipping off to Afghanistan and the captain of the United States Army. So let's pay homage to those people who gave us the right to vote last Tuesday.
Yep.
On less important matters, the Jets are going to get humiliated out in Seattle. I can see Sanchez sitting on the bench with his little hat on, looking disgruntled. I can see Rex looking befuddled. And the Giants will rebound with an unimpressive win against the Bengals, because that's a team in total disarray. Gentlemen, I kept it under a minute. Have a wonderful weekend.
Have a great weekend, Danny. Thanks, you
Danny.
for the phone calls. Giants at Bengals. Jets at Seattle. We're going to have a lot to talk about when I next talk to you on Monday, everybody.
Coming up today on the Michael K. Show, Jeff Van Gundy joins Michael and Don at 3:30 with his thoughts on the Knicks' hot start. Plus a big football Friday, literally, with Damian Woody at 4:30 and Antonio Pierce at 5 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Come into the Home Depot today and get up to 24-month special financing on carpet purchases with your Home Depot consumer credit card. Every room deserves to look great. And with the newest selection of colors, styles, and patterns, your budget won't be picking your new carpet. You will. With 24-month special financing. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid to November 14th, U.S. only, subject to credit approval. Terms and exclusions apply. See store for details.
Thank you for calling Discover Card. Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
The college basketball season begins tonight on ESPN with two big-time matchups. First, the Sears Armed Forces Classic celebrates Veterans Day from Ramstein Air Base in Germany as number 14 Michigan State takes on Connecticut in the first regular season game overseas. Then in Brooklyn, in the Barclays Center Classic, Maryland goes up against John Calipari's national champion Kentucky Wildcats. It all starts tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern with live SportsCenter reports from Germany on ESPN.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM with this New York Sports Center. Knicks looking to improve to 4-0 tonight. Would be the first time they started the season in such fashion since the 93-94 season. Of course, that year, the Knicks went on to the NBA Finals. Tonight, Knicks hosting the Mavericks. 7 o'clock pregame play-by-play at 7:30 right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Nets are in Orlando. Brooklyn again will be playing without Gerald Wallace. Sources tell ESPN.com that if the Lakers don't have a good homestand, it would put Mike Brown's job in jeopardy. Hakeem Nicks says he will play on Sunday, practiced on a limited basis yesterday, back practicing today as well. Eli Manning asked about the Giants' offense and what they need to do differently this week.
It's just a matter of keep walking, walking through things, keep talking through, our reactions, what we expect to get, and go out there and both have to be on the same page. I got to read the body language of the receivers. They got to So it's not. We don't have to go rewrite the book here. It's just a matter of keep working at it, and it'll get better.
Joe McKnight and Ken Regella's out for the Jets this week against the Seahawks. Mets GM Sandy Alderson says the team wants to retain R.A. Dickey but would not rule out trading him. USA Today reports that the Rangers will not go past 3 years in an effort to re-sign Josh Hamilton.
We had a coach on our show yesterday that says the New York Knicks are ready for championship contention right now. We won't get into it too much about how much I might disagree with that particular comment, because the New York Jets are playing this weekend, and I know they have no business uttering such things. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco in the house, coming at you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Holla at you, boys.
Here's Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Oh, you better believe it. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco Show, presented by the Melrose MVP Scholarship Program. Nominate your high school senior athlete for a chance to win $5,000 for college, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. Look at you, sir.
What's up, big boy?
Look at you in the three-piece suit.
And I decided to, give a different look a little bit today.
Oh my gosh! This is a great look. I got to describe it for the audience. I mean, you have the vest on, which has a black front but a red back. Really nice, and it matches with the pink shirt and the pink tie. That looks like a Xenia tie, man. That looks like a nice tie right there.
The shirt is close to lavender as opposed to pink.
Really?
Your
pinkish
eyes.
Lavender?
Yeah, we'll work on your eyes a little bit, but it's okay.
Let's bring John, pink or lavender? What do you think for Stephen A's shirt?
It's closer to lavender than pink.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, it definitely has a little more purple in it.
All right, fair enough. These guys get on me all the time for the way that I can't disassociate between colors.
This is true. It's okay.
All right.
That's not pink at all, actually, now that I can see that.
What are you talking about? It's not pink at all. He's wearing a pink tie, or is that more of a lavender tie?
It's more of a lavender tie.
I guess so.
Yes.
You know what? My pinks, my purples, they kind of all blend together. The bottom line is, man, today is the day for you to go after Scarlett Johansson. Today is the day. Looking like that.
I just finished watching her in the Avengers again the other night. My favorite scene with her was when I know a lot of people would say is when she was fighting. At the very, very beginning when she was handcuffed but sitting on the chair behind the chair. That's not my favorite scene. My favorite scene is when she was laying down and stuck under the pipe and the Hulk was turning into the Hulk. If you see the scene, you know why it's my favorite scene.
I know why. I've seen it a couple times. I know why. Cool, fun sports weekend we have on tap. Knicks hosting the Mavericks tonight. Nets are in Orlando. We'll talk with Mavericks head coach Rick Carlisle coming up at 1:30. Giants and Jets not playing sexy teams this weekend. These aren't sexy matchups.
I'm glad you think so. I think. But
they're crucial.
I think the Jets I think that's a sexy matchup.
You think in Seattle's a sexy matchup?
No question about it, because I think Seattle's got one of the elite defenses in the game. They're lethal. They're very physical. They've got two big corners, and Sherman and Browner. They get after the quarterback. They wreak havoc. And I think if the Jets find a way to win a game like this, they'll have justifiable confidence going the rest of the season against anybody they face. I think that's a big deal.
See, now I agree with you on that. I think that these two games are perhaps season-altering or, season-ending games for both of these teams. Mm-hmm. But for the Jets, for the reason you just stated. Well, first of all, tangibly, you fall to 3-6. You are now 3 games behind both wild card teams. The Steelers aren't going to be stopped. They're going to end up making the playoffs. So let's eliminate them as even a possibility. The Colts are 6-3 now after their win last night. They look like a good team. They are playing with a higher level purpose right now because of what's gone on with their coach. They have an excellent young quarterback. And if you look at their schedule, they have some tough games. They still have to play Houston twice, but they have a few games that I just can't see them losing. So if you look at the Colts schedule, I would say it is hard to find a scenario in which they don't win 9 games, which means for the Jets, they do not have much room for error if they still think they're going to the postseason. The game that I think can change the perception and get them to believing that is this one against Seattle, because they have other games where they can.
That's what makes it sexy.
Yeah. So, okay, all right, important for me, sexy for you. I understand.
But I only use sexy because that was your word.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a word that I would use and affiliate with football players on my behalf.
Okay.
Now, if I was a female host and she decided to use that word, I wouldn't have no problem with it. But I'm you know.
You're just rolling with what I'm throwing out there.
I was just rolling with what you threw out there.
But here's the thing.
It's not my kind of flavor.
It is a perception changer, though, because if you look at the rest of the schedule for the Jets, there are a lot of games where you could see them, coming up with wins. They end up playing the Cardinals at home. St. Louis could be a win at Jacksonville, at Tennessee. Chargers aren't great at Buffalo. There are a lot of games to win. But there may not be enough unless they grab one of these games that you don't think they're the favorite in, unless they win one of these games where they're not the favorite. The question is why? Why do we believe they can win this one at Seattle against a team that is undefeated at home and a quarterback who has 9 touchdowns to no interceptions at home thus far this year? I still don't see them pulling it off in Seattle.
Well, there are people who question whether or not the Jets can win this game. That's not my question about the Jets. My question is, can they score in this game? I have no doubt they're going to lose. I'm predicting they're going to lose. It's just a matter of whether or not they're going to score. I think the Jets may score 3 points in this game. Now, if, Russell Wilson throws an interception or, they fumble and, in the red zone, in their own territory and the Jets ultimately have it in the red zone or whatever. But I'm talking about in terms of the Jets offense moving the football. I don't think they will be responsible for more than 3 points in this game. I expect, unless Seattle turns the football over, I expect an annihilation.
The last time I made a Jets offensive bet with you, it didn't go so well for me. I don't know that I'm going to be questioning the 3 points. The perception would change, though. If that offense was able to do something against the Seattle D, and you were able to go into Seattle and win, hope would start to grow, because then you would have the right mindset looking at the rest of the schedule. See, that's why I think even if you want to take a step back and you want to say, well, no, they could lose this game in Seattle. They still have plenty enough wins that they can get on that schedule. I don't think you'll be in the right place mentally to go grab those wins then. I think you need one of those games where you win when you're not necessarily supposed to in order to get your mind right and get on the track to be able to pick up those other victories.
Look at how well they played at New England. People thought they were going to get beat down then, and they surprised us all. They could have won that game. Some would say they should have won that game. I just look at Seattle's defense, however, and they're so physical, and they get after you, and they've got 2 big corners that don't necessarily need double coverage and things of that nature. I think that helps because that gives you an opportunity to send more bodies at Sanchez. And as a result of that, I think he's in a world of trouble, not just in terms of winning this game, but in terms of surviving this game. I really, really do. Wouldn't surprise me at all if I saw Tim Tebow because somebody sat there and rung Sanchez's bell a little bit and he wasn't in any condition to continue. Stephen
A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Meanwhile, for the Giants, and we're going to talk with Bengals cornerback Nate Clements coming up in a few minutes, who will be tasked with trying to stop the Giants' passing game, which has been a little bit slower over the last few weeks. But, Stephen, I think that the concerns over the Giants have been amplified more than they should. If you look at this team, as of a couple of weeks ago, even though that game against Dallas was ugly, it was still, hey, they've won 4 straight. It's not the worst thing in the world to figure out how to win a game when your offense isn't firing on all cylinders. And if you go back past that, nobody was looking at that San Francisco game and saying, oh, Eli Manning didn't perform well because he threw for under 200 yards, because he didn't have a bad game. I mean, he didn't have a great game against San Francisco, but he didn't have a bad game there, and they absolutely destroyed the 49ers. Then the next week, he had a couple bad picks against the Redskins, but he was still clutch money in the fourth quarter when it mattered, with that touchdown to Victor Cruz. Those games have just gotten lumped into a larger sample size because of what happened last week specifically, and because of how the Giants didn't quite move the ball against Dallas. We are acting as if the Giants have had a 4-game problem, but really it's more recent than that. And that's why I think the concerns and questions have been a little bit overblown with this team. Now, you go into Cincinnati and you don't win? Okay, now we can start talking about how the Giants' second half of the season is really difficult, and this might be a little bit more troublesome than we initially thought. But until I see that, I'm still not going to be worried about Eli Manning, this offense, and where the Giants are sitting right now. I am not concerned at this point with this Giants team.
Well, here's my deal. When I look at the Giants and I think about really hitting the panic button per se, not literally but figuratively, just thinking about, oh, my goodness, something's not right. I think about a Giant squad that lost 4 in a row last year, who I wrote off, and somehow, some way, got their act together. First by playing against Green Bay and almost, thwarting their unbeaten record. Then I saw them beat up on the Jets after Rex Ryan and them ran their mouths. Then I saw them stomp the Cowboys to capture the NFC East crown. And then run through Atlanta, beat Green Bay, and then go to San Francisco and win a rough and rugged NFC Championship game before they beat New England in the Super Bowl. I'm not hitting the panic button because you've looked bad for 6 quarters if you're the New York Giants. I'm beyond that. They've earned the right to receive the benefit of the doubt, for us to inhale the belief that whatever's wrong, they'll correct the ship. Now, obviously, you can't win the Super Bowl every year, so at some point in time, you got to look at them and say, hey, well, you know what? They may not win it. But when you look at the talent that they have on this squad, the fact that the NFC East is crumbling before our very eyes.
Yes, it is.
And you combine that with the fact that the New York Giants, with the talent that they have, will probably reign supreme in the NFC East. I just am inclined to believe that they will correct the ship, do what they need to do, get their act together, and everything will be fine. I'm just of that belief.
Has Nate Clements, one of the corners for the Bengals, seen anything that makes him think this Giants offense is more poachable right now? He will join us next with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Looking to rebound after the bye week, the Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
This season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Looking for a safe, sound alternative to a bank? Look no further than Melrose Credit Union. At Melrose Credit Union, they don't play games with your money because Melrose Credit Union is a financial cooperative owned by you, the member. So their number one concern is your bottom line. And your deposit account is federally insured to at least $250,000 by the NCUA. Whether you're buying a home, need a business loan, or saving for a rainy day, let Melrose Credit Union help you get there. Please visit them at melrosecu.org. Melrose Credit Union. You can get there from here. Affirmative action employer.
I have some exciting news for you sports fans out there. I've discovered a new site called ScoreBig.com where you can save up to 60% on tickets to the NFL, baseball, basketball, and more. Always below box office price, guaranteed. ScoreBig.com grabs unsold sports and event tickets and sells them at huge discounts. Go to ScoreBig.com right now and type in the promo code ESPN, and you'll get an extra $15 off your first purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. We'll talk with Bengals corner Nate Clements coming up in a couple minutes as Cincinnati gets ready to host the Giants. But breaking news in the NBA world, Stephen A. Mike Brown out as Lakers head coach. Multiple outlets reporting it now that the Lakers head coach, Mark Stein, earlier today had reported that if he didn't have a great homestand, he would be on the hot seat. Well, he didn't even get a chance for the homestand. He instead is gone as Lakers head coach.
I'm shocked that it was this soon. Obviously, looking at what happened in L.A. over the first 5 games of this season, being in L.A. just last week sometime, I knew he was in trouble. But I never dreamed in my wildest dreams that the hook would take place this soon. It's real sad. He's an incredibly nice guy. The problem is that his offense has historically stunk. And when you have the opportunity as a first-time head coach to coach LeBron James and you can't get it done, and then in a season and a half you have Kobe and can't get it done, it's inevitable what was going to happen. This need for this Princeton offense and everything like that, if you're the Lakers and you make these moves, you simply cannot have a situation where you're struggling like this. You can't look this bad. It's not that you lost to Dallas. It's that you lost to Dallas without Dirk Nowitzki. You lost to a Portland team, rebuilding. You lost to a Utah team that's not supposed to be in your class. You lost to a Clippers team that is elevating and rising, and they're letting you know they're coming for you for supremacy in the Los Angeles area. And he just seemed hell-bent on the Princeton offense. I wish that this didn't happen. I kind of saw it coming, but I was hopeful that it wouldn't. But if they made this move at this particular juncture, as much as I respect the Mike D'Antonis of the world because of his offense, the Sam Mitchells of the world who coached in Toronto who can still coach this game, the Stan Van Gundy's who cannot be there with Dwight Howard after what happened with him in Orlando, the Jeff Van Gundy's who could easily coach this team, I will tell you that there are only 2 people that are highly ideal for this job.
Who?
Phil Jackson returning, or Brian Shaw, the associated head coach in Indiana, who desperately wanted this job, who should have had this job, and more importantly, should be given a job now, because he's the closest thing and the closest extension to Phil. And you have to remember that when Phil Jackson left, Jim Buss wanted no parts of any remnants of the Phil Jackson era, which is why he did not consult with Kobe, is why he wanted to move on, why he didn't give it a second thought, and why him and Kobe wanted outs. He didn't return Kobe's phone calls and didn't reach out to Kobe for 6 months. Kobe was apoplectic. He was disgusted. But privately, they met at an undisclosed location last February or so, and they hashed things out. And ever since then, their relationship was better. And from that moment, he's been listening to Kobe more, to the point where Kobe really doesn't have to say much to him. Kobe could look the way he looked on TV the other day, and you sort of know something ain't right.
Well, I want to ask you about that, Stephen, because the news just coming down. Lakers head coach Mike Brown fired. What is the relationship between Kobe and Mike Brown? Kobe. He said he was his biggest supporter.
Let me say this to you. That's not true.
Okay.
Kobe is a support. Kobe's one of those dudes. He's about business, but at the same time, understand this. Mike Brown is impossible not to like, man. He's impossible not to root for. He's one of those guys that he just ingratiates himself with you in such a way that even when you may not like nor respect something he's doing, it's hard for you to have indifferent or apathetic feelings or, dare I say, malicious or malintent towards him. He's not that guy. So if you hear Kobe talking about I'm his biggest supporter, in other words, what Kobe is alluding to is I could crush this guy, but I haven't and I don't want to. As opposed to, oh, no, I love him. I love him being the coach. You won't hear Kobe say a negative word against him. But does he believe in him as a coach? Nah. No. Not after you've had Phil Jackson and then you come to this. That's not happening. That's just not happening. So in light of that reality, when he says I'm his biggest supporter, you have to dissect that. It means that what he could do, he hasn't. And Kobe's of the mindset, you should be thankful enough for that. As opposed to typically what that statement means is, I'm rah-rah for this guy. No, that is not the case. That has never been the case and was never going to be the case.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. We'll react more to that news. Mike Brown out as Lakers head coach. As the show moves along, we're going to talk with Mavs head coach Rick Carlisle in about 8 minutes. But right now we welcome in Bengals corner Nate Clements as Cincinnati gets ready to take on the Giants this Sunday in Cincy. Nate, first of all, just wanted to get your reaction to A.J. Green's comments saying that there are a lot of holes in the Giants' defense. Antrell Roll firing back at him. Has that sort of amplified the feelings about this game as you get ready?
Well, it doesn't hurt, to pump up the game. But, I think, guys, you got to hear the whole story. You're always going to get the answer rather than the question. So it was a question that was asked, and he gave an answer, and the way it was reported was different and, made it a lot more than what it really was.
Nate, when it comes to this Giants team, the receivers over the last couple of weeks, maybe not getting open quite as much, the passing game struggling just a bit. On film, what I'm wondering is you're preparing for this game. Can you see Hakeem Nicks being slowed by his injury right now?
On film, this you gotta come ready to work on film. They definitely have some weapons in Nicks, Cruz. What I've seen on film from Hicks is that he goes get the ball. The ball's in the air. He finds a way to grab the ball. I think we all know as a secondary and on defense he has great hands. So we have to do a great job of contesting any catch.
All right, let me put it to you bluntly, Nate. Stephen A. Smith here talking to you. Thanks for coming on the show. Do you guys feel you're capable of stopping the New York Giants? We're
confident in our defense, and as a team, this team is full of young, talented guys. We're definitely confident in what we're capable of doing. It's not just a matter of going out there and consistently doing. It's what we have to do.
Well, what has happened to y'all the last few weeks, man?
Just inconsistent in all phases of the game.
Nate, when it comes, talking to Nate Clements, the cornerback for the Bengals here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. When it comes to the slot, a lot of times, and we heard Roddy White earlier this year say, well, Victor Cruz doesn't play where the big boys play. Outside, he plays in the slot. Give us an idea as a defensive back why slot receivers like Cruz, like Wes Welker, like somebody like Percy Harvin may not get the same respect as guys who play on the outside.
Well, first of all those guys get my respect. I wouldn't even say that this guy is a slot receiver. Now, he does damage when he's placed in that spot, but I've also seen him on the edge out wide, beating guys. So
It's not that he's just a slot receiver. I wouldn't say that. The guy's an athlete, and what he does so well is run after the catch. So that's where he's the most dangerous. So we have to do a great job of being disruptive, knocking off the timing of his routes, and like I said earlier, just contesting any ball that's thrown to a receiver.
Nate Clemens for the Cincinnati Bengals right here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Ruocco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. I want to get back to your defense right now because obviously when we look at your defense is ranked 25th overall, 20 in yards allowed, 19 in passing yards allowed. If you talked about inconsistency, but I guess I'm looking for something, an explanation a bit more vivid. Talk to me about what the problems have been with this team, considering the fact that y'all started off 3-1 and now you've lost 4 straight to Miami, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and now Denver. It seemed like y'all were on a roll, and then all of a sudden, everything fell out from under you. What's going on?
Well, I've been in this situation before. I've been on both ends throughout my career. I've been in a situation where you start off and then you get into this streak where you just can't. It feels like you can't climb over this wall. You hit this wall, and you got to find a way to switch the momentum or overcome a run from a team. And I've been in situations where we've lost 3 games straight, and we've came back and we went on a run for 7 games straight. The one thing that I can say is that you have to always be confident in what you're doing and the approach that you're taking, and be confident in your ability and in this team to get things turned around. Because as I know, and things that I've seen over the course of my career, is that as winning can become contagious, losing can as well. You can get into a funk and you're just like, man, I can't get out of this thing, or what's going on, and you're searching and you're looking for answers and things of that nature. Whereas you're winning and like, hey, we can do anything,
man.
So it's basically we have to remain confident in our ability going towards having great preparation this week and going into this game. Like, hey, we gonna pull this thing out.
All right, I'm not talking about you, Nate, but I got to ask you this question because I so appreciate your comment and your candor, and I'm thanking you for it, and you'll see why when I ask you this question. Based on what you just said, just like winning and winning ways can become contagious, so can losing. So if you're taking your statement on face value for what it's worth, isn't that a roundabout way of saying that some of these people, whether it's the players or the coaches, need to go in light of the fact that those contagious losing ways?
No, that's not what
I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm asking you in light of what you said. Basically, doesn't that ultimately lend itself towards somebody like myself or others saying changes have to be made because things have become contagious?
Well, regarding to who we have,
okay,
we have enough. We have what it takes to win.
Mm-hmm.
We have what it takes. Coaches, players, we have what it takes to get the job done.
Got it.
Well, hey, Nate, good luck on Sunday against the Giants. We will be watching. We appreciate the time, man.
Thank you so much,
man.
Right, thank you.
All right, Bengals cornerback Nate Clemens with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Ruocco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Knicks taking on the Mavericks tonight. Rick Carlisle, head coach of Dallas, will join us next on ESPN New York.
Antrell Roll issued a warning to Bengals wide receiver A.J. Green. But is it the Giants that should be wary heading into this matchup? The Michael K. Show today at 3 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Come into the Home Depot today and get up to 24-month special financing on carpet purchases with your Home Depot consumer credit card. Every room deserves to look great. And with the newest selection of colors, styles, and patterns, your budget won't be picking your new carpet. You will. With 24 months special financing. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid to November 14th, U.S. only, subject to credit approval. Terms and exclusions apply. See store for details.
There's a great new company out there you need to try, Vistaprint.com, the place to go for printing and small business needs. Right now, you can order the new and improved business cards from Vistaprint for just $10. That's 250 new business cards with thousands of professional designs to choose from, or upload one of your own. It's easy to add a calendar, an appointment reminder, or a map to the back of the card. There are many options to fully customize your business cards, but you have to mention the code Colin to get this great deal. Go to Vistaprint.com, look for the search bar on the top right side of the page, and type in the code Colin, C-O-L-I-N, Colin. If you take advantage of this great offer today, they will ship your cards to you for free. Fast delivery and your satisfaction is guaranteed, all for just $10. This is a no-risk way to try Vistaprint. So visit them at Vistaprint.com and type in the code Colin in the search bar.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by the New York Times. Award season starts with the Gotham Independent Film Awards. Watch live at ifp.org Monday, November 26th at 7:30 p.m. Sponsored by the New York Times and RBC. Knicks looking to improve to 4-0 tonight. Would be the first time they've started the season that way since 93-94. Knicks hosting the Mavericks, 7 o'clock pregame. Play-by-play at 7:30 right here on ESPN New York. Mavs head coach Rick Carlisle will join us following this update. Nets are in Orlando tonight. Brooklyn again playing without Gerald Wallace. Mike Brown fired as Lakers head coach. L.A. out to a 1-4 start this year. Brown in his second season at the helm. Hakeem Nicks says he will play Sunday against the Bengals. Joe McKnight, Kenrick Ellis are both out for the Jets.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN.
34 minutes past the hour. Right here, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco Show on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. On the line with us, as promised, is the opponent for the New York Knicks tonight, World Championship coach, guy I've known for many, many years, Ryan Rucco. On a good day, he'll acknowledge that he's taught me a lot about the game of basketball. He'll deny it most of the time, though. The one and only head coach for the Dallas Mavericks, Mr. Rick Carlisle, is on the line with us. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I have one question. Is today a good day or not?
Today's a good day if you're most people. It's a beautiful day in New York, Coach. I'm not sure how good of a day it is for now former Lakers coach Mike Brown, who was just fired, Coach.
Yeah, I just heard. That sucks.
Yeah, I was getting ready to ask you about that. Your feelings about that, but I guess that says it all, Coach.
Yeah, no, it's a very tough deal, and Mike is a former assistant of mine, and he's got a great record in this league, and it's a little puzzling. It's still early in the year and stuff, but I don't know. Unfortunately, it's a binary business. It's results, and but it just seems a little unfair to me.
Last question on this particular subject. I'm kind of shocked because, Coach, I didn't like what I was seeing with his offense and what have you, and that's not for me to judge. But at the same time, even I would not hesitate to say that 82 games, a season being 82 games, for a man to be fired 5 games into a season seems absolutely nuts.
Yeah, it's puzzling. It's puzzling, but we've all got our own teams to try to deal with, and it's a very stark reminder of, what this business is about, unfortunately.
Rick Carlisle, coach of the Dallas Mavericks, right here with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Dallas Mavericks obviously are looking very, very good this year. I must admit to you, I'm kind of surprised that you guys have been looking as good as you have been looking. What do you credit it to, Coach?
Well, to this point, we've taken advantage of a favorable schedule. We had the opening night game against the Lakers, which gave us good momentum and I think surprised a lot of people. And then since then, the next night we lost in Utah, and then we went home and, on paper had 3 winnable games, with Charlotte, Portland, and Toronto, and we're able to do that. So, we've got to keep going. And when we have opportunities to win, we got to do it. Tonight is going to be probably, I don't think there's going to be any question, it's going to be our toughest game of the season to this point because of how well the Knicks are playing, and they've had a chance now to play 3 games and see where they're at, and they're getting some people back that are going to be key people. So we'll have our hands full tonight.
Coach, when you study the tape, when you get ready for this Knicks team, what about them and the way they've been playing jumps out to you?
Well, the volume of 3-point shots is something that flies off the video screen at you. I mean, they're shooting 32 a game, I believe, and they're making an average of 14 out of 32, which is way over 40%. They got a bunch of guys that are shooting the heck out of them, and they're rebounding well too. So, the 3-point shot is such a lethal weapon in this league. If you're making threes and out rebounding the opponent, I mean, you're kicking some ass, and that's what they're doing.
Rick Carlisle right here with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York. Coach, with that being said, I got to ask you, I mean, coming into this season, we looked at the New York Knicks, and obviously with the way the Miami Heat have looked, the way the Boston Celtics have looked, we expected the Knicks to compete, but at the same time, we didn't know how significant of a player they would be in the grand scheme of things in terms of the pitch in the Eastern Conference. Now Amari Stoudemire goes out, and you say to yourself, there's even less reason for hope. And somehow, some way, they've been doing what they've been doing. Is this a team, as a coach, that you find equally as formidable without Amari Stoudemire, or significantly more deadlier once Amari Stoudemire gets back?
Well, I got 2 words for you that have nothing to do with Amari Stoudemire.
Uh-oh.
Jason Kidd, okay? And, watching these guys play on film, it is very clear to me how he has ratcheted up their level of focus, their competitiveness. The ball movement is way better than we've ever seen, with this team. And you're talking about, one of the few guys in NBA history that has this kind of influence on a team in a situation. Now, when he got traded to New Jersey, you remember they were 26 wins, and the next year they were 52.
Mm-hmm. Right.
He came to Dallas, and we ended up winning an NBA championship. He has had an exponential major factor on winning everywhere he's gone. And I've been around this a long time, and I'm a historian of the game, as you are, Steve. And I've been watching a lot of guys for a lot of years. And when you talk about resourcefulness for finding ways to win, when you talk about influencing the game in some of the subtle ways, from a leadership standpoint, from a giving teammates confidence standpoint, from a finding a way to beat you by taking a charge at a key time, whatever. I mean, Jason Kidd's the best I've ever seen. And so, his play and his presence means an awful lot to these guys. And as long as he's here in the uniform and able to go out there, I mean, they're going to be one of a small handful of teams that's going to be a legitimate contender.
Coach,
I have no question about that.
Coach, this is beautiful. This is beautiful, man, because you realize that you just made my day, because you have no idea how many hits I've been taking in the New York area and nationally as well, because I had the audacity to say that with a Raymond Felton and a Jason Kidd, the New York Knicks are perfectly fine without Jeremy Lin. Do you have any idea, Coach, how good you're making me sound today? You have any idea?
It won't be the first time.
It's interesting, Coach. I mean, that's such unique and interesting perspective on Jason Kidd. I'm wondering then, I know that your owner had some comments about Jason leaving and didn't seem thrilled with him jumping ship to the Knicks. What are the feelings like now, for you and the rest of the people in that organization that Jason is not back with you this year?
Well, I understood it. I mean, and look, guys like Jason Kidd, Steve Nash. I mean, these guys have earned the right to do whatever the heck they want to do. I mean, he gave his blood to this franchise, and he played a lot of games. He played through a lot of periods when he wasn't necessarily 100% healthy, and his motor runs at a high level for winning. And so when it gets to a point where you become a free agent, you got a choice. You can do what you want to do, and I never grudged him the choice to go elsewhere. We would have loved to have him back, and I know that Mark wanted to see him come back and retire as a Mav and all that kind of stuff. But look, ultimately, all that stuff will be water under the bridge, and this is my opinion that
he'll be one of the very, very few players in NBA history to have his number retired in multiple arenas.
Rick Carlisle, head coach of the Mavericks, here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Ruocco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Stephen A. is going to get mad at me here, Coach, because I'm going to reference his TV co-host, Skip Bayless, who continually brings up to us how he thinks that without Amari, this Knicks team can kind of be in the mold of your championship Mavericks team of a couple of years ago, with Kidd playing the role of Kidd, with Chandler playing the role of Chandler, and with Melo playing the role of Dirk, and then able three-point shooters surrounding these guys. Do you think there is any legitimacy to that comparison?
It is legitimate, and if you look around the East, Miami got out of the East last year and won a championship playing pretty small. I mean, they eventually were starting Bosch at center and Battier at power forward, and the quality of the perimeter guys certainly is a mitigating factor because those guys rebound. Wade and James rebound, and their point guards are like Chalmers is a bigger guy. The Knicks, the way they're presently structured, once they get Stoudemire back, you remember Phoenix when they were going good under D'Antoni. Stoudemire was the center, so it may be that the way the best way for them to play is to have basically Amari play the center position sometimes when he gets back, and Chandler the other times, and I mean that's an offensive attack that nobody wants to deal with. And then they got Camby and Thomas, and heck, Rasheed Wallace looks like he's getting ready to get himself into shape and get out there. I mean, the guy's been hitting shots when he's been getting short minutes in games. I mean, these guys got a lot of weapons.
So give it to me straight, Coach. You think they could be a legitimate threat in the East? Somebody that can do what Boston did last year, getting to the brink of an NBA Finals, pushing a Miami Heat squad to a Game 7? You're saying that the New York Knicks have that kind of potential?
I believe they do. And there's a long way to go and all that, but you look at their depth and their experience. I mean, you cannot replace experience. It's one of the things that really got us over the top 2 years ago when we won it. Kidd, Terry, Nowitzki, Chandler had been in the playoffs. Marion was a hardened playoff veteran. We had a lot of guys that had that experience, and I just, they're going to be in there.
Let me switch gears for a real quick second. I'm one of the things I'm most proud about is I've always bragged about what a great coach you are, and you continue to prove that. You're 4-1 this year without Dirk Nowitzki. Mm-hmm. Without Dirk Nowitzki. You got O.J. Mayo averaging 21 and shooting 63% from three-point range. I know he could play. I knew he could play. I can't believe what I'm seeing. But how is it for you as a coach when you have won a championship, when you don't have Dirk Nowitzki right now, even though he'll be back, you don't have Tyson Chandler, who you lost last year, you don't have Jason Kidd now, who you lost after last season? What is coaching like for you without having those two guys who are now members of the New York Knicks, and with Dirk Nowitzki, although still great, still 34 years of age and approaching the downside of his career as opposed to being a younger spring chicken, so to speak, even though he was never one to, run a lot. You know what I'm saying, Coach. Well, go ahead.
Well, it's an interesting question. When our team kind of began to be broken up last year, I got a lot of questions about it. Hey, what do you think? Da-da-da, and all that. And look, they were decisions that needed to be made for the long-term well-being of the franchise. And we knew that there was going to be upheaval. We knew that there was going to be painful stretches. And there will be more. There's no question about it. But in the head coaching position, I signed a 4-year extension. So I'm going to be here 4 more years. And, I guess the bottom line is I believe in Mark and Donnie Nelson, that they're going to do everything possible to acquire championship pieces as we're in this rebuilding mode. Now, I got 2 choices. I can sit around and bitch about not having some of these guys that have been great players, or I can, dust off my shoes and go out there and teach my ass off and see what we can do with this group. And, hey, I'm getting paid a lot of money to do this job, and there's a reason. There are difficult things you got to deal with in this league, and one of them is these kinds of rebuilding things. And if it wasn't difficult, they'd be pulling guys off the street to do this job. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's our job, my job, as a head coach of this franchise, to take on these challenges, be positive about them, and yet, I got to be truthful with Mark and Donnie when they ask me tough questions about players and so on and so forth. This is not easy, but the challenge and the heightened challenge of it is, like I said, you go two ways. You can bitch about how hard it is, or you can always be looking for ways to make it better, and that's the approach I'm taking.
Rick Carlisle, always a pleasure, man. You know how much I always appreciate you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you tonight. Thank you so much for coming on the show, and good luck with the rest of the season, buddy. We'll talk tonight.
All right, thanks, guys. See you tonight.
Take care. Rick Carlisle.
Oh, I love this guy.
Head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. I told you love him.
Colorful language.
I told you love him. He and I go back years. Ooh. I mean, he's a great guy. He's a great coach. And obviously covering. You can sit here and fake all you want to and act like you don't cultivate relationships with people when you cover guys for years and years and years. But some things, you just can't deny. He and I go back a long ways. He's a great guy. Far more personable than people would ever know. Yeah. With people that know him well. And he and I have known each other for many years. We've always had a great relationship with one another. And I think he was an outstanding coach, and he was completely in charge of the Pacers offense when Larry Bird was the head coach of the franchise. And, I felt he got a raw deal in Indiana. Felt he ultimately got a raw deal to some degree in Detroit. And to see him now doing what he's done for the Dallas Mavericks is real good to see. He deserves it.
Interesting guy. One thing in particular that he said I want us to highlight, plus we will answer 4 key questions around Week 10 of the NFL season next with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Here's what's trending now in New York. Antonio Cromartie says the Jets will make the playoffs. More bravado from an underachieving team, or does he have something there? And the Knicks are set to take on the Mavericks tonight. Is 4-0 in their future? We're talking about it. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hey, this Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
It's a demanding job, a very demanding job, and someone's got to do it. When push comes to shove, that someone is you. You take it on with pride, know-how, and even a bit of swagger, but not before you lace up your Irish setter work boots. They're as tough, resilient, and hard-working as you, and never afraid to get dirty. Isn't that what you'd expect from a revered brand with enduring heritage and pride in craftsmanship? New Irish setter work boots by Red Wing Shoes. Field experienced, job ready.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Bah, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
This swishing and swishing.
With Walt Clyde Frazier. Today at 5:30 on The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
You put it back, New York City. I never sleep while like Los Angeles.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. If you missed that Rick Carlisle interview, make sure you catch the Mavericks head coach on the podcast on iTunes or on ESPNNewYork.com. We'll get to 4th and goal in just a minute. But, Stephen, so many interesting things. I mean, the man was using colorful language, giving great descriptions. But I think the thing that stood out most to me is when you asked about Amari and him returning and whether or not that makes them a contender, he said, I'll give you 2 words that have nothing to do with Amari about why they are. And he said, Jason Kidd. Mm-hmm. And the way he illustrated the influence that Jason Kidd has been having on this team and talking about obviously having coached him for a few years in Dallas and then seeing what he's done thus far. I mean, he legitimately thinks that man is the reason this team's a championship contender.
It's nothing different than what I told y'all when Jason Kidd was first acquired, even at the age of 38. And everybody was like, well, why do you feel that way? The one thing I kept out was that's what he had told me. I got it from him, because the first thing I did was call and say, how much does he have left? What does he bring? I wanted to know. And that's what he said. And so you have to understand, I have a question about the New York Knicks as it pertains to their durability issues. That's my reservation. I don't have any questions about whether they can play or not, or whether they can play with anybody if they're healthy. I believe if Amon Shumpert comes back healthy and Amari Stoudemire comes back healthy and the parts that they have remain healthy, I have no doubt that the New York Knicks can push the Miami Heat to the brink of elimination in the Eastern Conference Finals and beat everybody else. I really do believe they can pull it off. I think they'd lose to Miami, but I think it would be another 7-game thriller. It's just that you have to show me and convince me you can run with these dudes. You see what I'm saying? And I have that question mark about this team because Rick Carlisle can say all of that stuff he wants about Jason Kidd. He's absolutely right. But he's 38. He's 38. And so you have to wonder whether or not your body can hold up. That's a legitimate concern. But that's my biggest concern about the New York Knicks. Nothing else.
We'll get more into this as we roll along. Plus, thoughts on Mike Brown being fired as Lakers head coach. But every Monday and Friday at this time, here with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco, we answer 4 key questions around the NFL.
It's Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco's 4th and Goal.
Now at the Home Depot, get a Martha Stewart Living 100-count ornament set free when you buy select Christmas trees. With holiday themes in Winterberry, Arctic, or Christmas collectible, you can coordinate your tree, your ornaments, and your holidays with brighter Christmas savings. Starting with those 100 free Martha Stewart Living ornaments. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid through November 14th, U.S. only. See store for details.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
They squeak out of the first round. Okay, they beat New Orleans, whatever it is. I don't even remember the first round game. They go up against the Oklahoma City Thunder. They get bounced out in 5 games. There were problems leading into the playoffs in terms of how well you all were flowing. Then after those 5 games, then you turn around and you have an off season. Okay? You got to remember, during the season, you had a guy like Andrew Bynum jacking up 3-pointers and not caring. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to listen to you.
Yeah.
You had players and reports of damn near mutiny about to take place because why? They weren't flowing with the offensive system. Then you get to the playoffs. You get bounced out in 5 games. Okay? You lose the last game, game 5, after you win game 3 or 4. I'm trying to remember.
They won game 3 when they hit all those free throws.
So you lost the last 2.
Right.
Okay? Then you have the offseason. You get to Dwight Howard. You lose all 8 of your preseason games. And then you go 1-4. You start off 0-3. So it's the 2 games in the playoffs, another 8 preseason games, which is 10, and then 3 regular season games, which is 13. I understand that 8 of them were during preseason. When's the last time you seen the Lakers lose 13 straight of anything?
Yeah, I don't care what it is. They can be scrimmaging each other.
It's 13 straight.
Right.
So when you have that, and you feel the pressure from Laker Nation, not to mention the Clippers creeping up on you. The Clippers, look, man, I don't know how many times I got to say this. The Clippers are coming, man. The Clippers are coming. They are so incredibly insulted that you've been talking about the Lakers. I'm trying to tell you right now, you should see the attitude on Chris Paul's face. How dare y'all just dismiss us? It's a different ball game in L.A. right now, and that has a lot to do with why the moves were made.
Richard in Manhattan. Richard, you're on with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
Hi, Stephen A. Hi, Ryan. A guy who I think can coach, I think he's the greatest coach on the face of the earth right now, John Calipari. I think that guy, what he did last year, took 5 kids, never seen each other, and that team, did you see the final game against Kansas? They played with such
I was there.
Teamwork, and, the common misconception is that this guy just throws them out there and they're all athletic. That was team basketball. This guy can recruit, he can motivate, he knows the game, he knows personalities. I think John Calipari should be the coach of the Lakers.
No way. No way. And the reason why I say that, because it's 82 games. It would be an entirely new system. It's incredibly taxing. Not to mention the fact that, again, no matter what he did with freshmen on a college level, you remember he's the authoritative figure. John Calipari is incredibly passionate. I know him well. He's incredibly passionate. He's intense. And sometimes he doesn't know how to let up. He can be don't get me wrong. He knows how to befriend you and he knows how to massage you. All of those things are important. But he's incredibly intense, and I would argue too intense for the NBA in this day and age.
You know what? It's interesting. I'm calling that Kentucky-Maryland game tonight on ESPN Radio with John Calipari. And so just watching some of this stuff in prep, we're doing the All-Access show for Kentucky on ESPN. And he was doing an interview with Hannah Storm, and Hannah was talking about him as a great recruiter, and he was saying, can we call me a good coach at this point? Can we call me a good coach besides just a great recruiter? Can we do that? And it's true. This man has coached incredible defense. He also does have amazing relationships within the NBA community. Players absolutely love this guy. So I don't think it's impossible to think that he could coach in the NBA. I think he could, Steven. I think he could do a good job. I wouldn't say because he had a past failure he won't now.
I'm thinking long term. I'm thinking long term.
Well, he's also not going to leave his team at the altar right now as the season starts.
I agree with that, but I'm just talking to you about guys in terms of an 82-game schedule, the egos that you have to manage, going from being the authoritative figure on a collegiate level to having to defer to some degree because they got multi-millionaire guaranteed contracts, all of those things, dealing with agents where you don't have to on a college level. All of those things were headaches for John Calipari.
Yeah.
All of those things were headaches. Let me tell you something. I'm not saying that he wished for somebody to get shot, God rest their soul, because he certainly didn't wish for that. And I'm not saying that he wished for somebody to do jail time, because he doesn't have that kind of heart as a human being. But Jason Williams, former center for the New Jersey Nets, he wasn't depressed that man experienced some hardships. because he considered them one of the biggest phonies that ever walked the planet Earth. You see what I'm saying? I mean, John, and when you talk about a lot of these players that's able to milk the system, get guaranteed contracts, get their own PR machine to position them not only to get their money, but to usurp the authority of head coaches. If you find success on a collegiate level with a huge bank account to complement it, that's not something you walk away from very easily just to go back to the NBA environment that you desperately wanted to leave.
Well, especially when you see what the culture's like. As Rick Carlisle said with us, it's a sobering reminder that it is a very hard business. 5 games in, you get fired. I can guarantee you, no matter what happens in the first 5 games in Kentucky, John Calipari will be just fine. Rich in New Jersey. Rich, you're on with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco. How about a candidate from you, Rich?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thank you for taking my call. A couple quick questions for you guys. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but obviously the Lakers, they're number one option, right? I mean, number one choice right now for coaching would be probably Phil Jackson or Brian Shaw, as Stephen A. said.
Right.
Now, would you assume that if Phil Jackson does come back, would it be a long-term thing to sort of lure in Dwight Howard for a longer-term deal, being at the end of this year he's going to be a free agent? Or, are they better off picking up Brian Shaw?
No. It's about winning. It's about winning. Obviously, you got some people out there that are proponents of Brian Shaw. But if you go out and you get Dwight Howard and you're trying to re-sign him, and in the same token, you also have Kobe, and you have Pau Gasol, and you have a Steve Nash, you can't experiment. You got to go for the sure thing. Not to mention, you have to also remember that Phil is in a very strong position right now. Number one, those hips of his, which were notoriously bad, there was sometimes Phil didn't want to travel. They might work with that now. There was, Phil gets to pick his own staff, obviously. There's also the issue of, well, if Phil picks his own staff, he's going to go back and try to get Brian Shaw. And he can get the Lakers and make them compelled to make Brian Shaw the next head coach. All of those things are possibilities. If you want him desperately enough, you will capitulate.
All those on the table now that Mike Brown is out as head coach of the Lakers. Here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. This Lakers news has me thinking a certain thought about the Knicks that I want to run by you, Stephen. We'll do that next on ESPN New York.
Stifling defense.
Anthony swats him out of bounds and saves it as he leaps over the Sixers bench.
Pinpoint shooting accuracy.
Fires a 3 at the horn and he swishes it in.
The will to win.
Prigioni double kicks back to Smith right down the lane. And a vicious right-handed stub.
Knicks team.
They just continue to work hard and play hard, stay away from injuries. That's the name of the game.
Knicks, Mavericks, tonight at 7 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Did you know that 40% of sports and concerts go unsold each year? It's true. In fact, thousands of tickets are given away to make events seem sold out. ScoreBig.com provides you a new way to access these tickets. At ScoreBig, you can score great tickets to baseball, NFL, NBA, and more at way below box office price, often over half off. Go to ScoreBig.com today, and you'll get an additional $15 off your first purchase. Just go to ScoreBig.com and enter the promo code ESPN2 at checkout. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN, the number 2.
42, 43, $2.43.
My girls are trying to break into the lemonade biz. It's rough out there. I told them to use email marketing from Constant Contact. It was the right choice for growing my small business, Go Time Fitness. Email really works because you know people are checking their inbox every day. Here comes the competition.
With email marketing from Constant Contact, you'll have the tools to easily create custom emails that will work for your business. Plans start as low as $15 per month at ConstantContact.com.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls in email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go! Cars.com.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Napa Auto Parts, now open in Queens on Metropolitan Avenue in Middle Village. It took just 5 games, but Mike Brown is out as Lakers head coach, fired after a 1-4 start in just his second season at the helm. No word on a permanent replacement yet. Knicks looking to improve to 4-0 tonight. First time they would start a season in such fashion since the 93-94 year in which they went to the NBA Finals. Knicks hosting the Mavericks tonight, 7 o'clock pregame, 7:30 play-by-play right here on ESPN New York. Nets are in Orlando. Brooklyn again playing without Gerald Wallace. Hakeem Nicks is probable to play on Sunday. He's already asserted that he will. Chris Snee questionable for the Giants' tilt against the Bengals. The Jets will be without Joe McKnight and Kenrick Ellis. USA Today reports that the Rangers will not go past 3 years in an offer to re-sign Josh Hamilton. All right, busy day. A Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco show presented by the Melrose MVP Scholarship Program. Nominate your high school senior athlete for a chance to win $5,000 for college, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. We'll get to our football picks for this weekend coming up in about 15 minutes. But, Stephen, the Mike Brown news actually has me thinking something about the Knicks.
Yep.
Now, the way that Rick Carlisle, who is a basketball mind that I know you trust completely, I obviously don't have the relationship with him that you do, but that I trust completely from afar, he really put up some legitimate reasons, not just lip service, but legitimate reasons why he believes this Knicks team is a contender. Mm-hmm. And talked glowingly about Jason Kidd's impact. And it makes me think, with the situation in L.A., and who knows if they get it turned around or not, But if we were just saying, listing the teams with the best chance to beat the Heat this year, and we know that the Heat are the prohibitive favorites, of course they are, but how high up would the Knicks be on that list now? Where would they be? If we were going to list the Knicks in numerical order on this team that has the sixth best chance or the third best chance to actually beat Miami this year. Not saying they're going to, but just you have to add some intrigue rather than just say, well, Miami's winning.
In other words, just talking about talent as opposed to, like, for example, there's several teams in the West, but they have to go through each other to get to Miami.
Yeah.
So, in other words, ignore that and just look at the better team.
All factors involved. Taking in all factors.
Let's go down the list.
Okay.
I got Miami 1, OKC 2.
All right, so you have Oklahoma City as the team with the best chance to dethrone Miami.
The best chance.
After
Oklahoma City. I think Boston is at 3 because of their familiarity with Miami and the talent that they have and the coaching ability that I believe Doc Rivers possesses. The
Spurs?
The Spurs. The Clippers.
You put the Clippers ahead of the Knicks?
Yes, I would. Their athleticism and their point guard leadership and their bench. The Clippers can go 12 deep. Let me give you their starting 5. You have Chris Paul, okay? We're going to assume that Chauncey Billups, he'll be back at the end of the month. You got Chris Paul with Chauncey. You've got DeAndre Jordan with Blake Griffin and Caron Butler. You've got Jamal Crawford, Grant Hill, Lamar Odom, Eric Bledsoe coming off the bench. I'm sorry. Yes, they're before the Knicks. Okay? So you got those teams right there. So I got in the West alone, the Clippers, the Spurs, OKC, the Lakers.
You put the Lakers ahead of the Knicks?
Yes.
As more likely to beat the Heat?
Yes. Of course I would.
See, I don't know if I can do that at this point.
Because that's just 5 games and you're reacting. You're being emotional. It's 5 games.
No.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, there's no, of course.
Well,
of course, I'm telling you right now that the bottom line is I would put the Lakers ahead of the Knicks. 5 games in. Oh, I'm 1-4. You 3-0. You think you're better than me now, right? No, please.
Let me give you one thing, though.
Go ahead.
Let me give you 2 reasons why. And you know, after yesterday, I don't want to make too much of early games in the NBA season, so I don't have to go through what I went through yesterday that you went through the first couple days this week. But let me give you 2 things on the Lakers. One, historical perspective, no team has ever started 1-4 and then went on to win a championship. No team in the history of the NBA. Now, you may say, okay, that's history. What does it have to do with this year? Well, it means that usually great teams, championship caliber teams, they usually do not start 1-4 because that usually is an indication that you're not so great. That's one.
You know what? You're not going to ask me questions and then come at me like you're the Elias Sports Bureau. You know what I'm saying?
In this case, ESPN Stats and Info.
ESPN Stats and
Both
Info.
are at it.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Let me give you one more thing.
We're playing the eye test.
Fine.
We're playing the eye test.
Well, the eye test looks like, it looks like pink eye right now. It looks like you got that crust and you can't see a thing. Okay, that's how ugly it's been in L.A.
So?
Let me give you one more thing.
5 games.
I understand, and I agree with you, but let me give you one more thing.
Didn't Michael Kay tell us earlier it's the equivalent of 16 games in a Major League Baseball season?
And you don't react off that. Exactly. I don't think Mike Brown, look, 5 games isn't enough to fire him. Okay. But here, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. You want me to just say, thank you, Stephen A., you're correct? Come on, baby. Work with me. Dance with me.
You should.
Here we go.
But go ahead.
So the other part of this I'm thinking is the Lakers situation. How easy is it to fix for a new coach in the middle of the year? Or can we presume that this team is going to have some level of turbulence all season? Or can somebody come in and smooth this out right away, or are they going to have to wait until the off-season or throughout this season plus off-season before they can find any kind of cohesion under their new head coach? Because
you need somebody that can come in and figure it out right away.
Is that possible? That possible?
Yes, it is.
It is possible to do within a season.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
So you're still going to put...
First of all, let's dissect it. If you got Phil Jackson up in there, it's not just because he's Phil Jackson. It's not just because he coaches personalities. It's also because he knows how to, he knows how to relate to dudes, and the system that he would implement is familiar to everybody but a Howard and a Nash, and they would pick it up relatively easily. Understand what the triangle offense is. Basically, what you got is somebody in the corner, somebody at the elbow, somebody in the block, okay? That's your strong side of the court. And the person that you're looking to operate, your strongest asset is on the opposite side of the floor doing his thing. You understand what I'm saying? And wreaking havoc. You're finding him in situations where either you're going to have to handle him one-on-one or you're going to have to double up. You understand? Leaving somebody on your strong side all alone. Phil Jackson managed to do this without a point guard. Now you got Steve Nash up in there. It'll only work even better. So my point to you is that the familiarity they would need to develop with the system would work well for them. It's just a matter of their health. I think they would be fine. And so now some people say Mike D'Antoni because you hear that he may be considered. Let me tell you why I think that's just nonsense. I think that's nonsense because Mike D'Antoni doesn't preach defense. So I'm not saying it's nonsense that they could be talking to him or whatever. If he were to be the head coach, that's not the ideal situation.
No, he works with Nash and Howard offensively, but I don't even know if the other pieces fit to his offense.
The other people's fit, and not only that, we know defensively. Right. Let's just stop. Mm-hmm. And in the West, going up against San Antonio and those boys, you got to know how to play some defense, man. You just got to know how to play some defense. So all of that being said, the Lakers definitely belong up there. Now, in the East, the Knicks, I would have them in light of OKC, San Antonio, the Lakers, the Clippers, Boston, and Boston. Obviously, Miami being number one.
Right.
The Knicks are anywhere between 7 and 9. Knicks, Brooklyn, Philadelphia. No matter how they look, they don't have Andrew Bynum. When you have a big 7-foot center that you can throw the ball into, you get to slow the game down. He's formidable down low. He creates problems for you. He gets to the free throw line. Unlike Howard, he can hit those free throws. Okay? And they got other guys around him that can play a little bit. They can hit perimeter shots. So we'll see what happens. Indiana would have been in there if Granger wasn't out for 3 months. But he's out. And I don't know whether he's going to come back healthy. So those are the question marks. But ultimately, the New York Knicks are one of the top 10 teams that can knock off Miami.
But you don't have them in the top
10.
5. Yeah.
They're not in the top 5.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Eric in Woodbridge. Eric, what do you think of Stephen A.'s rankings here for teams most likely to beat the Heat?
All right, well, first off, guys, great show, like both of you guys. Steven, I love you and Skip going at it all the time. It's good to hear like your take on the NBA. I don't always agree with you, with everything else, but today I think you're nailing it. I love your list that you put out with all the teams. The only thing I might switch up out of that is I think, the Spurs, maybe Spurs and Boston I might switch up, but you made valid points, obviously. But I want to know what's your take on, like, a middle-tier team, like, I don't know, like maybe like a Memphis or a Minnesota.
Well,
like
Memphis,
what kind of team in the middle of it?
Memphis can make some noise because they're physical and they play within themselves. Their biggest problem in Memphis is that Rudy Gay and Zach Randolph, this is the God's honest truth, Rudy Gay and Zach Randolph despise playing with each other.
Really?
They hate it. You see what I'm saying? They're like, it's an effort to get them to be on the same court together, which is why Lionel Hollins will have them start together, and then you won't see them on the court together until the fourth quarter. Well, how do you develop any chemistry that way? You don't. They can't stand playing with one another. They hate each other's game. So because of it, they can't mesh together, and that gets in the way of their productivity. But Memphis is actually a formidable team. They play smart. They play rough and rugged. They play physical. Okay? They hit shots. They play defense. They're actually a team to be reckoned with. But it'll be lower tier, not upper tier. If Memphis were in the Eastern Conference, Memphis would be a top 4 team.
Really?
Yes.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco.
Ryan's looking at me like, really?
I'm thinking,
that's nonsense.
Look, I think Memphis is good. I agree. We've seen their toughness in the playoffs as well. I still think the Knicks have a little bit more familiarity with the Heat than we give them credit for. And, they do have a big man. Now, the Heat playing small sort of changes the way Tyson Chandler can impact the game a lot of times, but the Knicks have rim protection that a lot of teams don't have when you're talking about trying to thwart the drives of Wade and LeBron. It's interesting. If I was going to put them and where I think they are and the teams most likely to knock off the Heat this year, I probably have them at about 5. You have them between 7 and 9. But this list, we will see if it gets any stronger for the Knicks with a win tonight against the Mavericks, which you can hear right here on ESPN New York. This portion of the Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco Show brought to you by Teddy Nissan, New York's most huggable dealer. A lot of you want to chime in on this at 1-800-919-3776. Plus, we have our Week 10 picks coming up as well next on ESPN New York.
Here's what's trending now in New York. Antonio Cromartie says the Jets will make the playoffs. More bravado from an underachieving team, or does he have something there? And the Knicks are set to take on the Mavericks tonight. Is 4-0 in their future? We're talking about it. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Come into the Home Depot today and get up to 24-month special financing on carpet purchases with your Home Depot consumer credit card. Every room deserves to look great. And with the newest selection of colors, styles, and patterns, your budget won't be picking your new carpet. You will. With 24-month special financing. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid to November 14th, U.S. only, subject to credit approval. Terms and exclusions apply. See store for details.
There's a great new company out there you need to try, Vistaprint.com, the place to go for printing and small business needs. Right now, you can order the new and improved business cards from Vistaprint for just $10. That's 250 new business cards with thousands of professional designs to choose from, or upload one of your own. It's easy to add a calendar, an appointment reminder, or a map to the back of the card. There are many options to fully customize your business cards, but you have to mention the code Colin to get this great deal. Go to Vistaprint.com, look for the search bar on the top right side of the page, and type in the code Colin, C-O-L-I-N, Colin. If you take advantage of this great offer today, they will ship your cards to you for free. Fast delivery and your satisfaction is guaranteed, all for just $10. This is a no-risk way to try Vistaprint. So visit them at Vistaprint.com and type in the code Colin in the search bar.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Man, I'll never forget the day this cat came through the park. He sure didn't look like a player. We were all wrong. He was dishing and swishing till sundown. Who was this guy? He just said, "They call me the head." I found out years later who the head really was. Yes, indeed. The head was Michael Kay. Michael Kay knows his basketball. The Michael Kay Show. Weekdays at 3 on the home of the Knicks, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
All right, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you. This portion of the show presented by Napa Auto Parts, now open in Queens on Metropolitan Avenue in Middle Village. Stephen, am I going to see you in Brooklyn at Barclays Center on Sunday, man, for Nets Magic? Come on. I'll be calling the game. Hang out a little bit. No? All right. No. And tonight, you're going to, I'm at Barclays Center for Kentucky, Maryland. You're going to be at the Garden, I'm guessing, against the Mavs.
That's
tonight.
Unless ESPN doesn't let me leave studio because the Lord knows how many sports centers I have to do.
Because of the Mike Brown firing news. Yes. But you guys know, every Friday at this time, we give you a game that's a lock, one that's a shoo-in, and one that you just absolutely positively need to bet the farm on.
Now it's time for Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco to tell us their lock of the week, their shoo-in of the week, and who they're betting the farm on for this week of NFL action.
We will kick things off with our lock of the week.
You better lock it up. You lock it up. Lock it up. Lock it up. Lock it up.
I have to say, this game I probably should stay away from entirely because it's a battle of two NFC East teams. And we know when two teams within a division get together, especially when they have similar records, it's hard to really know exactly how a game is going to go down. But my lock of the week is going to be the Cowboys, plus 1.5 at the Eagles. And I know that Philadelphia's offense has done very damaging things to the Cowboys' defense in recent history. But Dallas's defense, they've been pretty consistent all year. I've felt good about the Cowboys' defense this entire year. And their losses, while traumatic and late in games, have not been completely destructive, have not been perception-altering as far as whether or not they're even a team worthy of taking the field. The Eagles, to me, seem like a team who's in a total tailspin. I think the Cowboys are just a better team right now than Philadelphia. I think Philadelphia is about to put a stamp on the end of their season and eventually a new era with a new head coach and perhaps a new quarterback. I think the Cowboys still are younger than we think and not quite as bad as we make them out to be. I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender. I don't think they're going to win the division, but I think they'll win this game. So I'll gladly take the points and say the Cowboys plus 1.5 at Philadelphia are my lock.
I try to refrain from dicey situations like this, but I can't help it. I'm tempted. Despite the heated rivalry that exists, my lock is the Falcons minus 2.5 at the Saints. You've got Roddy White and Julio Jones, an elite combo at wideouts. You've got Tony Gonzalez, a future Hall of Famer who is balling. You've got Matt Ryan, who's an MVP candidate. You've got Michael Turner, who can run the football. You've got an offensive line who's protecting Matt Ryan. And you've got a defense that has become rough and rugged, and a franchise that since Mike Smith has taken over, with a 6-point lead or better entering the fourth quarter, are 43-0.
Whoa.
I combine all of that with the fact that the New Orleans Saints is the absolute worst defense in the NFL. I'm going to roll with the Falcons. They're my lock.
Falcons minus 2.5 at the Saints. Stephen A's lock. Time to move into the shoe-in of the week.
That's a pretty big shoe.
Well, it certainly is.
That's a pretty big shoe.
Well, you already told us that. I'll say the Giants minus 4.5 at the Bengals are my shoe-in. I think A.J. Green, he did all Giants fans a bit of a favor this week, because I think it's easy to look at that game at Cincinnati and say, well, this is a game the Giants are going to win. Look at the rest of their schedule. They kind of need it. They were woken up last week against the Steelers. They play better on the road. You know, they're going to win this game. But you may be so confident that you're worried the Giants are too. Well, now A.J. Green's spoken, and the Giants will be on their P's and Q's because of it, I think. I think their struggles over the last few weeks have been a bit overblown. It's almost encouraging that they've almost won games. They have won one at Dallas, and they almost won one against Pittsburgh without their offense performing. They weren't just reliant on Eli Manning and the passing attack. Instead, their defense being so opportunistic right now, just 2 takeaways behind the Bears, has been almost capable of winning games for them as well, even though they're not stout. I think in this game, they're just in a different class than Cincinnati. The road is never an issue for the Giants. I think they win easily in Cincinnati, so I gladly give away the 4.5 points and say that is my shoe-in for this week.
Look at the size of that shoe.
My shoe-in, Peyton Manning and the Broncos at the Carolina Panthers. I know the Carolina Panthers won a game last week, and that is good. I know that Cam Newton looked good, which is good. But it was against the Washington Redskins, who are very, very bad defensively. Not to mention the fact that you got a coach that's giving concession speeches in Week 9 of an NFL season. Their defense has been playing good. I'm talking about Carolina, registering 10 sacks over the last couple of games. They get pressure on the quarterback. I see all of that. But Peyton Manning, that's who we're talking about here, who's playing lights out and is a top 2 MVP candidate, dare I say. And as a result of that, the way he has the ability to pick defenses apart, I think the Broncos minus 3.5 at Carolina is pretty much a shoe-in for me. I'm rolling with that.
That's a pretty big shoe.
I'll tell you what, Steven, you and I are going to sound similar, because my bet the farm this week is going to be the game you just called. Broncos minus 3.5 at the Panthers. I'm shocked that the line is only 3.5. Carolina, as you just illustrated, won one game against a poor Redskins team. That's it. That's the only thing that Carolina has going for them. The Broncos, meanwhile, they were my pick before the season to win the Super Bowl. Now, a lot of people are hopping on with them as a team to go to the Super Bowl. I think Denver is going to be a team that is going to make serious noise in the AFC playoff picture. And I think they are going to absolutely demolish the Panthers. There's no home field advantage in Carolina. Broncos -3.5. Easy. I'll gladly bet the farm on that.
My condolences to fans all across the New York tri-state area. But I'm betting the farm on the Seahawks. The Jets are +6.5 at the Seahawks. I mean, am I doing that right? Because if they're +6.5, I'm saying that the Seahawks are going to annihilate them.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. I'm betting the farm on that. How about that? I don't think there's a snowball's chance in hell that the Jets have an opportunity to win this game or even lose by less than 7. I don't even think there's a question about whether or not the Jets are going to lose this game just by how much. I'm predicting that the Jets get annihilated because their offense does absolutely nothing and their defense ultimately gets tired of watching the Jets offense do absolutely nothing. And as a result, they get shellacked. I'm predicting that the offense will not be responsible for more than 3 points the entire game. You might get something on special teams. You might get something because Russell Wilson might throw an interception or 2. But the offense itself will not be responsible for more than 3 points on this Sunday. Not against those big corners, not against those safeties, not against that pass rush, not against that top 4 ranked defense in Seattle, not against the loudest, most rabid 6th man in the NFL in Seattle. This is a nightmarish scenario for the New York Jets. I'm not predicting a loss. I'm predicting an annihilation. The Seattle Seahawks, I'm betting the farm on them.
That is our picks for Week 10 of the NFL season here with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Stephen, I gave the Giants in my shoe and Brett the farm lock, but not the Jets. You gave the Jets, but not the Giants. How about that Giants giving 4.5 points to the Bengals? Do you like Big Blue?
Yes.
To beat them by more than 4.5?
Yes.
You do. And and you know what?
I've lost faith in the Bengals. And I've lost faith in Marvin Lewis.
And I like the Seahawks to cover. I think they'll win by a touchdown against the Jets. They're just so good at home. And Russell Wilson is such a better quarterback at home, too. Ray Dinahan, make sure on the record you have what Mr. Smith just said there. 3 points. 3 points, not more, for the Jets offense. You know, we're going to play that back on Monday. We'll probably play it back either way, you know, if the Jets score a lot more than 3 on offense or if you are, in fact,
I'm sure
right.
you will. I'm sure you'll grasp at those moments as best you can when you can, and you are entitled to do so. It will be to no avail, though.
I guess
this ain't
so.
the week to be confident.
Can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
So you're going to be at the Garden tonight?
I'm going to be at the Garden tonight, and then obviously, because of circumstances beyond my control, I'll be heading to L.A.
Oh, okay. Very good. And you'll have to bunker up there for a while.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Exactly. Here's my thing. Is there anything now you have been, I would say going to the well, taking Army-sized buckets, and then dumping it on the Knicks start and the fans' reaction to the start. Is there anything that you can see tonight from the Knicks against the Mavericks that will make you feel a little bit more impressed with the way the Knicks have started this season?
No.
At what point do you think it would have to be in this regular season? When they start playing games closer together, the older team?
No, as the season progresses, number one. And, again, as the season progresses, teams get familiar with one another, get their legs under them, probably after Christmas. I mean, I'm hoping the New York Knicks win games. I'm not going to take anything away from them. I'm just not going to get remotely excited until somewhere near the halfway point.
See, now here's the thing. You called me out on this erroneously. When the Giants played the Steelers, and I predicted the score right, but I said I wasn't happy about it because I wanted the Giants to win. You said, no. You were happy about being right. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Mm-hmm. I know you want the Knicks to win a championship. You're a Knicks fan. Mm-hmm. But I think right now, you want to see them lose a couple games. Because I think you do, so that you can hear all the doubters, all the haters have been getting on you saying you're not giving them enough love. I think you want them coming back to you.
Want me to tell you why?
Okay, let's hear why.
Because it makes absolutely no difference to me whether they win or lose right now. This is not the team that I'm going to see come April. Amari Stoudemire and Iman Shumpert will be there in April. And so for me, I'm going to measure them accordingly. I'm not going to overreact negatively or positively. Now, don't get me wrong. here's where it would happen. Let's say, for example, the Knicks go through a 4 or 5 game stretch where they're losing by 40 or 30 to mediocre teams. Whoa, there we got a problem. You understand what I'm saying? We got a problem. But outside of that, no, I'm not worried about it. I'm not getting all excited about the Knicks. I know what they should do. I know what I can expect them to do if they're 100% healthy. My problem is I don't think they can stay healthy for the entire year. But I hope I am wrong. But they will not break my heart again. I am not going to expose my heart. You know, guys that, you know, you're young, you're wet behind the ears, you're different. But, you know, older guys like Michael Kay and Don LaGreca, you know, they're used to taking these plunges because they're married. See, when you take those kind of risks, it's okay. It's okay. So you can take that risk, you take that plunge, you're all right. But somebody like me, I'm scared. I'll be the first to admit I'm scared. I don't want my heart broken. I don't want to wake up, you understand what I'm saying, and have my woman dump me and I'm the old dude at the club. No, I don't want that. You understand? So I want to make sure I keep myself in perspective with a lot of different things. And that is where I'm at, and that is where I'm staying. You guys go and put your hearts out on that limb. I'm keeping mine in check until I have justifiable cause to take the risk necessary.
I don't know if that's a way to live, my man. But
it's my way to live.
We will do it again in 22 hours. Good stuff as always. That's Stephen A. Smith. Nice job. Well, not 22 hours. We'll be back on Monday. Incorrect math. Great job by John Winthrop, Ray Dinahan. The Michael K. Show is up next.
Coming up today on the Michael K. Show, Jeff Van Gundy joins Michael and Don at 3:30 with his thoughts on the Knicks' hot start. Plus a big football Friday, literally, with Damian Woody at 4:30 and Antonio Pierce at 5 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
It's fun to debate your favorite teams and players, but the debate is over when it comes to where you go for your next set of tires. See the experts at your local Ford dealer for big savings on name brand tires during the Big Tire event. Going on now.
Ba, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
For Hurricane Sandy donations, visit redcross.org or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. After a 1-4 start, the Los Angeles Lakers have decided to fire their head coach, Mike D'Antoni. The Knicks are the only Mike Brown. Mike D'Antoni possibly could be the replacement for Mike Brown. That is the rumor right now. The Knicks are the only undefeated team in the NBA. They'll try to keep that going against the Dallas Mavericks downstairs at Madison Square Garden. Our coverage right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. We'll get underway after the Michael K. Show at 7 o'clock. Tip-off is set for 7:30. You can see the game on MSG Television. Also, the Nets, losers of 2 of their first 3. They will be on the road in Orlando tonight to take on the Magic.
Some baseball news regarding the Yankees. Yankees made 3 qualifying offers of $13.3 million to Soriano, Swisher, and Kuroda. Soriano, according to Brian Cashman, is not going to accept the offer, so the Yankees could still re-sign him, but they're not going to get him for that 1-year deal. Nick Swisher, it's being reported, is also not going to accept the $13.3 million qualifier. Yankees will not sign him to a long-term deal, so he's probably seen his last day as a Yank, and the Yankees really want Hiroki Kuroda to accept the 1-year qualifying deal, sign him to that 1 deal, and then not have to worry about 2014 and getting under 189. In in football, Hakeem Nicks says that he will be playing despite problems with his knee. He'll be in the game against Cincinnati. And for the Jets, Kendrick Ellis and Joe McKnight are going to be out against Seattle.
And for the fourth consecutive day, the National Hockey League and their Players Association getting together to try to hammer out a deal. Despite the fact this is the fourth straight day of talking, Donald Fear, the head of the Players Association, said the two sides are still far apart on some issues. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This is the Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Now, here's Michael K. and Don LaGreca.
Statue of Liberty, long live the World Trade, long live the King, yo. I'm from the Empire State.
Good afternoon, everybody. A big show for you today, November 9th, 2012. Beautiful Friday in New York City. Weather's starting to warm up. The precipitation is out. And Michael K. and Don LaGreca are here. And, boy, we got a big show. Big Football Friday. We'll talk some basketball. We got Walt Frazier here, Jeff Van Gundy, Damian Woody, Antonio Pierce. So we'll move forward with guests as well. I just wanted to say one thing. He scooted out of here, and I don't want to be the guy who talks behind somebody's back. What do you think it is outside today, Don? 52 degrees, I think?
Yeah, I would say that's
gorgeous,
accurate.
right?
Sure,
Gorgeous.
beautiful day.
I mean, you almost had a suntan outside. Stephen A. Smith sitting here, and he's got gloves that go up to his elbow.
Right.
Like he's going in the Iditarod tomorrow. I mean, I can't believe it. He said it wasn't 52 when I got up today.
Like he was out, raising cattle in Nebraska at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Disgrace.
I mean, come on.
Come on, Stephen
Have we gotten to that point now? Because now he moisturizes the hands. If he cares that much about how fragile his hands would be in 50-degree weather, then he must moisturize the hands.
Well, here's another deal. His partner, Ryan Rucco, wears gloves, too, in this kind of weather. And I said, why? Because his knuckles bleed.
What?
I said, why do your knuckles bleed? He says, because I wash my hands about 100 times a day. So obviously he's got some kind of issue there as well. It's a very strange combo before us.
Do you remember the movie Zoolander?
Yes.
There was the one hand model that had his hand in glass protection because he didn't want anything to happen to it to keep it preserved over time. My God, that's the definition of a metrosexual. These guys are so concerned about how their hands look. What are they, Mike Greenberg all of a sudden?
I don't know. We might be the only non-metrosexuals.
Oh.
And you're really not.
No, I'm not.
At least I try to dress nicely. You're a different story. You don't even care anymore. You've given up. The only time you really get dressed up is when you do a Ranger game.
You've complimented me on my shirts before.
They look wonderful. They really do.
There's multiple times. So how can you kill my wardrobe when there's times you've complimented the shirt?
It's a casual wardrobe.
Well, I'm on the radio. Nobody's seeing me.
I have a beautiful sweater on.
You got to respect the game. Whenever you're calling a game, even if it's on radio, you got to dress up.
I agree.
But when you're sitting,
John Sterling taught me that. John Sterling's on the radio every day, and he wears a beautiful jacket and tie with a little handkerchief and everything. And I go, why do you do that? Well, because I'm representing the Yankees. It'll be a 2-1.
And not everybody that covers baseball. Baseball, for some reason, really is a place where slobs come out.
Hobos.
Right, because it's warm and the press box doesn't have air conditioning. And some of these guys come in with tank tops and
disgraceful holes in their shirts.
Yeah, and shorts and sandals. I've seen.
Yeah, you can't see people's toes in a business environment, I think.
But don't lump me in with those guys.
No.
But no, I am not to the level of Ryan and Steven where I'm protecting my knuckles in 50-degree weather.
I was talking to Ryan Hurley before, and Ryan's still somewhat innocent. He's young. Life hasn't beaten him up the way it's beaten us up.
Well, the last couple of weeks it has.
And he said to me, because the news came down that Mike Brown had been fired from the Lakers, and Ryan looked at me and goes, it's almost like they lied to us. I said, what do you mean it's almost like they lied? He said, well, Jim Buss said the other day, the owner, that he wasn't going to fire him. I said, they lie to us all the time. They have no conscience. That's why you have to take what athletes and managers and GMs say with a grain of salt. They lie all the time. It's almost like second nature to them. Jim Buss said, I am not going to fire this guy. There's no reason. This was yesterday. He was quoted. This was yesterday. His quote is saying, there's no need to panic. Kobe usually tells me when it's time to panic, and I looked at him the other day, and he gave me a look that it's not time to panic. 1-4, 0-8 in the preseason. I guess it's time to panic. If you think of that, 1-5. Remember when Yogi Berra got fired at the 16 games?
Right.
Everybody was in an uproar. Yogi didn't come back to the stadium for years and years and years. That's about the equivalent of 16 out of 162, 5 out of 82. I mean, that's not giving the guy any play at all. And you can't tell me that the blood's not on Kobe's hands at all. Kobe must say this guy's not the guy for the job. Why would he ever when you've got two new guys in Nash and Howard, why would you ever try to install the Princeton offense, which takes a long time to install? It's a timing device. Everybody's got to be on the same page. They're all trying to get together and get on the same page, and now they're trying to install a new offense. It was lunacy from the beginning. And when they hired him after he got banged by the Cavs, I thought it was a mistake. He's not a great coach. With the Cavs and LeBron, all he was an overseer. He had an offensive coordinator. He had a defensive coordinator. He wasn't a coach. Why they hired him, I never know. And it's costly. They owe him $11 million now.
But what's the tipping point? It's only 5 games. Only 5 games. Forget about preseason. 0-8 is disturbing, but I don't think anybody gets that crazy about it. But when you've won 1 game to start the season, that's also disturbing. But why now? All the things that you said they knew going in, they knew during the course of the preseason, and they knew when Bus said that he's okay. That's usually the kiss of death, by the way. I mean, every manager or head coach gets fired a couple of days after somebody in management, if not the owner, says that it's not going to happen. But what was the tipping point? Did Kobe go to management and say it's not working?
It has to be him. They don't do stuff like that without Kobe.
Usually you do not fire a coach after 5 games unless something happened. Was there some sort of an altercation? Did somebody finally go to management and say this is not working? Because 5 games to me is just not enough time.
And think about this. It's 5 games, and they've only had Steve Nash for a game and a half.
Right.
He got hurt in the second game that he played, a game and a half. So you don't even have your point guard, and you're still going to bang the guy? Now, I have the perfect replacement because I like irony. I like irony, and I like payback. Wouldn't it be great if they hired Stan Van Gundy so he could be reunited with Dwight Howard, who got him fired in Orlando? See, that would be fun to me.
That would be fun, but it's not going to happen.
So now they're saying could be D'Antoni.
But would Kobe sign up for that?
D'Antoni and Kobe are very tight.
All right, but is it a system that Kobe would want to run? Because it's going to run right through. Nash would be giddy about it.
Nash would be giddy, but Kobe's played in his system in the Olympics because D'Antoni's always been the assistant to Krzyzewski. He loves him. Loves him from the day. I think that was one of Kobe's idols growing up because Kobe grew up in Italy. And Mike D'Antoni played in Italy. So I think that would work. The only problem is D'Antoni's not a defensive-minded coach. And Kobe is, and Dwight Howard is there because he's a great defender.
Well, you got to figure the Lakers are one of those historic franchises that usually get things right. So I can't imagine that they would fire a coach without having some sort of a plan. So is the plan to go to D'Antoni? Is the plan to get Phil Jackson to come back for one more season? I can't imagine that this is an organization that would bang their head coach without really knowing what plan B would be. So I would think that there's something coming that was attached to this firing.
They're saying it could be Brian Shaw coming back. Right now, Chuck Person, who is an assistant, might take over. But they've got to have a plan. You're right. They don't fire the coach and not have a plan. The layup for me would be Phil Jackson. I have heard from several sources, I mean really high-ranking sources, that Phil Jackson certainly wanted to coach the Knicks. Sent out a lot of feelers. He didn't call up anybody directly, but people close to him sent out feelers to the Knicks. Knicks obviously didn't want him. He wants to coach. He's healthy enough. His girlfriend is Jerry Buss's daughter. So he lives out there. He's got a reason to be out there. He's had success out there, and he likes teams that are ready to go for championships. That would seem to be the easy one.
Now, did the break help him where he would coach the remaining games on the schedule, or would he come back the way that it was rumored that he would return, where he maybe wouldn't take the East Coast trips? There'd be certain times he wouldn't be at the bench. I don't know.
Do it.
But if he's ready, 5 games already off the schedule now, he can come back as a conquering hero. Because you know this team, when everybody gets together and they're healthy, they're still a playoff team. They're still a very dangerous team. Because let's not look what the Nets are going through. When you bring in that many different faces, it's going to take time for everybody to gel. So Phil Jackson could take over, and you know they're going to start winning eventually. No matter who they come in, they're going to be better than 1-4. So maybe this is something that Phil would like.
It's going to be interesting because that is a very high-profile franchise, and all of a sudden, boom, that job is open. And here's another name, and we're going to have him on at 3:30. Jeff Van Gundy's a great coach. Always looking for the right position. He doesn't want to take a job with a bad team. Would Jeff Van Gundy be a good fit there? I mean, we'll ask him straight out. I'd like to see him go there. I think he'd be great. 1-800-919-3776. Well, we'll ask. You just don't get in a fight with him, all right?
Yes, sir. Hope somebody tells him that, too.
By the way, Mike D'Antoni had knee replacement surgery 2 weeks ago, so I don't know if he's physically ready at this point to be the coach. who's the right coach for the Lakers? Who's the guy? There are names out there. I think my guy would be Phil Jackson. I'll tell you why. 1-800-919-3776. Kayla, Greca, and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Stifling defense.
Anthony swats him out of bounds and then saves it as he leaps over the Sixers bench.
Pinpoint shooting accuracy.
Fires a three at the horn and he swishes it in.
The will to win.
Brizzioni double kicks back to Smith right down the paint and a vicious right-handed stub.
Knicks tape.
They just continue to work hard and play hard, stay away from injuries. That's the name of the game.
Knicks, Mavericks, tonight at 7 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Come into the Home Depot today and get up to 24-month special financing on carpet purchases with your Home Depot consumer credit card. Every room deserves to look great. And with the newest selection of colors, styles, and patterns, your budget won't be picking your new carpet. You will. With 24-month special financing. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid to November 14th, U.S. only, subject to credit approval. Terms and exclusions apply. See store for details.
Almost done with the hors d'oeuvres. Souffles are ready. Hey, Flo, how are those cupcakes coming?
Putting sprinkles on the last one now.
Great. Hey, I thought we had another tray of the red velvet. Have you seen it?
Me? What? Why would you? There's frosting on my face, isn't there?
Yeah.
Insuring your business vehicles with Progressive is like having Flo on the road with you. 24/7 live support, online bill pay, and expert claims. Now that's Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. United Financial Casualty Company and Affiliates.
They must be doing something right at Bay Ridge Honda because they've received Honda's Council of Excellence Award 5 years in a row, as well as their prestigious 2010 President's Award. And they've been named #1 in customer satisfaction for the entire Northeast region. They invite you to experience Bay Ridge Honda's award-winning sales and service. Right now, you can take advantage of 0.9% APR on select Accord and Civic models, and then enjoy the convenience of Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive night owl service and parts, open until midnight, Monday through Friday and Saturdays from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. While you wait, you'll enjoy HD TV and relax with free refreshments in their internet lounge. Plus, there's a brand new children's play area. Bay Ridge Honda even offers loaner cars to customers with scheduled maintenance and enterprise rental cars at a discount at all their locations. Come experience their huge new and used 30-car indoor showroom. With millions to lend and hundreds to choose from, Bay Ridge Honda is not only #1 in customer satisfaction, but the #1 destination for your next vehicle. Bay Ridge Honda, 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Visit them online at bayridgehonda.com or call them at 1-866-728-8888.
Hey there, Colin Cowherd, host of The Herd. As you know, I've been a big fan of Vizio TVs for years now, and today, folks, I'm excited to tell you about their new line of innovative personal computers. From the sleek all-in-one PC to the razor-thin design of the Thin and Light Ultrabook, Vizio has the PC industry buzzing. In fact, the Vizio Thin and Light Ultrabook was just awarded 4.5 out of 5 stars from PC World. Go to Vizio.com/computing to learn more. Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. More and more business people are working remotely from their mobile devices. I do. We leave our laptops behind. But tablets and smartphones can't replace your office computer. That is, unless you have the Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. It turns your mobile device, your iPad, your iPhone, Android, or Kindle Fire into your computer. Go to My PC by Citrix. So convenient, so reliable. Plus, it's easy to use. That's why it's the #1 tool for remote access. With Go to My PC, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program or file, send any file from anywhere, even on the go. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit GoToMyPC.com, click the Try It Free button, enter the promo code Colin. Then download the free app to your mobile device. That's GoToMyPC.com, try it free, promo code Colin.
I'm Dan Kelly, owner of Go Time Fitness. I'm always trying to stay top of mind with my customers, and Constant Contact has the tools to help me do that. They make it so easy. So when my daughters started a business of their own, Constant Contact was the best advice I could give them.
Dad, we're 9. It's a lemonade stand.
Never too early to start.
From deals to events, social to email, Constant Contact can help you grow your business. Find the solution that's right for you at ConstantContact.com.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
What's here?
So if you just got out of work, I don't know why you get out of work at 3:15. You're a lucky person if you did.
Well, no, because that means you get to work earlier.
Maybe. Mike Brown fired after a 1-4 start, 5 games, and an 0-8 exhibition slate with a new Laker team with 2 new players in the starting lineup, and he's fired. So who should come back? The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. I believe that the layup here is Phil Jackson. Kobe Bryant likes to run the triangle. Paul Gasol knows how to run the triangle. I mean, if Shaq could do it, I'm sure that Dwight Howard could do it. And Steve Nash, I think, could run anything you put in front of him. So, yeah, I think that's the layup, but I don't think it's going to happen for this reason. You're paying $11 million to Mike Brown. They have a $30 million tax this year, Don, because they've gone over the tax threshold. And Phil Jackson doesn't get out of bed for less than $10 million a year.
That's true.
So I don't think they're going to sign him for that unless he, thinks he has enough money and he just wants to get back to do it and win another championship. Now, they've got a big blockade in front of them, 2 good teams, the Thunder and the Spurs, so it's not going to be easy to win a championship, but they certainly have the talent level to do it. But my only point in bringing Phil Jackson back, the window's very, very small now. Nash is old. Kobe's getting old. Paul Gasol's old. Made World Peace is old. The only young player they really have is Dwight Howard. They need to win right away. Right. Phil Jackson's a win-now guy.
See, that's why I think you do it, because it is about this year, because of the age and everything they did to make it about this year to compete with the Thunder. And despite a 1-4 season, I still think this is a team that can be a 2 seed. This is still a team that can get to the conference finals. And if you can get to the conference finals, you're in the conversation to win a championship. That being said, Michael, I think there is a part of you that wants to look somewhat long-term. Do you believe that Mike D'Antoni will be available at the end of the year? Because if you go to Jackson, it's probably only going to be for 1 season. So by this time next year, you're going to be in that same situation looking for a coach. And some of the viable candidates, Jeff Van Gundy, Mike D'Antoni, may not be here. I think there's a better chance that Jeff will be here because he has been out of work for a little while. So maybe he'll still be there. But if you want Mike D'Antoni, you said he's got a good relationship with Kobe. Nash would love the idea of being on his team. I don't know if Mike D'Antoni is going to make it through the year, never mind being available next year. As you said, he had knee replacement surgery. My mom went through that at a much more advanced age, but it usually takes a while to kind of get back to work here. So I don't know when he would be available, but I can't count on him being an option next year. So if you go with Phil, are you putting yourself in a situation where now you're back to square one looking for a coach and some of the viable candidates have already been gobbled up? But still, if you want to make it work this year, I think Phil Jackson gives you that best opportunity.
All right, so let's hear what your thoughts might be. 1-800-919-3776. We'll start off with Saul in Brooklyn. You're first today with Kay and LaGreca.
What's up, Mike? How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I just wanted to make a point regarding Mike D'Antoni. I don't see him in any way coming back into the NBA. I mean, I think once you mess up in New York City, I just think that that's the ultimate stage, and you don't really find enough. As much as Kobe and Nash might like playing for him because they played on him with the Olympic team and everything, I just don't see him coming to the Lakers organization.
Wait 1 second. You think he'll never coach in the NBA again? I'll bet you whatever you want to bet that he'll coach in the NBA again. Most people see that the Knicks situation wasn't a good situation. They gave him a roster that didn't fit what he does well.
That's a point. That's a good point. But look, Mike D'Antoni, when has he ever gone deep into the playoffs besides for the 1 year with the Suns?
Besides. So that's when he did it. When did Jeff Van Gundy go deep into playoffs besides the one time he went to the finals? I mean, really, there aren't that many people that have gone that far. Doc Rivers, Popovich, Phil Jackson. I mean, who's gone really far? Now the Miami Heat have gone far. So, I mean, you can't say. I love it, but you just take the one time that he did go far out, when he did go to the Western Conference Finals. Well, other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play? That's a big other than that.
If you look around sports, though, sometimes when you fail in New York, it's tough for you to be able to get back on your feet and find another job. Look no further than Bobby Valentine. You know, when you look at the general manager position with the New York Rangers when Neil Smith was let go, sometimes when managers or general managers or head coaches let go in New York, their feeling is, well, look at all they had at their disposal, especially in some non-salary cap sports like baseball. But overall, it's like you get every break in New York to make it work, and then you don't make it work. Sometimes it puts a scarlet letter on you of, well, listen, New York is the one place where you should be able to succeed, and when you fail, sometimes it's tough to get off the mat. So I understand that. But anybody that looked at the D'Antoni situation could very easily see that the players had turned on him, that the organization was one that didn't have a history of winning even before he had taken over.
One player turned on him.
But that's all it took.
Right.
You know, that's all it takes. You know, but Lenny Wilkins came here as a head coach and didn't have success. So when you're the Knicks, they have some pretty decent coaches came down the pike and couldn't get the job done here. So if you look at it a little closely, you could see that it wasn't all Mike D'Antoni's fault.
All right, let's go to Joel in New Jersey. You're next on ESPN New York.
Mike, thank you for taking the call. I'm a big-time fan. I got the slam dunk. You got the layup? I got the slam dunk. Tell me one coach that Kobe's already played for, that he can never undermine, never chase out of town, and yet he's still bigger than Kobe, but equal to Kobe. I will never get him.
Coach K.
Yeah, bro.
Well, they offered him the job once before. He said no.
Well, I think he's getting ready. I think he's ready to turn the corner. We got to stop getting him at the early season. Like after 5 games, you know he ain't leaving after the recruits to let these recruits down. But if we got him in the summertime, and I mean, he's the perfect fit if we can't.
Yeah, you know, you know what? He probably is, Joel. I had him on center stage, and he said he will never coach in the NBA. Again, we opened the show by saying that people do lie, but he was offered a big-time job with the Lakers. I think it was before Mike Brown or the last time they brought back Phil? Yeah, the last time they brought back Phil. And he doesn't want to do it. He's got a great life in Durham, and he's going to stay with Duke. So I don't think that's an option. It would be a great thing, but I don't think it's an option. We got some tweets from people that have connections with the Lakers. Shaq tweeted out, Brian Shaw, Mike D'Antoni, Mike Fratello, or Jerry Sloan would be considered as Lakers coach, and of course the great Phil Jackson. Then Magic Johnson tweeted a couple. Feel bad for Coach Mike Brown, who's a great guy, but don't think he was the right guy for the job in the first place. Magic goes on to say, I'd love to see Phil Jackson or Brian Shaw. Wish Pat Riley was available. And he says also, Jim Buss has another big decision. The Lakers need a championship caliber coach. Why? Because they've got a lot of older players, and they need to win now. And James Worthy, 42, says, Coach Mike Brown let go today. A good coach, but the players just couldn't seem to get on board with his philosophy. Here's what I don't get. When the idea of the Princeton offense came aboard, why didn't somebody say no? Why did Kobe say, no, this doesn't work? Why? Why let him try to install the Princeton offense? The Princeton offense gets installed on teams that don't have that much physical talent, that need quickness and smarts. Well, the Lakers are a smart team, but they have enormous physical talent. So why would you want to go to the Princeton offense with backdoor cuts and things like that? You're not even taking advantage of your physical prowess. The Princeton offense was run by Pete Carrill because he was trying to get Ivy League kids to compete against Georgetown in the NCAA. And they did. But you don't need that with this kind of talent base.
No, it doesn't seem like that. Now, why would it happen now? Well, maybe Kobe's figuring, hey, listen, let's give it a shot. And after the failure in the postseason last year and then going 0-8 in the preseason, 1-4 to start the year, maybe panic set in. Like, oh, my God, it's not working. And now we've got the information of how they've played in the preseason and the first 5 games of the season to say now it's not working. I think you got to give it a little more time.
I don't understand how you could fire somebody when they don't even have their point guard. I mean, a game and a half. Game and a half he's played. Stephen A. Smith is on the line with us. Stephen A., what do you think is going on with this Mike Brown firing? Who do you think is next?
Mike, I was calling to answer your specific question about why somebody didn't say no to the Princeton offense.
Right.
It's because Jim Buss never asked. He never consulted with anybody. He wanted to move completely in the opposite direction of the Phil Jackson era. Didn't discuss it with Kobe or anybody. Kobe tried to call him and offer his input. He didn't have his phone calls returned and literally went the first 6 months of the Mike Brown era without talking to one another at all. That's how that happened.
So Jerry Buss has no say in this at all? It's all Jim Buss now?
It's all Jim Buss. Dr. Buss has stepped away. The rumor is for health reasons, anything like that. But clearly, there was something that's awry because it's been the basketball operations and essentially the franchise has been handed over to Jim Buss.
Which, in a sense, he handed it over to Mike Brown. So why wouldn't Kobe talk with Mike Brown and go, this doesn't work? This isn't for us.
Well, again, Kobe did try to tell him that. Kobe repeatedly expressed his frustration in the first year. But at the same time, you do reach a point where you know that something is falling upon deaf ears because there's a mandate that's been handed down by the individual recently, by the new guy in charge, which in this case was Jim Buss. Jim Buss had no regard for Phil Jackson. He had even less. He had not even less, but he had to some degree a small regard for Kobe because he wanted to have his fingerprints on the new direction and the face of the franchise. But now Laker Nation has sort of turned against all that because they're like, wait a minute, we're not winning, and this is unacceptable. And on top of it all, you're wasting away the best, the final years of Kobe Bryant's career. What the hell are you doing? And that's why you see some of this stuff going on right now.
Great stuff, Stephen A. I'll see you at the Knick game tonight.
Take care.
All right, that's Stephen A. Smith. He's on with Ryan Rucco before us.
I am not on board with caving to superstar players, but you have to have them on board at the same time.
Of course you do.
You have to. So to shut Kobe Bryant out with all of his championships and all his stardom on a major decision like that is foolish. Foolish.
Is Jeff Van Gundy up for the job? And what does he think about Mike Brown getting fired after 5 games? Jeff Van Gundy will join us in just a moment. ESPN New York.
Dishing and swishing with Walt Clyde Frazier today at 5:30 on the Michael K. Show on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Oh, good. I get so stressed out shopping for cars.
You went on cars.com, and now I'm busted. Oh!
I could have used you when I asked for that raise.
I took a personal day.
Uh-huh. Those side-by-side comparisons on cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing. And now I'm confident.
Let's get those keys and go.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Did you know that 40% of sports and concerts go unsold each year? It's true. In fact, thousands of tickets are given away to make events seem sold out. ScoreBig.com provides you a new way to access these tickets. At ScoreBig, you can score great tickets to baseball, NFL, NBA, and more at way below box office price, often over half off. Go to ScoreBig.com today, and you'll get an additional $15 off your first purchase. Just go to ScoreBig.com and enter the promo code ESPN2 at checkout. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN, the number 2.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by the Borgata. This fall, forget the leaves and start raking chips. The Fall Poker Open at the Borgata, November 7th through 21st. Over 40 events. The Borgata Fall Poker Open, the perfect season to bag some money. Well, the Lakers bagged their coach earlier today. Mike Brown fired after an 0-8 preseason and a 1-4 start to the season. No full-time replacement has been named. The Knicks are the only undefeated team in the NBA. They'll be downstairs at Madison Square Garden playing host to the Dallas Mavericks. And our coverage right here on ESPN New York. 98.7 FM will get underway after the Michael Kay Show at 7 o'clock. Tip-off is set for 7:30. You can see that game on MSG Television. The Brooklyn Nets have dropped 2 of their first 3. They'll try to get back to their winning ways tonight in Orlando when they take on the Magic.
Got some baseball news. Yankees have given qualifying offers to 3 players, and 2 of them have already turned it down. They have until 5 p.m. today. That's the deadline. Rafael Soriano has had his agent, Scott Boras, tell Brian Cashman he is not accepting the $13.3 million offer. It's been reported that Nick Swisher is also turning it down. Yankees are waiting on Hiroki Kuroda, the player they really want to accept the 1-year, $13.3 million deal. So we'll be watching that and tell you whether or not he does accept it. Even though you can decline the offer, you still can negotiate a long-term contract with the team. Although Swisher declined the offer, pretty much assures that he will not be back with the team. Some football news. Hakeem Nicks said that he will indeed play Sunday against Cincinnati despite knee injury problems, and Kendrick Ellis and Joe McKnight are out in the Jets game against the Seahawks in Seattle.
College basketball tonight. Seton Hall is home for UMKC, while St. Peter's will be at Rutgers. And for the 4th consecutive day, the NHL and the Players Association getting together, trying to get a deal done, although Donald Fear, head of the Players Association, says they still have a long way to go. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
3:34 here on the Michael Kay Show. Michael Kay and Don LaGreca. The big sports news today is that after 5 games and 8 preseason games, the Lakers have fired Mike Brown, and the search is on for a new coach. We bring in our very own Jeff Van Gundy. And, Jeff, I'd like to know your take about a coach getting fired after 5 games.
Well, I just find it bizarre, Michael. I mean, they're 1-4. Steve Nash has played 1.5 games. I would say Mike Brown got 71 games in L.A., 66 last year in a lockout-shortened season, 5 this year. And I would say Bryant didn't practice a lot last year, so he got very little practice time with Kobe Bryant, and he got very little practice time together with the core 4 guys this year. And so it just seems like if they had so little belief in Mike Brown, they should have made the change after last season to give whoever they're going to hire next the full summer training camp and to go in to this year. It just seems like it's just bizarre to me.
Now, Jeff, I'm not on board with, giving in to players' demands, but Kobe Bryant deserves to be consulted on the direction of the organization. And we just had Stephen A. Smith on, and he said that this organization, went forward without really consulting Kobe on how he felt about it. Is that the right move?
I think it's very precarious when you start bringing players into major decisions. One, if they give their blessing and it comes out to fire somebody, then he's called a coach killer. And I don't think that's fair. And so I think you have to be very cautious when bringing players in, because it's not just about their input. It's about what the public's reaction and the media reaction is going to be to that perceived input. But I do find it revealing that they chose not to ask him at all about his opinion, because this is a guy who's been there 17 years, who is a great, great competitor, and I think he's not prone to anything but bluntness. I think he would tell him honestly how he felt. So this seems to me to be a ownership-driven thing. I don't believe for a second that Mitch Kupchak thought this would be the prudent decision or the prudent timing. So it's very interesting, but I really feel bad for Mike and his family, who are very happy in Cleveland, and they go out there, move all the way across country, and then don't even really get a chance.
Jeff, obviously you know the intricacies of this better than either of us, but why would you run a Princeton offense with a physically superior team? Isn't that to get the most out of a smaller team that might not have that much talent?
No, you know what? Like the triangle that they ran with Phil Jackson, the Princeton offense, as it's been dubbed, is a read and react offense, meaning that you're not coming down and calling a lot of set plays.
Right.
There's actions predicated on where the ball is passed and then how you're so listen, the whole notion that their offense is their problem right now, do you know they're in the top 5 in offensive efficiency in the NBA? Do you think anybody knows? What they can't do right now is they're not a good defensive team right now. They're hurt, and anybody would have told you before the season, if any of those 4 guys can't play because of health or start to drop dramatically because of age, like Nash or Kobe, that they're going to really struggle because they don't have depth. They're one of the slowest teams in the NBA, and they don't shoot particularly well from range. So the Princeton offense, while it's a little bit more intricate than most, I think it would have been fine. I think offensively they would have figured it out. And really, like I said before, that's not their problem right now. But let's face it, when you're on a short string like a coach is, like whoever takes over there knows they're on a short leash, they're going to have to get right to it. They can't think broadly and long-term like Mike was doing with this offense that really Kobe wanted installed. That's why Eddie Jordan was brought in, because Kobe liked to play more with a read and react offense than come down and call a set play.
Jeff, is this a job that interests you?
Well, you know what? I think it would be inappropriate for anybody to comment about their interest. First of all, Mike just got let go. Second, they just named Bernie Bickerstaff their interim coach. And having been an interim coach, I know what a precarious situation it is. You don't need guys politicking for a job. But the last thing I would say is I'm really happy with what I'm doing right now. So any job really doesn't interest me that much right now because of doing what I'm doing right now.
You really like Breen that much?
No, I didn't say I liked Mike. I said I liked my job.
Well, then, and that shows
Sometimes you can like your job a lot despite the problems in your job.
Well, it shows you how much he loves the job then.
Right.
Well, that's exactly it.
Don feels like that, too. So let me ask you this, though, Jeff. You think that Phil Jackson would be a candidate? So you're not commenting on you, but somebody else.
Well, I would say, again, there's some strange dynamics out there, obviously. I'm not sure who's making the decision. Certainly if Genie Bus is making the decision, I think. And I'm not saying that lightheartedly. I think they would do everything they could to encourage him to come back. You read all the time about a rift between the Suns and Phil, and I don't know if it's true or not, but it's so hard to know who came up with this idea that 5 games into a season, you'd have to pinpoint who's making the decision to see who you think is going to get, hired in the long term. I certainly think they have to have a plan in place. I don't think you arbitrarily just fire somebody
right.
And not having thought out, all right, this is going to be who we're going to pursue next. I can't believe that it was done that haphazardly.
And one thing before I let you go about the Knicks, can they be this good? I mean, they're not going to go undefeated, but are they a legitimately good team in your mind? They play the Mavs tonight.
No, I think they're very good. I love how they play. They guard. They spread the floor. Got Carmelo at the 4. I know it's due to injury right now, but I think it's his best position. I think it's the best position for their team. I think when Stoudemire comes back, I think you might see them go to a 3-man rotation in the front court where 2 of those 3 guys, Chandler, Stoudemire, and Anthony, are on the floor together, but not play them all 3 at the same time as much, because spread the floor better. They shoot it better. They defend it better. I think when they're playing like they are right now, and I think the Miami win was terrific, but what I found to be a great sign for them is after beating Miami, they came back and pounded Philly. And I know Philly's without Bynum. But then going back-to-back to Philly, so many times in the NBA, when you play the same opponent on back-to-back days, you're just not ready the next day. Not as ready as the other team to compete. And they came out and they blew them out again. And I think that was a heck of a sign for where their mentality is at. And I give the team and Mike Woodson a lot of credit for that.
And you're not concerned about the age?
No, I think you have to be over time, certainly, because you have to be concerned about health. And, there's no sure thing for health, but, older players, as we've seen with Camby, already being out this year, they're more prone to being injured. But kid's been remarkably durable over his career. Kurt Thomas, after the first couple years, has been remarkably durable. I watched Camby play last year. I thought he was still a very effective player. So I think as long as everybody keeps their ego in check and realizes they're not going to play the minutes they're used to, or maybe they won't even be in the rotation for a period of time, as long as they can do that, keep everything about the team and being team-first guys, I think they're going to be in for a special year.
Good stuff. Thanks, Jeff, for coming on. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right. Take care, guys.
All right. That's Jeff Van Gundy. So interesting stuff and high praise, by the way, about the New York Knicks. Do we feel as strongly about the Knicks as Jeff Van Gundy? I feel good about them, but, boy, I do have some trepidation. 1-800-919-3776. Kayla Greck and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit USO.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
Now at the Home Depot, get a Martha Stewart Living 100-count ornament set free when you buy select Christmas trees. With holiday themes in Winterberry, Arctic, or Christmas collectible, you can coordinate your tree, your ornaments, and your holidays with brighter Christmas savings. Starting with those 100 free Martha Stewart Living ornaments. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid through November 14th, U.S. only. See store for details.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Thank you for
calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money, which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click, bam, boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click, bam, boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
Hi, it's Colin. Moose Johnson on the Cowboy Mess. He's really good today. Brian Greasy on Deflategate at USC. Download the Friday Thundering Herd podcast plus my Blazing 5 picks. On iTunes and on Pod Center at ESPNradio.com.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
To me, there's 8 organizations in the NFL. I counted them this morning that feel like it's 100% about winning Super Bowls. 8. There may be more, but I get a very strong feeling from ownership down. It is all about winning Super Bowls. New York Giants, Green Bay Packers, San Francisco 49ers with Harbaugh, New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, and Denver. That's all that matters. It's about winning Super Bowls. Tennessee drafted Vince Young. They didn't think Vince Young was great. They thought he could sell tickets. From a source close to that organization, part of getting the Vince Young deal done, people here will love him. That's not about winning Super Bowls. The New York Jets getting Tebow, disruptive. It's not about winning Super Bowls. 8 teams in the league, that's all that matters.
See.
I'm only getting started.
I mean, there's a part of me that really thinks that we're all overreacting to the Knicks, but then when you hear what Jeff Van Gundy said, I think they could have a special year. That's Jeff Van Gundy. He's not prone to hyperbole. Am I missing something? I think it's a nice team. I'm not denying that. I think it's a good team. But I don't think it's a team that's on the same plane as the Miami Heat. And I think that the age will, in fact, impact them at some point. But I don't want to be the Debbie Downer in this. I want them to be good. I think it'd be great if they're good. I'm rooting for them to be good. Be tremendous. But are they that good? Are they that good?
Well, they are the only undefeated team in the NBA. Now, granted, it's only 3 games. But tonight's going to be a nice test against Dallas, which Dallas is 4-1. And then you go to Orlando. You expect to win that game. And then I think a real big test will be next Thursday, the 15th, when they go to San Antonio and take on the Spurs. But, right now they have really impressed some people, and they've got the city excited. So I think expectations should be muted just a little bit because I don't think you make any decision in any sport. Even in the NFL, Michael, I don't think you jump up and down based on just 3 games, and there's only a 16-game schedule in that league. But at some point, if you had expectations of this team being 3rd or 4th in the Atlantic Division, is it okay to maybe, through these first 3 games, adjust it a little bit and maybe think they can finish 2nd or maybe think they can win this division? Championship, no. And I can't judge anything on just 3 games. The worst team in basketball can win 3 games in a row. But right now, there's a lot of excitement around this team.
There's a lot of excitement, but I've got to take it in a piece-by-piece basis here. Is Raymond Felton an elite point guard? No. I mean, he's okay. I mean, he's a nice player. And I was glad when they signed him. He's better than Jeremy Lin, in my opinion, for what the Knicks need. Then your backups are Jason Kidd, who's 39, and Prigioni playing his first NBA season at the age of 35. He was a star in Europe. Not a star, but a good player. Carmelo is their legitimate star. Tyson Chandler is the defensive player of the year. But with Amari out, you could be playing when, Ronnie Brewer or Jason Kidd. I mean, I don't see a great team, but maybe they're just doing everything right and they're playing hard defense and they're giving up an average of about 85 points a game. And if you do that, it's only 3 games. You're going to win a lot of games. Let's see what they do against the Mavericks, who shoot a lot of threes and score even without, Marion, without Dirk Nowitzki. But I don't see greatness. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong.
Well, let's see what we have. you can make the case that they've got the best offensive player and the best defensive player in the league, right? I mean, Tyson Chandler was the defensive player of the year last year, and he's in the conversation for doing that again this year, and they've got the best scorer in the NBA. That's pretty good to have. Those are things you're going to need to have if this team's going to make a run. I mean, Felton isn't an elite point guard, but he's pretty good. And then look what they have behind him. I mean, Jason Kidd is older, Michael, but he's only 2 years removed from winning a championship. And we talked to him yesterday, and he said there's still a ton of experience. It's age, but it's experience. And if Woodson is smart about it and limits the minutes of these guys, I think that there's a lot of good things happening here. Championship, I find it difficult to believe because I have that much respect for Miami and whoever comes out of the West. And I still think Boston's going to be heard from in the Atlantic. And I still think when Brooklyn gets their act together, they're going to be a tough team. And Philadelphia is going to get by them back, and they're going to be better later on in the season. So there's going to be tough tests here. But if you accentuate the positives of this team, I think a Knick fan can really get excited about this team being in the conversation for winning the Atlantic and being a second or third seed in this conference.
And Stephen A. asked Mike Woodson yesterday, what are your goals for this team? He said to get a first-round home series. I mean, that means finishing in the top four. Can they do that? I guess they can. And, I thought Brooklyn was slightly better than the Knicks, but Brooklyn may be in the same situation as the Lakers right now, trying to make everything jive and without much time to do it. And they didn't look good. I mean, the loss against the Timberwolves was terrible, and they didn't even show up in the third and fourth quarter against the Heat. Frank and New Rochelle, what do you think? Are we all overreacting?
I think there's a little overreaction. And like Don said, it's 3 games. Age is a factor. I think when you have this roster like it is, even if you limit minutes, it's definitely a roster. But, the bar is low in the sense we have had no expectations for so many years. So if you're going to tell me this year being in the top 4 in the Eastern Conference is where the goal is, well, the bar is pretty low. I mean, and I know from where we've been, it's high, but this roster should be in the top 4. And no, they're not as good as Miami, but could we get excited about a second round and maybe even a conference final against Miami? This city would go absolutely crazy. And one last thing, I still don't believe you live with the 3, you die with the 3. They've shot 43 threes in 3 games. That just doesn't happen in the playoffs. Novak couldn't get a shot off in the playoffs last year.
You're right.
They shut him down hard. J.R. Smith's erratic. Brewer's not a shooter. The best shooter on the team, really, is Jason Kidd and Carmelo Anthony. Those 2 guys are your best shooters.
And Jason Kidd
I can't believe I'm saying Kidd.
Jason Kidd's a streaky shooter. Carmelo's the best pure shooter. But one thing that I would tell you about the three-point stuff that people are calling it fool's gold, they're doing that because they're getting those shots. The people are giving them those shots, daring them to take it. If they start to defend the 3, they have Carmelo, who's very good at a post-up move, so that doesn't scare me that much. I don't think they're a three-point shooting team. I think they're opportunistic, and they're taking those shots.
Adjustments are going to be made by the league. I mean, you're seeing it look at football. Everybody's talking about, Eli's arm or what's the matter with Knicks. Is it possible that you get a lot of what you do offensively on film, and now they go to school on that, and they figure it out? That's what's going to happen with the Knicks. People are going to figure out, we got to stop these wide-open threes because they're hitting them too often. So teams are going to make the adjustment, and the Knicks are going to have to readjust. And the caller made a great point. Things change come playoff time. So how are we supposed to decide here in November how this team is going to play in the postseason? So right now the focus has to be get as high a seed as possible and then see what happens. I don't think you can convince anybody how you're going to play come postseason time until you play more games in the regular season.
And I thought that he also brought up a good point with the three-point. I don't think they're a three-point shooting team. But when you live and die with the three-pointer, and I don't think that this is what this team is going to do, it's almost parallel for me to a home run hitting team in baseball. Because teams' defensive commitment will take away the 3 in the postseason. Steve Novak was a non-factor. I mean a non-factor against the Heat because that was their dedicated end game. We are not giving up three-pointers to Steve Novak. They suffocated him. And I think that that's something to consider, and that's why I'm glad they are not, quote-unquote, a three-point shooting team. Let's go to Marty in Middletown. You're next on ESPN New York.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, Marty.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Listen, I just wanted to make one point about the Knicks. With everything that they went through last season, the coaching change, 2 separate 7-game losing streaks, not getting their full roster until halfway through the season, they just missed the Atlantic Division by 3 games. Now, Boston's older, and you can't say that the Knicks are not at least 5 times better than they were last season. I mean,
The
I
Knicks
think
are
it's very,
5 times better than last year?
All right, maybe not 5 times, but at least twice as good as they were last year with depth in their roster. Now, I think I know, and I'm not basing it just on the 3 wins, but I'm an avid Knicks fan. I watch them year after year. This is by far the best team they've had since Sprewell, Houston, and LJ and Camby and all those guys. I think it's really safe to say, I mean, Woodson's got them playing such committed defense. They're playing as a team. They're very unselfish. Melo's a new player. I mean, I think it's real safe to say that they can win a division and get a 2 seed and probably make the Eastern Conference Finals.
So you think they're better than the Celtics?
Yeah, I do, because the Celtics lost Ray Allen, who's a dagger for the Knicks. And
Well, they got
everyone
Jason
else
Terry.
Yeah, I know, but he's not a Knick killer.
All right, so the Heat then have the Knick killer.
Yeah, no, that's true. But we saw what happened when they played the Heat.
Well, that was one game.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, don't you think that it's very possible that they win a division and have a high 1, 2, 3 seed?
It's possible. I don't know, Marty. I guess we're parsing words here. I don't know if it's very, very likely. I still think the Celtics are better. I still think that the Nets are slightly better. And don't forget, if and when the Sixers get back Andrew Bynum, and then Jason Richardson, who the Knicks didn't have to face in the second game of the back-to-back, and he was hurt. I mean, there's some good teams. There's some good teams that you might think that are better than you think. Let's leave it at that.
Oh, the Nets are playing without Wallace, and it's going to take time. It's only 3 games. It's the first 3. That's why everybody gets so excited about it, but it's only 3 games. Tonight will be a nice test, and then I think next Thursday is going to be an even bigger test. If they're sitting 5-0, Michael, going into that San Antonio game, and if they were to beat San Antonio, be 6-0, that's a different story.
All right, we got a big football Friday here and a big football Sunday coming up. Big games for the Jets and the Giants. If you had to bet your life on who's winning what game,
oh boy,
who would you pick? Would it be the Jets or would it be the Giants? 1-800-919-3776. Kayla, Greca, and you, right here on a Friday, ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Here's what's trending now in New York. Antonio Cromartie says the Jets will make the playoffs. More bravado from an underachieving team, or does he have something there? And the Knicks are set to take on the Mavericks tonight. Is 4-0 in their future? We're talking about it. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
This is the ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. I'm Christopher Harris. I gave you Doug Martin about a month ago, and now I'm calling another shot. I think C.J. Spiller will have a strong game against the Patriots this week, and more importantly, will begin to push himself ahead of Fred Jackson in that Bills backfield timeshare. And will Jackson continue to get lots of looks? Yes. But Spiller is so tough when he gets the ball in space, and I'm guessing that's going to be a Buffalo priority going forward. He's my number 13 running back this week. Meanwhile, for the first week all year, I put both of Tampa Bay's leading wideouts, Vincent Jackson and Mike Williams, inside my top 16 wide receivers. Josh Freeman has absolutely been dealing over the past month. 11 touchdowns and 1 pick since the Bucs bye. Versus San Diego Sunday, I feel strongly that both of Tampa's receivers very much worth a fantasy start. I'm Christopher Harris with your ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. Be sure to check out my podcast, The Fantasy Underground, available on iTunes and at ESPN.com/PodCenter.
4. Knicks, Mavericks, tonight at 7. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. The first casualty of the NBA season was felt out west as the Los Angeles Lakers have fired Mike Brown after just 5 games and a 1-4 start. The Knicks will be in action tonight, the only undefeated team in the NBA that look to raise their record to 4-0 as they play host to the Dallas Mavericks downstairs at Madison Square Garden. Our coverage right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM will get underway after the Michael Kay Show at 7 o'clock. And the game will tip off at 7:30. You can see it on MSG television. The Nets have gotten off to a tough start, dropping 2 of their first 3. They'll be in Orlando to take on the Magic for a 7 o'clock tip.
Well, we got some baseball news as well. 5 o'clock's a big time in baseball because you either accept the qualifying offer or not. Two Yankees have already turned down their qualifying offers of $13.3 million. Rafael Soriano said he is not going to take it, but the Yankees can still negotiate with him. Same deal with Nick Swisher, although the Yankees are not going to do a long-term deal with Swisher, so his days as a Yankee very likely over. They're waiting on Hiroki Kuroda, yes or no. They desperately want him to take it. He was so effective last year, and this would give them the one-year deal, $13.3 million, and not have to worry about a multi-year deal with Hiroki Kuroda when they have to think about 2014 and getting under 189. Talking about football, Hakeem Nicks is going to play for the Giants despite some knee issues this week. He'll be there against the Bengals in Cincinnati. And for the Jets, two not going to play. Kendrick Ellis and Joe McKnight, they are both out against Seattle.
College basketball tonight. Seton Hall is home for UMKC, while St. Peter's will be at Rutgers. Fordham on the road for an 8 o'clock tip versus Texas State. Also, Hofstra at Monmouth, and Iona plays host to Denver. St. Francis of New York is at Lafayette, while LIU Brooklyn plays host to Morehead State. FDU will be at Xavier. And also the NHL, the Players Association meeting for a fourth consecutive day today in New York City. Donald Fear did send a memo to the players saying they still have a lot of work to do. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Here we go. This is the Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Here's Michael K. and Don LaGreca.
We got a big football Sunday coming up, which makes this a big football Friday. But there's one thing. We make our picks a little bit later on. There might be some listening that don't know who Nate Silver is. Nate Silver is a numbers guy.
Right.
Who works, does stuff for the Times. And he pretty much nailed, almost to the electoral vote, the presidential election. He flew in the face of what everybody else was predicting and said this is actually the way it's going to be. The guy is considered a genius when it comes to money, when it comes to numbers. Okay. A genius. And out of the blue, today, Nate Silver came out and said the Jets are going to Seattle and they will beat Seattle.
Okay.
That's a 6.5-point underdog, but Nate Silver, who's hardly ever wrong, said the Jets are going to beat Seattle. Do you think that's the case?
I don't think so. No disrespect to a numbers guy, but there's more than just numbers that play into this. How does he factor in the home field advantage that Seattle has? How does he factor in a team that has really struggled offensively and a lot of times picking up the blitz, communicating in that kind of an atmosphere? That's the problem. I think since 2005, Seattle, when they're home, has seen the opposition commit the most penalties over that span because sometimes it's difficult to communicate. So how do numbers dictate that? Will Sanchez be able to change the play at the line of scrimmage? Will there be communication when that building is as loud as it is? So, ranking of offense and defense and things that played into how each individual did statistically leading up to this game, don't they get thrown out when you can't factor in the atmosphere in those numbers?
I would guess, but the guy's never wrong. I mean, really.
I can't be never wrong.
He's hardly ever wrong. Nate Silver, look at his stuff in the political arena, and he actually started off doing sports and then transferred his numbers acumen to the political end, and he's become the go-to guy for all of this information. Again, he called the Electoral College almost to the number.
So what's the stats that so favor the Jets? Jets are awful at stopping the run, and Seattle's been outstanding with Marshawn Lynch running the football. So that's just off the top of my head. How do the Jets stop the running game when they really haven't been able to contain any kind of running game all year long?
Yeah.
Will the Jets be able to run the ball against Seattle that has done, granted, Adrian Peterson had a nice 70-yard run for their first touchdown last week, but they've been pretty good against the run. So those are two things off the top of my head that kind of spit in the face of his numbers. So I'd like to know what numbers he's leaning on to feel that they're going to win this game. He might be right, but I need to hear that.
Well, you know what? We'll look more into it. I just read that he did pick the Jets, and I know Dustin Keller said he's a very, very, very smart man. That was his reaction to it.
Okay. Now, if he had disagreed with him, then I don't think he would have that same opinion.
You're in a bad mood today, aren't you?
I'm not in a bad mood, Michael. I just, sports are very difficult to figure out. It's a tough spot. Jets might win the game because it's the NFL. Just when you think you got it all figured out, the opposite always happens. When everybody says you have no chance, you end up coming up and the opposite takes place. Can't figure out the NFL. So I think anybody's guess is a good one, but that's all it is really a guess. But the way the Jets have played and the way Seattle has played and where that game is being played, paints a much different picture. 6.5 is not a huge number. It's still under a touchdown. And I think the Jets can cover that number because I think the Jets will play well. But when push comes to shove, I'm not sure they're going to be able to stop the run or they're going to be able to run the football against the Seattle team.
Here's my biggest concern about this game. They have people that go to the games wearing the number 12 because they feel that the 12th man, the crowd, is actually a significant member of this team. And we had Warren Moon on yesterday, and he said they know when to cheer. They know when to make noise to create a problem for the other team, what down, distances, stuff like that, which is amazing to me. So here's the thing that scares me. It scares me when the Jets are on offense because it gets so loud, you wonder how the offensive line is going to get off the line quickly enough with a silent count. And that's when their pass rushing really, really takes hold because they have that split-second jump that they can get to the quarterback, and they've got a great pass rush anyway, and maybe you can discombobulate Mark Sanchez. I think that's what's going to happen. That's what scares me about this game.
And that's why it's such a difficult place to play. And Seattle's a pretty good football team, too. I mean, that was always a tough place to play when they were bad. And we had a caller on Mike Lupica's show, 8 of the last 9 times the Jets have played Seattle, they've won, and I know they've had Seattle's number. But this is a very good football team playing a very tough spot. And the Jets, they're leaving today to get acclimated to playing on the West Coast. So I think the Jets are going to come to play. I just don't know if they're as good as Seattle right now. I'm just not sure. Now, I think they can still make the playoffs because we outlined it yesterday. There's still a lot of winnable games left on their schedule. Even as badly as they've played over the first 9 games, there's still, or 8 games, there's still landing spots for them to be able to get W's, and I think 9 wins will get you into the postseason. But I'm not sure it's going to work out for him on Sunday.
Now, Mike Fratola tweeted me, and you could tweet us at Real Michael K or at Don LaGracca, and he's probably right. Mike wrote, you don't do justice to Nate Silver's sports history. He was with Baseball Prospectus, and he was the one who predicted Tampa Bay in the World Series.
Okay.
When no one thought that Tampa Bay was going to make a run at all, and that was almost like a last-to-first sort of thing. So he does know sports, and if Nate Silver's going to go to the Jets, I'm not going to ignore it.
I'm not knocking it.
It sounds like you're knocking it.
No, but it's just another opinion, Michael. If he was right all the time,
but that's not just an opinion. That's a calculated opinion.
Then who's winning the Super Bowl? He should be able to outline all those things. Has he nailed everything that we just now it's gospel? Don't even play the game. There's a lot of other people that I respect their opinion who think the Jets are going to lose this game. And then ultimately, how often is Vegas dead wrong? Last week they took a bath, but how often are they wrong? And they've got the Jets as a 6.5-point dog. So it's just another man's opinion, an educated one. But if it was that much of a lock, then this guy should be making a fortune because he should bet every dime he has if he's always right.
I think he's doing pretty well.
Okay.
I don't think there's an issue. I think he's doing pretty well. And I am going to ferret out exactly what his reasons were. But I know he has a blog on the Times. I'm going to try to figure out exactly how he comes up with the Jets winning. But he does say the Jets are going to win. And when you look at his history, he's way more right than he is wrong. Okay. I'm shocked because I don't think the Jets are going to win. I think the Jets are going to put up a fight. I think they're going to come ready to play. And I've got to decide by the time we make our picks whether 6.5 is a big enough number. But I don't think they're going to get blown out. Do you think they're going to get blown out?
No, I don't think they were going to get blown out. I won't tip my hand on where I'm going because, again, in some ways 6.5 is a lot. But when it's under a touchdown, it tells you it's a one-possession game and it can be close. I don't think the Jets get blown out. I think the Jets' defense is still good. It's still a rookie quarterback they're going up against. I'm just afraid that, Marshawn Lynch is going to just run over them the way we have seen running backs run through the Jets this year. So I'd be concerned about that. They're controlling the ball. Somebody on Twitter said the Jets can make the fact that it's being played in Seattle completely moot by the fact that they get off to a good lead, get off to a good start, keep the crowd out of it. But is their offense dynamic enough to jump out to a 2-possession lead in the first couple of quarters to completely shut the crowd out? I don't think so.
The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Rex Ryan spoke today. I don't know if he's a Nate Silver acolyte, but he did say, we still believe.
We are confident in ourselves. Others, who outside of our fan base and maybe in our organization, maybe they aren't as confident. But quite honestly, that's fine. All right, but here you're going to see that we're a confident football team. None of us we're not where we wanted to be, but again, the season's not over.
No, it's not over. But I mean, how could you feel confident at all at 3-5?
Well, because you just had a week off. You figured out what's gone wrong. And you look at that schedule, confident to go to Seattle is one thing, but to go to the playoffs, I think there's every reason to believe you're confident.
I got to tell you what, you should be confident, but don't you think you should keep your mouth shut? You got embarrassed against the Dolphins. If you found something out in the bye week, keep your mouth shut, go to Seattle and do your job. Boy, they're talking tough. Did they play the Dolphin game? Did they get them undressed against the Dolphins? To sit here and be cocky about it, we still believe. You still believe in what? You were garbage against the Dolphins team that you have to beat. You have to beat. You squeaked by them the first time, and then they embarrassed you on your home field, and you're going to talk tough. I don't get the Jets sometimes. Isn't this the time to be humble and then go to Seattle and do your bidding there? Let your football do your talking? I mean, come on.
Well,
enough is enough.
But this all started with what Cromartie said. So Rex has been the one that's trying to support his player. So he's just saying, hey, we still believe. And you still want to hear that. I mean, he's not guaranteeing they're going to the playoffs. He's just saying, hey, I still believe that this team can go out there and do it.
He agreed with Cromartie saying we're definitely going to the playoffs. I mean, slow you guys down. Pop in the tape against the Dolphins again. Slow them down. I mean, I watched the game. I was aghast how bad they were. Aghast. And I never used the word aghast. So Muhammad Wilkerson was asked today, does Cromartie's guarantee energize the team?
Definitely, Crow's our leader, so we definitely we're going to back him up. He's playing well for us. So like I said, as a team, we're looking forward to the second half of the season. We put the first half behind us. We were inconsistent the first half, but we're not looking back at that. We know moving forward.
I'm sorry, guys. You can't put the first half behind you. You're 3-5. You're working off of 3-5. When you start the season, you're 0-0. You can't just say that 3-5 didn't happen because now you got to play off 3-5. So now in your final 8 games, you can't lose but 2 if you want to go to the playoffs. So 3-5 happened.
Well, but
it happened.
I know, but you always, no matter who, when a team falls behind 2-0 in a best-of-7 series, what does the coach say? Those 2 games have been played already. It's over. Now we just got to focus on Game 3. We got to put what happened behind us.
But don't you have to learn what happened in Games 3?
Of course. Well, that's what they did during the course of the bye.
So they must have really uncovered something great because now they're a playoff team. They were 3-5 and got embarrassed by a divisional opponent that's not supposed to be as good as them, but they're a playoff team now.
I don't like the talking either, Michael, but I can understand where you're trying to be confident. Are you supposed to say we're not going to make it?
Here's what you say.
It's going to be a tough road.
We're going to go to Seattle, and we'll see what we learned in the bye week. We feel good about things.
Unfortunately, that ship sailed because now all they're doing is being asked, what do you think about what Cromartie said?
Right.
Is the head coach, who's always supported his players and everything that they've done, going to say, oh, Cromartie's wrong, he should shut up? No, they've been forced into this by Cromartie's comments.
Now, Wilkerson said that they were going to rattle the quarterback, Russell Wilson, and he was asked, how are you going to rattle Wilson?
Just give him different looks and, just get hits on him, just try to put pressure on him and get him, uncomfortable. They're 4-0 at home, so, of course he's going to feel like, he can, do it all at home, but we just got to make him feel uncomfortable.
Now, Rex Ryan then responded to Wilkerson's comments that we're going to rattle Russell Wilson.
The point I'm sure Mo's trying to make is that to do that, we have to stop the run. And I think that's the number one priority. When you're going up against this Seattle football team, they actually throw the ball less than any team in the league. So what we have to do is, we have to do a great job of stopping the run and then put Seattle in a position where they don't want to be, where they have to throw the ball more. And I think that's the big thing. This quarterback is an outstanding quarterback, but like any young quarterback, you want to mix your pressures, your coverages, give them different looks and things like that. So that's certainly what we're trying to do.
All right, so that's Rex. Melvin in the car thinks that Rex should be positive. Why, Melvin?
Well, okay, listen, I agree with you a couple of times, but you get so upset at Rex Ryan for being so positive and whatever. Listen, if you had kids and your kid is, let's say he's doing poorly the first half of the year, and he's telling you in the next half of the year he's going to do great and he's going to pass his exams and blah, 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 blah. Are you going to get upset at him and tell him, or you as a father, you're going to tell him, no, you shouldn't be so confident, or you should, it's his job.
Here's what I would tell my kid. Go out and show me. You're going to be better than you were in the first semester? Go out and show me. That's all. Go out and show me. Don't be cocky I understand you're supposed to be positive. Yeah, you're supposed to be positive. But Cromartie's, we're definitely going to make the play. You're 3-5. The last game you played was an embarrassment. How are you cocky? You're supposed to always be positive. Every time you take the field, you're supposed to want to win the game and think you're going to win the game. But to strut around and think that nothing's better than you? Why? How? What have you done? Have I missed something? What have they done? Again, I can't reiterate enough. They didn't lose to the Dolphins. They got run off the field. They got run off their home field. Then a bye week, they've got this epiphany that they're a playoff team. Why talk the talk? Go walk the walk. Go do it. Now, what happens when they come back from Seattle and they get their butts kicked?
Well, then it becomes a joke.
But you don't think it's a joke now?
No, here's, again, I am not one that ever really defends Rex and the boisterous comment. I don't like doing it. But you can't ignore the fact that Cromartie was asked the question. Now, Cromartie said we're definitely going to make the playoffs? No, he spoke out of school there. But when you're asked the question, are you going to make the playoffs, what is Rex supposed to say? When mathematically he's still alive, when he still has a lot of winnable games in the second half of the season, and he probably feels good about all the things that they corrected coming out of the bye. Right now.
What would my answer be if I was Rex?
Yes.
Well, that's certainly our intention. Don't talk tough.
I know, but that's...
But I'm just saying, Don, you can't talk tough when you got embarrassed on your home field. How are you talking tough? What are you backing it up with? Am I missing something? I even said yesterday, they have a chance to make the playoffs.
Yes.
But my goodness, they're walking around like they're the Falcons. They're not 7-0. They're 3-5.
No, I understand that. But I don't think he's going crazy. He's not guaranteeing anything. We believe we can make the playoffs. We are confident we can make the playoffs. If he thinks he's going to be able to make the playoffs, he's got to also say confident. Otherwise, what he said means nothing. So he must believe that this team has a shot to get to 9 wins and go to the playoffs. Do you think that can happen?
Yes. I absolutely believe it can happen.
So would you kill Rex for being confident that they can make the playoffs?
I only kill them for being cocky. They have nothing to be cocky about. They've been way less than they should be in the first half of the season.
Unless you heard something different than I've heard. I heard cocky out of Cromartie. I'm not hearing cocky out of Rex.
But you know what? Maybe I should slap myself in the face. Well, why do I get upset? These players they have a total incapability to be embarrassed. They say something, they guarantee it doesn't come true, and you know what? They forget about it the next week. If they don't make the playoffs, who's taking Cromartie to task? Nobody. Nobody's taking Cromartie to task. Here's what Cromartie said.
Jets will make a playoff this year. We believe in each other. We believe in what Coach Ryan and his staff is putting us the schemes and stuff. So we're definitely going to make a playoff this year.
Definitely.
No, that's where I thought he was a little out of line with the definitely.
Now, Rich Cimini just tweeted this out. Under Rex, rookie quarterbacks have 1 TD and 8 interceptions and a 47 completion percentage. Maybe that's what Nate Silver saw.
All right, well, that was a rookie quarterback that beat him the last time they played, right?
Yeah,
Ryan
but he got
Tannehill.
hurt.
Yeah, that's true. But technically, they ended up he got hurt. I don't know if they would have won that game anyway. You would think that rookie quarterbacks would struggle with this defense.
All right, so what do you think about the Giants? We'll get back to the Jets. We have Damian Woody coming up in just a moment. What do you think about the Giants?
I just have this feeling that they'll win, but it won't be pretty. Because I think they still need to work some things out. Nix is not 100%. Bradshaw's not 100%. Ron Jaworski broke down film, Sal Paolantonio told us, and I guess we'll find out when they broadcast it on Sunday on ESPN2, that this is not Eli's fault. There's a lot of things going on with this offense that Eli is going to have to try to overcome, and we'll find out what those things are. But I think it is the injuries where they've become too one-dimensional with their passing game because Nix is not getting open, and it's killing Cruz. But I think they can exploit Cincinnati here, but I don't think it's going to be I don't think you're going to walk away from the Cincinnati game saying, all right, all's right with the world. Mm-hmm. You're going to see some problems. And then I think that when they get to the bye, they can correct some of their issues. But they do have a tendency of playing to the level of their competition. So would I be surprised if they got off to a slow start? Would I be surprised going into the fourth quarter this is still a winnable game for Cincinnati? Absolutely not.
I agree. Now, a lot has been made that Peyton gave Eli some pointers about playing against Cincinnati. I'm sure they spoke. But, there's different weapons. And right now, the wide receivers that Peyton has probably more effective than the wide receivers that Eli's throwing to because Nix has been hurt and they've been keying on Cruz, and Cruz has been getting hit hard coming across the middle. It's a different animal now.
And there is no
great running game.
That's the thing. If you're Cincinnati, are you really scared that Bradshaw or Wilson or Brown are going to eat you alive? That takes the play-action pass away from Eli. Eli's got guys that are banged up. Hey, he's got to play better. I'm not going to sit here and say it's not Eli's fault. He's got to play better because you know what? It can't all be about the weapons because they went out and beat Carolina, if you remember, and Knicks didn't even play. So they should beat Cincinnati. But I think if you think at 4 o'clock you're going to feel like everything's back to normal with this team, I just have a feeling that there's still going to be some doubt, although I believe that doubt will be at 7-3 instead of 6-4.
All right, we're going to break it down further with Damian Woody, both of these games. We also have Antonio Pierce coming up. Remember, Walt Frazier will be in the studio with us. We've got a lot to do. We're going to lead you right into the Knicks pregame show. Big game for the Knicks tonight. Knicks against the Mavericks at the Garden. That should be fun. Hey, worried about the season-long commitment? Are you done? Are you worried about the season-long commitment? And I know that FanDuel is something that makes you worry a lot.
It does on a constant basis because when you play fantasy football, it's a day-in, day-out proposition. But you don't have to worry about it with FanDuel.com because you know what? If things don't work in one league, you can scrap it, turn around and play another. No season-long commitment, no contest with new lineups every week. Enter as many contests as you like, fresh lineups for each and every entry. Earn your part of the more than $1 million paid out every week of fantasy football season. There's a guy in Detroit that's already won $273,000 this year with FanDuel.com. Daily leagues on FanDuel.com are the hottest thing in fantasy football. They've got a huge choice of contests. Enter any level, $0 to $500. You know, I'm in a league that I've got Maurice Jones-Drew. He can't play. It kills me. How am I supposed to win my fantasy game when I don't have Maurice Jones-Drew? Well, you know what? I can scrap it, I can redraft, and I can go out and get somebody else with FanDuel. FanDuel is giving our listeners free entry into an exclusive $1,000 fantasy football contest going down right now. Use my promo code DON, D-O-N, to get free entry. There's $1,000 in payouts up for grabs. But don't wait. Use your smartphone to sign up now. Just go to FanDuel.com. FanDuel.com. Earn real money playing fantasy football. FanDuel.com. Promo code DON, D-O-N.
Looking to rebound after the bye week. The Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Now at the Home Depot, get a Martha Stewart Living 100-count ornament set free when you buy select Christmas trees. With holiday themes in Winterberry, Arctic, or Christmas collectible, you can coordinate your tree, your ornaments, and your holidays with brighter Christmas savings. Starting with those 100 free Martha Stewart Living ornaments. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid through November 14th, U.S. only. See store for details.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
It's fun to debate your favorite teams and players, but the debate is over when it comes to where you go for your next set of tires. See the experts at your local Ford dealer for big savings on name brand tires during the Big Tire event, going on now.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
42, 43, $2.43.
My girls are trying to break into the lemonade biz. It's rough out there. I told them to use email marketing from Constant Contact. It was the right choice for growing my small business, Go Time Fitness. Email really works because you know people are checking their inbox every day. Here comes the competition.
With email marketing from Constant Contact, you'll have the tools to easily create custom emails that will work for your business. Plans start as low as $15 per month at ConstantContact.com.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
The college basketball season begins tonight on ESPN with two big-time matchups. First, the Sears Armed Forces Classic celebrates Veterans Day from Ramstein Air Base in Germany as number 14 Michigan State takes on Connecticut in the first regular season game overseas. Then in Brooklyn, in the Barclays Center Classic, Maryland goes up against John Calipari's national champion Kentucky Wildcats. It all starts tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern with live Sports Center reports from Germany on ESPN.
We greet you on a Friday. Mike Tirico with today's edition of the ESPN Radio Sports Beat. How good was Andrew Luck again last night? So next week, the Colts and the Patriots meet in mid-November, and it means a lot. 6-3 the Colts are going to be when they head to New England to take on Tom Brady and the Patriots. We'll talk about the NFL schedule in a little bit. I want to get to the college games first. And Texas A&M. Kevin Sumlin grew a big offense in Houston. It's an offense that has roots in everything we've seen. West Virginia with Dana Holgorsen, what Holgorsen did at Oklahoma State, go back to Mike Leach's time at Kentucky. So that offensive attack will challenge Alabama and what the Crimson Tide do defensively. When Zach Mettenberger got hot last Saturday for LSU, it was throwing the ball against the Bama defense. Now, that's what Sumlin's team's going to try to do with Johnny Manziel, Johnny Football as he's known, the quarterback who stepped in, and while Ryan Tannehill has gone down to Miami and done a good job, Texas A&M's moving forward. They don't even miss a quarterback who went in the first round and is having success in the NFL. That A&M-Alabama game, the centerpiece of test for all the unbeatens remaining in college football. 1, 2, and 3, and 4 with Notre Dame, Oregon, Kansas State, and Bama at the top. And don't forget Louisville, number 9. Undefeated, likely not to get to the top. They go on the road to Syracuse at noon Eastern on ABC. Their head coach, Charlie Strong, is one of our guests on the Weekend Blitz on many of these ESPN radio stations later tonight. Boy, the NFL board is thin on Sunday. No game Sunday afternoon matching two teams with winning records. Tells you the parity that's out there in the National Football League right now. The best game is on Sunday night, and that is Chicago hosting Houston. A lot of people feel this is one of a couple of measuring sticks ahead for the Texans. They play the Lions on Thanksgiving. They have a game at New England coming up in December. But this Bears team goes back-to-back with the 49ers next Monday night and the Texans on Sunday. If the offensive line can hold up on J.J. Watt and company, Chicago will get the home win. With the ESPN Radio Sports Beat, this is Mike Tirico.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by Joseph A. Bank. Joseph A. Bank, the expert in men's apparel. For a location near you, visit josbank.com. Well, it didn't take long for the Lakers to make a shift in their organization as they fire Mike Brown today after a 1-4 start. The Knicks are the only undefeated team left in the NBA. They're a perfect 3-0 for the first time since the 99-2000 season. They'll try to win their fourth in a row tonight downstairs at Madison Square Garden as they play host to the Dallas Mavericks. Our coverage right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. We'll get underway right after the Michael Kay Show at 7 o'clock. Tip-off is set for 7:30. You can see the game on MSG Television. As for the Brooklyn Nets, they're off to a 1-2 start. They'll be in Orlando to take on the Magic for a 7 o'clock tip.
Some baseball news. The Yankees made 3 qualifying offers to big players, $13.3 million for each player. Rafael Soriano has turned it down. Nick Swisher has turned it down. The deadline is 5 o'clock. The Yankees are waiting on Hiroki Kuroda, the one that they really want to accept. A report is out that the Texas Rangers say the maximum offer that they will make for Josh Hamilton will be 3 years. A very sad note, Hall of Famer Lee McPhail, the oldest Hall of Famer at the age of 95, passed away at his home in Delray Beach, Florida. McPhail was one-time GM of the New York Yankees and also the American League president. Football news. Hakeem Nicks says he is going to play on Sunday despite having knee issues all week. That limited his practice time. And Kendrick Ellis and Joe McKnight will be out against Seattle.
College basketball, Seton Hall is home for UMKC, while Rutgers will play host to St. Peter's. Fordham is at Texas State. Also, the NHL and the Players Association getting together for a 4th consecutive day to try to hammer out a new CBA in day 55 of the lockout. Donald Fear had sent a memo to his constituency, the players, to say they still have a lot of work to do. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Don, when Fordham meets Texas State, you can throw the records out.
You have to.
I mean, you can't even think about anything else, but that's a big matchup.
Are you going to, is it even on? I was going to ask if you were
It's on WFUV, I'm sure, my college radio station, but
But
I don't
you
know if it's
should
anywhere on TV.
So you only go to the big games.
No, that's not true. Why do you
to the
say
holiday
that?
festival.
You've been making a lot of money comments and big-time comments. I go to the Fordham Rose Hill Gym, the oldest on-campus gym in the country.
No, I understand
How
that.
dare you?
And I don't expect you to fly to Texas.
Yeah,
but I'm
thanks.
saying, why are you going to be looking in on that game, checking
No,
the
I'm
score?
going to be at the Nick Mav game,
Well,
trying to do some work for this show.
We do understand that you have a phone that can update scores for you. I'm sure ESPNNewYork.com is going to update the score.
I will be keeping a look at, keeping an eye out for that.
Maybe
all right?
I'll text you the score.
Please do that.
All right, I'll do
because
that.
I'm DVRing the game. I don't want to really lose the
You're not
surprise.
I'm not even sure it's on television.
Damian Woody is with us right now. We know that. And he joins us every Friday, a big football Friday, and why not have Damian on with us? Damian, how you doing?
I'm good. You guys finished bickering yet?
We've never finished bickering. All we do is bicker. The only thing that's missing is a wedding ring with us. It's amazing.
Right.
All right, so here's what I was squawking about. I was bickering with myself before. The Jets are talking tough. All right, you got Cromartie coming out yesterday. They're definitely making the playoffs. And here's what I don't understand, Damian. The last time they were on the field, they got embarrassed by the Dolphins. So how do you talk tough? How?
I don't know. I really don't know. But I know one thing I do know with the team is usually you have to stay true to who you are. And under Rex Ryan, the team, that's one thing that's been a staple with the Jets is Rex Ryan has had a policy of letting guys be able to have the freedom of speech and be able to say things that's on their mind to the media. And, for me, that's the big thing is you have to stay true to who you are. And if Antonio Cromartie wants to say that, then he has to cash that check. I would be very leery of writing checks that the team may not be behind. So, it starts this week in Seattle, which is a very tough place to play because we all know Seattle, they tend to play a lot better at home than they do on the road.
Now, I'm sure you've seen the Jets schedule the rest of the way outside of the game Sunday, which is going to be very difficult. You've got games like the Rams and the Cardinals and the Jaguars and the Titans and the Chargers and the Bills. I think 9 wins gets them into the playoffs, Damian. Do you believe they can get to 9 wins?
Yeah, I believe they can get to 9, but Don, here's the problem. Who are the Jets to think that you can just look at the schedule and just chalk up teams as a win? I mean, have they shown you anything up to this point where you can just look at the schedule and say, well, they have Jacksonville, this team, that team, they should win that game. It's just, they're not talented enough to be able to look at the schedule that way. They have to take the one game at a time approach. They really do. And they have to empty the bucket every week and reload in order for them to have a chance to get to the playoffs. Because They're not like a lot of these other teams, some of these upper echelon teams that, have more talent and maybe they could get by. They could get away with looking at a schedule and saying, oh, we can win those games.
Now, have you played in this stadium in Seattle?
Yes, I have.
How loud is it?
It's the loudest venue in the league.
Is it hard to hear? Is it hard to hear your quarterback?
Very much so. It is. And when I played there, it was in 2008, Eric Mangini's last year, and this is when Seattle wasn't a very good team that last year. And that place was rocking then. And it's a notoriously hard place to really hear. You could even be in the huddle standing right by your quarterback and you won't hear a thing. So that's the challenge that the Jets will be up against come Sunday.
You think the Jets win this game?
I don't like this matchup. I really don't. I understand, the Jets have the bye week and they had a chance to really self-scout themselves and come up with a great game plan. And obviously Rex is pretty good at going up. His defense is pretty good at going up against rookie quarterback, but I like the direction Russell Wilson is playing. The way he's playing now, he's playing a lot better. And the thing that really scares me about the Jets going up to Seattle is Marshawn Lynch. He is definitely a beast. Jets the whole year has had a hard time stopping the run. That's what they do. That's what the Seattle Seahawks do. They run the ball, they stop the run, and play great defense. I don't know if there's receivers, if the Jets receivers are going to be able to handle that secondary of Seattle's.
All right, the Giants are struggling offensively. They're not converting touchdowns in the red zone, even though they've been in the red zone more than any team in the National Football League. Have you been able to pinpoint what their problem has been, Damian?
Well, I think part of it has to do with Hakeem Nicks. When your number one isn't healthy, then it trickles down to the other players, the other skill guys. So now teams are able to focus on a Victor Cruz and some of the other, Martellus Bennett. Those guys are the second and third options on a ball club. So I think the biggest thing for the Giants right now is they need to get Hakeem Nicks healthy. If they get him healthy, it'll take more pressure off Victor Cruz and the other guys. And I think you'll see that offense start to click again.
Do you believe in quarterbacks being in slumps? Do you think Eli's in a slump?
I think he's in a little bit of a slump, but I don't worry about Eli. Eli, to me, has proven time and time again that he's the most clutch quarterback in the game. When it's all said and done, he'll find a way to get it done. Yeah, they are in a slump. He's in a slump right now. I think part of that has to do, like I said, with Hakeem Nicks, with the injuries that he's had throughout the season. It's kind of throwing off the offense a little bit. But like I said, if you get Hakeem Nicks healthy and maybe you get some other guys to step up, guys like Ruben Randall and Hicks and those guys, then I think you'll see that offense start to click again.
All right, now.
No, Damian, I'm concerned about the running game. At what point do you let the rookie Wilson go out there? Is it just the fear that he can't pick up the blitz and get the quarterback killed, or is there something about his running game that maybe they just don't like?
Well, no, I think the Giants. I think they love what he brings to the table. I've raved about him even before the season. I think he's one of the more explosive guys that came into the league this year. Obviously, early on he had the fumbling issues, but the early returns, as far as the return game, he's been a huge weapon, and it seems like he's been working his way out of the doghouse. And if you're Tom Coughlin in that offense, you need to find ways to, be more explosive and put your best players on the field. And you also got to rest up Ahmad Bradshaw, because we know that he's a guy that's been injury prone with a bevy of foot and ankle issues throughout his career. So I think you got to give a young man a chance. The only way he's going to learn is by experience and being out there.
All right, now, Damian, we're going to have a little fun with you, all right? It's another edition of Michael Kay and Don LaGreca tell people that their opinions are wrong, all right? So I'm going to give you a statement, and you tell me yes or no.
Okay.
All right, here we go. It's okay to go see a movie in a movie theater by yourself.
Yes.
That's wrong.
Don says it's wrong. Trading for Tim Tebow was a good idea for the Jets.
No.
You're right. Homeland is the best show currently on TV.
No.
I agree. Andrew Luck will go down as a greater Colt quarterback than Peyton Manning.
No.
LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan.
No.
Wow, he's agreeing with everything. The Big Bang Theory is the funniest show currently on TV.
No.
Modern Family, I think, is funny.
Okay. It's okay to root for the Mets and the Yankees and the Jets and the Giants.
No.
Okay, congratulate him, Don.
No, that's good, but I also know that he's a Nationals fan, and he's also a Red Sox fan.
But at least they're in different leagues.
No, but I get it. But he does root for multiple teams, don't you?
No. Let me make this perfectly clear. My first and only team is the Red Sox. I'm making that clear right now, LaGreca. Don't try to throw the Nationals in there like that's my number one team.
I'm telling you, he stirs it up, Damian. All right.
But you root for the Nationals, though.
Yeah, look, I like the Nationals because I'm from that area,
all right.
And they're a good story. But
that's right, they weren't there when he was growing up.
But if the Nationals and the Red Sox played, you would root for the Red Sox.
There's no question.
Okay.
Bill Belichick is the best coach in the NFL.
True.
Notre Dame will finish the regular season undefeated. Now they do play your alma mater Saturday night.
Yeah, and I'm not happy about that, but I'm going to say false.
You think they'll lose?
I think they'll lose to USC.
Carmelo Anthony is better offensively than Kevin Durant.
True.
No, I disagree with that.
No, wait a minute, hold on, Michael. I'm going to tell you why.
Why?
The post-up game. Kevin Durant has no post-up game.
He doesn't need it to this point.
Yeah, but still. I mean, Carmelo can shoot from the outside. He can do everything that Kevin Durant can do, but Kevin Durant can't post up. That to me is the biggest difference between the two players.
All right. Alex Rodriguez will play in another All-Star game.
False.
I think he will. I think he will. And finally, it's okay to be a grown-up that loves video games.
True.
Now, Don would have done this.
Yeah, of course.
You still play video games?
Not as much as I used to, but yeah, I would play video games in a heartbeat.
It's fun.
You should play against Don.
Hold up, Michael. Don't tell me that you frown upon people who play video games.
No, I don't frown upon it, but I just won't do it. I don't have enough time in my day to be playing video games. Don will put 2-3 hours aside for it.
Oh, stop. I don't do that.
You played an entire hockey season on Sega once.
But it was in the summertime.
I like to play Miss Pac-Man if I'm in an arcade.
Well,
I lost Damian.
The silent. You lost him at the beginning of the conversation.
All right, what's your favorite TV show if you don't think it's Homeland?
Oh, Sons of Anarchy. Ask your boy Ryan Hurley. He'll tell you.
He's putting his fingers up in the air on a hook 'em horn sign, so I guess that means yes.
There you go.
Have a great weekend, Damian.
All right, take it easy, guys.
Thanks, man.
We've been talking a lot about picking up the $13.3 million qualifying offer. Of the 3 players that the Yankees have to have pick it up, and we're about 16 minutes away from whether or not he will, it's Hiroki Kuroda. I'll tell you why. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit USO.org/ESPN.
Come into the Home Depot today and get up to 24 months special financing on carpet purchases with your Home Depot consumer credit card. Every room deserves to look great. And with the newest selection of colors, styles, and patterns, your budget won't be picking your new carpet. You will. With 24 months special financing. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid through November 14th, U.S. only, subject to credit approval. Terms and exclusions apply. See store for details.
They must be doing something right at Bay Ridge Honda because they've received Honda's Council of Excellence Award 5 years in a row, as well as their prestigious 2010 President's Award. And they've been named #1 in customer satisfaction for the entire Northeast region. They invite you to experience Bay Ridge Honda's award-winning sales and service. Right now, you can take advantage of 0.9% APR on select Accord and Civic models, and then enjoy the convenience of Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive night owl service and parts. Open until midnight, Monday through Friday and Saturdays from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. While you wait, you'll will enjoy HD TV and relax with free refreshments in their internet lounge. Plus, there's a brand new children's play area. Bay Ridge Honda even offers loaner cars to customers with scheduled maintenance and enterprise rental cars at a discount at all their locations. Come experience their huge new and used 30-car indoor showroom. With millions to lend and hundreds to choose from, Bay Ridge Honda is not only number one in customer satisfaction, but the number one destination for your next vehicle. Bay Ridge Honda, 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Visit them online at bayridgehonda.com or call them at 1-866-728-8888.
Bah, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Kind of rich.
Let me explain to everybody. A lot of people might know what a qualifying offer is because I'm getting a lot of people on Twitter. They don't quite understand what it is. A qualifying offer, I believe, is like the top 150 players in Major League Baseball, the average salary.
Okay.
So the average salary is $13.3 million. So if you have a guy in your employ, you have to offer him a qualifying offer of the average of the top 150 salaries in baseball. So that's 13.3. The reason that you do that is that if it's a free agent and you offer the 13.3 and he turns it down, then you get a draft pick if somebody signs him. If he takes it, then you know you've got the guy signed to a one-year deal.
Right.
Some might take it because they'll say, wow, that's more than I'm going to make on the open market. I believe that Rafael Soriano might have made a mistake, but I think that the Yankees are celebrating. The Yankees do not want a setup guy like Rafael Soriano to make $13.3 million. They've already given him a $1.5 million buyout for that third-year option. So they would have paid him $14.8 million to be the setup man for Mariano, and you're probably going to have to give Mariano anywhere from 10 to 15.
Yes.
So I think they're glad that he opted out. Now, they're not going to negotiate a long-term deal with him, which is what Scott Boras wants, but it's a mistake for Soriano for this reason. He's not getting $14.8 million anywhere. He's not getting $13.3 million, I don't think. But what he's going for in this case is multiple years and the chance to be a closer. All right, now, with Nick Swisher. I don't think that anybody's paying Nick Swisher $13.3 million a year.
I don't think so either.
But I think that what he wants is a 5-year deal, probably at $60 million.
How old is he now?
He's going to be 31, so he probably can get that. So he turned it down. But the reason they desperately want Kuroda to take it, because they are committed, Brian Cashman said it again, they're committed to getting under 189 in 2014. If you get Kuroda back at 13.3, which is a $3.3 million raise over what he did last year when he won 16 games for the Yankees, then you got that locked up, and you don't have to worry about going into 2014. You have Andy Pettitte coming back. Your starting staff is set, Don. That's all you want. Your starting staff is set. Then Brian Cashman could think about getting outfielders because he's got to replace Nick Swisher and the 93 RBIs that he gave. Are they going to bring back Ichiro? They didn't offer Ichiro a qualifying offer. They didn't do that. So we'll see if they can negotiate a deal with him. But the one of those three that they really wanted to accept the offer, and he has, let's see, 10 minutes and 30 seconds to do it, is Hiroki Kuroda. Now, is he going to? I know he loved pitching here. But I think that if he does not accept that qualifying offer, he could probably still negotiate a multiple-year deal with another team.
Yeah, I think he's right. And now, are they going to go after Torrey Hunter to replace Nick Swisher?
No, because he wants a 2-year deal.
Yeah, you can't do that. They're going to have to try to get guys on 1-year deals.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to try to get another Raul Ibanez or get Raul Ibanez back for 1 year and platoon him with a right-handed batter, something like that. But when you turn down, I just want to tell everybody, when you turn down a qualifying offer, that doesn't mean that you can't sign with the Yankees.
Right.
So they can come back to the Yankees and say, okay, we'll take, we want a 2-year deal for $30 million. Or Nick Swisher could say that. They're not doing that with Swisher. I don't think they're going to do that with Soriano. The one that they might, I think that they might, maybe is with Kuroda. If they say, okay, we'll give you 2 years, 20, they do have to put a team together in 2014, so that's an outside possibility. But the perfect scenario for them would be to give him the 13.3 and sign him for 1 year.
I think you're right. He was good for them last year. You still have to have that rotation, so I think they'd be happy with that. And it's just the 1 year, and then we'll see what happens in 2014 with the money.
And from what I'm reading, Donnie, I am very, very pleased with the Mets are thinking. They're not going to give Dickey a truckload of money. Looks like they're going to be able to sign David Wright. And they're thinking about trading Dickey. And I think that's smart. I know he could win the Cy Young Award. I get it. But their strength is pitching. If they want to improve, they trade the Cy Young Award winner who's only going to make $5 million next year. They could restock a lot of positions. They need outfielders. Somebody asked Sandy Alderson yesterday, what's your outfield? He said, what outfield? We're going to move in the fences 150 more feet. They don't have an outfield. I mean, Lucas Duda is their left fielder. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, you're probably looking at an outfield of, well, now Bay is gone, so it's going to be Duda.
You're not bringing back Torres.
You're not bringing back Torres. I get would be.
You're not bringing back Hairston.
No, he's going to price himself out because he was very good for them as a right-handed hitter. So is it going to be Neuenhuis and Valdespin?
I don't know.
I mean, they're going to have to go out and get themselves an outfielder, and you hope that maybe with this rejiggering of Bay's contract and letting him go is going to free something up to be able to go out and get somebody. I don't know. It's going to be a difficult thing for them. I've been on some of the Canadian websites trying to get updates on what's happening with the NHL lockout, and it seems like the Blue Jays are interested in R.A. Dickey. So
why not?
I don't know what they have in their system, but, that's... I'd be leery of him in the American League.
Although the ball flies out of there, but he doesn't give up that many home runs.
But it'll be interesting because the Yankees hit him pretty good last year. How he would pitch in the American League East going up against the Yankees and the Red Sox and the O's and some of the ballparks, Fenway Park, Camden Yards, Yankee Stadium. Be interesting. But, listen, I don't want the Wright and the Dickey stuff to go the way that it went with Reyes.
Right. I don't think the right thing will.
If he's going, let him go now, get something for him, and start building towards the future. Don't fool the Met fan into thinking something's going to happen next year with these guys, and then they walk for nothing. Because we learned our lesson from what happened last year with Jose Reyes.
Don did something yesterday. I think it was the day before. We didn't get a chance to talk about it. That really, I think a lot of people are going to want to know what he and his wife did. Your cable was out.
Yes.
And you did what, Don?
We watched season 3 of What's Happening on DVD. About a year ago, she went out and bought the complete set of all the What's Happening.
So it was 3 years of What's Happening?
3 years of What's Happening.
It seemed
76
like so many more
to 79.
Years. Right.
And now, because of whether there's nothing on or the Direct TV is out, because we have Direct TV, and it's funny, didn't lose it during Irene, didn't lose it during Sandy, but we lost it during the snowstorm the other day. Because when the snow gets on the dish, and I'm not climbing up on the roof to clean it all.
That's not you.
So we went down into the man cave,
right,
and we watched season 3.
Now, who's your favorite character in What's Happened? Is it Rerun? Is it Raj? Is it?
I like the youthful exuberance of Dwayne.
Oh,
yeah. And he was the one that didn't have any contract problems. That's the thing, is peppered throughout this whole thing. There'd be episodes there's no rerun. Mama left the last season completely.
Right.
There was one episode where Dwayne was the only guy in it because they all walked out. All they did was argue about the contract. Dwayne, he's a local guy from New York. He commuted when it was on. He'd fly out to L.A. to tape the shows. So to me, he was my favorite.
Here's what gets me, and I guess I am casting aspersions. So your TV's out. You could watch. You've got Godfather DVDs. You could watch anything.
Well, here's the thing.
You chose What's Happening.
Well, it was that, or I got 5 or 6 Mary Tyler Moore's DVR'd.
Also not a bad choice over What's Happening.
Because I found this TV station, I think it's out of Connecticut, that we have on DirecTV.
Right.
MeTV.
Right.
And what they do is they play old, Mary Tyler Moore, Dick Van Dyke, what's another one? That Girl, which is cool stuff from the 60s and 70s.
And you chose What's Happening.
So, no. I chose Mary Tyler Moore to DVR. The What's Happening I have on DVD.
But you have nothing else on DVD that you went with What's Happening. And the third season, they jumped the shark, as you told me.
Well, they jumped the shark because Rerun and Raj moved in together.
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
And then Shirley...
They look like the number 10.
Shirley moved in with Dee.
Which was ridiculous.
Because Mama left for the last episode.
Well, where
last
was
season.
Mama?
She got in the contract dispute.
But they had to write her out.
They so far early on, it's all she's going to visit relatives or Mama says hello. Dee had a surprise 14th birthday party. You tell me Mama's not going to come?
It's ridiculous. It's hurtful. That's jumping the shark. Did you see that our intern Michelle baked us brownies today?
Yeah, I haven't gone over there yet.
Yeah, she did a great job. She's going to end up being a big star on TV.
Huge star.
You think so?
Because what Serpico's your last name? You're going to see
Michelle Serpico.
It's going to be Tennessee Duke, some college basketball game, and you're going to see her on the sidelines on ESPN in a couple of years. I'm telling you.
Now,
so look out for Michelle Serpico.
Michelle has come out and said you want to be a sideline reporter, right? She wants to be. Let Michelle talk into the mic. Get her first.
I do.
All right. So, what are you doing to lead you down this path? Being an intern here, is that it?
Yes.
Because we have created stars before. Look, Michelle Beadle was our creation. I think you could be our next one.
Yes.
Okay.
But you won't forget us, right? Now, all the ESPN executives listen to this show.
They do.
So they should sign up Michelle Serpico right now.
I'm telling you, you're going to see her. You're going to see her. It's going to be, Wake Forest Rice.
Right.
Great Alaskan Shootout.
Right.
And she's going to be there on the sidelines.
And what's your money sport, Michelle?
My favorite sport's basketball.
See?
And football. I played basketball my whole life, that's why.
Did you play in college?
Not in college.
Okay, but you know the game.
Yes.
And you're ready for basketball, football. So if an ESPN executive calls in now, you're ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
You'll quit the internship and just go.
Yes.
And what college do you go to?
William Patterson.
Will Pat.
Yep.
Absolutely. Well, we'll get you there, Michelle. You stick with us. You keep making brownies.
You don't even know what town
we will get you there.
What town in New Jersey is William Patterson in? Mr.
I don't
Will
know.
Pat.
I don't know.
Absolutely.
Well, I know because, Fooch went to William Patterson.
I didn't know
From
that.
MSG, yeah.
Wayne, New Jersey.
Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's our thing. And you know what? My agent is listening to the show right now. He might sign you up.
Okay.
All right, that's Michelle Serpico. That's a good name, too.
Any relation to the Serpico?
Yes, actually, it's a third cousin of my father.
Really?
Oh.
Yes.
So you got toughness in your genes.
I do.
Nice. Okay, so remember the name, all of our listeners, Michelle Serpico.
That's it.
Remember the name Antonio Pierce, because in 3.5 minutes he'll be with us breaking down Giants and the Bengals. Kay, LaGreca, Serpico, and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Stifling defense.
Anthony swats him out of bounds and saves it as he leaps over the Sixers bench.
Pinpoint shooting accuracy.
Fires a three at the horn and he swishes it in.
The will to win.
Prigioni double kicks back to Smith right down the paint. And a vicious right-handed stub.
Nick's team.
They just continue to work hard and play hard, stay away from injuries. That's the name of the game.
Knicks, Mavericks, tonight at 7 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
To me, there's 8 organizations in the NFL, I counted them this morning, that feel like it's 100% about winning Super Bowls. 8. There may be more, but I get a very strong feeling from ownership down. It is all about winning Super Bowls. New York Giants, Green Bay Packers, San Francisco 49ers with Harbaugh, New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, and Denver. That's all that matters. It's about winning Super Bowls. Tennessee drafted Vince Young. They didn't think Vince Young was great. They thought he could sell tickets. From a source close to that organization, part of getting the Vince Young deal done, people here will love him. That's not about winning Super Bowls. The New York Jets getting Tebow, disruptive. It's not about winning Super Bowls. 8 teams in the league, that's all that matters.
Trending now on ESPN Radio. The Lakers fire head coach Mike Brown. Off to the worst start in the Western, the league's largest payroll at just over $100 million. Andrew Luck continued his impressive rookie season, leading the Colts past the Jags on Thursday night. Anyone in Indiana still missing Peyton? And number 10 Florida State survives a trip to Virginia Tech. It's What's Trending Now on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. Colin Cowherd and the Herd.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sports.
Jacksonville.
Colts beat the Jags. Paul Kaharski, AFC North flogger. Now they get into that territory with a Miami and a San Diego. Could they be a wild card team? Paul, are we getting ahead of ourselves for a team last year, same guys mostly on defense, that were dreadful?
I don't think so at all. They've got 6 wins. Then look at the rest of their schedule. I mean, they're going to New England next. But after that, Buffalo, Detroit, Tennessee, Kansas City, all beatable teams. And Houston, maybe it's the most favorable situation for the Colts if the Texans go ahead and finish running away with this thing and don't have particular concern for their season finale, which could be a huge game for the Colts, not only in terms of getting in, but maybe in terms of getting in with decent position.
Reggie Wayne and Luck have clearly connected. Are you surprised by that? I mean, it's one of the best tandems now in the league.
Reggie Wayne, I visited with him briefly the Super Bowl week in Indianapolis and talked to him about the potential as a free agent to go out and hook himself up with a contender. And he said, you know what, if this team wants me to be a veteran head amongst the rebuild, I'd be honored. And that's the way it seems to me he's approached this. I mean, what an incredible resource for Andrew Luck. And like you said, they're not messing around throwing dinks and dunks to running backs, partly because Wayne and the guys they drafted are downfield guys.
College football.
Alabama coming off a huge dramatic win at LSU. Let down against Texas A&M. Pete Futek, College Football News. Do you see a letdown coming?
No, because everyone's kind of predicting a slight letdown. It's a little bit to put it in their face to Alabama and saying, yeah, you had a problem with LSU, and now watch out for Johnny Manziel. But, you know, the Aggies do have the makeup. They've got the offensive line. The problem I think they're going to have is that I think Manziel's going to turn the ball over. He's become Johnny Football because he's been fun and a little bit reckless, and he makes plays. He's a backyard kind of baller, and that doesn't really fly against an Alabama defense that you cannot take any chances against.
NFL injuries.
Let's go to Adam Kaplan. All right, so you talk Lions at Vikings. Will Percy Harvin play for the Vikings?
He's got this ankle injury. He's not going to be able to play, most likely.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see it. Peterson will play with his ankle. He's got an illness. He didn't practice yesterday. But Harvin is the one. I don't know how in the world the Vikings are going to be able to score against the Lions.
Okay, Houston Texans at Bears. Will Owen Daniels, tight end, play for the Texans?
He came up with a back injury a couple days ago, and his back tightened up. He saw a specialist. If he doesn't practice today, the chances of him playing, I think, would probably put him down to doubtful. And again, Alshon Jeffrey, with the broken hand, their rookie second-round pick out of South Carolina, not expected to play.
It's your daily sports page, spanning the globe in the herd. Weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Connecticut.
The Jets. The Seahawks. Coverage begins Sunday at 2. WEPN FM. WEPN HD1. New York.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. Los Angeles Lakers decided to fire their head coach Mike Brown today after a 1-4 start. Bernie Bickerstaff is going to take over on an interim basis before a full-time replacement can be found. Many rumors that it could be Mike D'Antoni, could even be Phil Jackson. We'll have to wait and see. The Knicks don't have to worry about their coaching. They're happy with it. They're 3-0, the only undefeated team in the NBA. Tonight they'll try to keep that streak going downstairs at Madison Square Garden as they play host to the Dallas Mavericks. Our coverage right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. We'll get underway at 7 o'clock, and then at 7:30, tip-off can be seen on MSG Television. The Brooklyn Nets have dropped 2 of their first 3. They'll be in Orlando to take on the Magic for a 7 o'clock tip.
All right, we are awaiting word because the deadline is now passed. We're a minute 51 past the 5 o'clock deadline for accepting a qualifying offer. We know that Rafael Soriano turned down the Yankee qualifying offer. Nick Swisher turned down their qualifying offer. And they're waiting on Hiroki Kuroda, the player they really want to accept their qualifying offer. Even if you turn down the offer, you can still negotiate a long-term deal. Yankees will not do that with Soriano, nor will they do that with Swisher. It's up in the air about Kuroda. Sad news in baseball. Lee McPhail, 95-year-old Hall of Famer, passed away at his home in Delray Beach, Florida. We're also hearing that a report said that the Texas Rangers said the maximum deal they will give for Josh Hamilton is a 3-year deal. It said that he wants a 7-year deal. Nationals and manager Davey Johnson are nearing a deal for the 2013 season. And in football, Hakeem Nicks says that he will indeed be playing despite knee issues for most of this week. He'll be in the lineup against Cincinnati. And on the Jets side, Kendrick Ellis and Joe McKnight are both out against Seattle.
College basketball tonight. Seton Hall plays host to UMKC, while Rutgers is home for St. Peter's. Fordham is also at Texas State. Hofstra is at Monmouth. Iona plays host to Denver. St. Francis of New York is at Lafayette. LIU Brooklyn is home for Morehead State. NHL, the NHL Players Association getting together for a fourth consecutive day. Donald Fear says the two sides are still far apart.
This is the Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Here's Michael Kay and Don LaGreca.
5:03 here on the Michael Kay Show. Kay and LaGreca, big football Friday. Talking about a lot of other things, too. Mike Brown fired after 5 games as the Laker coach. And we're waiting to see who they will name as the full-time coach. Right now it's Bernie Bickerstaff as the interim coach. We'll see how long that lasts. Let's bring in our good friend Antonio Pierce. He joins us every Friday at 5 o'clock, and we'll also have him be part of the Big Blue Report brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa. Are you a football fan, Antonio?
Of course.
Are you a basketball fan?
Oh, hands down.
Can you believe the Lakers fired a guy after 5 games?
I never want to see anybody get fired, but that was just disappointing. I'm a Los Angeles guy. I go to a lot of Laker games, and just watching them perform, watching that offense. You always hear about it in the NFL when a guy struggles. Well, the Lakers pulled the plug early,
right.
And I think it was needed. I thought Mike Brown, even what he did in Cleveland, I thought they always underachieved. You see everything that the Lakers did this offseason with getting Dwight Howard, bringing over Steve Nash. I mean, you just expected they wouldn't come out to a 1-4 start. I mean, things need to change. Every week, Kobe has to answer questions. So sometimes you need to shock the culture and change some things.
And you know what I never understood, Antonio? Why even hire Mike Brown in the first place? I agree with you. In Cleveland, he was kind of an overseer. He had a defensive coordinator, an offensive coordinator. I don't understand why he was the guy the Lakers chose. They could have hired anybody for that job.
I was shocked, too. I don't know if that was a rush in judgment. I just didn't get it. I didn't understand the hire from the jump. And especially when you go and get those acquisitions that they did in this offseason, you expect to get off to a better start. There's no way that the Clippers, being in Los Angeles myself, should be the talk of the town over the Lakers at any time.
It is very difficult to comprehend a Giants offense that had been doing so well, Antonio, struggling over the last couple of weeks, not getting touchdowns, settling for field goals in the red zone. Is there one thing that outshines everything else as far as the problem to you?
You know what? I think teams are doing a good job taking Victor Cruz away. And he might get the receptions. He's getting a little yardage, but you're not seeing the explosive plays week in and week out and play in and play out from him. They're forcing other guys to beat the Giants right now. And when that happens, you know who on third downs will get the ball most of the time? That was Victor Cruz. Well, if they take that away, who's the next guy? And right now, nobody is stepping up. I mean, with Hakeem Nicks in and out the lineup, the Giants getting in third and long situations, Eli and those guys not connecting. That's probably the main reason. Not having somebody to complement Cruz, and then the Giants struggle on third down.
You think that third down guy could be Martellus Bennett?
You know what? He's made plays this year. He's really stepped up. I think he's been a pleasant surprise for the Giants. I think they really like what he brings to them in the red zone. I think blocking he's bringing a lot. But, is he a guy that wins a lot of one-on-one matchups? Is he a great route runner? No. He's just a big individual. He uses his body. You see a lot of jump ball situations, him being taller than the defender. But he could be somebody that Eli relies on. Just think back to last year. Bear Pasco and Ballard. Those guys made big-time plays on third down. So maybe this could be a time where we see Bennett be used a little bit more on third down.
All right, let's look at the defensive side of the ball. It's weak up the middle. I mean, that's where Redmond just ran up the middle for 147 yards. We know that teams with speed can get around the edge like McCoy and Murray, but what's been the problem with teams being able to get chunks of yardage up the middle?
Well, I think if you look at the Giants' strength, it's the pass rush and it's the defensive ends. And as much as we give them all the credit for getting after a quarterback, when those guys in position where they're playing D-tackle and all that stuff, they play soft. It's hard to put Justin Tuck in at the 3 technique and expect him to constantly take on double teams and make tackles. I think not having Chase in there last week probably hurt him a little bit. But if you just watch this Giants defense, even last year, I thought they were pretty weak when it came against stopping the run. And this year, they're giving up 4.6 yards per rush. Teams are hitting them on the outside early in the season. Now, last week, it was just smash mouth football. It was ugly. For them to watch that film on Monday and Tuesday, I know they were disappointed. They got to get a little bit more stout. I like to see some of them young guys get in there. Chris Canty's in and out the lineup with injuries. Bernard has to show up. Marvin Austin, Joseph, these guys in the interior got to free up those linebackers, take off some more double teams. That way your linebackers can scrape and run. Right now, you're not seeing it. They're catching blocks and they're catching tackles. A guy run into them, they're making contact 4 or 5 yards down the field. That's not how you want to play defense.
Now we have Chris Canty on with us every week, Antonio, and he surprised me yesterday when he said this. He said that the Steelers wanted it more than the Giants. And I've never understood how a team could want it more than the other team. And that's not a game that the Giants could have looked past. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers. Are you surprised to hear that?
I didn't see that. I wouldn't say I thought the Giants or the Steelers wanted it more. I thought they played harder. I thought they executed at a high level.
Why would they play harder? Why would the Giants be outworked?
Well, I mean, the one thing the Giants, and being with Coach Coughlin for all those years, they pride themselves on the fourth quarter. And that game last week, they got their bucks kicked the whole fourth quarter, up and down the field. I mean, it started with the Wallace with missed tackles, bad angles by the secondary on that play, and then the pass rush didn't really get to Big Ben later in the game. And then when they needed a 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2, I mean, they just handed the ball off. It comes to a 1-2. And that's why I say, when you face the Pittsburgh Steelers, regardless of who's at quarterback, they're still a smash-mouth team. That offensive line is not one of the greatest, even though they're playing much better this year, protecting Big Ben. But they want to hit you in the mouth. And the Giants last week just got hit in the mouth, time in and time out.
All right, Jets are up against it 3-5. Do you think a bye week, is enough time to correct some of the problems they have?
Well, didn't they take a bye week off, literally? Like, did they not practice the 1 week they had a bye week?
Yeah.
So, I was a little shocked that would happen. A team that's 3-5, several games out of the division race and the wild card race, I would think that you would want to get as much work as you could possible. To see a coach give his team some time off in that situation is shocking to me. And then knowing what you're up against next week. They got to go to Seattle this weekend. And if you watched any games this year, you saw Dallas go up there, lost. Saw the Patriots go up there, lost. There's not a lot of teams that go up to Seattle and win. So to me, you need as much preparation as possible. They're going up against a good defense with the Seattle Seahawks, one of the better secondaries. And the thing that I would like to see, and this is going to tell the whole game, Seattle's defense on third down is not that good. But the Jets' offense is not that good on third down. They have to win that matchup. If they have any chance in this ball game, I mean, Mark Sanchez has to win on third downs. It's no more about the running game. I heard the guarantees or them saying that they will get to the playoffs. Well, if they want to get to the playoffs, you got to win on third downs. You got to move the ball. You got to stop kicking field goals. Score points. Get 6 on the board instead of 3.
Here's what I don't get, Antonio, and we talked about this earlier with Damian Woody as well. You have Cromartie saying they're definitely making the playoffs. They're talking tough. Where does this come from? They're 3-5. The last time they played a game, they got embarrassed against the Dolphins.
I don't know why you would even talk. Like I said, you're coming out of a bye week. The last time we saw you on television, it wasn't a good sign. So to me, it's just you keep your mouth closed. I mean, I liked how they started the season off. They didn't talk much. Well, it didn't work out. You didn't play well. So now I guess they figure they'll go back to their old ways and talk a lot. Maybe if that'll get them going, whatever works for them, let it work. But at the end of the day, you got to go out there and make plays.
All right,
right now, they don't have guys on the offensive side of the ball making enough plays. And then on the defensive side, they didn't do much of that last week either.
All right, who wins the Jet game?
Seahawks.
Who wins the Giant game?
Giants win that one.
Is that close?
Giants play better on the road. I think the Jets are just going up against a tough matchup. Like I said, I named 2 teams, Dallas and New England. Other teams have lost up there as well, but one of the toughest places to win is in Seattle.
Good stuff. We appreciate the time, Antonio. Have a great weekend.
All right, you guys too.
All right, that's the Big Blue Report brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa for a huge selection of new Mercedes-Benz 1 mile east of the Westfield Sunrise Mall or mynewbenz.com. Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa, where they make it happen. It's interesting, though. A lot of people don't understand why the Jets talk. If you're a Jet fan, is that what you want out of your team? Did you like when they did a lot of talk? Because as Antonio said, they didn't talk at the beginning of the year. They didn't play well. Are they thinking it's cause and effect? What would I do? What would Don do? Kayla Greck and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike in the morning.
All right, Mike and Mike, Herman Edwards is here. While we were sitting in the break, Herman looked up to me and said, Tebow going to play this week?
Yep, and I say bring him out. Let the train get on the track. Give him a series of plays. We can run the ball with this guy. We know he can run inside the tackles. He's very difficult to defend. Why not use this guy on the road?
How would you use him?
Just put him in there and say, it's your turn. I'm giving you the ball. It's your series. Let's see if you can orchestrate a drive for us. Let's see what happens.
Mike and Mike. Mornings at 6. ESPN New York. 98.7 FM.
This is the ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. I'm Christopher Harris. I gave you Doug Martin about a month ago, and now I'm calling another shot. I think C.J. Spiller will have a strong game against the Patriots this week, and more importantly, will begin to push himself ahead of Fred Jackson in that Bills backfield timeshare. And will Jackson continue to get lots of looks? Yes. But Spiller is so tough when he gets the ball in space, and I'm guessing that's going to be a Buffalo priority going forward. He's my number 13 running back this week. Meanwhile, for the first week all year, I put both of Tampa Bay's leading wideouts, Vincent Jackson and Mike Williams, inside my top 16 wide receivers. Josh Freeman has absolutely been dealing over the past month. 11 touchdowns and 1 pick since the Bucs' bye. Versus San Diego Sunday, I feel strongly that both of Tampa's receivers very much worth a fantasy start. I'm Christopher Harris with your ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. Be sure to check out my podcast, The Fantasy Underground, available on iTunes and at ESPN.com/PodCenter.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education,